Chapter 3151 Entering the Earth's core. One with the efforts of the cultivators, a large road was discovered. The main road was 9 feet wide, straight and wide, and laid with flat stone slabs full of patterns. There were auspicious beasts on both sides of the road. They were made of jade and looked very alive. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this path was quite extraordinary, and it would definitely lead to something extraordinary. Seeing this special passage, the cultivators were sure that they were getting closer and closer to the treasure they were looking forward to. If there were no accidents, this 9-foot avenue would lead directly to the core area of the sect. It was like a clear road sign. The excited cultivators cooperated with each other. Hundreds of figures moved at the same time, and a wide ice cave was quickly dug out. If they felt tired, there would be a companion to replace them to ensure that the opening of the ice cave would not be delayed. All the cultivators were focused on the ice cave and couldn't help but follow. Soon, a few cultivators appeared on the main road, looking like they were floating in the air. It was just that this attitude had been maintained for God knows how many years. Previously, they had discovered many frozen cultivators, so no one was surprised. They just dug them out and thawed them as usual. It wasn't to save people's lives, but to search for treasures on his body. Compared to the possible gains, a drop of active spiritual liquid was really nothing. The cultivators who were saved looked confused and were stripped naked. After the examination, they would be driven to the side. Frozen cultivators were silly and would not affect the treasure hunt. They might be useful for other purposes. It was for this reason that the frozen cultivator was able to keep his life. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the treasure hunter. Hort was in charge of directing the excavation operation. His heart was filled with anticipation, and his eyes shone with excitement. It was indeed beyond Hort's expectations to find the location of his sect so quickly. It seemed that the frozen planet was indeed his blessed land. What made Hort feel puzzled was that he did not know where Tang Zhen had gone. Even at such an important moment, he was not present to watch. However, after thinking about it, Tang Zhen would definitely not be interested no matter how many treasures there were. The realm of the big shots is indeed different from that of the small ones. When Hort thought of this, he could not help but chuckle. Hort didn't know what Tang Zhen wanted to do, and similarly, he wouldn't randomly inquire. He was a smart person and would only do what he was supposed to do. He would not care about anything else. However, he could not help but feel a little curious in his heart. He was guessing what exactly Tang Zhen wanted. At this moment, Tang Zhen was penetrating the core of the earth. Just like the hard ice sheet, the land of the frozen planet was as hard as rock. This huge frozen planet's frozen soil layer was also extremely thick, and its depth was definitely more than 10,000 meters. Over the long years, this planet had been completely frozen. Otherwise, it would not have affected the world's origin. Among the cultivators that Tang Zhen had come into contact with, only Lu Cheng's cultivators were the best at searching for the world's origin. Even a Lord-level cultivator could easily do this. In the exchange items on the cornerstone platform, there were also special treasure hunting techniques that could be exchanged for with very few battle merits. As the Lord of the War Zone, Tang Zhen was naturally proficient in the technique to search for the world's origin source. Moreover, he had more than one technique. The normal method of searching was to comprehend the laws and the energy of the world, then distinguish the mountains and rivers. The world's origin energy was rich, and the regions that humans could not reach were often the hiding places of the world's origin. However, this method could not be used on the frozen planet. This was because the world's origin had been frozen, and the laws had collapsed. All the techniques in the world were created by laws and regulations, but the frozen planet didn't have any of that. Without rules and regulations, the technique naturally could not be used. However, Tang Zhen knew that an existence like the world's origin source had the instinct to seek good fortune and avoid disaster. It was because of the ability of the world's origin to avoid disaster that it often took a lot of time and energy for the cultivators in Lusheng to capture the world's origin. Therefore, Tang Zhen firmly believed that the world's origin must have sensed something when this planet was frozen. As the core of this world, it was impossible for the world's origin to be separated from the planet, so there was no other place to escape. The only thing he could do was to sneak into the planet. The deeper he hid, the safer he would be. To find the origin of the world, one had to enter the core of the planet. Tang Zhen easily found the answer because he possessed sufficient knowledge and experience, as well as a sufficiently powerful cultivation. What he had easily done might not be something others could do. Otherwise, the cultivator alliance in the star cloud ocean wouldn't have been so helpless against the frozen planet and could only resort to cooperative development. Not to mention anything else, how many cultivators knew about the origin of the world? Many things were difficult to do, but in fact, it was only because of the lack of strength. Otherwise, one would find that it was very simple. As Tang Zhen advanced forward, the frozen ground in front of him crumbled continuously, and a spacious passage appeared before his eyes. Just like the ice, the frozen earth was also immune to spell attacks, so they could only use tools to open up a path. Tang Zhen transformed his body and used his physical body to open up a channel. Although his speed could not be compared to teleportation, it was still shockingly fast. It didn't take long for him to pass through the outermost part of the planet and enter the solidified sea of lava. The lava in this area was also in a frozen state. Just like how flowers, grass, and living creatures were instantly frozen, the scorching lava encountered the same situation and was directly frozen into an ice block by the extreme cold. If one were to tap it lightly with their hand, it would also shatter and turn into a cold air. If active spiritual liquid was used, the flame would rise instantly after it came into contact with lava and ice. The frozen lava would return to its searing high temperature and flow around due to the low temperature. It would quickly cool down and finally turn into black rocks. At this moment, the lava was truly dead. If the ice in front of him were to be used as gemstones, many people would like it. The people who wanted it couldn't get it, and the people who could get it disdained it. Tang Zhen did not stop for long. He continued to advance forward and quickly passed through this sea of magma. After a while, he passed through the sea of lava, and a translucent crystal blocked his eyes. These crystals were extremely hard, far harder than ordinary diamonds, and they contained faint heaven and earth energy. However, no matter how hard an object was, it couldn't withstand the attack of the ice. Now, with just a light knock, it would break into pieces and turn into cold air. Tang Zhen did not have much interest in such an item. However, he knew that the appearance of such an item meant that he was one step closer to the core of the earth. He continued to move forward, and after an unknown amount of time, the obstacle in front of him suddenly disappeared. An underground world that was filled with crystals suddenly appeared before Tang Zhen's eyes. These huge crystals were colorful and were obviously energy crystals of extremely high purity. They were treasures that cultivators fought over. But in this space, they were piled up everywhere, and no one paid attention to them at all. In addition to the energy crystals, there were also many strange-looking giant beasts lying between the energy crystals. Similarly, in the blink of an eye, the giant beast was directly frozen, turning into a special state. The only difference was that there was no ice in this space, so the monsters that were floating in the air fell down. Its fragile body couldn't withstand the impact at all, and it shattered into countless colorful ice crystals. The other frozen monsters also lost their arms and legs from the fall. They looked miserable. Tang Zhen looked around and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. These giant beasts that were hidden underground had very powerful strength. Once they rushed out of the ground, they would definitely cause a terrifying disaster. However, in the face of the terrifying cold, even these powerful super beasts were unable to resist. One thing was certain now. After reaching this depth, the power of the terrifying ice had weakened. Otherwise, this huge space would definitely be covered in ice. It would definitely not be like the environment in front of them. Tang Zhen paused for a moment before moving forward again. He had a feeling that the source of the world he was looking for was very likely not far ahead. Chapter 3152 The Planet Beyond Cure 1 To ordinary cultivators, this special space was a true treasure, its value immeasurable. If they were to find out that such a space existed in the depths of the Earth's core, they would definitely charge in at all costs. As long as one had this treasure, they could benefit for 10,000 years and no longer need to painstakingly dig for ice. Unfortunately, it was impossible for ordinary cultivators to reach this place. When he thought that he might need to spend a lot of money in the coming days, Tang Zhen stored the energy crystals in his mind. After entering the divine kingdom in his mind, the freezing cold air was dispelled, and the energy crystal began to emit a majestic aura. The energy mist was dense and it danced between heaven and earth. This is a little interesting. Tang Zhen had originally thought that these were just ordinary energy crystals. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to them. If he wanted to, the origin energy in his divine kingdom could be condensed into the purest energy crystal at any time. These energy crystals sealed in ice clearly hid a special secret. Perhaps he could study them seriously. Tang Zhen let loose and began to harvest to his heart's content. In any case, they were all ownerless items. Including those giant monsters, he kept them into his mind's divine kingdom, and then used the rules to confine them. These giant beasts were very powerful, and the residents of his mental divine kingdom were no match for them. Now was not the time to let them roam freely. According to Tang Zhen's guess, this special space was very likely the place where the world's origin lived. These special energy crystals should be special items that had been slowly accumulated over hundreds of millions of years. They should have gained sentience, and perhaps they were just one step away from successfully transforming. The last step was the most difficult. However, once they entered the divine kingdom in their minds, Tang Zhen would help them cross it. In the demon-eating city in his mind's divine kingdom, the residents watched as the 7 colored crystals fell from the sky, eventually accumulating into a tall mountain that shot into the clouds. The rich world energy could almost intoxicate people. Although the sight of a giant mountain falling from the sky was amazing, the residents of Demon Eater City were already used to it. In the divine kingdom in one's mind, one could even see the chaotic scene of the beginning of the world. That was a truly wondrous sight. Lu Qing carried an iron hammer and dragged a demonic beast across the street. He was thinking about how to cook a pot of 100 demon soup. The fire in the soup pot didn't need to be turned off, and it continued to boil. When the master came, he would let him have a taste. His cooking skills had obviously improved, and the master would definitely praise him. Thinking of this, Lu Qing's heart became very happy, and he began to hum a little song. When they passed by the blacksmith shop, they heard the monotonous and boring sounds of clanking. The door of the blacksmith shop opened. The high-grade spiritual treasure of the origin and a group of its followers were gathered in the blacksmith shop. Every once in a while, an original spirit treasure would float over and be hammered by the blacksmith. The clanking sounds were produced because of this. After being hammered, the original soul treasure became more agile, like a naughty fish. Recently, the spiritual treasures of the origin had been appearing frequently, as if they were working in the blacksmith shop collectively. If he didn't get a beating, he would feel very uncomfortable. The blacksmith was also very happy. Every day, he would hammer non-stop, trying to improve the grade of these origin spiritual treasures. After Lu Qing had dealt with the demonic beast, he threw it into the big pot and slowly boiled it. Then, he sat at the door and rested his chin on his palm in a daze. In her heart, she was secretly thinking, the next time I meet my master, should I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Him to take me out to play. He passed through the space in front of him and entered the metallic area again. These dark gold metals were an alloy of countless metals mixed together. Due to the special environment, they did not contain any useless impurities. For ordinary cultivators, it was the best material for forging. Just like the area they had passed before, the metal was frozen and collapsed with a punch. At the thought that blacksmiths needed forging materials and the residents of Demon Eater City needed to forge armor and weapons, Tang Zhen kept these special metals into his divine kingdom. At this moment, Tang Zhen was just like a treasure hunter. He had acted in accordance with his disguised identity. Everything in the divine kingdom in his mind was created by origin energy and did not appear out of thin air. If there was something good and his mind divine kingdom needed it, Tang Zhen would definitely not miss it. Tang Zhen wasn't interested in ordinary items. However, he would naturally accept as many special items as he could. Before long, the residents of Demon Eater City saw another mountain of colorful metal outside the city. Some residents curiously went over to take a look. When they came back, they held a few pieces of metal, their faces full of joy. The residents of the Demon Eater City were all cultivators, so they had a basic knowledge of identifying objects. When they saw the metal pieces, they knew that they were definitely not ordinary. It didn't take long for the residents of the demon-eating city to know that the metal mountain was the best material for refining weapons. The residents made up their minds and went to the mountains to pick out some weapons and armor when they had time. To them, this special metal mountain was far more pleasing than energy crystals. The residents of the Demon Eater City were happy, and Tang Zhen was also enjoying himself. There weren't many things that caught his eye, and since he had come across them, he had to collect more. The special metals in the divine kingdom in his mind piled up into a mountain. Only then did Tang Zhen choose to stop and continue searching for the traces of the world's origin. According to Tang Zhen's estimation, he should not be far from the core of the planet. Under normal circumstances, one would feel a terrifying pressure when they reached the core. The laws of the frozen planet had collapsed, so up until now, there was still not much pressure. This was definitely not a good thing. It meant that the planet had entered a period of death, and it might suddenly collapse at any time. What frozen planet, what strange curse, everything would be gone. After passing through the thick metal core, Tang Zhen felt the chaotic force field and knew that he had finally entered the core of the frozen planet. The cold air's influence became weaker. It was obvious that there was a force that was resisting the cold air's invasion. A trace of comprehension appeared in Tang Zhen's heart when he sensed this power. If it wasn't for the existence of this power, which was making the last resistance, the frozen planet would have fallen completely. In this area, all kinds of energy bodies were dancing, constantly gathering and dispersing. The true core of the planet was the origin of the long river of time, which could be called the true spring of life. Energy projections of all the living things on the planet could be found here, regardless of whether they were flowers or animals. If a certain creature went extinct, it did not mean that it had completely disappeared. When the next cycle began, this creature would reappear. Only by eliminating and destroying the energy projection would it be considered true extinction. This area was the planet's door of life, the most heavily guarded place, and even gods couldn't enter. If they tried to force their way in, they would be met with the counterattack of the entire world's forces, and they would lose their lives if they were not careful. As an outsider, Tang Zhen was able to enter easily and did not face any obstruction at all. That weak resistance was able to resist the invasion of the cold qi. However, it was already powerless when facing Tang Zhen. The feeling he gave Tang Zhen was like an old man who was at the end of his life, maintaining his extremely weak life. Apart from panting, he was unable to do anything else. As long as Tang Zhen struck casually, he would be able to destroy the foundation of this planet and completely cut off the chance for all living things to revive and survive. However, this kind of exterminating act could not be done easily, or else he would have to bear the corresponding karma. Tang Zhen did not have any enmity with the living beings on this planet. Why would he use such a vicious method? Tang Zhen's gaze swept across the energy body that was on the verge of collapse and extended all the way to the center. He saw a light sphere. It was like an oil lamp that was about to burn out, emitting a weak light that was powerless to light up. No matter when, the origin of the world was the symbol of life, full of infinite vitality. However, the world's origin in front of him was exuding a deathly aura, which made people feel inexplicably sad. Chapter 3153. Warm-hearted assistance. 1. Tang Zhen had a feeling that the world's origin in front of him was like a balloon. It would burst with just a gentle poke. Then, like fireworks, it released a bright light, but it also represented the scene in the end. Then, the entire planet would die. If the world's origin still existed, the frozen planet could still be restored, and the river of time could flow again. Perhaps in hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years, the frozen planet would regain its former glory. The strange aura of death proved that the state of the world's origin was indeed not far from its destruction. But even at this time, the world's origin was still persisting, maintaining the existence of those projections. This was because once the support of the world's origin was lost, these projections would collapse and disappear, causing the species to completely disappear. Don't underestimate any species. Even an unremarkable blade of grass was actually formed through evolution and deduction. Every energy projection was extremely precious, and its value would not be determined by the different species. However, the world's origin source, which was like an oil lamp on the verge of dying, was unable to support this kind of energy consumption at all. It had long been in a state of extreme overdraft. That was why the energy projections of various sizes would dim and flicker, or collapse and reform. Over the long years, they might have crumbled countless times, but each time, they were forcibly rescued by the world's origin. If he had given up on the energy projection or only left a part of it, the state of the world's origin would not have been so terrible. However, it didn't do that. It just persisted for many years. This was not foolishness, but the persistence of the world's origin, which was indeed worthy of respect. The price he had to pay was to become even weaker. It was simply too tragic to speak of. The world's origin did not care. It only silently persisted, or perhaps it was its instinct. In short, if I don't die, no one can think of dying first. At this moment, the world's origin had already sensed Tang Zhen's arrival. It was also able to sense the powerful aura that did not belong to the frozen planet. At any other time, the world's origin would have fled without hesitation, because it knew that it represented great danger. However, at this moment, it was powerless to escape, and it could not escape alone. The two sides were a few meters apart and looked at each other. A cat-like energy projection unconsciously floated to Tang Zhen's side. It used its head to touch Tang Zhen's body before bursting apart like a bubble. The world's origin did not move at all, but it pieced together a trace of power and transmitted it over, trying to restore this energy projection. "I'll do it," Tang Zhen spoke in a faint tone. He extended his hand and brushed it over the spot where the energy projection had been. After which, one could see wisps of energy gathering once again. The energy projection that had the appearance of a small cat once again appeared in front of Tang Zhen's eyes. However, it had become lively and agile. It was no longer as dispirited as before. It jumped and jumped around Tang Zhen as if it was very clear that it was this stranger who had saved it. At the same time, a sense of gratitude and kindness came from the world's origin. The origin of the world did not have a true mind and only acted on instinct. This might be the restriction of the heavenly Tao. The origin of the world gathered the power of the planet, but it did not have a normal consciousness and could only act as a defender with no desires. Otherwise, every world's origin would become an existence beyond the gods, and the entire planet would be their own backyard. The world's origin that acted recklessly was a terrible disaster for countless creatures. In fact, this was better. If the world's origin was too shrewd, things would be more difficult to handle. Tang Zhen laughed softly and similarly responded with a trace of goodwill. Due to the special nature of the world's origin, it was impossible for him to obtain information from the other party and figure out what had happened on this planet. It was even more impossible to find a high-grade spiritual treasure of origin through the origin of the world, as it was not controlled by the laws. The purpose of Tang Zhen's trip was to help the world's origin and change the current situation of the frozen planet. As long as he stirred this pool of stagnant water, the secret would have the opportunity to surface. Tang Zhen would also be able to obtain what he wanted. As for devouring the world's origin, it was impossible for Tang Zhen to do it. The source of this world in front of him was extremely weak and thin. It was dispensable to Tang Zhen. However, to the frozen planet, it was extremely important. This was the last glimmer of hope. The other party was a fat fish. Tang Zhen didn't mind taking a bite. But now, all that was left was a pile of stinky bones. Not only was it not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth, but it would also be very painful to eat. The reason I'm here today is to help you get through a tribulation. After explaining his intention, the other party had no choice but to agree. Tang Zhen raised his hand and waved. A divine source appeared and landed on the world's origin. The world's origin, which was so dim that it was about to be extinguished, suddenly burst out with a strong light, and its size also increased by more than several times. Dark runes flashed around the light ball, and the space around it became more stable. These were runes that represented the great Tao and laws. They affected the operation of the world's laws, and they had originally completely dissipated. The pale energy projections around him became stable and alive in the blink of an eye, and all kinds of sounds rose and fell. This was the sound of all living things, which could make cultivators understand. It was extremely pleasant to the ears. Compared to the previous dead silence, it was a little too lively now. Tang Zhen was able to sense a trace of doubt from the world's origin. He could not understand what he was doing. However, it still felt very happy about this gift, and at the same time, it felt a sense of closeness. Tang Zhen frowned and silently looked at the world's origin. The damage that the other party had suffered was far more serious than he had imagined. The wisp of the world's origin that he had just given away was the output of his divine kingdom in his mind for a month. It could turn a desert into an oasis. When Tang Zhen handed it over, he felt a trace of heartache. To the world's origin, it had indeed solved the urgent need, but it did not achieve the effect that Tang Zhen wanted. Looking at the current situation, I have to pay a greater price to achieve my goal. Since he had already made a decision, Tang Zhen would definitely not give up. If he were to stop now, all of his previous efforts would be wasted. He waved his hand again, and precious divine source continued to fall into the world origin's body. This time, the world's origin didn't change much. Instead, it stored the divine origin it had received. Tang Zhen's wave of aid was an entire year's worth of divine source. It was originally used as a reserve for combat, but it was now directly used. If the world's origin that had received assistance only needed to maintain its current state, it would not have a problem for at least 1,000 years. Tang Zhen did not stop because this was not enough. Everything he had done so far was only enough to save the world's origin energy. However, Tang Zhen hoped that the other party would recover the operation of the laws. Once the laws were restored, the state of the frozen planet would change, and the ice would gradually melt. At that time, the hidden secret would be revealed. Tang Zhen's true goal was the origin soul treasure. He was not particularly interested in the cause of the calamity of the frozen planet. If he could manage it, Tang Zhen would try to manage it. However, if he couldn't manage it, he would decisively choose to stand by and watch. Chapter 3154 Tang Zhen's Scheme 1. Because of Tang Zhen's righteous act, the world's origin, which was on the verge of death, had already completely survived the crisis. The uncomfortable aura of death slowly dissipated and was replaced by a faint life force. Looking at the energy projections of all things in the world, they all became alive and moving around in this space. While they were playing and having fun, they would also make a burst of faint sounds, which made them seem very cheerful. The place that had been filled with a deathly aura was now full of vitality, and the vanished origin source laws were now rippling. From this moment on, the recovered rule force would slowly begin to affect everything in the world. It was like a charcoal fire reignited in the ashes. A huge machine that was slowly operating woke up the frozen planet. As the master of a planet, the recovery speed of the world's origin was extremely fast, and it would not take long for it to recover its vitality. The objective of this trip had already been achieved. There was naturally no need for him to stay any longer. Tang Zhen directly turned around and left. Unexpectedly, a figure scuttled over at this moment and circled around Tang Zhen's feet. Tang Zhen took a look and saw that it was the cat-like thing that was following closely behind him. "Little thing, go back and find your companions. I'm leaving now." Tang Zhen patted the little fellow, telling it not to pester him as the corner of his mouth revealed a faint smile. Woo 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 woo, the little fellow refused to leave. It circled around Tang Zhen and tightly hugged his calf. "You're a Yingluo." Tang Zhen glanced at the world's origin and gently nodded after sensing the information transmitted by the other party. "All right then, I'll take the little fellow and leave." Tang Zhen placed the little fellow on his shoulder when he spoke up to this point. He left this space without turning his head back. Tang Zhen, who had left the space, did not go too far. Instead, he quickly set up the runic magic circle. He wasn't a good person. He had invested so much, so he had to earn it back double. The world's origin was the bait he had set up just to restore his rule force and then lead to the awakening of the origin spiritual treasure. A high-grade spiritual treasure of origin had its own intelligence. After it woke up from its frozen state, it would definitely take the initiative to find the origin of the world. He was not worried about the safety of the world's origin, but he wanted to figure out the cause of the disaster so that he could avoid it the next time it happened. At the same time, he had to check the state of the world's origin to see if it was time for him to take action and save the world from danger. Every time a calamity descended, the original source spiritual treasure would definitely appear. This was a fate that could not be escaped. If he used the target's characteristics to set up a trap, the original spiritual treasure would not be able to escape. The other function of the runic magic circle was to protect the origin of the world and prevent it from being invaded and hurt by the outside world. When one's cultivation base had reached Tang Zhen's level, setting up a runic magic circle was just a thought away. It would almost not leave behind any flaws. It might not be able to hide it from an opponent at the level of a deity, but it was basically a sure win against an original spiritual treasure. After spending nearly half a day, Tang Zhen completed the array arrangement. Finally, he checked it again seriously. After confirming that there were no problems, Tang Zhen returned along the original path. In the following time, he only needed to sit on the fishing platform and wait for the fat fish to take the bait. Of course, this was only one of the methods. It could not guarantee that he would be able to subdue the origin spiritual treasure. If he encountered a suitable opportunity, Tang Zhen would definitely continue to set up a trap. By the time they returned to the frozen ground, Horde and the others had already dug all the way forward and reached the front of the sect's mountain gate. The huge and magnificent mountain gate building and the runic magic circle that protected the sect were all frozen. The cultivators inside and outside the mountain gate were lifelike, and one could feel the bearing of a large sect just by looking at their speech and behavior. It was a pity that no cultivators could read the words on the mountain gate. Otherwise, they would have been able to learn more about the sect. For cultivators who were looking for treasures, frozen buildings didn't have much value, but they would be preserved most of the time. In the future, if possible, the cultivators would still live here, so it was necessary to preserve the buildings. If one could live in such a magnificent sect, it would definitely be a very comfortable and enjoyable experience. Cultivators considered not only the present but also the future benefits. Even if there were no other gains, land and construction could also recover some of the cost. The area around the mountain gate was cleaned up, and Tang Zhen also returned at this time. Seeing the creature on Tang Zhen's shoulder, all the cultivators clicked their tongues in wonder. This was because this creature had a strong native aura, which made people certain that it was a native creature of the frozen planet. Unlike other frozen creatures, the little thing looked smart and did not look stupid after being defrosted. All the cultivators were secretly suspicious. Where did Tang Zhen get this little thing? Why couldn't they find it? Although they were full of curiosity, no one dared to ask, lest they cause trouble for themselves. Those cultivators who joined later had heard of Tang Zhen's magnificent feat before, and they looked at him with eyes full of respect. The Iceman servant standing in the crowd stared blankly at the little thing on Tang Zhen's shoulder. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He seemed to have seen this kind of thing before and had a deep impression of it, but he could not remember any relevant information. That strange sense of familiarity was an instinct that remained in his body, but when he tried to trace it back to its source, he was completely blank. Tang Zhen noticed the changes in the Iceman servant and observed his sea of consciousness to confirm that there were changes. The dried-up sea of consciousness was originally covered with cracks and looked terrible. As Tang Zhen was helping to suppress the curse, the Iceman servant began to recover its strength. At the same time, it was constantly repairing its shattered consciousness sea. Although he couldn't see the Iceman servant cultivating, his strength was increasing at an extremely fast speed. This situation only meant that before the accident, the servant's cultivation was definitely not weak. When his cultivation had reached a certain level and his consciousness sea had been restored, he might be able to remember the little thing's origin. At that time, the Iceman servant might be able to tell Tang Zhen what had happened back then. Tang Zhen's arrival did not affect the excavation of the treasure, especially at such a crucial moment. More than 50 frozen cultivators were dug out. As usual, they were searched for spoils of war. Looking at the piles of materials, the cultivators were excited and couldn't wait to continue digging. In front of him was the core of the sect. It wouldn't be long before a precious treasure would be born. Thousands of cultivators attacked at the same time. The ice was being cut at an extremely fast speed, and the rolling cold air was constantly dissipating. This sect that had been sealed in ice for many years was being excavated at an extremely fast speed. The exquisite buildings were enough to prove the wealth of the sect. In the process of digging, a tall cultivator standing on a white jade platform attracted the attention of the treasure hunter. The other party was dressed luxuriously and had an extraordinary bearing. One look and one could tell that he was an important figure in the sect. "Step back, let me handle this." Hort, who had been watching the whole time, could not hold back the excitement in his heart and took the initiative to join the team of chiseling the ice. Hort's target was naturally the high-level cultivator. With a speed far faster than the other cultivators, Hort rushed to the front of the tall cultivator and swung his sword to remove all the ice nearby. The hard ice turned into cold air and dissipated. A wave of cold air spread out, making people feel a chill in their hearts. The next step was to use an active solution to revive the frozen high-level cultivator. Hort did not do that, however. Instead, he stared at the other party, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the frozen cultivator. Seeing this scene, the treasure hunters gasped, afraid that Hort would stab the frozen cultivator into pieces. This was a high-level cultivator, so he must have a precious treasure on him. The loss of breaking it into pieces was simply incalculable. Under the gaze of thousands of eyes, Hort's finger touched the cultivator's body, and his clothes sank slightly. It didn't freeze Yingluo. Hort's brows twitched, and he suddenly looked at the frost cultivator, his eyes full of surprise. At the same time, the frozen high-level cultivator suddenly widened his eyes. How audacious! He let out a furious roar, raised his palm at the same time, and slammed it down fiercely at Hort. Chapter 3155 The unwillingness of high-level cultivators. 1. The surrounding cultivators were shocked. They didn't expect that high-level cultivators could revive themselves. The situation was clear. Although the high-level cultivator was also frozen, his body was not completely frozen. This was the first time the treasure hunters had encountered such a bizarre situation. They had never heard of it before. The treasure hunter couldn't help but worry. The high-level cultivators were powerful. If they were allowed to attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Sir, be careful." The treasure hunters with faster reactions were already prepared to help. He looked at Hort, who was being attacked, and saw that he was actually unmoved, allowing the high-level cultivator's palm to land on his body. A soft sound was heard, and when they looked at Hort, who had been attacked, he did not even move a corner of his clothes. The surrounding treasure hunters heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that this high-level cultivator who had suddenly been resurrected was a paper tiger. His aura was very frightening, but he also had no cultivation. This light palm could once collapse a mountain, but now it couldn't even kill a mosquito. The high-level cultivator was stunned. His eyes were wide open. He didn't expect his attack to be so weak. Impossible. He raised his hand again and smacked Hort's body hard. This time, he seemed to be using all his strength. Hort did not move an inch, like a boulder. The high-level cultivator who launched the attack suffered a strong rebound and fell to the ground. The surrounding treasure hunters laughed out loud when they saw this, feeling that the scene in front of them was very interesting. They had thought that a terrible change would happen, but they did not expect such a dramatic reversal. The high-level cultivator who had an excellent appearance now looked like a clown. In the treasure hunter's unbridled laughter, the high-level cultivator stood up from the ground with a gloomy and confused expression. He looked at the treasure hunters around him, then at the environment, and revealed a thoughtful expression. "Hurry up and tell me, what happened? Why did my sect become like this? And where are you all from?" The high-level cultivator roared with anger and unwillingness. Hort was stunned when he heard this, and then he revealed a look of pleasant surprise. However, in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the other party. "Tell me quickly, do you still remember the things that happened in the past?" Hort fixed his gaze on the high-level cultivator. There was a hint of excitement in his tone, and at the same time, there was a strong sense of anticipation. If a high-level cultivator retained his memory, the treasure hunter would not only obtain a sect, but also many more treasures. The treasure hunters all understood and stared at the high-level cultivator, waiting for his answer. "Answer my question first," the high-level cultivator growled. Although he wasn't as strong as before, his aura was still strong. "All right, I'll tell you what happened, and then you'll tell me what you know." Hort used spiritual power transmission to explain the specific situation and concealed it appropriately. The high-level cultivator's face was filled with shock. He didn't expect that the entire planet would be frozen and that he would be drifting in space for who knows how long. He didn't know how many years he had been frozen as well. Impossible. "I don't believe it." The high-level cultivator's expression was ferocious as he roared in anger. He was extremely unwilling to accept the fact that fate had been fooled. However, no one cared about his unwillingness and heartache. The treasure hunters became more and more excited, because the performance of the high-level cultivator proved that he most likely retained his memory. Hort was even more impatient. He glared at the high-level cultivator with his red eyes. "Now it's your turn to tell me, do you still remember the past? Tell me quickly." The last sentence was almost shouted out. The high-level cultivator returned to his senses and glanced at Hort, revealing a disdainful sneer. "Telling you the secret I know and helping you to plunder my sect is simply wishful thinking." Hort's voice turned cold. "Whether you like it or not, this is the truth. You have no ability to resist. This sect and you belong to our team now, so you can be considered our private property. If I'm not happy, your sect's disciples will die, the kind that even gods can't save." As Hort spoke, he walked to the side of a frost cultivator and flicked his finger gently. Voila! With a cracking sound, the frozen cultivator turned into a pile of pieces in the blink of an eye. From his clothes to his body, including his internal organs and bones, he had turned into a pile of colorful ice crystal fragments. "You should die." The high-level monk glared at Hort. His body trembled violently, and he wished he could eat Hort alive. "If you think it's not enough, I can move all the cultivators in the sect in front of you and then personally break them one by one." Hort's tone was getting colder and colder. As he spoke, he glared at the high-level cultivator. He had used this method to force the other party to surrender. The high-level cultivator's body trembled slightly. His former cultivation no longer existed, and he was not qualified to challenge Hort at all. Looking at the surrounding treasure hunters, they were like a pack of wolves. If they didn't get what they wanted, they would definitely not give up. If it was in the past, these damn intruders would only need to be destroyed with a single palm. When the high-level cultivator thought of this, he couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, did he have any other choice but to admit defeat? The fact that he was able to live until now was clearly due to his special identity, which allowed him to know information about the sect. Otherwise, he would have ended up like the sect disciples, turning into a pile of broken ice. Although he knew it very well in his heart. However, the high-level cultivators were still insistent and would not compromise easily. The information he knew should be very important to the treasure hunter, and if he wanted it, he would have to negotiate and compromise. This was the way of power. As the leader of a sect, high-level cultivators knew how to obtain the greatest benefits. Hort then walked in front of a frost cultivator, took out a bottle of active spiritual liquid, and gently dripped it on the frost cultivator's body. As the cold air drifted away, the frost cultivator slowly woke up and looked around in confusion. Compared to the high-level cultivators, he was obviously in a worse state. He also suffered from memory loss. Before he was defrosted by Hort, he saluted the high-level cultivator in a respectful manner. However, when he woke up, the high-level cultivator was standing in front of him, but he could not recognize him at all. The treasure hunters were not surprised. They continued to pay attention to the high-level cultivators, and no one cared about such insignificant people. After seeing Hort's operation, the high-level cultivator's expression changed slightly. He did not expect that a frozen corpse could be revived in this way. He subconsciously thought that this method of bringing the dead back to life would be extremely precious. At this moment, Hort continued to speak, "If you're willing to cooperate, I can promise to help you save your fellow cultivators." The high-level cultivator heard this and looked at Hort seriously. "Sir, if you can keep your promise, what's the big deal even if I give you my sect?" The high-level cultivator no longer insisted. He felt that this condition had completely met his expectations. Hort laughed when he heard that and nodded his head lightly. "Yes, I swear." Chapter 3156 Sect Master of the Everlasting Sect 1. The high-level cultivator was panicking. He had no idea what had happened to him. The difficult situation made it impossible for him to investigate in detail. He could only try his best to exchange for some benefits. This way, not only could he benefit the cultivators of the sect, but he could also probe the bottom line of the treasure hunter's attitude. Little did he know that, in the eyes of many treasure hunters, his conditions were simply ridiculous. Even if this condition was not proposed, the treasure hunter would definitely help unfreeze it. Otherwise, the benefits obtained would be greatly reduced. The unequal exchange of information had become a joke. Hort would not explain, as that would only cause more trouble. "Hurry up and tell me everything you know." Hort made a promise and sealed off the surrounding space, so that the other cultivators could not hear the content of the exchange. This wasn't too much. The purpose was to keep the secret and prevent spies from spreading the secret. This treasure hunting team was formed at the last minute, and they had no contact with each other before. There would definitely be a normal profit sharing, but who could guarantee that there would not be cultivators who would secretly sell important information for more benefits? It was a rule that must be strictly enforced when it came to key information. The surrounding treasure hunters saw this, and although they felt regretful and unwilling, they knew that this was normal. Following the leader's orders and following his arrangements was the wisest course of action. If one's greed caused them to do things that they didn't know their own limits, not only would they not get what they wanted, but they might also lose their lives. The high-level cultivator cut to the chase and began to tell him about the sect. His tone was desolate. He was a sect leader, and his strength before he was frozen was comparable to a spiritual emperor. He could easily crush Hort at this moment. The name of the sect was wuxia, and its reputation shook the world. The sect master kept talking about the number of cultivators and the treasures and resources in the sect. As for whether or not he was hiding something, there was no way to confirm it. Hort's heart was filled with joy. He would be able to make a huge profit just from the information provided by this sect leader. Even if Everlasting Sect's sect master was hiding something, Hort had enough means to make the other party reveal the information he wanted. In a situation where his cultivation was completely destroyed, even if he was once the sect master and a spiritual emperor, he had to learn to obey orders. Tang Zhen walked in front of the Everlasting Sect's sect master. He had been observing this cultivator the whole time and was sure that the reason why he wasn't completely frozen was because he had the strength of a spiritual emperor. Being able to retain one's memories was also related to one's powerful strength. It was not clear how much memory was retained, but it was definitely a serious loss. He probed the other party's sea of consciousness. There was also a curse that was currently in a state of frenzied corrosion. If this continued, it wouldn't take long for the sect master to become dumb. Sect Master Wuji, do you still remember why you were frozen? Tang Zhen had no interest in the everlasting sect's treasure, but he didn't interrupt Hort's question. After he finished talking about the location of the treasure vault, Tang Zhen finally opened his mouth and asked about the reason why the planet was frozen in ice back then. The sect master looked at Tang Zhen and gently shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't know. The sect master's expression was solemn and his answer was very straightforward. He wanted to know what happened back then to make the everlasting sect like this, allowing a group of strange cultivators to plunder it. What do you still remember about this world's topography and the distribution of sects and cities? Tang Zhen felt that it was very normal that he didn't get the answer he wanted. There were countless secrets in this world, but how many of them had the answer? In particular, the secret of the frozen planet was something that even a deity like Tang Zhen found troublesome to deal with. It was even more difficult to find the truth. The wisest thing to do was to take his things, and then leave quietly. It was best not to provoke things that had nothing to do with him. Otherwise, even if he were to leave, trouble would follow and affect his future plans. The everlasting sect master was in deep thought. It seemed that Tang Zhen's question made him feel a little troubled. I seem to remember some it, but it also seems like I've forgotten it completely. I only feel that my mind is in chaos. When he answered the question, the power of the curse in his sea of consciousness activated again, making the sect master's eyes numb. With Tang Zhen's help, the power of the curse was suppressed, and the everlasting sect master returned to his normal state. The sect master was confused. There must be a big problem with his sea of consciousness. However, because of his lack of cultivation, he couldn't explore his sea of consciousness. I have a picture here. Take a look and see if you have any impression of it. Can you fill it in? As Tang Zhen spoke, he threw the map he had drawn in front of the sect master. Hort, who was at the side, saw this and was stunned for a moment. How could he not know how valuable such a map was? As long as it appeared, it would be crazily fought over. It wasn't an overstatement to say that the value of this map from Tang Zhen might exceed the everlasting sect. Hort was sighing in his heart. An expert was indeed extraordinary. He had managed to obtain a treasure that all the major star islands dreamed of without a sound. This included the everlasting sect's territory. Tang Zhen had also chosen this location, allowing the team to gain something in a short time. He could not help but doubt in his heart. Was Tang Zhen clear about everything that had happened under the ice cap? Tang Zhen would not explain, and Hort also did not dare to ask. Hort's entire attention was on that map, but he realized that many places were blank. The places that the brush and ink had drawn were in scattered positions, as if a bunch of flies had landed on a piece of white paper. After Hort took a few glances, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The place marked on this map seemed to be in the same position as the ice caves on the major star islands. That's right, it's the location of those ice caves. When Hort thought of this, he quickly took out a blueprint and compared it with the other. He could finally confirm that he had not seen wrongly. No wonder he had never heard of a similar map. It was because the person who drew this map was very likely Tang Zhen himself. The moment he thought of how Tang Zhen had explored tens of thousands of ice caves in a short period of time, Hort's heart was incomparably shocked. He knew that Tang Zhen's strength was powerful. He was able to casually subdue over 100 star islands, foundations, and was even able to smash through a 10,000-meter thick ice sheet with a single strike. No matter which ability it was, it made Hort extremely envious. Although he had already mastered the laws, in Hort's eyes, Tang Zhen was still an existence that was too high to reach. He was truly unable to imagine just what kind of strength and cultivation realm one had to possess to be able to do what Tang Zhen had done. Inadvertently, Tang Zhen had once again displayed a powerful technique that had once again exceeded Hort's imagination. Hort didn't dare to think too much about it, especially if he were to compare himself to it. That would really be overestimating his own ability. To Hort, this was the means of the gods. Just as Hort's thoughts were running wild, the sect master of Everlasting looked at the map and revealed a thoughtful expression. After a few minutes, the sect master of the Everlasting sect looked at Tang Zhen. I do remember a little, but I don't think I need to tell you. This fellow was playing the same old trick and planned to negotiate terms with Tang Zhen in order to obtain some benefits. He was in a difficult situation now, so he had no choice but to use this method to try to make himself feel better. Tang Zhen laughed softly and said to the sect master of Everlasting Sect, "There's a terrifying curse in your sea of consciousness that can turn you into an idiot. Because I helped to suppress it, the curse can't be activated for the time being, but it doesn't mean that it has been removed. If I stop now and allow the curse to take effect, what do you think will happen?" The Everlasting Sect master revealed a stunned expression as he looked at Tang Zhen in a daze. He then bitterly smiled and shook his head. Forget it. Instead of negotiating any conditions, he directly grabbed the paintbrush that was floating in the air and started to draw on the map. Chapter 3157. A Big Fight 1. In order not to become a fool, the sect master could only listen. He searched through the memories in his mind, constantly writing and drawing on the map, writing down everything he knew. For a cultivator, remembering the contents of a map was an easy task. However, in the case of memory loss, no one could guarantee how much content he would be able to remember. During this process, the power of the curse in his sea of consciousness went berserk, giving off a hysterical feeling. It was as if he wanted to destroy the sect master's sea of consciousness and erase all his memories at all costs. Looking at the degree of madness, if Tang Zhen wasn't present, the power of the curse could really destroy the Everlasting Sect master. However, under Tang Zhen's suppression, it was impossible for the curse to succeed. It could only be imprisoned in the sea of consciousness and jump up and down to find an opportunity. The Everlasting Sect master's situation could be extremely dangerous. If Tang Zhen were to let it go, his head might suddenly explode in the next instant. It could be said that the life and death of the Everlasting Sect master all depended on a single thought from Tang Zhen. The Infinity Sect master realized how dangerous his situation was, so he was very cooperative and tried to show his value. Different from normal cultivators, the sect master knew how tough his situation was and what he should and shouldn't do. A person like him was actually more worry-free to use. Not long after, the sect master stopped drawing and showed a tired expression. In fact, he was really tired. "I've already traced all the information that I can remember. There should be more information, but I can't recall it now." The sect master sighed and said that he was already doing his best. His words not only expressed his sincerity, but also his powerlessness, and also pointed out his potential value. Perhaps one day in the future, he would be able to remember more things, and those things were likely to be of greater value. Hort suspected that Everlasting Sect master was doing this on purpose. He wanted to keep something of value and use it as a bargaining chip in exchange for conditions that were valuable to him. This was not a treacherous move. If he were in her shoes, he would definitely make the same choice. In order to survive, it was understandable to be humble or despicable. After obtaining Tang Zhen's permission, Hort took the map and began to study it seriously. Very quickly, Hort's expression became extremely heated. This was because the topographic map of the frozen planet was outlined on the map, including the specific locations of the land and the ocean. Just based on this, its value was immeasurable. There were a lot of unlucky guys who wanted to develop the star island of the frozen planet. They had dug the ice cave directly into the ocean. Such an ice cave had no value. It was a waste of a large amount of investment and could not recover the cost at all. Not only that, but he would also have to invest in the purchase of land, which would also be a huge sum of money. In order to avoid losses, the major star islands would only purchase the minimum amount of land before they were certain of their success. However, even at the minimum, it still had a large area. This was the cunning part of the Cultivator Alliance. Even if the Star Island was unlucky and didn't want to buy more after buying the wasteland, the Cultivator Alliance had already made a lot of money. In any case, the Cultivator Alliance wouldn't suffer a loss. The more Hort looked at the contents of the map in detail, the more excited he became, feeling as if he had obtained a precious treasure. He only needed to follow the marks on the map and buy the locations of those large sects, and then send people to develop them. As long as he kept it a secret, he would definitely be able to make a fortune. It was almost impossible to keep the secret forever, but even if the secret was exposed, Hort was still fearless. He had obtained the map in an open and above-board manner. So what if others knew about it? If he wanted to snatch it by force, he would have to first consider whether he was Tang Zhen's opponent. If he did not have Tang Zhen's support, the treasure hunting team would be maintained by him alone. Horde would very likely destroy the map and then secretly get rich. However, with Tang Zhen in charge, Horde was fearless. It was also because of Tang Zhen that Horde dared to design such a crazy plan in his mind. This was the self-confidence that came with strength. With a super expert behind him, he dared to do things without restraint. At this moment, Horde didn't care what the sect master of the everlasting sect was hiding. The information on the map was enough for him to operate. After coming up with a perfect plan, Horde's expression became more and more excited. He looked at Tang Zhen and said with an expectant tone, "Your Excellency, please." Tang Zhen knew what Horde wanted to do. He interrupted him and nodded. "Go do it, do whatever you want to do. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you." The greater the commotion Horde caused, the more changes he would cause, causing changes to this frozen planet that was like a pool of stagnant water. This was the result that Tang Zhen wanted. He was not afraid of Horde causing trouble, but he was afraid that Horde would not have the guts to cause trouble. Horde was also shocked when he heard the promise given by Tang Zhen. An expert at Tang Zhen's level would not easily make a promise because it would involve the laws of the heavenly Tao. Words were law, not to be trifled with. Once a promise was made, one would definitely not go back on it. In particular, the sentence he had just said was simply beyond his imagination. It even gave Horde the feeling that he was making things up. How much confidence and strength did he need to make such a shocking promise? He then looked at the everlasting sect master, whose face was full of surprise. He was also shocked by Tang Zhen's words. He might have the same feeling. If he had not witnessed Tang Zhen's strength, he would have thought that this was an ignorant and arrogant person. Horde believed that Tang Zhen would definitely not lie to him. The fighting spirit in his heart had already been completely ignited. "Thank you, sir. I'll do it immediately." Originally, Horde was still thinking of telling Tang Zhen about his plan, but it seemed that there was no need to do so now. He only needed to let go and do what he wanted. He didn't need to care about anything else. He only needed to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen for help when he encountered something he couldn't solve. Moreover, his strength was not weak. He could resolve any ordinary trouble by himself and there was no need for Tang Zhen to make a move. After bidding farewell, Horde followed the rune chains and headed to the Cultivator Alliance in the Nebula Sea again. This time, he would definitely cause a huge commotion and attract the attention and suspicion of those Star Islands. If one wanted to make a lot of money, this was the pressure that they had to bear. If they didn't attract the jealousy of others, they would be mediocre, and the competition for treasure hunting on the frozen planet was the same. The more benefits one obtained, the greater the pressure one would have to bear. However, since he had Tang Zhen's support, Horde did not need to worry about being suppressed. After Horde left, the sect master of the everlasting sect stood on the white jade stage in silence. He watched as the treasure hunters cut open the ice and moved the frozen cultivators out. Then, they used active spiritual liquid to unseal them. After that, he stripped the frozen cultivator of his clothes and searched for valuable items before driving him to the side and ignoring him. Seeing this, the sect master's mouth twitched, and he looked depressed. Clearly, he had already discovered that the request he had made just now was indeed a bit presumptuous. Of course, it was not a particularly bad deal. At the very least, it could ensure that the sect disciples would not suffer a second injury after being unfrozen. After losing their original cultivation and having no value, the frozen cultivator was likely to be persecuted. There was no reason for it. It was just that the treasure hunter was bored and wanted to vent his frustration. They had to resolve their current predicament as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if the sect's cultivators managed to hold on to their lives, they would still end up as foolish trash. Just as he was thinking to himself, Tang Zhen suddenly spoke, causing everlasting sect master's heart to tremble. "There are many experts in your generation. Why don't you tell me where they are and I'll help you meet them?" The sect master laughed bitterly. How could he dare to reject Tang Zhen's request? All he could do was helplessly nod his head and agree. Chapter 3158 Searching for Clues 1. After leaving the ice cave with Tang Zhen and teleporting to a certain place, the sect master's expression became serious. At this moment, he sensed that Tang Zhen was different. Although they had been sealed in ice for many years and had lost all their strength and cultivation, they still had the knowledge and experience of a high-level cultivator. The strength that Tang Zhen possessed had definitely far exceeded his peak. It might belong to another extraordinary realm. It could be a god, or a transcendent below the god level. In short, it was an extremely powerful existence. If that was the case, would he be able to figure out what happened back then through Tang Zhen? The sect master didn't have any impression of what happened back then, which was the most terrifying part. What kind of means and what kind of powerful strength did he have to be able to do this? However, it was also because of this that he had to be more cautious. He didn't have the ability to resist back then, and now he didn't have the strength to investigate. If he continued to investigate, would he attract a disaster? Perhaps, the wisest choice would be to pretend to be muddle-headed and do his best to seek Tang Zhen's protection. Even if Tang Zhen didn't want to cause trouble and didn't investigate what happened. Back then, it was still possible for him to suppress the power of the curse and recover his strength and cultivation back then. The everlasting sect master believed in the power of curses. When he had secretly tried to heal his injuries, he had already noticed the hidden dangers in his sea of consciousness. Tang Zhen didn't lie. If he didn't help to suppress it, his head would have exploded and he would have died long ago. The more everlasting sect master thought about it, the more scared he was. It could be said that the current Tang Zhen was the everlasting sect master's only hope. He would never leave no matter what. As for face, there was no need to consider it at all. The older the old fox in the cultivation world was, the more shameless he was. Only a stupid mortal would think that they wanted their face. Why didn't he think about how he was an ant? What qualifications did he have to guess the thoughts of these transcendents and think that they were the same as him? In fact, one could see extreme evil, or extreme hypocrisy and madness in these top-notch cultivators. After experiencing countless unimaginable things, how could an extraordinary existence who had finally grown up be an existence that ordinary people could guess? He only teleported in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he was already on the ice cap that was filled with a threatening cold air. The cold wind whistled, and all he could see was the pale white snow. According to the sect master, there was a big sect under his feet, and the sect master's strength was no weaker than his. The sect leader's explanation was unnecessary. The sect leaders below were most likely his friends. He definitely wasn't an enemy. How could the sect master let his opponent have such a good chance to save his life? This was a no man's land. The surface of the ice sheet was completely empty, and there were no star islands within 1,000 miles. Of course, it wouldn't take long for Hort to buy over this area, and then send people to develop it. Tang Zhen would definitely not wait. The rules of the Cultivator Alliance were nothing to him. Can you confirm that it's the position under your feet? Tang Zhen looked at the everlasting sect master for a final confirmation. Please don't blame me, sir. My current strength is limited, so I can't locate him with my divine sense. This location is an estimate. If we want a more accurate location, we may need your help. At this moment, the everlasting sect master felt helpless and sad like a hero in his twilight years. However, in Tang Zhen's eyes, the sect master was clearly acting on purpose to gain Tang Zhen's sympathy. As high-level cultivators, they naturally knew the difficulty of cultivation. Seeing the sect master of the everlasting sect in such a sorry state, they might feel sorry for him. No one wanted to encounter a situation where a tiger had fallen into the plains. If possible, they would naturally try their best to help. Everlasting sect master's thoughts were right, but Tang Zhen had already seen through him. Whether he would help or not would depend on the situation in the future. The only thing he could do now was suppress the curse and prevent the sect master from becoming a fool. I'll let you share my view and then lock onto the exact location so that we don't waste any precious time. As soon as Tang Zhen's words fell, the everlasting sect master was stunned on the spot as he saw an image that shocked him. In the vast starry sky, countless star islands were suspended in the surroundings, and runic chains were cast into the frozen planet. The frozen planet was indeed worthy of its name. It was covered in a thick layer of ice, and not a single part of the planet's body was exposed. Even if it was once 100,000 feet high mountain, it was now buried under the ice sheet, and no trace could be seen at all. How did Yingying become like this? The sect master's voice trembled. He couldn't believe that the world had become like this. Originally, he still held a glimmer of hope, but now it was completely cold. He was in such a sorry state, and his sect was completely crippled. How could the cultivators of the other sects be any better? Perhaps those guys were in a worse situation than him, and they might have already become fools. Just as the everlasting sect master was in despair, Tang Zhen's cold voice resounded in his consciousness ocean. Do what you're doing now and don't let your thoughts run wild. Otherwise, you'll even lose your last chance. Tang Zhen's tone was calm, but it was like thunder to the everlasting sect master. Please don't blame me, sir. I'll start locating him immediately. The sect master of the everlasting sect said loudly. He quickly locked onto the core area of the sect through the shared vision with Tang Zhen. Because of this powerful shared vision, the everlasting sect master was even more shocked by Tang Zhen's strength. If this vision wasn't restricted, there were almost no secrets in the world that could be hidden from Tang Zhen. At this moment, the sect master suddenly realized something. Was this the vision of a god? The sect master of the everlasting sect was getting more and more excited. After reaching the spiritual emperor realm, gods would no longer be just a legend. If Tang Zhen is also a divine xianxia, thinking up to this point, the sect master quickly suppressed his thoughts and didn't dare to continue thinking. If this was the case, Tang Zhen was definitely not an existence that he could guess about. Otherwise, it would be an unforgivable blasphemy. In a short time, the sect master locked on and pointed out the location of the sect's core. The ice in the area marked by the sect master suddenly cracked, and a downward ice hole slowly appeared. As the Tang Zhen duo advanced, huge steps appeared one after another and continued to extend downwards. This time, they did not need to go down 10,000 meters. After a kilometer, they saw a huge mountain below their feet. The mountain peak was full of pavilions and pagodas, looking like a myriad of sceneries. It was a scene of a paradise. However, when this celestial scene was frozen, it gave people a strange feeling, and even an inexplicable sense of ridicule. If it was really powerful, why would it be frozen in ice and end up in such a state? The ice stairs led directly to the palace at the mountainside. On the way, they passed by the spirit birds flying in the air, and Tang Zhen casually removed their frozen state. The resurrected spiritual bird cried out a few times, its face full of confusion. It didn't know where it was. Why was it that his seemingly familiar companion was blocked by the cold ice, unable to approach at all? How could they know that their old homes had become completely different from the past? The ice stairs led straight to the sect's main hall, and a gigantic monster that had taken human form charged straight at Tang Zhen. In the core area of a sect like this, the energy of heaven and earth was extremely abundant, so it was normal for monsters to appear. This time, without waiting for Tang Zhen to make a move, the little cat on his shoulder jumped up. A huge mouth appeared on its petite head. Before the transformed monster could act out, it was swallowed by the little thing in one gulp, and the threatening cold air disappeared instantly. The everlasting sect master looked at the cat that swallowed the beast with fear. He recognized the little thing's origins. It should be a legendary divine beast that would appear during every catastrophe and save the world from danger. He didn't expect that such a divine beast would actually follow by Tang Zhen's side. Thinking up to this point, the sect master suddenly became excited, and his eyes shone. The legendary divine beast he was actually following Tang Zhen. Didn't this prove one thing? The seemingly cold and indifferent Tang Zhen actually had a hidden identity. He was the true savior of the frozen planet. Chapter 3159. Taking in a few helpers. 1. The hall on the peak of the mountain was only 1,000 meters away from the ice sheet above their heads. If a high-level cultivator wanted to escape, they could cross a distance of 1,000 meters in an instant. However, the moment they were frozen, not a single cultivator was able to escape this calamity. But in fact, the entire world was like this, and not a single fish escaped the net. The sect master shook his head when he saw the golden-haired cultivator standing at the entrance. The last time they met seemed to be yesterday. He didn't expect that when they met again, it would be this scene. There were many emotions in his heart, but in the end, he could only sigh. He must have sensed something. Unfortunately, he's still too slow. Tang Zhen had a preliminary judgment as he looked at the frozen sect leader. The sect master nodded. He had the same thought and could confirm it by looking at his old friend's expression. Could it be that his old friend knew something? If that was the case, this old man's value was a bit higher than his own. The everlasting sect master secretly pondered. What was Tang Zhen going to do by looking for the frozen high-level experts? The conclusion he got was that Tang Zhen wanted to collect all kinds of information about the catastrophe through these high-level cultivators. After all, only high-level cultivators had the opportunity to retain their memories of the past. Ordinary cultivators did not have the right to do so. Under such circumstances, his situation should not be too difficult. After all, he still had a lot of value. How would he know that what he thought was only one of Tang Zhen's goals and was not the main reason? These sect masters were the bait that Tang Zhen had prepared to fish for the origin spiritual treasure. Tang Zhen was already very familiar with using the characteristics of the origin soul treasure to set up the most suitable bait. If the runic magic circle failed and they failed to capture the origin spiritual treasure, these high-level cultivators would probably come in handy. Compared to those foolish low-level cultivators, high-level cultivators who could retain their memories and think normally were obviously more qualified to choose an original spiritual treasure. To Tang Zhen, gathering all of them together did not take much time. Tang Zhen was still pondering whether he should help them suppress the curse and recover their original cultivation while he was at it. This way, some tasks could be handed over to the everlasting sect master and Tang Zhen did not need to do everything personally. This thought flashed past Tang Zhen's mind, but he was not in a hurry to do it. He never lacked manpower. The residents of Demon Eater City were kept in his divine kingdom in his mind, and he could mobilize them to do things at any time. Every single one of them was a true expert, and they were also immortal. They were definitely the nightmare of all enemies. Comparing the two, the everlasting sect master and the natives were more suitable for this. In the blink of an eye, the sect leader, who was in a frozen state, had already broken free from the seal of the ice. He looked around with wide eyes and assumed a vigilant posture. He wanted to cast a spell to protect himself. However, he was shocked to find that there was no response from the spell. It was as if he had become immortal. Shock appeared on his face, but when he saw the everlasting sect master, he was overjoyed. However, behind the surprise, there was a hint of vigilance. It was obvious that the sect leader did not trust anyone, not even his friends of many years. Or perhaps, he started to doubt whether his current situation was related to the everlasting sect master and Tang Zhen. The doubts were hidden in the bottom of their hearts and would not be revealed. The sect master saw this and smiled bitterly. To still be so vigilant even when he was in such dire straits, this old friend of his was truly suspicious of everything. Perhaps it was because of this that the other party had sensed the danger, but unfortunately, he still did not avoid it. Wuji, you old man, hurry up and tell me what happened. The sect master's voice was quite loud, and he was still observing as he spoke. The shock in his heart could not be any greater. He really couldn't understand how the sect that he had worked so hard to manage had become like this. Asking the everlasting sect master for an answer was naturally the best way. As for Tang Zhen beside him, this sect master didn't know him and it wasn't convenient for him to talk to him at this moment. The sect master sighed and looked at his old friend as if it was a long story. He didn't waste any time and explained everything. His tone was filled with emotion. It's like this, Yingluo. Hearing the everlasting sect master's words, the Jinghua sect master was once again surprised. Obviously, they couldn't believe that not only their own sects were in trouble, but the entire world was in trouble as well. How is this possible? What's going on? He let out a low growl. His tone was hysterical, showing that he was about to go berserk. However, now that he had lost all his cultivation, he could not be like in the past, able to change the weather with a thought. The sect master of the Jinghua sect became even more dejected when he realized this. Seeing this, the everlasting sect master quickly said, "Things have already come to this. There's no use in being sad or angry. It's better to find a way to solve the problem." The sect master of the Jinghua sect laughed bitterly and said to the sect master of the everlasting sect, "My sect was sealed in ice, and my cultivation base was even subjected to a terrifying curse. What else could he do with such a broken body? Why don't you help me and seal me in ice again? Then, I won't have to worry about these annoying things anymore, hee." As he said this, he couldn't help but sigh. The sect master of the everlasting sect heard this and quickly stood up to introduce Tang Zhen, praising his strength. The meaning behind his words was that Tang Zhen's background was extraordinary and he was the savior of these high-level cultivators. Putting everything aside, it was Tang Zhen who had helped the sect master of the Jinghua sect to get out of the ice. The Jinghua sect master was shocked when he heard this. He quickly rushed to Tang Zhen and bowed to thank him. "Thank you, sir, for helping me out. If there's a chance in the future, I, from the Jinghua sect, will not hesitate to help." The sect master of the everlasting sect showed an expression as if he was glad that his old friend was so understanding. Tang Zhen laughed softly but did not say anything. How could he not see that these two fellows were deliberately acting? Obviously, he wanted to take this opportunity to flatter himself in exchange for his own stability. After all, they were in a difficult situation and had no ability to protect themselves. If Tang Zhen did not do anything, these two sect leaders, who were once famous throughout the world, might very well freeze to death. At that time, even if he was stuffed into the stomach of the star sea jellyfish, he would never have a chance to resurrect. Under the low eaves, people had to lower their heads. The two old cunning guys had vividly interpreted this sentence. Of course, they were also clearly aware that even if their cultivation was not damaged, they would still have to be respectful in front of Tang Zhen. After all, the expert in front of him was definitely not an ordinary kind of valiant. You two don't need to try to please me. I'll naturally help you if I can. If you feel bad, then put in more effort and complete the task I give you. As Tang Zhen spoke, two balls of light flew out from his fingertips, exuding an indescribable vitality. Seeing this, the sect masters and the sect masters' eyes widened with desire and greed. This is the power of the origin source, the most precious treasure of the cultivation world. Although you were once sect masters, you may not have the right to touch it. I'll give each of you a portion now. Quickly absorb and refine it. As for how much cultivation you can recover, it'll depend on your luck. The divine source that Tang Zhen had taken out was indeed a priceless treasure. It was a great opportunity for cultivators. Just absorbing the divine source was equivalent to being labeled as Tang Zhen and was equivalent to being a slave without a contract. With a single thought, he could control the life and death of a cultivator. The two cultivators didn't know about the hidden dangers, but they knew that this was their only chance. Even if they had to sell their souls as the price, they would not hesitate at all. There was still a chance of survival if he chose, but if he didn't, he would definitely die. As soon as Tang Zhen's words left his mouth, the two cultivators took the divine source and began to absorb it with all their might. Chapter 3160. Searching everywhere. After a few hours, the two sect leaders stopped their cultivation. Their auras had undergone a huge change. The energy of heaven and earth was produced from the inside out, constantly spreading in all directions, but in the blink of an eye, it was absorbed by his body again. Divine source was extremely special. After it was absorbed by a cultivator, it was equivalent to a world forming within the body. Without relying on the outside world, the divine source itself could generate a vast amount of world energy. Even in a dangerous place, it could still cast spells normally. It was a precious cultivation treasure. The uniqueness of divine source made the two sect masters extremely surprised, and they understood the value of divine source even more. Such a precious divine object was actually given by Tang Zhen as a reward. This kind of courage and spirit was really admirable. After recovering 50% of their cultivation, the two sect masters were even more aware of how terrifying the curse that was rooted in their sea of consciousness was. They were unable to clean it up. If Tang Zhen did not help to suppress it, they would have died miserably. Forcefully suppressing the excitement in their hearts, the two sect leaders exchanged glances before bowing to Tang Zhen to express their thanks. Your great kindness is like a rebirth. From now on, we will be at your command. Even if we die, we will have no regrets. The two sect masters clearly knew in their hearts that Tang Zhen had not extended a helping hand for nothing. They had displayed their initiative and enthusiasm, which made them appear even more reasonable. Now tell me, what did you sense at that time? Tang Zhen looked at the Jinghua sect master and asked about what had happened back then. The sect master of the Jinghua sect had a serious expression on his face. He seemed to be deep in thought, as if he was recalling his past experiences. At that time, I was cultivating in the sect's great hall when I suddenly felt a sense of panic, as if a great disaster was about to befall me. In a moment of desperation, I rushed outside in an attempt to discover and avoid the danger. However, just as I rushed out of the hall, I felt my mind go blank. The sect master of the Jinghua sect described his experience in great detail, leaving nothing out. However, he knew nothing about the source of the catastrophe. The Jinghua sect leader's answer was within his expectations. It was obvious that he was also a victim. It seems that I have to continue searching. Maybe I can find some valuable clues from one of the cultivators. After Tang Zhen heard this, he had clearly made up his mind. The two sect leaders would definitely support Tang Zhen's decision. They wished for more companions in their hearts. The more sect masters they saved, the stronger they would be, and they would be able to unite as one to get through this difficult time. As for the past grudges, he could completely put them aside. Nothing was more important than his life. In that case, let's continue. When Tang Zhen said up to this point, he brought the two sect masters, who were filled with worry, and once again began to teleport. The area of the ice-sealed planet was extremely large. However, Tang Zhen had only teleported once before he had already arrived at his destination. The two sect heads were unable to make it. They could only be secretly shocked in their hearts as they guessed Tang Zhen's true strength. 100 miles away from this place, there was a Star Island's treasure exploration base, where a large group of cultivators were currently digging ice caves. The other party's luck was pretty good. The land he bought just happened to be next to a super sect. It was just that the location they were at was coincidentally at the edge of the sect. The true core area was under the feet of Tang Zhen and the others. However, this area was temporarily ownerless. If the other party were to discover any clues, they would definitely purchase the land immediately to prevent the other Star Islands from snatching the benefits. According to the rules of the Cultivator Alliance, the treasure hunters of any Star Island were not allowed to mine the land without an owner. Once they were discovered, they would be severely punished. The Cultivator Alliance had specialized personnel who were constantly monitoring the frozen planet, especially those lands without owners. There were also cultivators patrolling the land of no king. Once they discovered that someone was digging without permission, they would definitely not let it go. However, such a method could only be used against ordinary cultivators. It was unable to restrain Tang Zhen in the slightest. Even the super experts of the Cultivator Alliance were unable to discover Tang Zhen's actions, let alone the cultivators who were in charge of monitoring and patrolling. From the moment he arrived in the Nebula Sea, Tang Zhen's opponent wasn't the Cultivator Alliance. The two sides weren't on the same level. Just like before, after he chose his position, a narrow ice cave appeared out of thin air. Tang Zhen and the two others walked down and finally arrived at the location of the sect's main hall. However, they did not discover that sect master. Under normal circumstances, the sect master would stay in the main hall to cultivate and would not go out unless there were special circumstances. If he's not here, where could he have gone? The sect master muttered to himself in confusion. He didn't expect to find nothing. If that was the case, the other party was not ordinary. He was at least stronger than the two of them. Tang Zhen observed the surroundings of the large hall. He was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he continued to search in all directions. He had a feeling that the sect master was still here. The little thing on his shoulder suddenly opened its eyes wide and roared in a certain direction. The Infinity Sect Master knew the little thing's background. It was a divine beast that could solve disasters. It was said that it was favored by the heavenly Tao and had the magical ability to see through everything. Its abnormal behavior meant that there was a problem ahead. He had to figure out what was going on. Tang Zhen revealed a trace of joy on his face at this moment. Without waiting for the two sect leaders to react, Tang Zhen had already thrown out a punch and smashed it on the thick ice. Following the collapse and evaporation of the ice, a figure suddenly appeared and headed straight for Tang Zhen's group. The figure was wrapped in cold air. From the way it wriggled, it was clearly a strange monster that had taken human form. The metamorphosed monster wrapped around the decorations and formed a strange combination, like a human dragging an ice-blue tentacle, like a deformed giant octopus. The sect master was shocked. He recognized the cultivator. It was the sect master they were looking for. However, for some unknown reason, it actually got entangled with the transformed monster and turned into this disgusting and strange form. The two sect leaders started to worry. They did not know if there was any possibility of survival after being parasitized by the transformed monster. If he couldn't be saved, it would be a loss. After all, he was one of the top-ranked super experts. The all-powerful person back then had ended up in such a miserable state. It really made people feel sad. Just as the monster was charging over, the little thing on Tang Zhen's shoulder suddenly rushed out. The seemingly docile little fellow had become incomparably valiant, directly colliding with the monster. The transformed monster let out a furious roar. It didn't expect that this little thing would dare to provoke it. It immediately waved its hand, wanting to turn it into meat paste. However, the little thing was extremely powerful. It opened its mouth and bit the transformed monster's body. Then, it started to crazily devour the cold air. In the blink of an eye, the huge body of the transformed monster suddenly became more transparent. Sensing the power of the little thing, the transformed monster was frightened and began to attack even more crazily. The little thing was not afraid at all. The fight became more and more intense, and the ice around them cracked continuously. The frozen hall and the cultivators were hit by the disaster. They completely lost the chance to resurrect because the ice broke and turned into pieces. No one cared about this. This was their fate. It didn't take long for the battle to end. After the cold air dissipated, a huge space was revealed, and the ground was covered with colorful ice crystals. Other than pure ice, the ice crystals formed by the freezing and shattering of all things would not turn into cold air and disappear. He didn't have to worry about dying without a complete corpse. After cleaning up the ice on the ground, he might be able to piece the corpse together. On the ground covered with colorful ice crystals, a figure was sitting on the ground, constantly tearing at the little thing. His clothes were torn and he looked like he was in a sorry state. It was obvious that this was the little thing's doing. As the cultivator dodged, he cursed in anger. He sounded like he was about to collapse. He turned around and saw the sect. Master of everlasting sect, you two bastards, what are you still watching? Hurry up and come help. The cultivator shouted loudly, looking flustered and exasperated. Hearing this, the Infinity Sect Master turned to look at the Jinghua Sect Master, and both of them nodded at the same time. Since he's not dead, it's good to let him suffer some losses. Who asked this bastard to be so arrogant back then? The two sect masters had the same thought at the moment, and they pretended not to see it. Chapter 3161. The possible existence of a terrifying existence. When the little thing's claws were flying up and down, making the sect master look very embarrassed, but it still didn't give up. However, everyone could see that the divine beast did not have any ill intentions, but was helping to expel the cold poison. After being sealed in ice for so long, the cold chi had already invaded his body and reached the point where it had fused with him. Although the transformed monster had been killed, the cold energy had not been completely removed. Although the trunk of the transformed monster had been cut off, the roots were still in the flesh. It didn't seem to be dangerous, but in fact, it was a disaster. If it wasn't completely cleaned up, the transformed monsters would still come back to life. Since the divine beast had made its move, it would certainly not leave behind any future trouble. At this moment, it was carrying out the final step of elimination. As a result, the sect master's body was covered with dense claw marks, which made him look terrible. When the sharp claws cut open the body, the nails would also bring out a cold chi that was like a small snake, struggling desperately and refusing to leave the body. But in the end, he still turned into cold air and disappeared. The large and small wounds all over his body also released the accumulated cold air, and the hidden dangers were also eliminated. It was only at this moment that the divine beast let out a proud cry and returned to Tang Zhen's side. He was acting all high and mighty, like a victorious general. When the two sect masters saw this, they quickly saluted the divine beast and did not dare to show any neglect. Not to mention the fact that the divine beast had helped him. The special identity of the divine beast of calamity alone meant that he had to maintain sufficient courtesy. If they made the godly beast unhappy and it scratched their faces, it would be really embarrassing. The figure that had been scratched by the divine beast earlier had already stood up. It was obvious that he had not suffered much damage. When he walked, his clothes fluttered in the wind, but together with the wounds all over his body, it made him look quite strange. After the other party walked over, he completely ignored the two sect leaders and directly bowed to Tang Zhen to express his thanks. Although no one introduced him, the other party was still able to confirm that Tang Zhen was the main person on this trip. As for the two sect masters, they were just followers. Of course, the most important reason was that the divine beast was squatting on Tang Zhen's shoulder, displaying the appearance of an obedient pet. If the everlasting sect master could recognize the origin of the godly beast, he could naturally do the same and know more secrets. As the master of the calamity divine beast, Tang Zhen was extremely powerful and mysterious in the eyes of this sect master. Tang Zhen gently nodded. He asked about the memories that the other party had left behind to see if he could find any useful clues. Hearing Tang Zhen's question, the sect master frowned and pondered. A trace of bewilderment appeared on his face. At that time, I felt that danger was approaching, so I tried to escape to outer space. To take refuge. In the end, the entire sky was suppressed, and I couldn't escape this world at all. When the sect was frozen, I struggled with all my might and held on for a long time. In the process of struggling, I felt the powerful aura of the foreign land, but it disappeared in a flash. Just as I was about to break through the ice and escape, I discovered that I was trapped in place. Not only was I unable to move my body, but my divine sense was also sealed. In the following days, I focused on resisting the invasion of the cold air and curses, and my strength became weaker and weaker. After a long time, the cold air around me gained intelligence and gradually turned into a monster. I was trapped and couldn't move, but the cold monster could move freely and launch sneak attacks from time to time. Until one day, when I couldn't take it anymore, the transformed monster took the opportunity to invade my body. In the process of the other party's explanation, he had actually revealed some useful information. The ice that sealed off the entire planet was very likely related to another mysterious dimension. To be able to freeze a giant planet from a different plane, such an ability was indeed beyond imagination. Even an expert at the level of a god king probably couldn't do this. It was very likely that it was an existence of a higher level. What they couldn't understand was, what was the reason for the other party to freeze the entire world? To Tang Zhen, the reason why the other party had attacked was not very important. The key point was whether this mysterious existence would affect him. If the other party's purpose was to freeze the entire world, would he be the target of the other party's attack if he thawed the entire world for the sake of the origin spiritual treasure? After all, his actions could be considered as provocation and confrontation, deliberately destroying other people's plans. If the other party attacked again and froze the planet while paying him more, would he have the ability to resist? He had to clarify this matter. If it really involved an existence that he could not fight against, Tang Zhen would rather not have this origin spiritual treasure. It wasn't that Tang Zhen was timid, but he wanted to see if the matter was worth it. If he lost his life because of a mouthful of food, that would be too stupid. The sect master listened quietly and suddenly asked, "Then do you remember how long you were trapped in the ice?" Hearing this question, the sect master said in a bad mood, "It's not like you didn't see it. I was muddle-headed by that transformed monster, how could I remember the time?" Hearing this, the sect master of the everlasting sect and the sect master of the Jinghua sect were stunned. "What did you say? It's been tens of thousands of years. Is there something wrong with your memory? According to what you said, we'll have to sleep for at least 100,000 years in the ice, or even longer." The sect master kept shaking his head, not daring to believe this was the truth. Although cultivation knew no time, this time of 10,000 years at every turn really made people feel incredulous. The combined age of the three sect masters was only 10,000 years old. They were considered old monsters in the cultivation world at that time. His perception of time was far beyond that of ordinary cultivators, and he knew how difficult it was to live for thousands of years. When he thought about how he had been frozen in an ice block and had slept for 100,000 years, he couldn't help but have a strange feeling. However, Tang Zhen believed the other party's words. He could sense the remnant time imprints on the three sect leaders. Not to mention, not everything on this planet was frozen. For example, the divine beast Po, on his body, had a vague concept of time. According to the little thing's memory, this planet had definitely been frozen for more than 100,000 years. Without enough time, how could he cross the vast universe and appear in this special sea of stars? To a mortal, 100,000 years might be a long time, but to the sun, moon, and stars, it was nothing. The divine beast Po, was born on a frozen planet and had existed for hundreds of millions of years. The high-grade origin spiritual treasure that Tang Zhen was tracking was born in the same era as the world's origin and had almost become the manager of the world. It had a history of more than 10 billion years. Tang Zhen was not interested in discussing this topic. He only took out the divine source and gave it to the sect master who had just been saved. He wouldn't do a losing business. This group of sect masters who had absorbed the divine source were destined to be absorbed into the divine kingdom in Tang Zhen's mind. Since the frozen planet had become like this, it was impossible for them to continue cultivating. The sect masters could only pack their bags and go to the Cultivator Alliance to make a living. However, before that, he had to deal with the curse, or he would become a fool sooner or later. The only person who could help them seemed to be Tang Zhen. After being infected by the vicious curse and absorbing the divine source, this group of people was destined to have no way out and could only follow Tang Zhen closely. The three sect leaders had also realized this. Whether they were willing or not, at least they did not have the right to choose now. In the following operation, more high-level cultivators would be discovered, and their fates would be the same. This could be considered a good thing for Tang Zhen. It took a lot of resources to train a servant of the sect master level, and the more the number, the more resources it would take. As a result, many servants of gods were not personally trained, but were obtained through various means of fraud. Not only could they get servants, but they could also reduce their own consumption. Who would refuse such a good deal? Chapter 3162. The fog is gradually dispersing. Tang Zhen led the 3 sect masters and dug holes all over the frozen planet in search of the frozen high-level cultivators. Not all of the sect masters and cultivators of the top sects were in the sect. Some of them had already disappeared. She didn't know where she had gone or where she had been frozen. They could only blame their bad luck. If they missed this opportunity, they would probably have no chance of living. Even if they were lucky enough to be dug out by the treasure hunters, they would become stupid sooner or later without Tang Zhen's help to suppress the curse. It was even more impossible for him to absorb divine source to recover his cultivation and have the power to protect himself. Fortunately, such situations were rare. The vast majority of sect leaders would obediently stay in the sect and not wander around as ordinary people imagined. As a sect leader, the most important thing for him was to improve his strength. The sect was the best place to cultivate. After half a circle around the frozen planet, more than 50 high-level cultivators were dug out of the ice. Not all of them were sect leaders. There were also some itinerant cultivators who had been dug out by chance. In the process of excavating, he had also entered the territory of other star islands, but he had not been discovered. Since he was able to see through Tang Zhen's concealment technique, he must be a god-ranked expert. He was also able to determine Tang Zhen's true strength. When low-level deities saw Tang Zhen, they would avoid him like the plague. It was absolutely impossible for them to take the initiative to court death. In the process of digging people everywhere, Tang Zhen was still monitoring the core of the frozen planet, waiting for the runic magic circle that he had set up earlier to be activated. Due to Tang Zhen's help, the world's origin had already regained its vitality and was currently rapidly healing itself. This was the magical part of the world's origin. One could give birth to 2, and 2 could become 3. It was endless and endless. The rule force was restored, and the energy projection that affected all things in the world would have more changes in the future. Also, because of the expansion of the power of the natural order, the cold air of the frozen world was constantly being dispersed from the core of the planet. This kind of expulsion would continue, and it would not take long for it to gradually spread to the ground. By then, the treasure hunters would be shocked to find that the ice of the frozen world was slowly melting. Of course, the process of melting the ice would take a long time, because this was a battle between laws. When all the ice had melted, all the living beings in the world would be completely exterminated. Everything that was defrosted from the ice would melt into a sticky liquid, and the entire world would become barren. This was a true extinction, leaving no trace of the past. After experiencing true extinction, this silent planet of death would welcome an explosion of infinite vitality. A new life would be born, and the desolate world would regain its former glory. The change of rebuilding after destruction would appear, but it would take a long time. Who knew how long it would take to completely restore it to its original state? Even cultivators who had achieved success in cultivation could not wait. Perhaps only the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers could bear witness. In the process of the planet's self-recovery, would the existence behind the ice ceiling of the entire world make a move again? Through the accounts of those high-grade cultivators, Tang Zhen had already confirmed one thing. The frozen planet was indeed related to the other world. It was a pity that these sect leaders had limited information. This was likely to be related to their own strength. If his cultivation was higher, reaching the level of a god, he might be able to know more information. Tang Zhen suddenly discovered a problem when he thought of this. The ice-sealed planet was a medium-level cultivation world, and it could completely produce godly-level decorations, but why had he never seen it before? Were there no gods, or were there other reasons that the native gods did not remain in this world? When a disaster came, what were the native gods doing as the world's guardians? Tang Zhen had a faint feeling that if he could find the secret behind the disappearance of these deities, he might be able to solve all the mysteries. As time passed, more and more high-level cultivators were dug out. These cultivators were familiar with each other and provided clues to guide Tang Zhen to excavate. Even if they recovered their peak cultivation, it was impossible for them to be like Tang Zhen, who could easily break through the 10,000-meter ice. Having Tang Zhen personally take action was the most time and effort-saving method. It would not waste any precious time. The first thing he needed was Tang Zhen to help suppress the curse and ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. About the other party's remaining memories. If Tang Zhen wasn't at the scene, it would be impossible to complete this mission with just these high-level cultivators. After a round of the frozen planet, they had dug out hundreds of high-level cultivators. According to the everlasting sects, Sect Master, 1/3 of the high-level cultivators on the frozen planet had been recruited by Tang Zhen. To be able to cultivate again after suffering such a serious injury was already a blessing. In addition, with the passage of time, not only would he be able to recover to his peak cultivation, but he might even be able to reach a higher level. As high-level cultivators, they knew how precious Divine Source was. This was definitely an opportunity for them to advance to a higher level. The only flaw was that she would be controlled by someone else. In fact, the cultivators knew that this was the price of their lives. They had no choice. After leaving the last sect, Tang Zhen took hundreds of high-level cultivators and returned to the everlasting sect. In the following time, Tang Zhen would stay in the everlasting sect and slowly wait for an opportunity. In just an instant, Tang Zhen had already arrived at his destination, the deepest part of the 10,000-meter ice cave. However, as he looked around, he frowned slightly. He saw thousands of Star Island cultivators gathered at the entrance of the ice cave, greedily looking at the unfrozen everlasting sect. These Star Island cultivators were fully armed and belonged to different races. They were all experts in fighting. At the entrance of the everlasting sect, there was a group of Star Island cultivators who were not weak. They blocked Hort inside the mountain gate. Looking at the other party's posture, it was as if they were questioning him. At this moment, there was a cultivator pointing at Hort, his tone proud and sharp. "You're just an ordinary cultivator with no background. This is a common knowledge. However, in such a short period of time, your cultivation level increased by leaps and bounds. At the same time, you also owned a Star Island and wantonly purchased land. Such an abnormal behavior was enough to explain the problem. It was probably related to the interstellar pirates. You'd better explain clearly what's going on today and then tell us who's behind this. Otherwise, the men of justice behind me will definitely not tolerate this kind of behavior and will definitely investigate it to the end." From the tone of this cultivator, it was obvious that he knew Hort. Now, he was insisting that Hort was related to the bandits of the Nebula Sea. First, he would put a label on it, and then he would snatch it. This way, the matter would become perfectly justified. If the Cultivator Alliance were to pursue the matter, they could use the excuse of the Star Cloud Ocean's bandits to brush it off. The purpose of these Star Island cultivators was to rob the wealth of the everlasting sect in the land that Hort had bought. According to their speculations, the land that Hort had spent a lot of money to buy was likely to hide a great secret. The biggest possibility was that after Hort found Infinity Sect, he happened to get something like a map. With this speculation in mind, dozens of Star Islands immediately joined forces and headed straight for the treasure-hunting base in an aggressive manner. Hort, who was surrounded by the cultivators of the Star Island, was sneering. He was clear about the purpose of these cultivators. The reason why they didn't make a move was because they were waiting for Tang Zhen, who was behind the scenes. However, this kind of behavior was seeking death. If Tang Zhen were to return to the ice cave and see this scene, he would definitely not spare this group of fools. Just as he had expected, after Tang Zhen returned to the ice cave, he did not even ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Why the other party had come. Kill them. Tang Zhen casually waved his hand and gave the order to clean up. The hundreds of sect masters who were following behind revealed a sinister smile and charged forward fiercely. Chapter 3163. A destructive battle. These powerhouses from the various sects had been sealed in ice for a long time, and their hearts were filled with anger. He couldn't wait to find a place to vent his anger. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's order, he immediately launched an attack in excitement. He was afraid that his speed would be slower than the others. There were many cultivators on the Star Island, far more than them, but no one cared about them. In a battle between cultivators, experience and cultivation were the most important factors, not numbers. When a high-level cultivator attacked, it was enough to defeat a low-level cultivator thousands of times stronger and crush the other party until they could not breathe. Although they had been sealed in ice for many years, the Grandmaster's pride had not diminished. When they were in battle, they would not show any weakness. The cultivators of the Star Island were confused. They didn't understand where these native cultivators came from and why they attacked without saying anything. However, the battle had already begun, and no one could help to explain the reason. They could only decide the winner first. If they won, everything was right, but if they lost, they could only be slaughtered. However, when they started fighting, the Star Island cultivators discovered that these native cultivators were incomparably fierce, and their techniques were also quite strange. When the experts of the major star islands encountered these native cultivators, they were completely crushed. As soon as the two sides exchanged blows, the cultivators of the star island were cut down, and the ground was covered with broken corpses. Such a terrible situation had shocked the cultivators of the star island. They quickly launched a counterattack with all their might. It was a pity that their opponents were former sect masters who were extremely skilled in killing on the battlefield. Killing these cultivators of the Star Island was as easy as blowing off dust. Even if the cultivators of the Star Island tried their best, they were still not his opponent. They were suppressed to the point where they could not even lift their heads. What's going on? Where did these guys come from? The cultivator who had surrounded Hort earlier and was ready to play a trick on him was now full of panic and fear. The surrounding Star Island representatives were beaten up so badly that they couldn't even raise their heads. Casualties kept appearing. Facing such a scene, how could he not feel flustered? He thought that Hort was playing tricks, so he roared in an angry tone. He even wanted to use his power to suppress others. Hort sneered and said in a cold tone, "If you want to know the answer, then exchange it with your life." Hort's heart was filled with anger. He had been humiliated by this cultivator's disciple in the past, and it had happened more than once. Now, the other party had actually come to his door and forced him in public. This was simply too much. Relying on the support of the Star Island behind him, the other party didn't put him in his eyes at all, and even dared to kill him at will. Since the other party was like this, why did he need to be patient? Hort's killing intent erupted and locked onto this Star Island cultivator. His attack method was equally ferocious, and it was the kind of fighting style where one would exchange their life for another. The Star Island's cultivator who was being chased by him called him a bastard in his heart and hurriedly dodged. Never in his dreams did he expect that the little rogue cultivator who used to be so submissive would dare to hunt him down now. Who exactly gave him the courage to do such a thing? Although his heart was filled with anger and he swore that he would definitely take revenge, in the face of Hort's crazy pursuit, all he could do was retreat and hide. I must leave as soon as possible and spread the news to the entire Cultivator Alliance. There's a big problem with this Star Island. At the thought of this, the cultivator sprinted out with all his might, trying to get rid of Hort's pursuit. Hort, however, had already made up his mind to kill the other party no matter what. He could not give the other party any chance to escape. It was a pity that his equipment was too poor, and he could not give it his all. Although they were both weapons, there was definitely a difference between a wooden stick and a steel blade. Hort had just advanced to become a Law King, so he had no chance to find a weapon that was suitable for him. The enemy discovered this and launched a frenzied counterattack, gradually gaining the upper hand. At this moment, Hort heard Tang Zhen's greeting. Following that, a spot of light fell into his palm. A black longsword appeared in an instant, exuding an aura that made one tremble in fear. Hort's enemy was shocked. Knowing that he was no match for Hort, he turned around and fled without any hesitation. "Where do you think you're running to? Go to hell." Hort let out a roar, and all of his cultivation instantly erupted. His black longsword slashed at the escaping enemy. A burst of energy crossed space and landed on the enemy who was trying to escape. A blood-curdling scream was heard. Hort's enemy was killed and turned into nothingness. Seeing that the enemy had been killed, Hort was slightly stunned at first, then let out a carefree laugh. Looking at the other parts of the battlefield, the corpses of the Star Island cultivators were everywhere. It was almost as if blood had formed a river. The previously arrogant Star Island cultivators were either wailing and begging for mercy or desperately dodging. They no longer had any fighting spirit to speak of. The Star Island cultivators' defeat was already set in stone. Their final outcome would most likely be all of them being killed. Since the two sides had already made their move, there was no way to resolve the enmity. They would definitely not let any of their enemies leave. Realizing this, the cultivators of the Star Island were filled with despair and sorrow. However, they still tried their best to resist and escape. In the face of a group of high-level cultivators, there was no point in resisting. The final outcome was already decided. They had been able to survive until now because they were lucky not to be in the front. Now that their companions had been killed, it was naturally their turn to be killed. The sect master of the everlasting sect and the others had already started to fight for it, and their eyes shone. This was because they discovered that every time they killed a Star Island cultivator, the power of the curse in their sea of consciousness would weaken a little. No one could figure out why such a situation would occur, but it was undoubtedly a good thing. The remaining Star Island cultivators immediately became the targets of the pursuit. If they were slightly slower, they would not be able to snatch it. Under the dumbfounded gazes of thousands of treasure hunters, the Star Island cultivators who had come to pick a fight had all turned into corpses. Too weak, too weak. He can't even withstand a single blow. The sect master shook his head and looked around. When he saw the wolves, he was furious. This bunch of bastards should be hacked into pieces. The other sect leaders did not care about the destruction of the cultivators on the Star Island. After all, this was not their territory. There was no difference in their loathing of treasure hunters. This was because these damned bastards were destroying his home and plundering all kinds of treasures. Hort put away his weapon and looked at the hundreds of high-level cultivators. The shock in his heart went without saying. He could naturally tell that these powerful cultivators were all natives of the frozen planet. The sect master of the everlasting sect, who had been dug out, was among the high-level cultivators. His face was filled with uncontrollable anger. Hort walked towards Tang Zhen and bowed to him to express his thanks. If Tang Zhen had not given Hort a divine weapon at the critical moment, the one who would have died would most likely have been him. When he returned the weapon in his hand, he was rejected by Tang Zhen. It's just a small thing. Keep it for self-defense to avoid a similar situation. Tang Zhen didn't care at all, but Hort was extremely grateful. He was just a nobody who had been struggling in the Star Cloud Sea. Even if he had a great ambition, he didn't have a chance to display it. Because of Tang Zhen, Hort had a series of fortuitous encounters. Every single one of them was something that he would not dare to imagine in the past. Now that Tang Zhen had given him a divine weapon, the gratitude in Hort's heart could no longer be described with words. He only had one thought in his heart, which was to follow Tang Zhen for life and be his slave. Such an act was not lowly, but a truly great opportunity that countless people could only encounter but not seek. Chapter 3164, The Cultivator Alliance's Secret. 1. The battle was over, but the treasure hunters stood still, waiting for the next order. After such an incident, the treasure hunt could only be put aside for the time being. I'll leave the rest to you. You can also use these high-level cultivators. Go ahead and do it. If you can't do it, I'll solve it. Tang Zhen didn't even ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks about the origin of these Star Island cultivators, because there was no need to. The content of their previous conversation showed that they were driven by greed and harbored extreme malice. As long as someone like this dared to provoke them, they would not be able to leave alive. Hort was overjoyed when he heard this. After the battle just now, how could he not see the strength of the native cultivators? These were all true experts. On the battlefield, killing enemies was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. The ordinary cultivators of the Star Island were simply no match for them. Even if they were at the same level, he could easily crush them. It was impossible for him to be their opponent. Super experts like this were extremely rare on every Star Island. They were the signboards of the headquarters to intimidate the enemies. 3 to 5 of them were enough to dominate an area of experts. Now, with a single order from Tang Zhen, there were hundreds of them at his disposal. The excitement in Hort's heart could no longer be described with words. Hundreds of high-level cultivators were enough to sweep across the frozen planet. Which Star Island could resist them? Even if those Star Islands united, they didn't need to be afraid at all. After all, they were the ones who had provoked them first. As long as he was reasonable, Hort would dare to charge into the other party's Star Island and beat up these cultivators of the Star Island until they admitted defeat. If you want to fight, then bring it on, and you won't stop until the enemy kneels and begs for mercy. The more Hort thought about it, the more excited he became. He suddenly turned his head to look behind him and gave an order to the treasure hunter. Collect all the corpses of the enemies and hang them outside the ice cave. I want all the Star Islands to know what kind of consequences they will face if they provoke us. There was a hint of ferocity hidden in Hort's expression. At this moment, he was no longer afraid. The fact that these Star Island cultivators had come to visit him by force meant that trouble had arrived. After they were killed, there was no room for reconciliation. Under such circumstances, why should he be afraid and lose the courage to be fearless? Hort, who dared to take advantage of the situation and rob the hunting ships, was definitely not a cowardly person. There were hundreds of high-level cultivators. With Tang Zhen's support, Hort's ambition completely erupted. He wanted to be the biggest winner on the frozen planet, get the most treasures, and let all the Star Islands know his name. Wealth was no longer important. Being able to follow Tang Zhen and receive rewards and pointers was the greatest opportunity. How could Hort still not understand that Tang Zhen definitely had a special purpose for entering this frozen planet? There must be a special reason for her to help him search for the treasure, but she had never cared about the treasure. Since Tang Zhen had such an idea, Hort had to fully cooperate and make the matter grand. In a short period of time, Hort's mentality had changed, and he was now truly qualified to stir up the storm. It was a pity that he was not a native. Otherwise, with this transformation alone, he would have been qualified to be noticed by the origin spiritual treasure. Tang Zhen noticed Hort's change and knew that he must have thought through something. He was no longer obsessed with those useless things. Only those who had room for growth and were worthy of spending resources to nurture would have the qualifications to follow Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen was very satisfied with Hort's progress. In the following period of time, he would live behind the scenes and quietly observe the changes. This was Tang Zhen's habit. He would not interfere too much after he had completed the layout. Let nature take its course, and wait for the water to flow naturally. He sat cross-legged on the white jade platform of the everlasting sect and secretly monitored the Earth's core in outer space. At this moment, the frozen planet had become Tang Zhen's hunting ground. The Star Island cultivators were all chess pieces under his control. Every movement on the frozen planet was currently under Tang Zhen's surveillance. Once there was an abnormal situation, he would definitely be able to track it. Once the target appeared, Tang Zhen's plan would be activated and the target would be killed. If there was a deity of the same level that could use the planet as a chessboard, Tang Zhen would not mind playing a game with the other party. Outside the ice cave, a drop of water turned into ice. The sect master of the everlasting sect and the other cultivators cast spells, and icicles formed and surrounded the entrance of the ice cave. Inside the frozen planet, freezing spells were the easiest to use, but few cultivators would use them. It was already freezing cold, so wouldn't it be unnecessary to use a similar spell technique? In addition, casting ice-type spell techniques in such an extreme environment was likely to backfire. However, if it was a high-level cultivator, there was no need to worry about a backlash, as they were safe enough. As the icicles were erected, the corpses of the Star Island cultivators were continuously picked up. Thousands of Star Island cultivators were using this method to deal with the ice cave. They surrounded the entrance of the ice cave, making the scene look eerie and strange. For cultivators, killing was a must, and it was common to see rivers of blood. However, the scene in front of them was indeed very rare. It was enough to shock anyone. It didn't take long for the cultivators of the Alliance who were monitoring the frozen planet to see this terrifying scene. The Star Cloud Sea Cultivator Alliance had set up a monitoring platform to monitor the frozen planet. They had special magical equipment that could patrol the frozen planet and would not leave any corner behind. At the same time, there was also the restriction-breaking eye, which could break all kinds of spell techniques and prevent any illegal behavior from being hidden. The purpose of doing so was to monitor the various star islands and prevent illegal excavations of ownerless land. Similar things happened often, and they would be severely punished every time, but they still did not stop. The reason was simple: everything was for profit. As long as they successfully found a treasure, they could sell it to those star islands in secret. They would definitely be able to earn a handsome return. For many cultivators, this was a shortcut to turn over a new leaf. If they succeeded once, they would be guaranteed a carefree future. As they had just entered the frozen planet, Hort and the other treasure hunters had become the main targets of surveillance. When the patrolling cultivator saw the scene around the ice cave, he was stunned on the spot and thought that there was something wrong with his eyes. He held his breath and looked at it again. Sure enough, he was not seeing things, so he quickly pressed the alarm. It didn't take long for powerful figures and divine senses to gather here. Seeing the scene on the screen, the high-level cultivators of the Alliance were silent and shocked. On the piles of ice were the corpses of cultivators. Just by looking at their clothing, one could tell that they came from different star islands. They were covered in wounds, and many of them had lost their limbs. It was obvious that they had died in the brutal battle. Have the cultivators of this star island gone crazy? After a long silence, a cultivator from the Alliance finally spoke in disbelief. The other Alliance cultivators nodded. They couldn't believe that such a thing would happen. This was the first time such a brutal battle had happened since the Star Islands had entered the ice-sealed planet. The key point was that the act of hanging the bodies was a blatant warning and provocation. They might not be crazy. They're just protecting their own interests and making sure that others take it. One of the Alliance cultivators said in a serious tone, the owner of this land is a cultivator named Hort. He was originally unknown, but his strength suddenly soared. At the same time, he also owns a new star island. When the surrounding cultivators heard this, they had grave expressions on their faces, because there were too many suspicious points about Hort. No one dared to touch Hort. Even if they suspected that he was related to the bandits of the Nebula Sea, they had to produce evidence. The Alliance cultivator continued, not long ago, Hort bought a large amount of land without any connection. At the same time, there was also news that Hort had discovered a sect, and at the same time, there was a map of the sect. Perhaps this is the reason why we're buying so many pieces of land. During this period, we've been targeted by the cultivators of dozens of star islands. When the cultivators heard this, their hearts beat wildly at the same time. They thought that it was indeed possible. The value of a sect map could be said to be immeasurable, and the Alliance cultivators present were tempted. Don't have any evil thoughts, and don't forget the contents of the contract. If you're tired of living and want to seek your own death, it's best not to involve others. The warning sounded, shocking the cultivators of the Alliance. They immediately put away their greedy thoughts. Just because they didn't want to die. Yingluo. Chapter 3165. Sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. 1. This reminder shocked the Alliance cultivators. Some cultivators who were greedy immediately put away their thoughts that they shouldn't have, so as not to invite disaster to themselves. Outsiders didn't know that the Cultivator Alliance had a big secret. Every high-level cultivator of the Alliance had signed a secret contract to not participate in the matter of the frozen planet. Even if there were mountains of gold and seas of silver beneath the 10,000-meter ice sheet, they could not lay a finger on it. The secret contract was extremely mysterious. It involved the power of rules, and no cultivator could disobey it. Not only could he not profit from the frozen planet, but he also had to be careful when he tried to command outsiders to participate or disclose information. If they were not careful, they would be punished. There was once a cultivator from the Alliance who was burned to ashes in public because he revealed important information in private. The other participants also had their skin and flesh mangled, eventually turning into a pool of blood. The fact that powerful cultivators were helpless against the punishment of the contract was equivalent to ringing an alarm. After this incident, the cultivators of the Alliance became more and more aware that the frozen planet hid a big secret. No one knew what the secret was, and no one dared to investigate it. The outside world didn't know about this, which was why they questioned the rules of the Alliance and didn't know that this was the real reason. Thousands of Star Island cultivators had been killed and their corpses hung on the ice plains. This was definitely not a small matter. If it wasn't handled well, it was likely to cause a great change. This matter must be dealt with. If it gets out of hand, it'll definitely cause endless trouble. Some cultivators of the Alliance suggested that they should interfere and not show any mercy. This matter involved dozens of star islands, so they truly had to deal with it carefully in order to prevent it from becoming the source of chaos. This matter is actually very easy to deal with. We just need to let that group of treasure hunters take responsibility and bear the corresponding losses. If necessary, we can also use lightning-like methods to solve the problem once and for all. Some Alliance cultivators suggested to take a shortcut and solve this matter. As for the cause of this matter, there was no need to think too much about who was more reasonable. The surrounding cultivators understood that the other party was obviously going to use Hort's group as an example to appease the anger of the dozens of star islands. Some cultivators nodded in agreement, while others sneered. Deal with this matter as it should be, and don't mix in personal grudges. Does it mean that just because some people are on good terms with a few of the star islands, they can ignore right and wrong? Where there were cultivators, there would be conflicts. The internal affairs of the Alliance were not as united as they seemed. Some cultivators had just proposed to attack Hort, and some cultivators had already opposed it. Don't think that Hort's gang is easy to bully. If you really think that way, you can only say that you're brainless. Not to mention that up until now, they still had not figured out the secret on Hort's body and what organization he was involved in. Let's talk about the thousands of Star Island cultivators who were killed. Many of them were not weaker than you and me, but they were still killed and their corpses hung on the ice field. Without powerful strength, how could the other party have done this? The cultivators nodded and agreed with him. To be able to kill thousands of cultivators in one battle without any prior movements, such strength was indeed shocking. The more the cultivators of the Alliance thought about it, the more frightened they became. They felt that Hort's background was unfathomable. Previously, some people were still thinking of trying to suppress others with their power or even cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Now that they thought about it, it was very ridiculous. If they really angered Hort's gang, a fight would be inevitable, and the Cultivator Alliance would definitely suffer losses. Some of the Alliance cultivators were not convinced and retorted coldly, even if he has a backer, he doesn't dare to fight against the Cultivator Alliance. He's really reckless. Since the Cultivator Alliance dared to open up the authority to allow the various star islands to participate in the development, it naturally had the confidence to control the overall situation. If they were to really fight, no star island would be a match for the Cultivator Alliance. Although the Alliance is strong, it can't be abused. It can't be used for personal revenge and serve the selfish desires of some people. If things are not handled fairly, and war breaks out and we suffer losses, who among you dares to bear the responsibility? To deal with this matter, it was best to be fair and just, so that no one could find fault with it. Or, they would stay out of it and let the two parties involved resolve it privately. We only need to monitor it in secret and control the incident within a certain range so that it doesn't spread on a large scale. The cultivators of the Alliance kept discussing, but they didn't come up with a clear solution. The higher-ups of the Alliance suddenly gave an order. There was no need to pay attention to this matter for the time being. The star islands involved in this matter would be able to resolve it privately. The Alliance only needed to monitor it in secret and deal with it at the appropriate time. Many of the Alliance cultivators didn't understand the decision, but the discussion ended. Just as the Cultivator Alliance made the decision to stand by and do nothing, the dozens of star islands involved in the matter were in chaos. When they heard the news of the death of the Star Island cultivators, they were all shocked and in disbelief. The high-level officials of the Star Island were well aware of the whereabouts of the several thousand cultivators, because they were the instigators behind the scenes. He originally thought that he would gain something, but he did not expect to suffer such a loss. He was simply caught off guard. Each Star Island lost more than 100 cultivators. It didn't sound like a lot, but it consumed a lot of resources. Now that he had been killed, how could these Star Islands let this matter rest? When they contacted each other and learned that all of them had suffered heavy losses, these Star Island masters became both shocked and angry. They were shocked that the strength of Hort's group was abnormal. They were actually able to kill thousands of cultivators. It was obviously not as simple as the intelligence described. He was angry because the other party had gone too far, killing thousands of them without leaving any way out. These Star Islands had double standards in their actions. They only thought of suffering losses, but they had forgotten that their previous actions were also to exterminate. Since things had already happened, he couldn't remain indifferent. No matter what, he had to give an explanation. Otherwise, if news of this matter were to spread, the Star Island would definitely be ridiculed by the other cultivators if they didn't seek an explanation for the deaths of their subordinates. After the dozens of Star Islands finished their discussions, they jointly sent out their expert cultivators for the expedition, heading straight for the territory where Hort and his gang were located. Given that thousands of cultivators had been killed, the Qingdao Islands had raised their vigilance and sent out even more experts. As they advanced, the cultivators from the dozens of Qingdao kept gathering, and the scale of the team grew larger and larger. By the time the team was gathered, the total number of people had already exceeded 50,000, and they marched forward in a grandiose manner. Along the way, they passed by the territory of other Star Islands, attracting the attention of those treasure hunters. All of them chose to follow out of curiosity. When they arrived at Hort's territory, the number of people in the team had already exceeded 100,000, and more than half of them were just there to watch the show. Seeing the broken bodies hanging around the ice cave, the cultivators were shocked. The cultivators from the dozens of Star Islands were even more furious. This bunch of bastards, they're simply going too far. The cultivators of the Star Islands were furious. They immediately rushed into the ice cave, ready to take revenge for their dead companions. The onlookers also found it unbelievable. They did not expect Hort and his group of treasure hunters to be so decisive in their actions. Killing and hanging the body was a real provocation. Did he really have the confidence to deal with all the revenge? Just as he was in deep thought, he saw hundreds of figures flying out of the ice cave and heading straight for the cultivators of the major Star Islands. When the spectators saw the appearance of the cultivators, they were dumbfounded. They were even more shocked than when they saw the hanging corpses of the cultivators. Chapter 3166-3166 Shocking one, the hundreds of figures that rushed out of the ice cave were clearly the indigenous people of the frozen planet. Moreover, they appeared in front of the tens of thousands of cultivators of the Star Island in a fighting stance. How could it be a frost cultivator? This is unbelievable. The cultivators who were watching were all shocked. Any lucky treasure hunter had found frozen cultivators and used active solutions to revive them. As they had lost their original memories in cultivation, frozen cultivators were of little value. After the valuable items were taken away, the frozen cultivators were either sold as slaves or abandoned and frozen to death under the ice sheet. But this time, there would be no treasure hunter to save him, and the active spiritual liquid would lose its effect of bringing the dead back to life. However, the hundreds of native cultivators in front of him were completely different. They obviously had very powerful cultivation bases. Where did these cultivators come from, and what did they want to do? Such an abnormal situation made the onlookers suspicious, and all kinds of guesses kept appearing in their minds. One thing was for sure: the sudden appearance of these native cultivators was to intercept the Star Island cultivators who were seeking revenge. As expected, just as the thought came to his mind, the two sides had already started fighting, and figures kept falling from the sky. The spectators were surprised to find that the figures falling from the sky were actually cultivators from the major Star Islands. He had thought that an army of tens of thousands of cultivators would be enough to form a one-sided crushing. However, the truth was not so. The native cultivators were extremely agile, like sea snakes slithering into a school of fish, constantly flashing around. Wherever the figure passed by, corpses would fall. The two sides had only exchanged blows for a dozen breaths, but the ground was already covered with corpses. Without exception, they were all Star Island cultivators. The fresh and warm bodies fell on top of the frozen bodies, stacking together. None of the native cultivators were injured or killed, and they became more and more courageous as they killed. From time to time, the furious roars of the Star Island cultivators and the wild laughter of the native cultivators could be heard. It was as if they had entered a no-man's land. Are these natives homicidal maniacs? Seeing this tragic scene, the surrounding cultivators were shocked. They felt that things were beyond their expectations. They had originally thought that the cultivators of the dozens of Star Islands would crush and massacre them, turning this treasure-hunting base into a river of blood. At this moment, blood and flesh were indeed splattered everywhere. The ones who died were the aggressive cultivators of the Star Island, and the killers were the natives who were regarded as trash. If all the local cultivators were as fierce and brave as this, all the Star Islands that were involved in the treasure-digging operation would have to be on high alert. Who knew if the current situation would be the same as him? The commanders of the various Star Islands were in a state of panic. They had not expected such an unforeseen event to occur. At the same time, he was certain that the cultivators of the Star Island who had been killed earlier were the doing of the natives. If that was the case, the nature of the matter would be completely different. It was almost equivalent to a war. The Cultivator Alliance would definitely not sit by and do nothing when the treasure hunters were attacked by the natives. They would definitely deal with this sudden incident. In this case, the cultivators would be rescued and the entire army would be saved. The cultivators of the Star Island who had tried to take revenge had already lost their morale and fighting spirit. His only thought now was to leave the battlefield as soon as possible so as not to lose his life in vain. Some of the Star Island cultivators saw that the situation was not good and had already used special methods to quickly report to the Cultivator Alliance. However, he didn't know that the Cultivator Alliance had already known about this and was secretly observing. According to the original plan, they were not going to interfere with each other and wait for the final result. No one had expected that a native cultivator would be involved in this, and that he would be so powerful. Killing cultivators of the Star Island was as easy as cutting vegetables. The Cultivator Alliance couldn't just sit by and do nothing. The current owner of the frozen planet was the Cultivator Alliance of the Star Cloud Sea. These frozen cultivators were the old controllers. It would not be a good thing for the old master and the new master to meet. They might fight for the ownership of the frozen planet. Many of the Alliance cultivators were enlightened. They felt like their previous doubts were all solved. Hort's true backing should be these native cultivators. The other party had helped him raise his cultivation level, bestowed him with a vast amount of wealth, and even helped him get a Star Island. Hort's purchase of land everywhere was instructed by these natives. It could be to rescue the frozen cultivators, or it could be some kind of unspeakable conspiracy. However, the problem was that there were a lot of illogical points in such speculations. By right, they should be acting in secret, so why did Hort have to be so flamboyant? There was no time to investigate. The Cultivator Alliance's primary task was to suppress the native cultivators. Just as the Cultivator Alliance took action and headed straight for the frozen planet, the battle above the ice cave became more and more intense. The sect master of the Everlasting Sect and the other high-level cultivators had already gone all out and were killing the cultivators of the Star Island. In their eyes, the treasure hunters who entered the frozen planet were a group of bandits. There was no need to be polite when facing bandits who robbed their homes. Instead, they had to kill the other party. The native cultivators had already confirmed that killing the cultivators of the Star Island could indeed wear down the power of the curse. The more the power of the curse was worn down, the stronger he became. The more Star Island cultivators he killed, the faster his cultivation base would recover. If it continued to develop at this speed, it would only be a matter of time before he returned to his peak. He could even break through the shackles and reach a higher realm. In the face of such temptation, the high-level cultivators who had just been released from the state of ice could not resist at all. As such, during the course of the battle, the sect masters began to compete with each other for fear that the Star Island cultivators would be killed by others. Such a brutal method had completely frightened the cultivators of the Star Island, who had come with an overbearing momentum, intending to seek revenge. They were not in the mood to fight at all. They only wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible and avoid this group of crazy demons. At this moment, the cultivators of the Star Island finally understood what it meant to be crushed and what it meant to be powerless. They had been completely suppressed by the native cultivators. If they stayed, they would only be slaughtered. Only by running away would they have a chance of survival. When they wanted to escape, the cultivators realized in despair that it was not an easy thing to do. Because this space had been sealed by a special power, there was no way to escape. The cultivators of the Star Island were extremely flustered. They felt as if they were lambs that had been trapped and were currently facing the besiegement of a pack of wolves. The cultivators who were watching the show could no longer hide their shock. The scene in front of them had completely exceeded their expectations. More and more cultivators, corpses fell from the sky, and the cold ground was completely covered. There was no way to count how many cultivators had died. The cultivators of the Star Island wailed in despair and fled like panicked birds. However, they were unable to escape from the invisible cage. They could only ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, for help from the onlookers in despair, and then they were killed by the fierce native cultivators in the next moment. The spectators all knew that a terrible change was happening, and it was likely to affect the entire frozen planet. After coming to their senses, the cultivators who were watching the battle immediately contacted their respective Star Islands and told them about the changes that were happening. If a catastrophe really did happen, they had to make early preparations to avoid being caught off guard. They, too, had made preparations to prevent themselves from being affected by the bloody massacre. Just as the battle was getting more and more intense, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky. Huge runic chains descended from the sky. The rune chains surrounded the ice cave, forming a huge ring. It was obviously a special encirclement. Countless cultivators of the Alliance followed the runic chains and landed around the ice cave. The Star Island's cultivators were shocked when they saw the cultivators of the Alliance. This was clearly the trump card of the Cultivator Alliance, which was rarely used. This legendary special force rarely appeared in front of the world, but once they did, it meant that something big was happening. Chapter 3167 Lu Qing's Aid in Battle 1. The Cultivator Alliance sent a trump card troop to the frozen planet as fast as they could. Before the operation began, other than the commander, the Alliance cultivators didn't know the details of the operation. They didn't need to know. They just had to follow the commander's orders and suppress or kill the enemy. When they arrived at the frozen planet and saw the corpses of the Star Island cultivators and the crazy massacre of the natives, the Alliance cultivators immediately understood the purpose of this operation. Suppress. As the commander gave the order, the Alliance cultivators attacked at the same time and surrounded the native cultivators. Although there were less than 5,000 cultivators, their momentum was greater than that of the coalition army of the major Star Islands. It was comparable to a 100,000-strong army of tigers and wolves. As the Cultivator Alliance's trump card, these cultivators were naturally not weak. Although they might not be comparable to the sect leaders, they had the advantage in numbers. These Alliance cultivators were proficient in all kinds of array techniques. With their cooperation, they could kill enemies above their level. On the other hand, the group of native cultivators, although they were all sect master level experts, none of them had recovered to their peak state. As long as the curse on his body did not disappear, he would not be able to return to his peak. It was naturally easy for him to deal with ordinary cultivators of the Star Island. He could kill the other party until they did not have the power to fight back. However, in the face of the Cultivator Alliance's elites, the hundreds of high-level cultivators who lacked confidence were quickly surrounded. If the battle continued, the final winner would definitely be the Alliance cultivators. Upon seeing this scene, both the Star Island cultivators and the commander of the Alliance heaved a sigh of relief. If they didn't suppress the native cultivators and let them do whatever they wanted, many cultivators would be affected. Needless to say, he would definitely become a corpse. The strength displayed by the Cultivator Alliance had shocked the major Star Islands. They had originally harbored some ill intentions, but they had now quietly disappeared. Hort's gang was so strong, but they were suppressed by the Alliance to the point that they could not even lift their heads. How could he be a match for the Alliance? It was better to be low-key and obedient, and make a fortune quietly. He must not do anything under the drive of greed. The battle was still going on, but the commander of the Alliance had a serious expression on his face. He felt that something was wrong. From the start of the battle until now, he had not seen any trace of Hort at all. He had not even seen a single treasure hunter. What happened? Did he get killed by the native cultivators or did he escape? Just as this thought came to his mind, he saw another figure rising from the ice cave below. An aura even colder than ice instantly filled the air. It was an extremely beautiful woman. She was coldly looking around, her eyes filled with indifference and ridicule. The Alliance commander looked at the other party. When their eyes met, he instantly felt a blow to his mind. A bunch of useless chickens and dogs. The absolute beauty suddenly spoke, her tone full of disdain. As soon as the woman finished speaking, she raised the big hammer in her hand and threw it at the void in front of her. A deafening sound rang out, and a deep trench was left on the extremely hard ice sheet. The nearby Alliance cultivators were crushed into powder by the invisible force and had no chance to escape. With just a casual attack, hundreds of Alliance cultivators were killed, leaving the surrounding spectators dumbfounded. The Alliance cultivators were shocked. They didn't know where this human girl came from and why she was so strong. Since they had caused the deaths of the Alliance cultivators, no matter where they came from, they definitely wouldn't let this go. Kill her, the commander of the Alliance roared, and hundreds of cultivators from the Alliance gathered around, trying to attack the woman. You trash want to kill me? The woman laughed disdainfully. She waved the hammer in her hand again and smashed at the Alliance cultivators. Just like at the beginning, after the hammer fell, hundreds of Alliance cultivators were turned into a mist of blood and then frozen into ice in the cold. Such a tragic way of death was shocking to the eyes. In the blink of an eye, another group of Alliance cultivators was blown up in the air, sending pieces of flesh and bone flying. Such tragic losses made people tremble in fear, and their fighting spirit gradually collapsed. The enemy is too strong. Immediately call for help from the headquarters. At this moment, the Alliance commander didn't care about his face at all and sent a request for help to the Alliance headquarters. He knew very well that the higher-ups of the Cultivator Alliance could definitely see the battle. If they were in danger, even if he didn't ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For help, the Alliance wouldn't sit by and do nothing. It wasn't easy to raise an ace troop, and the Cultivator Alliance couldn't afford to lose one. The frozen planet was of great significance, and the Cultivator Alliance had to control it firmly. Now that there were so many changes, the Cultivator Alliance couldn't just sit by and watch. Seeing the woman's sledgehammer dance and kill the Alliance cultivators, the Alliance commander could no longer hold back. He rushed into the air and shouted at the woman, "Who are you? Do you know the consequences of going against the Cultivator Alliance?" The woman sneered and swung her hammer. "I, Lu Qing, am going against the Cultivator Alliance. Let's see what you can do to me." Sensing the danger, the Alliance commander used all his strength to escape. However, no matter what, he could not avoid the fatal danger. It was like a shadow following him. Arg! With a scream, only half of the Alliance commander's body remained. The other half had been smashed into nothingness. As the strongest person in the trump card troop, he was not even a match for Lu Qing. The cultivators around him were completely terrified. Good, very good. The native cultivators who had been surrounded by the Alliance cultivators were now able to recover. He sighed at Lu Qing's strength and seized the time to attack and kill the Alliance cultivators. Compared to the ordinary cultivators of the Star Island, after the cultivators of the Alliance were killed, they could actually wear down more of the power of the curse. This made the sect masters suspect that the curse on their bodies was very likely related to the Cultivator Alliance. Thinking about this possibility, the sect leaders were furious and started to chase after the Alliance cultivators. If the disaster on the frozen planet was caused by him, even if he killed all the Alliance cultivators, it wouldn't be enough to dispel the hatred and anger in his heart. The more he killed, the faster his strength increased. Soon, a sect master let out a long howl. After killing hundreds of Alliance cultivators, the curse in his consciousness ocean disintegrated silently. With the heavy shackles removed, the blood-soaked sect master's excitement could no longer be described with words. The moment he broke free from the restraints, the divine source he had absorbed earlier instantly exploded with its true effects. The sect master's cultivation base rose rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he had crossed a realm. He now possessed strength that was unimaginable in the past. The incomparably powerful aura caused the surrounding enemies to be extremely frightened. Ha 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 ha, the Grand Master laughed out loud. There was an indescribable carefreeness in his voice, but it turned into endless killing intent in the blink of an eye. He looked around and his gaze fell on the cultivators of the Star Island who were watching. He then issued a cold rebuke. You still dare to watch the show here, do you want to die? Upon hearing this roar, the spectating cultivators of the Star Island felt their souls tremble. Without any hesitation, they turned around and fled. He was afraid that if he was a step slower, he would incur the wrath of this powerful cultivator and be slapped to death. The other native cultivators laughed and continued to fight with the Alliance cultivators. They saw hope and looked forward to breaking the curse and returning to their peak. First, Lu Qing joined the battle and killed the Alliance cultivators until their blood flowed like a river. He even beat up the commander of the Alliance until he was seriously injured and had to flee. Then, there were native cultivators who broke the curse of the Sea of Consciousness and their cultivation strength rose to another level. The rest of the native cultivators were infected, and their momentum became as fierce as wolves and tigers. The more enemies they killed, the stronger they became. This series of changes caused the Alliance cultivators to lose all will to fight. At this moment, they only wanted to escape as soon as possible. At the same time, the Alliance headquarters had already gathered the true elites and headed straight for the frozen planet. Chapter 3168 The appearance of the demon-eating city. 1. This time, the Cultivator Alliance could be said to have sent out all their experts and used their true trump card. The previous trump card unit was to deal with emergencies and suppress rebellions against the Alliance. These experts who were in closed-door cultivation were the foundation to ensure that the Alliance would not be afraid of any changes. Each of them could suppress an entire Star Island. If all the experts who were in seclusion came out, they would be able to sweep across the Star Cloud Sea and kill all the rebels. Sending these experts in seclusion had already shown the attitude of the Cultivator Alliance. They would definitely not compromise. The final winner must be the Cultivator Alliance. The changes on the frozen planet were indeed beyond the expectations of all the insiders. Whether it was the native cultivators with cultivation or Lu Qing of unknown origin, they were all strong people who could not be ignored. Because of them, dozens of Star Islands lost tens of thousands of cultivators, their trump card forces were almost completely annihilated, and the Cultivator Alliance suffered heavy losses. This was simply a massacre. Even a large-scale war on the Star Island would not have such terrible casualties. Such an unstable factor had to be completely eliminated. Otherwise, it would cause a series of changes and even endanger the rule of the Cultivator Alliance. To the Cultivator Alliance, the frozen planet was a super treasure that could provide unimaginable wealth. It was because of the existence of the frozen planet that the Cultivator Alliance had so much wealth that it could not be used up. They could freely apply for cultivation resources without worrying about delaying their cultivation. To cultivators, this was the greatest happiness, the kind that they dreamed of. With sufficient resources, the Alliance cultivators' strength increased by leaps and bounds. At the same time, they also recognized and protected the Alliance more. The Cultivator Alliance was their foundation and the guarantee for their advancement to a higher realm. No one was allowed to provoke or destroy it. The changes on the frozen planet were enough to endanger the Cultivator Alliance. It was the best time for them to take action. With the order, the true experts who were hiding in seclusion showed themselves and joined the battle. Every figure and every name was enough to intimidate the evildoers. The strength of these alliances had almost reached the level of spiritual emperors. When they gathered together, the situation changed drastically. The cultivators of the Star Island who were fleeing in all directions felt an inexplicable shock in their hearts when they sensed this astonishing aura. This was the strength of the Cultivator Alliance. It was unimaginably powerful. Otherwise, how could it rule the Sea of Nebula and control the priceless frozen planet? Upon seeing over 1,000 balls of light descending from the sky, the Star Island cultivators who were preparing to escape stopped in their tracks, hoping to witness this rare show with their own eyes. At the same time, the various Star Islands had also received news of this incident. The masters of the Star Islands were paying close attention to this matter. They wanted to know the specific progress of this matter. Countless gazes, both openly and secretly, were all focused on the ice field covered with corpses. An invisible pressure began to rapidly condense. The trapped Alliance cultivators were overjoyed. They thought that they would definitely die, but now, they had a chance to live. Ha ha ha, do you really think that you can live just because we have reinforcements? Seeing this, the sect master of the everlasting sect laughed coldly, but he felt uneasy. He could clearly sense the strength of the Alliance experts and they weren't weaker than him. Unfortunately, he had yet to recover to his peak condition. Otherwise, he would have had a good fight with the other party. The sect master of the everlasting sect was also a powerful figure back then. When had he ever been afraid of fighting? However, the current situation was indeed very unfavorable. These hundreds of sect leaders and rogue cultivators were no match for thousands of Alliance experts, be it in terms of numbers or cultivation. The only thing he could do now was to kill more Alliance cultivators and break the curse that was plaguing him. After absorbing the divine source and breaking through to a higher realm, he would definitely be able to kill all of these intruders. The sect master of the everlasting sect couldn't help but secretly look at Lu Qing, guessing her background. The sect master was deeply shocked by Lu Qing's strength. He knew that he could not afford to offend him. He was only curious about where Lu Qing came from. Was he Tang Zhen's servant? If there were a few more cultivators of the same level, they would dare to fight with the thousands of experts of the Cultivator Alliance. It was just that until now, other than Tang Zhen, no one knew where Lu Qing had come from. In the blink of an eye, thousands of Alliance experts descended from the sky and surrounded the native cultivators. The one-sided slaughter earlier had temporarily stopped. The real, top-notch battle was coming up next. There was no point in killing ordinary Alliance cultivators. Although the enemy was strong, the native cultivators were fearless. Instead, they were full of fighting spirit. They knew that as long as they killed one Alliance expert, the seal on their consciousness ocean would be lifted. As long as they fought to the death and won, they would definitely be able to be reborn. At that time, the 1,000 Alliance experts in front of him would be nothing more than chickens and dogs. The previous battles had completely cut off the possibility of negotiation between the two sides. Moreover, the Cultivator Alliance had an absolute advantage, so it was absolutely impossible for them to negotiate at this moment. Kill! The Alliance expert hollered in rage and an earth-shattering attack followed. Tens of kilometers of ice around instantly collapsed. The attacks from thousands of Alliance experts could be said to be destructive. Even the ice that was immune to spells couldn't take it and collapsed. The broken ice shards turned into cold air and dissipated. A huge pit appeared on the ground. Hundreds of native cultivators gathered together and resisted this wave of attack. However, looking at their condition, they were obviously in a sorry state. If they were attacked a few more times, the native cultivators would not be able to withstand it and would eventually be defeated. However, if he took the initiative to attack, he would also be at a disadvantage. This was because the thousands of Alliance experts had formed a huge town and surrounded them. If they wanted to charge at the formation, they would be attacked by the Alliance experts and it would be a true numbers fight. Facing such an attack, no matter how strong he was, he would die without a doubt. The Aboriginal experts were in a very dangerous situation, and their only choice was to retreat into the ice cave. If he could make use of the ice's properties and dig holes everywhere to escape, he might still have a chance of survival. However, if that was the case, it would be better to die on the spot, which would be more satisfying. The situation on the battlefield was reversed rapidly. All the spectators felt that the indigenous cultivators would die for sure. When the Alliance experts who formed the formation saw this, their hearts were filled with pride. However, in the next moment, they revealed cruel smiles. Kill them! The Alliance experts were really curious about what secrets the native cultivators had, but the higher-ups of the Alliance gave the kill order. There was no need to leave any survivors. All the native cultivators had to be killed, and all related clues had to be erased. The Cultivator Alliance's intention was obvious. They wanted to minimize the impact of this matter, but they didn't know the reason. Although he was suspicious, he could not hesitate at all when carrying out orders. This was because a more powerful existence was watching the frozen planet and watching the battle that the Cultivator Alliance had not fought for many years. What a pity, Junjun. The tens of thousands of Star Island lords watching the battle all had the same thought. This large-scale war was about to end very soon. You guys are not worthy of killing me. Lu Qing, who was in the crowd, crossed his arms and looked ahead with a disdainful expression. She didn't take the enemy seriously. Other than her own strength, she also had great confidence. When the experts of the Alliance gave the order to kill, Lu Qing could no longer hold back and directly sneered. When the Alliance experts heard this, they were about to laugh at Lu Qing for being so boastful, but in the next moment, their expressions changed. The ice cover behind them suddenly cracked open, and countless figures soared into the sky, exuding an aura that made one's heart tremble. There were men and women, young and old, and they looked like ordinary civilians. However, they were all wearing battle armor and holding sharp battle swords in their hands, exuding a powerful and sharp aura. Among these powerful cultivators, there were 8 strong men with large flags on their shoulders that fluttered in the wind. The flag was a divine tool that emitted supreme power. There were 3 golden words written on it. The Demon-Eating City, Chapter 3169. The appearance of the gods. 1. The powerhouses of the Cultivator Alliance were confused. They had already completed the scan of their surroundings when they first arrived and confirmed that there were no ambushes. However, the situation in front of them proved that their detection was wrong. And NBSP, so many enemy cultivators suddenly appearing and surrounding him was like slapping the Alliance experts. Losing face was secondary, the most important thing was losing one's life. These cultivators who had suddenly appeared looked more like martial artists, but their strength was definitely not to be underestimated. The aura it emitted was rather strange. It was clearly right in front of him, yet it felt like it was in another world. Looking at their equipment and appearance, they were completely different from the cultivators of the Alliance and the Star Island. They were obviously a group of outsiders. The native cultivators were the same. They had the aura of a frozen planet, which could be easily sensed. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that the cultivators of the Demon-Eating City were different from those on the frozen planet. Countless spectators looked at the cultivators of Demon Eater City, and they were more and more shocked. No one could read the words on the flag on the other's shoulder, but one could understand its meaning with a single glance. Demon-Eating City. No one had ever heard of this city. Perhaps even if they searched the entire Sea of Nebula, they would not find this place. His background wasn't important. The key was what kind of strength he had. The cultivators of the Demon Eater City were obviously powerful experts, and they had to be taken seriously. The 8 flags were at the level of divine artifacts, which was enough to prove the strength of the cultivators of Demon Eater City. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to show off their divine artifacts. The Alliance experts had solemn expressions. The more they observed, the more they felt that the 8 flags were really useful. Once it was activated, the strength of cultivators in the same camp would be significantly increased when fighting. There were thousands of cultivators from the Demon-Eating City, hundreds of native cultivators, and a powerful Lu Qing. The situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. The advantage that the Alliance cultivators had changed in an instant and they were in danger. The sect master of the everlasting sect was extremely excited. His eyes glowed as he looked at the thousands of cultivators in the Demon Eater City. He turned his head and looked at Lu Qing, who was floating beside him. He cupped his fists and bowed. "Thank you for your help, sir. Please give the order to kill the enemy together." At this point, the 2 warring parties were already at the point of no return, and there was no possibility of peace talks. The everlasting sect master was eager to start a war and kill all the Alliance cultivators. Once the enemy was killed, the remaining curse in the Sea of Consciousness would be completely removed. In this chaotic world, only powerful strength could save one's life. Everything else was just empty talk. Lu Qing sneered and suddenly waved his hand. "Kill." With her order, the trapped native cultivators took the initiative to attack. Now that the situation had changed, they didn't need to worry about the Alliance experts surrounding them as they were already attacked from both sides. As expected, there were only a few attacks when they charged. Most of the Alliance experts were defending against the attacks of the cultivators from the demon-eating city. As soon as Lu Qing gave the order, the warriors of the demon-eating city roared and rushed to the side of the Alliance cultivators. Compared to sorcery attacks, the cultivators of Demon Eater City were better at close combat. The sabers slashed down, and the corpse fell from the sky. It was so direct and straightforward. The residents of Demon Eater City had been influenced too much by Tang Zhen, and their fighting style was the same. Such a fierce fighting style made the Alliance experts extremely uncomfortable and they were caught off guard. In the process of the battle, the Alliance experts who thought they were strong were being pushed back. The cultivators of the Demon Eater City, who were as fierce as wolves and tigers, showed their terrifying strength the first time they appeared in front of the world. The Alliance experts who were attacked from the front and back were in a more and more difficult situation and they died under the rapid attacks. This tragic scene made people's hearts tremble. Those who were qualified to participate in this war were all true experts, and they were enough to shock the world outside. However, on this battlefield, they were like the cheapest cannon fodder, falling one after another. In the sky above the ice-sealed planet, strange phenomena kept flashing, which were caused by the fall of powerful warriors. Every spiritual emperor was a proud son of heaven and had the right to influence the changes in the rules. Fortunately, the laws of the ice-sealed planet had collapsed. Otherwise, the constant phenomenon of falling would be no different from the end of the world. The area of effect of the battle was getting wider and wider, no longer limited to this ice cave. In the blink of an eye, it had spread to 1,000 miles. There were terrifying loud noises everywhere, accompanied by snow and ice flying everywhere. The hard ice cap was constantly sinking from the impact. The sounds of battle could be heard even from thousands of miles away. The Star Island masters who were watching the battle were dumbfounded. They could only feel their entire bodies trembling. They could not suppress their fear and envy. Any of the cultivators who participated in this war could become the master of the Star Island. However, it was such a powerful person who was falling in such a chaotic manner that it was shocking to see. The Star Island masters, who thought highly of themselves, felt sorrow and unwillingness welling up in their hearts. They were afraid that this was their Lu. In fact, they were more afraid that these powerful cultivators of unknown origins would really defeat the Cultivator Alliance. If that was the case, who could guarantee that the various Star Islands wouldn't be the other party's next target? After all, this incident was caused by a group of greedy cultivators from the Star Islands. Who knew if it would affect the other Star Islands? Therefore, while watching the battle, the Star Island Lord was secretly praying that the experts of the Alliance would not be defeated. However, the development of this war made them more and more worried and desperate. The cultivators of the demon-eating city fought more and more bravely, and the cultivators of the Alliance couldn't even lift their heads. If one were to compare the strength of the two sides, the warriors of the Demon Eater City were clearly superior in terms of cultivation and techniques. Just this point alone was enough to shock everyone. Where did the Demon Eating City, which had suddenly appeared, belong to? Why was it so powerful? It didn't take long for the spectators to notice something unusual. The number of Alliance experts who had died far exceeded that of the Demon Eating City, and the number of casualties was increasing. On the other hand, although the cultivators of the Demon Eater City had also died in the fall formation, their bodies strangely turned into flowing lights and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, they suddenly reappeared with full health. Such an abnormal scene immediately attracted the attention of the spectators. They couldn't help but wonder if the cultivators of the Demon Eating City could escape from the battlefield when they were on the verge of death, or if they had some powerful means of resurrection. If that was the case, then this war must end. The number of his own people was decreasing, but the number of his enemies did not decrease. The longer the battle went on, the more he would suffer. The super experts of the Cultivator Alliance finally couldn't bear it anymore and decided to stop the war. If this situation continued, it probably wouldn't take long for all the Alliance experts to be killed. Although there weren't many of them, they were the true trump card of the Cultivator Alliance. How could they be destroyed so easily? If all of them died in the path of ice, the Cultivator Alliance would definitely suffer a heavy blow, and there might even be an even greater crisis. If the enemy took the opportunity to attack and try to replace them, the Cultivator Alliance would really become history. Impudent. With a deafening roar, an extremely huge figure quickly condensed in the space outside the frozen planet. This huge figure had 3 heads and 6 arms. There were long horns on its head and eyes of different sizes all over its body. Those eyes blinked continuously, revealing an evil aura that made people feel fear. The divine image, and NBSP, the Alliance expert hollered in excitement and his face was filled with shock. No one would have thought that this sudden battle would involve a god-level Alliance expert. The spectators were both excited and terrified. Anything that involved gods would become more and more complicated. No one could predict what would happen next and whether it would affect the audience. At the same time, the godly spirit Dharma form launched an attack. A huge palm descended from the sky. It seemed that its target was the warriors of the demon-eating city, and it tried to smash them into powder with one palm. Chapter 3170. Broken Palm. The god that had suddenly appeared occupied the entire sky above them, making them feel intimidated. It was like a group of ants suddenly raising their heads and seeing a human silently observing them. The shock and fear in his heart could not be described with words. He always had a feeling that a great disaster was imminent. The reactions of both sides were different. The Alliance experts who were on the verge of despair were really overjoyed. As the core members of the Cultivator Alliance, they were familiar with the Dharma Laksana of gods. The statue in the sky was the legendary master of the Cultivator Alliance. In the past, they had only heard of his name but had never seen him in person. Many cultivators suspected his existence. In private, they insisted that the legendary gods were only there to strengthen the deterrence of the Cultivator Alliance. However, at this moment, the appearance of the Dharma form of a god in space was enough to prove that the legend was true. The Cultivator Alliance had a god, but they wouldn't take action unless it was a critical moment. And NBSP, now that the gods were attacking, not only could they save the Alliance experts, but they could also shock the enemy. The Everlasting Sect Master and the other native cultivators couldn't help but panic and despair. They didn't expect the Cultivator Alliance to be so powerful and have a god behind it. Seeing that they were no match for him, they actually sent a god into battle. Who else could be a match for him? And NBSP, after killing the Alliance experts, their curse was removed and their strength increased rapidly. The realm that he could not cross in the past had been reached in an instant without any obstacles. He had thought that with his powerful strength, he would be able to kill everyone and figure out the secret of the frozen planet's disaster. However, the sudden appearance of the gods of the Alliance made everything go to waste. Not only was there no hope of revenge, but they might even lose their lives. The cultivators of the demon-eating city didn't panic at all. They didn't seem to be afraid of the terrifying gods of the Cultivator Alliance. Such an abnormal scene caused many people to be suspicious. Perhaps, it could only mean that the cultivators of the demon-eating city were fearless and not afraid of this god at all. The sect master of the Everlasting Sect couldn't help but search for Lu Qing again. She held the war hammer in her hand and looked at the godly spirit Dharma form in the air with a disdainful smile. May I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. If you have any countermeasures. With his life at stake, the sect master of the Everlasting Sect couldn't care less and asked Lu Qing respectfully. If he really couldn't withstand it, then he would run away quickly. He definitely couldn't stay here and wait for death. Lu Qing did not even turn his head and only sneered. There's no need to panic. What can a god do? Although his tone was calm, the sect master could clearly sense the disdain in his voice. He was ecstatic and quickly asked again. If that's the case, there really is a way to deal with it. Lu Qing didn't explain. He continued to look at the sky and said with a slightly expectant tone, no need to say anything, just watch quietly. Although the gods of the Cultivator Alliance are powerful, they have no right to act wildly in front of Master. While they were talking, the giant palm had already reached the frozen planet. Everything within 1,000 miles was completely covered by the palm, and there was no place to hide. The cultivators felt endless pressure, as if they would be smashed into meat patties in the next moment. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Get lost. Don't get involved in this matter, or I'll kill you. The cold voice of reprimand came from nowhere, but it resounded between heaven and earth. As the voice rang out, the palm of the deity seemed to hesitate slightly. However, the next moment, the speed of the slap became even faster. You're looking for death. As the sound rang out, a golden light flew out of the ice cave and headed straight for the giant palm in the sky. The difference in size between the two sides was too great to be compared. However, when they saw this golden light, they had an inexplicable thought. The giant palm was no match for it. The golden light was so fast that it rushed into the sky and collided with the god's palm. A muffled groan mixed with endless pain was heard. It was the Alliance god who was in outer space. But even so, the palm was still huge, comparable to a towering mountain. The problem was that the god's palm was spinning in the air, and it was clearly not in a good state. Just as the cultivators were feeling suspicious, they saw rolling blood fall from the sky, and the god's spiritual image showed a painful expression. There were also cultivators with sharp eyes who saw what happened. They stared at the sky in a daze, their bodies trembling non-stop, as if they couldn't believe what they had just seen. Finally, there were some cultivators who couldn't suppress the fear in their hearts and suddenly shouted with all their might, "The god's palm was cut off by the golden light." With the roars, all the spectators realized what had happened. The god's spirit palm that was powerful enough to destroy the world was cut off by the golden light and was rolling down. The blood that sprayed like rain was the best proof. The Alliance experts were stunned and didn't believe that this was the truth. However, the scene in front of them couldn't be faked. The cultivators of the Demon Eater city cheered excitedly, as if they had expected this. He looked at the sect master and the other native cultivators, who were all surprised and couldn't believe what was happening. This was a god, yet his hand had been cut off. What kind of means did he need? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. However, in the blink of an eye, it turned into excitement. He had thought that he would definitely die when the Alliance gods appeared, but he didn't expect such a turn of events. Since they dared to go against the Cultivator Alliance, they had to have some trump cards. The other side had god-level experts, and so did their own camp. No wonder, ha 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 Yingluo. The sect master of the everlasting sect laughed wildly, and all the worries in his heart were swept away. Since there was a god here, what was there to be afraid of? As long as he could deal with an opponent of the same level, he did not have to worry about anything else. A war on the level of gods would naturally be dealt with by gods. Just like now, the god of the Cultivator Alliance had just appeared to show off, and his hand was cut off in the blink of an eye. This wasn't just a slap in the face, but a display of true strength to let the Cultivator Alliance understand the situation. This time, the hand chopping was just a warning. If he continued to be stubborn, the next time would be a beheading. Just as this thought rose in his mind, he heard the cold voice again. "This is a warning. If you dare to get involved in this again, you won't be able to return." The warning resounded throughout the world, and everyone could hear it clearly no matter where they were. The expression of the Alliance god in outer space kept changing, and he looked more and more twisted. Having his palm cut off in public was definitely a great enmity, and he had lost all his face and NBSP, but the golden light made the Alliance gods extremely afraid. They felt like they weren't a match for it. If they knew that they were no match for him, but still participated in the battle for the sake of their face, then they were definitely seeking their own death. Boom! With a loud sound, the huge palm fell onto the ice field, and the wrist was stuck in the ice. His bent fingers pointed at the sky like mountains, as if he wanted to clench them together, but he failed in the end. Ka 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 ka, a series of sounds came, and the god's palm that was cut off instantly turned into a snowy peak covered in frost. If someone who didn't know the inside story saw this, they would definitely mistake it for a naturally formed giant iceberg. At this moment, the frozen planet suddenly became silent, and only the cold wind kept whistling. The divine image in the air had a twisted expression. Countless eyes glared at the ice field, staring at the golden light. The cultivators inside and outside the battlefield, as well as the Star Island lords who were watching the battle, couldn't help but feel nervous. Everyone was waiting for the result, to see if a war belonging to the gods would suddenly start. Chapter 3171, A Temporary Compromise. 1. The god in the sky glared at him, each of his eyes seemed to be spewing fire. He had thought that he would be able to solve all the problems and get rid of all these troublemakers. No matter what the reason was, nothing could happen to the frozen planet. If anyone dared to cause trouble, they had to be suppressed and killed. Who would have thought that the situation had completely exceeded their expectations and had reached the point of losing control? This group of treasure hunters who dared to kill the cultivators of the Star Island and the Alliance had a deity behind them. No wonder he was so arrogant and didn't even care about the Cultivator Alliance. It turned out that he had such a powerful backer. The managers of the Cultivator Alliance were completely dumbfounded. They had never imagined that a god would sneak into the frozen planet. From the beginning to the end, they had not noticed anything. However, it was normal when he thought about it. It was natural that he couldn't see through the means of the gods. If he could see through it at a glance, then there was really a problem. This matter involved the gods, and it was no longer the manager's turn to intervene. At this moment, he could only choose to wait and see. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, the deities of the Cultivator Alliance didn't make a move. The short confrontation just now made the divine being in charge realize that he was facing a strong enemy. He had no confidence in winning, and he could not leave directly. At this moment, he was in a dilemma. If they took a step back, the Cultivator Alliance would lose face and their morale would be severely affected. However, if they were to fight, they might not be a match for Tang Zhen and might suffer an even more serious blow. The war between the gods couldn't be started easily because it involved too many things. If the war was lost, the Cultivator Alliance would be destroyed. Besides, the Cultivator Alliance only had one god in charge and many experts were not in the alliance. Thus, no matter what, this war had to end. The higher-ups of the Cultivator Alliance suddenly received a secret notice and quickly gave orders to the Alliance masters on the frozen planet. Don't worry about anything else, evacuate the frozen planet immediately. He didn't need to care about anything else that happened after that. Someone would definitely be responsible for it. When they heard this order, the Alliance experts knew that their god had already admitted defeat. There was no explanation as to whether he was worried about their safety or for other reasons. The experts of the Cultivator Alliance didn't have time to care about anything else. They just wanted to leave the frozen planet as soon as possible. As for the Alliance's face, how could it be more important than his own life? The dead cultivators had no value at all. The experts of the Alliance could tell that the battle had gone out of control and the situation was extremely bad for the Cultivator Alliance. In such a situation, retreating was the wisest choice. Hesitating would only lead them to sink into the quagmire. In the process of retreating, the experts of the Alliance were on tenterhooks, afraid that they would be intercepted by the cultivators of the Demon Eater City. Soon, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the cultivators of the Demon Eater City were just watching coldly without any reaction. The experts of the Alliance were overjoyed. They guessed that the cultivators of the Demon Eater City were also afraid of them, which was why they let them go. No matter what the truth was, as long as they could evacuate the frozen planet, it was a good thing. The Star Island's cultivators who were watching the battle from a distance also fled with all their might, afraid that they would be implicated. The more excited he was when he was watching the show, the more flustered he was now. In the blink of an eye, the icy plain returned to silence, leaving only the howling of the cold wind. No one paid any attention to the corpse lying on the ground. The Alliance god outside the planet took a deep look at the frozen planet and his huge figure slowly disappeared. The cultivators of the Demon Eater City cheered in excitement, celebrating this glorious victory. The Everlasting Sect Master and the other cultivators were also extremely excited. From now on, the native cultivators could stay on the frozen planet without worrying about the Cultivator Alliance's attack. It could be used to search for the source of disasters, rescue the frozen cultivators of the sect, and re-strengthen their own strength. At the same time, they were also scared. If the Cultivator Alliance won, they would end up very miserable. The sect master of the Everlasting Sect and the other cultivators were still pondering when they saw Lu Qing and the cultivators of the Demon Eater City all disappear in an instant. There was no movement when they came, and when they left, they were also silent, as if they were a group of hurried travelers. Thank you for your help, everyone. The sect master of the Everlasting Sect and the others quickly bowed and thanked him. If the cultivators of Demon Eater City hadn't helped, they would have been prisoners by now. Unfortunately, there was no response. There was only the cold wind and the corpses of the enemies. The treasure hunters did not know the entire process of the war, because they were not even qualified to be cannon fodder. Now that the war was over, the treasure hunters had the right to clean up the battlefield so that the spoils of war would not benefit others. Looking at the terrifying battle scene and the corpses of cultivators everywhere, the treasure hunters could not help but be dumbfounded. No one had expected such a terrifying war to break out on the ice sheet. Especially when the survivors found out that many spirit emperors had fallen, the shock in their hearts could not be any greater. No wonder the battlefield environment was so harsh, and the hard ice sheet was full of potholes. It turned out that there were so many powerhouses involved in the battle. The shocked treasure hunters did not know that a god was involved in the war. Otherwise, they would have been so scared that they would not even be able to complete their work. Spirit emperors were the supreme beings that they looked up to. As for the real gods, they were just legends to them. There was no need to come into contact with it, and there was no need to understand it. Many times, ignorance was also a kind of happiness. In the following time, the Star Island masters who were watching the battle could only watch helplessly as the low-level treasure hunters wantonly searched the bodies of the spiritual emperors. After the search was completed, the remains were casually thrown on the ice sheet, just like how they were treated the servants of the Iceman. This situation could be considered as retribution. While the treasure hunters were cleaning up the battlefield, Horde led hundreds of sect leaders and began to clean up the entire frozen planet. Those star islands that had taken the initiative to provoke them had become the targets of Horde and the others. The other party would definitely have to pay the price for their actions. With hundreds of super experts taking action, there was simply no star island that could resist them. They could easily clear out the entire treasure hunting base. All the star islands that were attacked cut off the rune chains and the connection between the star islands and the frozen planet. He then maneuvered the star island and quickly left the frozen planet. They were afraid that Hort's group would eliminate the root of the problem and follow the runic chains to kill their way into the star island, then destroy the star island. With the strength that Hort and his gang possessed, they could easily do it. However, he did not know that from the beginning to the end, Hort had no intention of attacking the star island at all. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to breaking the rules. The Cultivator Alliance could turn a blind eye to the trouble on the frozen planet as long as it was not too much. However, if they entered the Nebula Sea to hunt down the cultivators of the Star Islands, it would be equivalent to starting a war with the Cultivator Alliance. At that time, the Cultivator Alliance wouldn't just sit by and watch. The two sides would probably fight to the death. Although the Cultivator Alliance wasn't a match for the deities, they had an absolute advantage when it came to high-level cultivators. If the other Star Islands were to join forces and launch a joint attack, the situation would become even worse. It didn't take long for the dozens of Star Island bases that had surrounded Hort to be completely wiped out. During the course of the battle, no matter how the Star Island cultivators asked for help, the Alliance did not respond. Chapter 3172. A brief calm. 1. Tang Zhen had long discovered that the Cultivator Alliance was hiding a secret. To be able to dominate the Sea of Nebula and rule over at least tens of thousands of star islands, one must possess sufficient strength. It was impossible for a group of spiritual emperors to do this. Which star island's master was not above the laws? In order to intimidate these masters, there must be more than one god-level cultivators in the alliance. Tang Zhen had secretly added fuel to the fire in order to fish out the deity of the Cultivator Alliance and figure out the trump card that the other party had. As expected, things developed as expected. The gods in charge of the alliance tried to suppress them and interfere with the outcome of the war. At this moment, Tang Zhen no longer needed to keep a low profile. He immediately retaliated. In the process of fighting, Tang Zhen did not use his full strength, but he still managed to frighten the gods of the alliance and make them retreat. Such a straightforward surrender could only mean that the other party was not strong enough and did not dare to start a war without confidence. In other words, the current Cultivator Alliance didn't possess the strength that Tang Zhen had speculated. Instead, it was in a state of emptiness. Otherwise, an organization like the Cultivator Alliance would definitely not admit defeat so easily and would definitely fight a battle first. If they had a grudge against the Cultivator Alliance and were evenly matched, now was the best time to make a move. From the high-level cultivators to the gods, they were all severely injured and suffered a great loss in strength. Unfortunately, in the Sea of Nebula, the Cultivator Alliance was the only powerful organization. There was no organization that could resist it. Tang Zhen wasn't interested, so the Cultivator Alliance managed to avoid a disaster. What Tang Zhen was interested in was to find out where the god of the Cultivator Alliance had gone and whether it was related to the frozen planet. Why were the Hunting Alliance and the cultivators of the Star Island able to remove the curse of the native cultivators? What was the connection between the two parties? According to Tang Zhen's guess, this situation was very likely related to the Cultivator Alliance. If there were no accidents, it was very likely that the Cultivator Alliance had secretly set up a trap and used a rather complicated method to create a super curse. The creatures in the Star Cloud Sea were the source of the curse. As long as the Alliance and the Star Island continued to exist, the curse would never be removed. When the natives killed the cultivators of the Alliance and the Star Island, it was equivalent to locking onto the source of the curse and finding the antidote to save their lives. Only this explanation could make sense. However, the problem was that the frozen planet came from far away, and the distance between it and the Sea of Stars was immeasurable. The curse and the ice seal had existed for a long time, at least 100,000 years. How could the cultivators in the Star Cloud Sea have anything to do with such a long time? In addition, Tang Zhen also noticed that not only were the gods of the Cultivator Alliance absent, but the frozen planet was also the same. There should be a special connection between the frozen planet and the Sea of Stars. The fact that the divine-level cultivators from both sides had disappeared at the same time seemed to be enough to explain the problem. Tang Zhen was very interested in the answer to the riddle. Of course, there was a prerequisite. It must not affect his plan for this trip. If they encountered danger, they had to immediately retreat and would not get involved. Just as he was pondering, the runic magic circle that he had set up at the core of the earth was suddenly triggered. You've taken the bait. Tang Zhen's heart was filled with joy as he swiftly gave chase. When he arrived at the location of the runic magic circle, he found that everything was normal, as if it had just been an illusion. However, Tang Zhen was certain that the runic magic circle had indeed been touched by the probe. It was extremely likely that the person who had touched it was a high-grade origin soul treasure. When the accident happened, this thing had also hidden in the Earth's core, and it was very likely that it had awakened now. As expected, the awakened origin spiritual treasure immediately came to investigate the origin of the world. Obviously, it wanted to know what state the world's origin was in, which was very important for the origin spiritual treasure. As expected of an original spirit treasure with intelligence, it had become extremely cunning after the accident. When exploring the world's origin, one must have been extremely cautious, which was why they had not been captured after touching the runic magic circle. This was not a good thing. Once the spiritual treasure of the origin was alerted, it would be very difficult to capture it again. However, according to Tang Zhen's guess, the origin soul treasure had merely been overly cautious and did not truly discover any danger. The spiritual treasure of the origin did not realize that there was a runic magic circle that was specially set up around the origin of the world. Therefore, as long as they waited slowly, the spiritual treasure of the origin might fall into their trap at any time. Tang Zhen checked and left quietly after confirming that there were no omissions. The trap had to be set up again, and he had to wait for the fish to bite. With this test, Tang Zhen would definitely raise his guard and would definitely not give the origin soul treasure the chance to test him again. After returning to the everlasting sect, Tang Zhen deliberately lowered his presence and didn't participate in anything on the frozen planet. Even so, both the enemy and the ally had confirmed Tang Zhen's existence and knew that a god was hidden on the frozen planet. They had received Tang Zhen's favor and absorbed the divine source. Naturally, they knew how extraordinary Tang Zhen was. A trace of divine source could help a high-level cultivator break through the barrier. How powerful was this ability? Only a supreme god could do that. They were initially suspicious, but after the battle, they were certain. Tang Zhen was a god, and they had become the servants of the god by chance. No one felt depressed. On the contrary, they felt extremely lucky. After becoming the servant of a deity, there would no longer be any barriers on the road of cultivation. Before he became a god, it might be a smooth journey, and all he needed was time. The cultivators could only sense these things, but just the benefits they knew were enough to make them ecstatic. As for whether he would become a god or not, it would still depend on Tang Zhen's arrangements. This group of native cultivators had a complicated relationship. Originally, they were only forced to cooperate temporarily due to the situation. As servants of the same god, their attitudes towards each other were much more harmonious. Now, there were no disputes of interests, and they only wanted to improve their strength. He became more and more efficient in his work. Tang Zhen didn't state his true purpose and allowed the cultivators to move freely and do what they wanted. In this case, the first thing the native cultivators had to do was to unearth the elite cultivators of their respective sects. As former sect leaders and high-ranking people, they knew the benefits of having people to do things for them. They definitely didn't want to become a mere commander. Since Tang Zhen had allowed it, the matter of digging a hole and poaching people would naturally be done as soon as possible. Hundreds of experts spread out, leading some treasure hunters to their respective sects to dig holes with shaved ice. Compared to the treasure hunters who were randomly digging, these sect masters and cultivators definitely had a precise direction and target when they were digging their own nests. The elite cultivators were the priority. After all, they were the most valuable and could quickly form a powerful combat force. The second was the sect's treasure vault, which he had to collect all of. It would be of great use later. The frozen cultivators of the sect were continuously dug out and then thawed with activity solution. The various sect masters personally took action to help their subordinates suppress the curse. As Tang Zhen's servants, the sect masters all had a trace of divinity in their bodies. They could easily suppress the curse's invasion. After the curse was suppressed, the unfrozen cultivators were gathered at the everlasting sect because there was a special array here. The runic magic circle was imparted by Tang Zhen. It was capable of devouring natural treasures and transforming them into boundless heaven and earth energy. Frozen cultivators could receive the energy of heaven and earth within the array and recover their original cultivation. The sect masters were busy digging holes all over the frozen planet, not caring if it was a land without a master. The Cultivator Alliance turned a blind eye to it and didn't react at all, which made the Star Islands suspicious. The nearby Star Islands were worried that they would be attacked by the native cultivators, so they chose to evacuate temporarily. The Star Islands, which didn't have many gains, also chose to retreat, to avoid being involved in a war that could erupt at any time. Everyone knew that the Cultivator Alliance, which had suffered a great loss, would definitely not let this matter rest. Chapter 3173, The Gods Seeking Help. 1. The traces of war on the frozen planet were soon covered by the snow and frost. Only the god's palm that had been cut off turned into a huge mountain, as if it was going to tear the sky apart. It was this god's giant palm that was silently reminding everyone that this was a dangerous place. Under the 10,000-meter ice sheet, the space of the everlasting sect had expanded greatly, and there were moving figures everywhere. The unfrozen cultivators of the sect were now gathered here, receiving the infusion of world energy. This method of forceful indoctrination was actually very rough and barbaric, and it could easily kill people. Even the sect masters of the major sects did not dare to do so because they did not have the ability to do so. However, with Tang Zhen's help, things became much simpler. The massive runic magic circle was currently operating at full speed, producing a dense amount of world energy that was close to liquefying. When cultivators entered the runic magic circle, they would receive the infusion of heaven and earth energy and recover their original strength. It was like pouring high-pressure gas into a cracked bottle. The bottle would definitely burst. However, in the runic magic circle, the bottle, which was supposed to burst, would complete the infusion safely. The dangerous high-pressure gas would be transformed into a liquid form and could repair broken bottles. The more heaven and earth energy he poured into the bottle, the stronger it would become. Under such circumstances, the frost cultivator's strength would be restored, and even enhanced to a certain extent. The frost cultivator benefited from this and got rid of his dazed state. He vaguely recalled his identity and origin. Of course, most of the cultivators had lost their memories completely, and there was no possibility of recovering them. Under the leadership of the various sect masters, these frozen cultivators were very well behaved and were as silly as puppets. Under the leadership of the various sect leaders, they excavated treasures everywhere to maintain the operation of the runic magic circle. As time went by, more and more places on the frozen planet had deep holes dug by the native cultivators. Such an unbridled scene was seen by the Cultivator Alliance in the major Star Islands. Naturally, they were not happy. The frozen planet was the Cultivator Alliance's territory, and they had the supreme authority to manage it. But now, it was being trampled on by a group of native cultivators. Such an action was equivalent to a fierce slap to the mouth. In addition, not long ago, the Cultivator Alliance had suffered heavy losses, which led to a series of changes. As a result, WeChat's value had fallen to the extreme. The Alliance cultivators were all furious and they wanted revenge. However, the high-level cultivators of the Alliance didn't make any moves. No one knew what they were thinking. Most of the cultivators thought that it was because they had been too seriously injured last time and had not recovered yet. The most important point was that there was also a god behind these native cultivators. If they didn't have absolute confidence in defeating the other party, they might end up defeated no matter how many cultivators of the Alliance they sent. The last war was the best example. And NBSP, the Alliance had never suffered such a defeat in so many years. Who knew how many years it would take to recover from the losses? The Cultivator Alliance wouldn't take action until they had enough confidence. Instead, they would slowly wait for the right time. The other Star Islands that were observing were also extremely dissatisfied. The Star Island that had been evacuated because this incident had requested compensation from the Cultivator Alliance. However, they were rejected. According to the Cultivator Alliance, it wasn't an official request for them to retreat. They had to bear the consequences themselves. Since the Cultivator Alliance refused to acknowledge their debt, these star islands had no choice but to admit that they were unlucky. In addition, there were also some star islands that secretly explored the land of no king. In the end, they were severely punished by the Cultivator Alliance. This double standard had caused extreme dissatisfaction among the star islands. They felt that the Cultivator Alliance was bullying the weak. However, in the face of the powerful Cultivator Alliance, there were too many cultivators. They had no choice but to grit their teeth and endure. However, the dissatisfaction in his heart had already accumulated. All the star islands were waiting to see how the tyrannical Cultivator Alliance would survive this crisis. The Cultivator Alliance's star island was the largest in the star cloud ocean. It was almost the size of a small planet. It was said that the history of this star island was already hundreds of thousands of years old, and it could even be millions of years old. It had such a huge size because this special super star island had once devoured countless resources. It was said that in the past, all the star islands that had resisted the Cultivator Alliance were eventually swallowed by this giant creature. Every year, the Cultivator Alliance would crack down on the space pirates. It was said that the final outcome of those guys was that they were swallowed by the star island. In the Cultivator Alliance, there was a group of cultivators who were responsible for collecting and preparing food for the star island. Such a situation was common. The stronger the star island was fed, the more benefits the cultivators would obtain. More than half of the income of many star islands was used to buy all kinds of food, which also supported many rogue cultivators and small sects. In the core area of the Alliance Star Island, scorching hot lava was boiling, and piles of items were pouring down the tunnel. The vast majority of the items that had been dumped were precious ores, and at the same time, some heavenly materials and earthly treasures were mixed in. Because they had so much money that they couldn't spend it all, the Cultivator Alliance was never stingy when buying food. He always bought whatever was good and expensive. He was known as the most generous buyer in the Star Cloud Sea. No one knew that in the core area of the Alliance's new island, there was actually a special space hidden. The space was opened by special means and could block all detection from the outside world. Even gods could not easily perceive it. This special space was the lair of the Alliance gods. In this special space, 7 huge chairs were floating, exuding a majestic aura. However, out of the 7 chairs, 6 of them were empty. There was also a huge chair with a huge figure on it, exuding a terrifying aura. This figure had 3 heads and 6 arms, sharp horns on its head, and eyes of various sizes all over its body. His body was sitting on the chair. One of his palms had disappeared, and there was a white flame burning on his wrist, making it impossible for a new palm to grow out. The figure was furious, but he quickly suppressed it. This situation kept on repeating, and no one knew how long it had been going on. After an unknown amount of time, the figure on the chair seemed to have finally made up his mind. He cast a special spell, and a vortex appeared in front of him. Then, an item was thrown in. After this step was completed, the Alliance gods finally fell silent, as if they had begun to wait quietly. After an unknown period of time, a shadow appeared on one of the chairs. "What's the matter? Who are you?" the figure asked in a cold voice, seemingly separated by endless time and space. "Something has happened to the frozen planet. An unknown god has descended, and the native cultivators have been waking up one after another. I fought with him and lost a hand. I'm sure I'm not his opponent, hee." In the shortest possible words, the god explained the cause and effect. The other party was silent for a moment, as if he was thinking. "We can't afford to lose the frozen planet, but for special reasons, we can't return to the original work. Just bear with it for a while longer and maintain the current situation. We should be back soon." At that time, no matter where the god came from, he would die without a doubt. Chapter 3174. Waiting for an opportunity. 1. Beside the huge runic magic circle, hundreds of cultivators were maintaining the operation to solve all kinds of hidden dangers in time. An ordinary runic magic circle could be operated by one cultivator, and a super large runic magic circle could be maintained by dozens of cultivators. The cultivators on the frozen planet had never heard of such a runic magic circle that required hundreds of cultivators to control. All the grandmasters were shocked after seeing it. Such a special runic magic circle was naturally personally guided by Tang Zhen to help the native cultivators recover their cultivation base. "Hurry up, the concentration of spiritual energy is decreasing. You guys should quickly fill up the treasures," a cultivator shouted. From his clothes, he should be an elite cultivator of the everlasting sect. When the cultivators beside him heard this, they quickly took out their storage equipment and quickly threw it into the center of the runic magic circle. As soon as the storage equipment entered the runic magic circle, it exploded, and countless treasures flew into the sky. These items were dazzling and dazzled everyone. If it was before the catastrophe, any treasure in front of them would have attracted cultivators to fight for it. However, the cultivator controlling the runic magic circle was completely unmoved in the face of countless precious treasures. Cultivators fought for treasures to aid their cultivation and thus obtain greater strength. However, after the catastrophe, the former cultivation world no longer existed, and the memories of the cultivators were also completely erased by time. In the face of all kinds of natural treasures, he had no intention of fighting for them at all, as if he was looking at grass, trees, and dirt. This special state was in line with the requirements of a cultivator to have a pure heart and few desires, allowing their strength to advance by leaps and bounds. There was no need for the cultivators to snatch it, because the runic magic circle would directly complete the energy transformation and then pour the world energy into the body. Not only did it save time and energy, but it was also extremely safe. In the past, they would not even dare to dream of such a good thing, but now everyone had the right to do so. Due to the loss of their memories, cultivators did not know what kind of opportunities they had obtained. Even if they did, they would be indifferent. Explode. The cultivator controlling the formation activated a spell and let out a soft shout. Immediately after, a series of muffled sounds were heard. The colorful treasures exploded into countless pieces and scattered to the ground like dust. At the same time, the energy of heaven and earth surged out of thin air and was absorbed by the cultivators in the runic magic circle. This was a kind of sacrifice, but it was also an equivalent exchange. The cultivators had to sacrifice heavenly materials and earthly treasures in exchange for the scarcest heaven and earth energy on the frozen planet to help the cultivators recover their strength. It might sound like a waste of God's gift, but in this special environment, it was the smartest choice. Keeping these heavenly treasures would only attract the covetous eyes of bandits, so it was better to use them in exchange for the improvement of cultivation. With enough strength, they would be able to protect their homes and drive away the bandits. The frozen cultivators were constantly excavated, but the runic magic circle never stopped operating. The treasures excavated by the sect were also continuously consumed. If outsiders saw this scene, they would be heartbroken. They would lament the wealth of the frozen planet and be shocked by the courage of the native cultivators. Little did they know that the native cultivators of the ice-sealed planet were now facing a common enemy. The native cultivators were now under Tang Zhen's control, but their actions were not restricted and they could do whatever they wanted. Knowing that the frozen planet had been destroyed and might not be able to recover for millions of years, the indigenous cultivators were in great pain. This was their place of birth, yet they had inexplicably encountered a disaster, and they didn't know the reason. The cultivators were also clear that they would leave the frozen planet sooner or later and follow Tang Zhen to the unknown world. Before they left the frozen planet, they wanted to find out why their hometown was in trouble and help their people remove the curse. After confirming that the curse was related to the cultivators of the Nebula Sea, the native cultivators did not feel guilty at all when they attacked. If one wanted to do something and had a reasonable reason, then everything was ready. With the various sect lords taking the lead, the puppet-like native cultivators would definitely follow and attack the cultivators of the Nebula Sea. He already had a plan for revenge, but it wasn't time to act yet. Both sides were actively preparing for war, waiting for the right time to start the war. The Cultivator Alliance was indeed actively preparing for war. No matter what the reason was, they couldn't lose control of the frozen planet. To be able to rule the Sea of Nebula, the strength of the Cultivator Alliance was needless to say. In addition to the Star Island of the headquarters, the Cultivator Alliance also had more than 100 armed star islands that patrolled the Nebula Sea. The 10 boundaries of the Nebula Sea were guarded by dozens of star islands, which were used to resist the attacks of enemies and bandits. The cultivators on these star islands added up to tens of millions, and they were all elites who were nurtured at all costs. This was the true foundation of the Cultivator Alliance. Even if all the star islands were to join forces, they might not be able to match it. With a single command, all the star islands returned to their headquarters. Before they knew it, the armed star islands that had returned under orders had already surrounded the frozen planet. At the same time, the Cultivator Alliance also secretly sent out invitations to the Star Island Masters of the Star Cloud Sea to attend a gathering. The various Star Islands were extremely opposed to this gathering. The Cultivator Alliance was doing this to rope in the major star islands and force them to join their own camp. It should be known that once the war began, the cultivators of tens of thousands of star islands would definitely be a powerful force that could not be ignored. Even though they had received an invitation, not everyone was prepared to attend. In the past, no star island would have dared to reject the Alliance's invitation, regardless of whether they were willing or not. But this time, it was different. Through the battle of the gods on the frozen planet, the major star islands realized a problem. The Cultivator Alliance was indeed very strong, but this time, they had met their match. Many star islands were watching this coldly from the side, hoping that the war could continue and that both sides would fight to the death. With the existence of the Cultivator Alliance, the Star Cloud Sea was indeed in order, but it also caused the major star islands to be bullied. In fact, the Cultivator Alliance had gone too far in bullying others many times, which made many star islands extremely dissatisfied. These star islands were gloating over the misfortune of the Cultivator Alliance. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that the purpose of this star island gathering was obviously to drag all the cultivators of the star island to become cannon fodder. Once they joined the Cultivator Alliance, they had to obey the rules of the battlefield and carry out any order unconditionally. At that time, even if they did not want to be cannon fodder, there would be people who would put a knife to their necks. If they disobeyed orders, they would most likely be executed in public to intimidate the other star island cultivators. If he had rejected her from the start, there would have been an additional possibility of escape. If the Cultivator Alliance was shameless and urged them again and again, they would make other plans. However, most of the star islands knew how powerful the Cultivator Alliance was. They didn't dare to refuse the other party's invitation. Otherwise, once the Cultivator Alliance turned hostile and attacked the star islands that had disobeyed orders, who would be able to resist? The Cultivator Alliance's battle on the frozen planet was indeed a failure and they had lost a lot of face. However, to the major star islands, it was still in existence that they could not resist. With a flick of a finger, it could turn a star island into dust. The rulers of the various star islands had either personally gone to the Cultivator Alliance or sent important figures to act as representatives. Regardless of whether they were willing or not, they had to at least show that they were not to be criticized by the Cultivator Alliance. The vast and boundless nebulous sea had never been as lively as it was now. Battleships of all sizes were shuttling back and forth. A huge catastrophe was currently brewing. It might even affect the entire nebulous sea. Chapter 3175. The enemy with all his strength won. The star island where the Alliance headquarters was located was filled with people. Such a grand occasion had not happened in thousands of years. The controllers of the various star islands were all gathered together today. They were all having a complicated mood as they participated in this unprecedented gathering. Seeing countless ships of different sizes landing on the ground one after another, the participants were shocked beyond words. Although the cultivators knew that there were many star islands in the Star Cloud Sea, they didn't have a specific idea. Only when they saw the ships that covered the entire sky and the ground did they realize how terrifying the power of these star islands was when they gathered together. Each of the star islands' controllers belonged to a different race, and each of them had extraordinary strength. Even if they deliberately restrained their cultivation base, they would still cause a change in the weather. Luckily, the environment at the Alliance headquarters was special. Even if so many experts were gathered here, there wouldn't be any problems. Under the guidance of the cultivators of the Alliance, the Star Island Masters arrived at a huge building with a trace of doubt. The interior of the building was not man-made, but naturally formed. It looked unremarkable, but the interior was a whole different world. Only by entering it would one be able to discover its wondrous aspects. It turned out that no matter what one's cultivation base was, as long as one entered the small world inside this building, they would temporarily possess the power of a god. It could create everything in the world and the rules of nature. The changes of the world could be changed with a single thought. The mysteries of the gods could only be understood but not described. It was said that not everyone could get this kind of magical experience, and one must have enough merits. The experts of the Cultivator Alliance would enter this place at all costs in order to feel the power of the gods in advance. When cultivators sensed the power of the gods, they would gain great benefits, which could make their cultivation twice as effective with half the effort. In order to win over the rulers of the major star islands, the Cultivator Alliance had spent a lot of money in order to let them feel the mystery of the gods and then take the initiative to accept the control of the Cultivator Alliance. As long as they experienced it once, these proud and vigilant Star Island masters would definitely fall into it. Even without the Alliance's permission, the Star Island's master would still look for an opportunity to obtain the right to experience it again. The Cultivator Alliance clearly knew that there were too many differences between forced and voluntary. Even if something were to happen, the Cultivator Alliance would not have to bear too much responsibility. After all, the Star Island Masters were the ones who took the initiative to participate. Sure enough, as expected, after the Star Island Master left the building, he appeared to be out of his mind. It was indeed a wonderful feeling to become a supreme god and control everything in the world. They wanted to re-enter, but were rejected by the guards on the spot. At the same time, the guard explained that if the Star Island Masters were able to produce sufficient contribution points, they could also re-enter. As long as they had enough merit points, they could enter without any restrictions. It would not be a problem even if they stayed for 100 years. When the Masters of the Star Island heard this, they realized that they had fallen into the trap of the Cultivator Alliance. There was nothing wrong with the Cultivator Alliance's actions. It could even be said that they were very generous. One had to know that the cost of such an experience was enough to make 90% of the cultivators flinch. Even the Star Island Masters would have to suffer a great loss. If he charged them all, it would be an astronomical amount of wealth, but the Cultivator Alliance used it to treat their guests. This alone would be enough to cover the travel expenses of the Star Island Lord, and he would definitely not suffer a loss. However, if he wanted to enter again, he would have to find a way himself. The Cultivator Alliance couldn't always be at a disadvantage. The Star Island Masters hated the Alliance's actions, but they were helpless. It should be known that the Star Island's Masters had the right to choose this matter. The Cultivator Alliance did not force them. From the beginning to the end, he did not even mention letting them participate in the war. However, the pit had already been dug. All that was left was for the Star Island Masters to jump in. It turned out that the Alliance had issued a mission with no time limit. Every Star Island could participate in it. As long as they accepted this mission and accepted the Cultivator Alliance's command, they could exchange it for group merits. The so-called collective merit points were the total sum of the merits obtained by the cultivators of the Star Island as a reward, which would be given to the Star Island Master for free. The more the cultivators of the Star Island earned, the higher the Star Island Master's commission would be. It could be said that he could earn money while lying down at home. The benefits were already generous enough. It was clear that this was the Alliance's compensation to the rulers of the various Star Islands. The Cultivator Alliance did this because not all the cultivators of the Star Islands were the subordinates of the Star Island Master. There were also many rogue cultivators and small sects who lived on the Star Island. They would accept and pay the rent, just like tenants who rented houses. Even if such cultivators were to die, the Star Island would not suffer any losses. If they were to obtain military achievements, the Star Island Lord would be able to benefit for free. This method was not considered cheating. Those cultivators should be grateful to the Star Island Master for providing them with an opportunity to make a lot of money. The Cultivator Alliance was extremely wealthy. Everyone in the Star Cloud Sea knew that the rewards for the missions they issued were also extremely generous. If the itinerant cultivators and the small sects had a choice, they would definitely accept the mission without hesitation and would not miss this rare opportunity. The temptation of becoming a god was too great. For these cultivators who had already comprehended laws and could even create laws, this was an opportunity that they couldn't refuse. There were also some Star Islands that were still hesitating. These Star Islands were either here as assistants or had special reasons. The Cultivator Alliance would also have a way to deal with such a Star Island. It was absolutely impossible for them to be free from the law. No matter how strong or weak they were, they had to stay and become high-level cannon fodder on the battlefield. To the Cultivator Alliance, the strength of ordinary cultivators was nothing in their eyes. Their only use was to show off. Between 100 cultivators and 100,000 cultivators, it was obvious that the latter was more shocking and could make the enemy feel more fear. Furthermore, even ants could kill an elephant. If thousands of low-level cultivators were to fight, they might be able to kill a high-level cultivator. Although the losses were heavy, since they weren't from the Alliance, it didn't matter how many of them died. Making use of the Star Island cultivators as cannon fodder was only one of the plans of the Cultivator Alliance. When the patrolling Star Islands returned and the Star Islands that were hired gathered, they would be able to completely surround the frozen planet. With special means, they could form an inescapable net, making it impossible for anyone to escape from the frozen planet. The battle on the frozen planet made the Cultivator Alliance realize the danger of the native cultivators, so they had the plan to eliminate the roots. Once they chose to make a move, such an enemy had to be completely eliminated. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. The cultivation of high-level cultivators had also been included in the plan. The battle on the frozen planet had caused heavy losses to the high-level cultivators of the Cultivator Alliance, which was extremely disadvantageous to the war that might happen next. The high-level cultivators were the main force on the battlefield. If they could not guarantee an absolute advantage in numbers, there was no need to start the war. The Cultivator Alliance dominated the Sea of Nebula and naturally had enough trump cards. Even if they encountered such a huge change, they could still stabilize their position. In the Cultivator Alliance's secret area, a large number of elite cultivators were entering a special area. The Cultivators' Union, which had a god in charge, also had runic magic circles that could inject energy into the body, but they rarely had the opportunity to use them. Compared to Tang Zhen's work, the runic magic circle built by the Cultivator Alliance was more dangerous and unstable. The fact that the Cultivator Alliance was willing to take a huge risk to activate this special runic magic circle was enough to prove its determination. Chapter 3176 The United Frozen Cultivators. The Infinity Sect's rune formation had devoured countless treasures, and the rainbow crystal sand formed was like a mountain. The many years of accumulation of hundreds of sects were being used up just like that. It was a hardtake to see it. However, if one were to compare the efficiency of their utilization, one would be shocked to find that none of these heavenly materials and earthly treasures were wasted. He couldn't just focus on the consumption, but also the results. During this period of time, batches of cultivators were sent to the runic magic circle to recover their strength after being unfrozen. Each sect had at least 1,000 elite cultivators, and the total number was close to 1,000,000. If they were to cultivate normally, how many cultivation resources would it take for these millions of cultivators to advance to the elite level? It was definitely an astronomical figure that couldn't be measured with numbers. Looking at the heavenly and earthly treasures that were consumed, one could tell how powerful the conversion and utilization effect of this special runic magic circle was. A god's means would never be bad. If they could not understand it, it could only mean that they had a problem with their eyesight. If you don't believe it, just look at those sect leaders. Every time they see the runic magic circle, they would reveal an indescribable shocked expression. The cultivators of the sect who had recovered their strength continued to expand the space under the ice, each finding an area to cultivate. Because of the loss of their memories, cultivators forgot the cultivation methods and secret techniques they had once cultivated, and became barbarians with only strength. Even if they were given divine weapons, they would only be used as fire sticks and attack the enemy without any order. All the sect leaders were deeply depressed and didn't know how to solve this problem. There were many cultivation spell techniques in the sect, but the effect of imparting them now was not great. This was because they needed to cultivate and temper themselves. It was not like energy infusion, which could be achieved in one go. This bunch of blockheads learned things very quickly, but they didn't know how to be flexible. Rather than teaching them complex spell techniques, it would be better to teach them martial arts techniques, which might be more effective on the battlefield. Just as he was at his wits' end, Tang Zhen once again imparted the secret technique and could be considered to have resolved the urgent situation. With the sect leader as the leader, the cultivators of the sect as the bone armor, and the ice and snow of the frozen planet as the flesh and blood. When combined with the secret technique that Tang Zhen had imparted to him, it would form a huge ice statue. This god statue was extremely powerful and could double the power of all cultivators. It also had an innate divine ability. By relying on this special secret technique, the strength of 1,000 cultivators could definitely fight against an enemy that was 100 times stronger. The greatest advantage of this secret technique was that it allowed low-level cultivators to use all their strength and have the opportunity to kill high-level experts. He didn't want to become cannon fodder and be easily killed when he encountered a strong enemy on the battlefield. Looking at this set of cultivation technique and secret technique, the various sect masters were all extremely shocked and their hearts were filled with unspeakable emotions. If it was in the past, knowing that such a cultivation method existed, they would definitely try to snatch it at all costs. With such a cultivation technique, even a third-rate sect would be able to go against a first-rate sect. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was a god-grade cultivation technique. Using it in such an environment would solve all problems and increase the strength of the cultivators. As expected, with different identities, the things they come into contact with are different. If it was in the past, even if you and I were both sect leaders, we might not have had such an opportunity. The sect master of the everlasting sect sighed, while the other sect masters nodded. Ever since they had met Tang Zhen, the shock that hundreds of sect leaders felt had continuously emerged. He helped her escape the pain of being frozen, casually suppressed the curse in her sea of consciousness, and generously gave her divine source. He would build a runic magic circle to inject energy, summon the powerful cultivators of Monster Eater City, and cut off the palm of a true god with one move. Mysterious, overbearing, and extremely powerful. It was precisely because of Tang Zhen's existence that the native cultivators were full of confidence and dared to challenge the powerful Cultivator Alliance. The Cultivator Alliance's strength was beyond doubt. It was even more powerful than the frozen planet's comprehensive strength. At the same time, it had a god-level master. But even so, the native cultivators were not afraid at all. They held their strength and wanted to fight with the other party. Sir Tang Zhen bestowing the divine technique obviously shows that he has high hopes for us. I hope that everyone will not slack off. The sect master looked around and said with excitement. That's natural. When the surrounding sect leaders heard this, they nodded in agreement at the same time, as if it was only natural. Without further ado, the sect masters immediately dispersed and headed to the location where the cultivators of their respective sects were. Although the cultivation method that Tang Zhen had imparted to him was mysterious, he still needed to practice it. Only then would he be able to control it with proficiency. Otherwise, even if he had the dragon-slaying saber, he could only use it as a fire stick, wasting an extremely precious divine item. The rest of the ordinary cultivators were frozen and did not take the initiative to dig. In such a special time, he could only make this helpless choice and spend more time saving all the cultivators of the sect. To the living, it was indeed a helpless and painful move. In fact, being frozen by the ice was not necessarily a bad thing. At least it could avoid this cruel war. If they won, there would naturally be a moment when they could see the light of day again. However, if they lost the war, the frozen cultivators would not need to suffer a second time. It might not be a bad choice to continue being frozen like this until it was reduced to nothing one day. In front of the huge runic magic circle, hundreds of cultivators from the sect who were in charge of the operation of the magic circle opened their eyes at the same time. There was no one inside the runic magic circle at the moment. The frost cultivator had already completed the energy infusion. Get ready. Shut down the runic magic circle. Hundreds of cultivators had the same thought. They cast spells at the same time and controlled the runic magic circle to stop operating. The runic magic circle that had been running for a long time finally came to a slow stop, and the dazzling light gradually subsided. Seeing that everything had returned to peace, the hundreds of cultivators looked at each other and smiled in relief. In the process of controlling the runic magic circle, they did not dare to relax in the slightest, for fear that the magic circle would malfunction. If it was because of him that the cultivators were seriously affected, he would have to bear the blame. Fortunately, from the beginning to the end, there were no accidents, and the cultivators completed their task perfectly. Without any unnecessary words, the hundreds of cultivators stood up and looked at each other. Everyone, please take care. The hundreds of cultivators cupped their fists at each other and said, take care. They were all masters of runic magic circles. Now that their mission was over, they naturally had to return to their respective camps. They followed the sect leader to prepare for the war and seek justice for the countless creatures on the frozen planet. After this farewell, there was no need to say goodbye. After all, their future was uncertain. If we win, we'll drink and chat merrily when we meet again. If he failed, he would be buried in the icy plains and his soul would return to his hometown. After all, they had already died once. Cultivators were no longer afraid of death. Just after the hundreds of array masters left, the desert-like pile of rainbow crystal sand suddenly began to tremble. Soon, a large pit appeared in the center of the crystal sand, revealing a cultivator who was cultivating cross-legged. If there was a treasure hunter here, he would definitely be able to recognize the origin of this cultivator. He was the Ice-Man servant that followed Tang Zhen. At this moment, the servant had already recovered its original cultivation and was actually a nomological cultivator. However, his brows were tightly furrowed and his eyes were tightly shut. There was a pained expression on his face. It seemed to have remembered something, causing the servant to be in great pain, as if it was being haunted by a nightmare. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he could not wake up from the nightmare. Just as he was struggling more and more intensely, a special and strange fluctuation silently appeared around the servant. He was extremely cautious, as if he was a small beast looking for food. However, he didn't know that not far away, a calm gaze was looking over. Chapter 3177, When have you ever been afraid? As time passed, the news of the battle on the frozen planet had spread. Everyone knew that the Cultivator Alliance had suffered a great loss. They lost a large number of high-level cultivators and lost control of the frozen planet, which became the territory of the native cultivators. In the past, it was strictly forbidden to explore and excavate the land without a master. However, the native cultivators had already dug it up like a hornet's nest, yet the Cultivator Alliance seemed to not have seen it. Although they were still under supervision in name, the territories occupied by the native cultivators had already gone completely out of control. As for the territories of the other Star Islands, the Cultivator Alliance didn't bother with them and allowed them to do whatever they wanted in their territories. However, most of the Star Islands had already made preparations to evacuate at any time after realizing that something was wrong. Looking at the recent actions of the Cultivator Alliance, he knew that they would definitely take revenge. The Star Cloud Ocean cultivators' gazes were fixed on the frozen planet, waiting for this exciting moment to come. This was especially true for a battle between gods. Everyone was looking forward to it, hoping to have the opportunity to witness it with their own eyes. However, how would he know that Tang Zhen did not even place this war that everyone was anticipating in his heart? His purpose in coming to the Nebula Sea was to find the original spirit treasure, not to fight with a group of native cultivators. Tang Zhen might be powerful, but he wasn't that bored, especially when the enemy's strength was unknown and their own side was in a bad situation. Winning the war was not an easy thing. Tang Zhen definitely wouldn't back down. If the Cultivator Alliance really dared to attack him, he would definitely let them know the price of provoking him. The appearance of the gods of the Cultivator Alliance was also an opportunity. Who knew if they had an origin spiritual treasure? If there was, this war would probably become very interesting. At least after the battle ended, they would be able to obtain satisfactory spoils of war and not work for nothing. Tang Zhen had never been soft-hearted when killing gods in battle. The god in charge of the alliance didn't know that he had escaped from death and thought that his strength was on par with Tang Zhen. But who knew that if Tang Zhen really attacked, the alliance gods would be beheaded? If it was not to the extent of killing one another, Tang Zhen would definitely not directly kill the person, but he would definitely not be too tolerant. Cutting off a palm was enough to intimidate the enemy. However, it seemed that the other party did not appreciate it. This gave Tang Zhen a reason to be heavy-handed. If you don't cherish the opportunity given to you, then I'll send you to the west for free. Tang Zhen was naturally aware of the changes in the Nebula Sea, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Since there were gods participating in the war, there was no need to pay attention to ordinary cultivators, because they had no influence on the outcome of the war. Even if they were to fight until corpses were strewn all over the ground and the enemies' blood flowed like a river, so what? Even if they defeated the enemy and won the battle, so what? The final outcome of the war still depended on the result of the battle between the gods. If the gods on one side were defeated, the victory of ordinary cultivators would be meaningless. In the blink of an eye, the victorious cultivators would be crushed into ashes. Don't even fantasize about killing a god. There was no possibility of copying or imitating something that happened by chance. Ordinary cultivators and gods were simply not on the same level. There was no point in comparing them. Tang Zhen's main objective was to search for a high-grade origin spiritual treasure. Moreover, he felt that he was about to gain something. They were betting on time. If they could get the original soul treasure in advance, they could leave the frozen planet with the native cultivators. He didn't leave his hometown. Instead, he charged towards the base camp of the Cultivator Alliance and killed him. After the curse was lifted, he would leave this starry sky completely. As for the frozen planet, there was no way to save it. Tang Zhen had already done his best to let the dying world's origin reignite its vitality. This was the supreme merit and affection. Without his help, the frozen planet would have been destroyed and become a dead planet. But now, it was different. With enough time, it could return to its former state. The most regretful thing was that not many people could afford to wait. If the Cultivator Alliance launched an attack before he obtained the origin spiritual treasure, Tang Zhen would not be afraid at all. No matter how well prepared the enemy was, they were just presumptuous. How would they know what Tang Zhen's trump card was? They had spent so much effort to get weapons and wore the best armor, thinking that they could easily kill the enemy. In the end, when the battle began, they realized that they couldn't see the enemy's shadow at all, but the missile had already hit their heads. This was the difference in strength. They were not on the same level at all. Did they really think that they could win just because they were fully prepared? However, if that was the case, the battlefield would be on the frozen planet, and the broken planet would be destroyed again. The most troublesome thing was that the war might very well affect the capture of the origin spiritual treasure. This was the thing that Tang Zhen was most concerned about. The 2 consecutive contact with the origin spiritual treasure had confirmed Tang Zhen's guess. The current origin spiritual treasure was indeed extremely careful. It had been frightened by its past tribulations, and now it no longer trusted anyone. It was also very careful when searching for the child of destiny. To capture such a creature, one must have enough patience, and at the same time, try to create a suitable environment for capture. Once the war started, the original spirit treasure would be like a frightened fish, quickly and quietly hiding. It would be extremely difficult to capture it again. If he had a choice, Tang Zhen would definitely not wish for such a situation to occur. That would only increase the difficulty of him finding the origin spiritual treasure. There was even a great possibility that they would spend a long time and return without any success. Although there were many hidden dangers, Tang Zhen did not have a solution. He was unable to interfere too much in such matters and could only let nature take its course. What was worth being happy about was that the Iceman slave he had bought had already attracted the attention of the original source spirit treasure. It seemed like an unexpected surprise, but it was actually within his expectations. From the moment Tang Zhen bought the Iceman slave, he already had the idea of using the other party as bait to lure the origin spiritual treasure. As a professional treasure hunter, Tang Zhen had quite a wealth of experience when it came to how to lure and capture origin spiritual treasures. However, the origin spiritual treasure was overly cautious. It only flashed for a moment and almost concealed itself from Tang Zhen. Although the capture had not been completed, it was still a good sign that the original spiritual treasure had finally begun to move. Now, all the native cultivators on the frozen planet were under his control. The high-level cultivators who were suitable to become the child of destiny had all become his slaves. The origin soul treasure would still end up in Tang Zhen's hands after being selected. It was futile to be cautious. After confirming this, Tang Zhen's mood became very good. In the following time, he only needed to wait quietly and adapt to the situation. Since the Cultivator Alliance was actively preparing for war, Tang Zhen, as the highest combat power on the native cultivators' side, naturally had to show his sincerity. He never underestimated any opponent. This was Tang Zhen's habit. The Cultivator Alliance was indeed very strong. With a single thought, Tang Zhen entered the Divine Kingdom in his mind and arrived above the Demon Eater City. In the last battle with the Cultivator Alliance, the cultivators of Demon Eater City had shown their powerful fighting strength for the first time. The fighting style that was inherited from the Tower World and was closer to that of a warrior made the Alliance cultivators unable to fight back. However, there were also many shortcomings. For example, he focused too much on close combat and his long-range spell attacks were not good enough. While watching the battle, Tang Zhen had already memorized it and was prepared to urge the cultivators of Demon Eater City to change. Once the enemy figured out their fighting style and specifically targeted them, they would likely suffer a great loss in the next battle. Although the cultivators of Demon Eater City were powerful, their numbers could not be compared to the Cultivator Alliance. This made Tang Zhen decide to continue increasing the number of residents in his mental divine kingdom. When the war was over, the cultivators on the frozen planet would become residents of the divine kingdom in his mind. Millions of cultivators were all true powerhouses. How powerful would they if he encountered a similar war again? There was no need for Tang Zhen to make a move, and he would be able to beat the enemy until they had no power to fight back. Chapter 3178 Only at the last moment the ice-sealed planet was now covered with star islands of various sizes. The density of the star islands was worrying. In the past, he could move freely in a ship in the sea of stars. After all, the space in outer space was wide enough. However, it was different now. The distance between the star islands was too close. Standing on one star island, one could easily see the scenery of the other star islands. As the two sides passed by each other, it would even cause people to feel worried that the star islands would collide. Of course, this was just an illusion. The star islands repelled each other. Even if they deliberately hit each other, they might not be able to hit each other. This was an instinct of the Star Island. Even if it was refined and controlled, this characteristic would still be retained. These star islands of various sizes surrounded the frozen planet, forming a special scene. Compared to the massive ice-sealed planet, the size of the Star Island was indeed not worth mentioning. It was like comparing a watermelon to a sesame seed. However, after reaching a certain level, even an unremarkable little sesame seed could surround a watermelon. If the sesame seeds collided with each other, they might be able to defeat the watermelons. As time passed, more and more star islands arrived, filling up the vast sea of stars. It was as brilliant as the Milky Way. Such a grand occasion of star islands gathering was definitely unprecedented. The Cultivator Alliance no longer hid their intentions and stepped up the deployment of the frozen planet to prevent any unforeseen events. Those patrolling star islands who had returned from the outside world acted as commanders and leaders, and were arranged to be deployed to the groups of the major star islands. Each island of the Alliance would be in charge of the 100 islands to ensure that they could advance and retreat together. Only by doing this could he ensure that the Star Island's greatest power could be unleashed, thus causing heavy damage to the enemy. The Cultivator Alliance would not suffer any losses. After paying a huge price, they would definitely ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The Star Islands to do their best. Apart from being used as a mobile base, the Star Islands also had powerful offensive capabilities. Each star island would be equipped with long-range weapons to attack enemies outside of the Star Island. Such powerful firepower could easily shoot down a ship and cause serious damage to the other star islands. It could be said that each star island was an enlarged version of a starship, which had a combat ability that could not be underestimated. In addition to these weapons, the Star Island itself was also very powerful, and it could devour madly under the control of cultivators. This devouring ability alone was enough to make the enemy collapse, or even have no ability to resist. However, once this ability was used, the Star Island would be in a state of complete control, and it could backfire on him at any time. Until the very last moment, the masters of any Star Island would never use such a method of mutual destruction. It could be said that these Star Islands themselves were the things that the Cultivator Alliance truly cared about. Their importance far exceeded that of the cultivators on the Star Islands. Cultivators who accepted missions were the best at winning battles, but once they encountered danger, they would escape faster than anyone else. The Star Islands were even more reliable. They would definitely not flee from battle. Instead, they would use suicidal attacks to deal heavy damage to the enemy. The rulers of the various Star Islands were naturally aware of this. Therefore, they would definitely not hand over their control. This was the bottom line of the major Star Islands. Once it was crossed, they would definitely become enemies with the Cultivator Alliance. The current situation was not considered serious, so these problems would not appear for the time being. When the situation became critical, there would definitely be some calculations between the two sides. Those Star Islands that were searching for treasures on the ice-sealed planet couldn't stay any longer. They chose to retreat one after another. They were afraid that a war would suddenly break out, causing their own Star Islands to be affected. It must be known that in the chaotic battlefield, who would care about which camp you belong to? The best way was to retreat temporarily and wait until the war was over before excavating. With this thought in mind, more and more Star Islands left the frozen planet and watched with the attitude of watching a show. These Star Islands had witnessed the war with their own eyes and knew that the native cultivators were definitely not weak, and the cultivators of the demon-eating city were even more powerful. In particular, the god who hadn't shown up had cut off the hand of the guardian god with one move, which scared the Cultivator Alliance and made them retreat on the spot. Such a powerful strength was indeed extremely shocking. The Cultivator Alliance's mobilization of troops was enough to prove the degree of importance they attached to this matter. It was obvious that they felt an extreme threat. In such a critical situation, the Star Islands that were participating in the treasure hunt naturally couldn't participate in the war. Instead, they all chose to watch the battle. However, there were also some Star Islands that chose to join the Cultivator Alliance. They had already found a rich treasure on the frozen planet, and they didn't want to give it up easily. The war had seriously affected the interests of these Star Islands, and the treasure hunters on these Star Islands hated the native cultivators very much. RNEYJ01NEATNE Cultivator Alliance MTNE Nope or Arid MGTNE Native Cultivators and Excavating with Peace of Mind. It could be said that this special war involved the interests of too many people. They joined with different thoughts, or they chose to watch the fire from the other side. However, the frozen planet was extremely quiet and didn't react to the cultivator alliance. Many of the Star Island cultivators believed that this was the native cultivators' way of showing their cowardice. They simply didn't have the ability to resist such a powerful cultivator alliance. There were also Star Island cultivators who believed that the native cultivators were also actively preparing for war and that their strength was definitely not any weaker than the cultivator alliance. They couldn't see it now, but they would know the true trump card of the native cultivators when they fought. The frozen planet was the home of the native cultivators. No one knew what kind of powerful cards they had before the disaster. Now, no matter which Star Island he went to, he could hear the cultivators discussing related topics and debating who would be the final winner. Of course, the majority of the cultivators believed that the Cultivator Alliance would win because the Cultivator Alliance was too powerful. It simply made people feel despair. Looking at the frozen planet, it had already declined to the extreme. How could it be a match for the Cultivator Alliance? More and more cultivators on the Star Island were convinced that the final winner would be the Cultivator Alliance. Under such circumstances, the Cultivator Alliance, which had been silent all this time, once again made a new move. The star islands that surrounded the frozen planet were all in place and had completely surrounded the planet. Countless runic chains crisscrossed and connected these star islands, forming a large airtight net. It was like a huge cage that trapped the frozen planet, making it impossible to escape. At this moment, a strange scene could be seen on the various star islands. Countless star islands formed nodes, and the rune chains emitted a piercing light. This was definitely a huge project. The fact that it could be completed in such a short time was enough to prove the strength of the Cultivator Alliance. The formation of the Super Runic Magic Circle was enough to prove the attitude of the Cultivator Alliance. The war was only a matter of time. The moment the Runic Magic Circle was formed, the Cultivator Alliance revealed its ferocious face. A dense fleet of ships appeared in the outer space of the frozen planet. At this moment, the frozen planet had truly become a real cage. The Cultivator Alliance finally announced that a group of rebellious cultivators had appeared on the frozen planet as if they felt that the time had come. In order to protect the dignity of the Cultivator Alliance and the interests of the treasure hunters, these rebellious cultivators must be killed. The Cultivator Alliance publicly declared war on the rebellion of the frozen planet and would launch a general attack on the rebellious cultivators in the near future. Chapter 3179 Taking the initiative to investigate. 1. The Cultivator Alliance's declaration of war only made the Star Islands nervous, but it had no effect on the frozen planet. The area occupied by the native cultivators was still a forbidden area, and it was still expanding. Although there was no one on the ice sheet, none of the Star Island cultivators dared to approach it for fear of being captured and killed by the indigenous cultivators. On the former battlefields, broken corpses could be seen from time to time, which was enough to make the cultivators of the Star Island flinch. The Cultivator Alliance's attitude also made people feel very puzzled. They had surrounded the frozen planet, but they did not take any further action. They chose to surround the planet instead of attacking. This kind of abnormal behavior made people feel very uncomfortable, as if they were holding back their strength but unable to punch out. Most of the cultivators on the Star Island were confused. They couldn't understand what the Cultivator Alliance was doing. Only a small number of cultivators could understand what was going on and knew that the Cultivator Alliance wasn't prepared. In other words, he was not confident that he could win a war on the level of gods, which was why he had not made a move yet. However, their attitude was enough to prove the confidence of the Cultivator Alliance. They were absolutely not afraid of battle. They chose to surround the frozen planet to prevent the frozen cultivator from escaping and to eliminate him completely. The more ruthless the Cultivator Alliance was, the more intense the resistance would be. The cultivators of the Star Island were very clear that they absolutely couldn't act rashly at this time, in case the native cultivators were provoked. After all, when a mad dog bit someone, it would never let go easily. However, at this time, the Cultivator Alliance issued another order to encourage the cultivators of the Star Island to enter the frozen planet. Hunting ice-sealed cultivators and obtaining important information would result in a generous reward. Although the mission had already been issued, no cultivators of the Star Island had accepted it. Everyone was clear about the hidden dangers of this mission. The Cultivator Alliance's goal was obviously to use the Star Island cultivators as pathfinders to test the strength and position of the native cultivators. Such an approach was not considered despicable. After all, there were generous rewards and he did not force any Star Island to accept it. If one was confident in their own strength and wanted to get the reward, they could try to enter the frozen planet. Wealth was obtained from danger, this was how it was. It turned out that even the powerful Cultivator Alliance couldn't figure out the specific situation of the native cultivators because of the ice cover. No one knew what it was like under the ice sheet, and whether all the native cultivators were here. The Cultivator Alliance launched an attack but couldn't find any traces of the native cultivators. That would be really embarrassing. Therefore, it was very important to obtain information. The area of the frozen planet was so large that any place the frozen cultivator hid in was enough for the Cultivator Alliance to search for half a day. This was also the main reason why the Cultivator Alliance had sealed off the frozen planet but didn't launch an attack easily. The Cultivator Alliance had ulterior motives and wanted the frozen cultivator to show up and attack. As long as they could lock onto the base of the frozen cultivator, the Cultivator Alliance would dare to attack and would not give the other party any chance to breathe. Unfortunately, until now, the ice-sealing cultivator had not appeared. It was obvious that he had also realized the danger and was hiding under the ice sheet, unwilling to come out. As a result, a strange situation occurred. The Cultivator Alliance had clearly declared war, but there was no order to attack. The cultivators of the Star Island who had accepted the mission were depressed and bored, but they had no other choice. He had originally hoped to earn battle merits, but looking at the current situation, this battle would probably be in a stalemate for a long time. However, the secret realm in the Alliance headquarters had left the Star Island controllers scratching their hearts. They wanted to experience it again even in their dreams. However, without enough battle merits, the Cultivator Alliance wouldn't allow them to enter. Now, there was only one way to obtain battle merits. That was to take the risk and enter the frozen planet. After confirming this point, the rulers of the various Star Islands cursed in their hearts. The Cultivator Alliance was indeed a bad thing. They had actually deliberately dug a hole for them to jump into. It wasn't as easy as he had imagined to obtain military achievements. He wouldn't be able to get anything good from the sky. In order to obtain enough benefits, one had to bear the corresponding risks. After thinking through this, there was no need to hesitate. Many Star Islands sent cultivators to accept this investigation mission and entered the frozen planet together. They piloted the battleship and explored above the ice sheet, gradually approaching the area where the everlasting sect was. The scene of the battle was still there, and it was a ghastly sight. In particular, the broken palm of the deity had made the cultivators of the Star Island tremble with fear. They were certain that this war was not as simple as they had imagined. The patrol above the ice sheet did not actually have much meaning, because the real secret was under the ice sheet. However, the problem was that once they entered the ice cave, they would be out of everyone's sight. Once they were in danger, they would not be rescued at all and might not be able to return. Of course, the sacrifice was not meaningless. At least, it would let the Cultivator Alliance know that there was hidden danger in this area. If he locked onto the ice cave and attacked, he might be able to deal a heavy blow to the ice-sealing cultivator. This method of sacrificing oneself to help others was not worth it, and no one would appreciate it. The cultivators of the Star Island who had accepted the mission stopped at the periphery of the deep ice cave, hesitating whether to enter or not. At this moment, there were countless pairs of eyes watching them from the sky, giving the Star Island cultivators on the ice sheet great pressure. If he continued to hesitate, he would definitely be looked down upon and ridiculed by the other cultivators of the Star Island. Without waiting for long, the cultivators of the Star Island began to move. They selected more than 100 cultivators and flew into the lowest part of the ice cave in a small aircraft. It could be said that these 100 cultivators were truly brave. The cultivators of the Star Island were all waiting at the periphery of the ice cave, ready to receive their companions. Sending a small number of cultivators to investigate was obviously out of consideration for safety. They wanted to avoid being wiped out in one wave if they encountered danger. This approach could be said to be very correct. When they were on a mission, although they had already thought that they would not be able to return, it did not mean that they had to die. However, they didn't know that some of the Alliance Star Islands in the sky had already secretly locked onto the location of the cultivators. Once an accident happened, these Alliance Star Islands would immediately launch an attack and completely destroy a radius of dozens of kilometers. Be it the Star Island cultivators or the ice-sealed cultivators, they would all die. This was the style of the Cultivator Alliance. They didn't care about the safety of the cultivators on the Star Island at all. Instead, They treated them as cannon fodder that could be sacrificed at any time. Time passed slowly, but the cultivators who had entered the ice showed no signs of returning. The Star Island cultivator in charge of receiving them revealed a trace of anxiety on his face, fearing that his companion would really be in danger. The Alliance cultivators who were watching from the sky were overjoyed. If he could confirm that there was indeed a frozen cultivator under the ice cave, it would definitely be a pleasant surprise. The cultivators of the other Star Islands were also the same. They had been waiting for the war to start so that they could get the chance to gain battle merits. After a while, there was finally some movement under the ice cave. The Star Islands cultivators who had entered the bottom of the pit earlier had unexpectedly returned without suffering any injuries. Seeing the cultivators of the Star Island return, many of the onlooking cultivators sighed in disappointment. How good would it be if they were dead? Chapter 3180, The Resistance of the Star Island Cultivators. Tell me, what's under the ice sheet? Looking at the Star Island cultivators who had left and returned, his companion indeed felt a trace of happiness. However, it instantly turned into depression. The fact that his comrades had returned alive meant that the ice cave was safe, but it also meant that they had lost their chance. As comrades who had gone through life and death together, they naturally didn't want their comrades to suffer, but they didn't mind sacrificing themselves in exchange for merits. Those who dared to take the risk here were prepared to die. If they could not find anything after taking a trip around the frozen planet, they would have worked hard for nothing. There's nothing down there. There's nothing. Upon hearing his companion's question, the Star Island cultivator who had entered the ice cave replied with an indifferent expression. Anyone who had entered the ice cave would definitely not believe the answer of this Star Island cultivator. This was because the area under the ice was extremely large and there was a large sect hidden there. However, the enemies who had entered the ice cave were now hanging on the icicles, and no one knew what the bottom of the ice cave looked like. Nothing. Upon hearing their companion's answer, the cultivators of the Star Island were skeptical. However, on second thought, he felt that it was very normal. After all, this was once the battlefield of the enemy and their own side. If he continued to stay here, he would definitely expose his existence and be attacked by the Cultivator Alliance. The frozen planet was so big that there was no place to hide. There was no need to guard one place all the time. The results of the investigation were within the expectations of the cultivators. Since the enemy is not here, let's continue searching. We can't give up so easily. The leader of the cultivators ordered them not to waste time and to continue to explore other locations. Wait a moment. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, and hundreds of runic chains descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it hit the ice cap. Dazzling balls of light descended rapidly along the runic chains and instantly transformed into cultivators with astonishing auras. The newcomers were all high-level cultivators of the Cultivator Alliance. They had participated in the last battle and were killed on this ice field. They were able to survive because of the appearance of the guardian deity. Otherwise, they would have been buried here. Looking at the bodies still hanging on the ice pillars, the Alliance experts' expressions were dark. It was even colder than the ice on the frozen planet. He said there's no problem, and you think there's no problem? Don't tell me you're usually so careless. In such a situation, they had to send someone to check again to ensure that there were no problems. If you can't even do this, it won't be long before you idiots will appear among the corpses on the ice field. The high-level cultivator reprimanded the group of Star Island cultivators in a stern tone, not giving them any face at all. When the group of Star Island cultivators heard this, their faces turned extremely ugly. If it weren't for the guardian deity, you would have become a corpse long ago. What right do you have to boast shamelessly here? HMPH. A Star Island cultivator snorted coldly and said to the Alliance expert. His tone was filled with disdain. Impudent. The Alliance expert's eyes opened wide like there was fire spewing out, like a wound that had not healed was opened up once more. Hihi, Yingluo. The cultivators of the Star Island were fearless. They didn't believe that the experts of the Alliance would dare to attack them in public. If they really dared to do so, it would be equivalent to offending all the cultivators of the Star Island, which would certainly cause great waves. The Alliance experts knew that this wasn't a place for them to act, so they suppressed their anger. He no longer paid any attention to that cultivator from the Star Island. Instead, he turned his head to look at the ice cave, as if he wanted to see through the secret hidden here. He would never forget that battle. The cultivators of the ice-sealing sect and the demon-eating city had appeared from under this ice sheet. How could such a den of thieves be empty? Immediately send someone to investigate again. The Alliance expert didn't even turn his head and just coldly ordered. The surrounding cultivators of the Star Island didn't react at all, as if they didn't hear anything. I said continue to investigate. Are you guys deaf? The Alliance expert turned around and said viciously. At that moment, the Alliance experts lost control and wanted to kill these cannon fodders who dared to resist. They actually disobeyed orders again and again. Did they really think that they could provoke a giant organization like the Cultivator Alliance? HMPH. The Star Island cultivator who spoke earlier snorted coldly and faced the furious Alliance experts. We've just taken the risk to explore this ice cave and confirmed that there are no problems. If you don't believe me, you can go and check it out yourself. We definitely won't go down. The Star Island cultivator suddenly sneered and his face was full of ridicule. Even if there's no danger down there, you wouldn't dare to go down, because you don't have the guts. If he really had the courage, why would he issue the mission to the cultivators of the Star Island while he hid in the back and played tricks? To put it bluntly, the cultivators of the Alliance are afraid of death. That's why they use the cultivators of the Star Island to scout the way. These words were not polite at all. It was equivalent to tearing apart the veil of shame of the Alliance cultivators and completely exposing their ugly faces. At this moment, there were countless pairs of eyes watching the frozen planet from the sky. All the cultivators could hear the conversation just now, without missing a single thing. Looking at their expressions at the moment, they were indeed full of shock and surprise. He did not expect such a verbal confrontation to happen. Although everyone knew what the Cultivator Alliance was planning, no one exposed it in public. Because the Cultivator Alliance was extremely thick-skinned, they wouldn't admit it even if they were exposed. On the contrary, the cultivators who exposed the truth would suffer brutal revenge and suppression, and they might lose their lives at any time. In the headquarters of the Cultivator Alliance, a group of high-level experts stared at the frozen planet with shock and anger. The cultivators of the Star Island had already gone out of control before the war had even begun. This was definitely not a scene that they wanted to see. Such an unexpected situation had to be contained immediately. It could not continue. Send down the order immediately to kill that Star Island cultivator. The high-ranking cultivators of the Cultivator Alliance coldly gave the order, and someone quickly carried it out. Delude the masses with lies, and should be executed according to the law. An Alliance expert standing at the back of the group suddenly roared and charged at the Star Island cultivator. The cultivators of the Star Island didn't have the time to rescue him, or rather, they didn't dare to. The other Alliance experts looked on coldly and waited for the cultivator who provoked the Alliance to be killed. The Star Island cultivator was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that the Cultivator Alliance would really attack him on the spot. This kind of behavior was simply unscrupulous. He would kill the cultivators of the Star Island who dared to speak the truth in front of everyone. Then, he would use powerful means to suppress all disharmonious voices. Step by step, they broke the backbones of the Star Island cultivators and forced them to obey the commands of the Cultivator Alliance. Even if they were unwilling, even if they felt that it was unfair, they had to accept their fate. In the next instant, the Star Island cultivators were about to be killed. Hey, you think you're worthy of killing me? The Star Island cultivator revealed a strange smile. Suddenly, he drew his long saber and a cold light flashed. The Alliance's experts, who had been trying to kill the Star Island's cultivators, had been cut in half by a single blade. That wasn't the end. The Star Island cultivator waved his blade again and killed the two experts from the Alliance. Under the dumbfounded gazes of countless cultivators from beyond the sky, the Star Island cultivator laughed out loud and pointed his saber toward the sky. You bunch of bastards, I'm waiting for you here. If you have the guts, attack now. The Star Island cultivators who had returned from the ice cave suddenly became like wolves and tigers, cutting down all the Alliance experts. Such a special way of fighting made the Alliance experts who had escaped from death tremble. Cultivators from the demon-eating city. The Alliance experts from beyond the sky roared in anger, but their hearts were filled with shock and fear. Chapter 3181, Can't Be Killed. One the Alliance experts who were shocked instantly came back to their senses and looked at the ice field in disbelief. These Star Island cultivators, who insisted that there was no danger below the ice cave and refused to explore further, were clearly cultivators from Stone Demon City in disguise. That was their lair, so they would definitely not admit that there was a problem under the ice cave. Therefore, they planned to trick the cultivators of the Star Island away. However, They didn't expect the Alliance cultivators to interfere, and they couldn't hide the secret anymore, so they attacked. No wonder they were so strong and killed all the Alliance cultivators who went to supervise the battle in the blink of an eye. If it was a cultivator from the demon-eating city, it would be normal for him to do this. After all, in the previous battle, the cultivators of the Alliance had been beaten to the point where they couldn't fight back at all. They had already admitted the strength of the enemy. In order to deal with the cultivators of the Demon Eater City, the Cultivator Alliance had tried everything they could to find a way to deal with them. No one had expected that the cultivators of the demon-eating city would suddenly appear and kill hundreds of cultivators of the Alliance. The cultivators of the Star Island who were watching the battle were also extremely shocked. This was their first time coming into contact with an enemy, and they did not expect that the enemy would be so fierce and brave. When he thought about facing such an enemy, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. His confidence in winning had also taken a blow. Seeing the Alliance cultivators suffer heavy losses, the Star Island cultivators who were watching the battle still felt a trace of joy in their hearts. The Alliance cultivators were furious. They couldn't tolerate such a blatant provocation. Attack, now! The manager of the Cultivator Alliance immediately gave the order to attack and not give the enemy a chance to escape. Even if there were Star Island cultivators around the ice cave, their attacks would not be affected. Exchanging the lives of the Star Island cultivators for a group of experts from the demon-eating city was definitely the best deal. If anyone dared to raise any doubts, the Cultivator Alliance would have a lot of methods to make them shut up. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the spectators, a few Alliance Star Islands suddenly shot out beams of light, heading straight for the frozen planet. The Cultivator Alliance has made its move. When the Star Island cultivators who were watching the battle saw this, they had the same thought. They knew that the Alliance would definitely not miss this opportunity to attack. Even if he was angry and unwilling, he had no choice. There was no turning back. No one could stop this wave of attacks. They could only watch the tragedy happen. The attack beam instantly fell to the ground. A blinding light burst forth, setting off a storm of frost and snow that filled the sky. At the same time, it swallowed everything on the ground. The Alliance Star Island's attack was extremely powerful and would not give any enemy a chance to escape. The bandits who wandered the Star Cloud Sea were most afraid of this kind of weapon. They would avoid it like the plague. In the blink of an eye, the body of the Star Island cultivator had already vaporized, leaving no trace behind. The same was true for the ships of the cultivators on the Star Islands. They were simply unable to withstand such a terrifying attack. The ice cover of the frozen planet was not afraid of energy and physical attacks. Even if it caused a cloud of dust, it would also dissipate in an instant. The cultivators who were watching the battle quickly saw the effect of the attack, but they were once again dumbfounded. The cultivators of the demon-eating city were still standing in their original positions, as if they had not been hurt at all. However, one could tell how terrifying the attack was just by looking at the surrounding scene. It had actually forcibly lowered the ice sheet by a few dozen meters. The cultivators of the Demon Eater City didn't care at all. The mocking smiles were still on their faces. Is this the means of the Cultivator Alliance? It's like a joke. If I were you, I wouldn't be so embarrassing. The cultivators of the demon-eating city laughed out loud, and so did their companions. They laughed without restraint. It was obvious that they didn't care about the Cultivator Alliance's attack at all. And NBSP, seeing this, the Alliance cultivators were even more furious. He didn't expect that the long-prepared attack wouldn't kill the cultivators of Demon Eater City. The power and strangeness of the attack were far beyond his imagination. However, the Cultivator Alliance had to kill all the cultivators of the Demon Eater City, or they would be at a disadvantage. Don't hesitate. Continue attacking. The Alliance's manager gave another order, and a few more Star Islands launched their attacks. A dazzling light descended from the sky. The cultivators of the demon-eating city on the ice field were covered by the dazzling light again. The spectators watched intently, their hearts in their throats. They weren't afraid that the cultivators of Demon Eater City would be injured, but that they were still safe and sound. The cold air quickly dissipated, and the cultivators of Demon Eater City appeared in front of him again. Ha 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 ha. Their laughter was still unbridled. To the cultivators of the Alliance, the performance of the cultivators of Demon Eater City was definitely the most ruthless mockery. It made people feel that the so-called Cultivator Alliance was nothing more than this. The successive failures put the Alliance cultivators in a difficult position. All of them gritted their teeth in hatred. We must kill them to protect the glory of the Cultivator Alliance. The cultivators of the Alliance were screaming in their hearts, eager to kill the cultivators of the Demon Eater City. Continue to attack. The manager of the Alliance had given the order that they would not let the matter rest until they killed the cultivators of the demon-eating city. It was embarrassing to fail twice, but it would be really embarrassing if they didn't kill the cultivators of the Demon Eater City. Because of this matter, the morale of the army would be affected and people would doubt whether the Alliance could win. There were only 100 cultivators from the demon-eating city. If the Alliance couldn't kill them, how could they wipe out all the enemies? Moreover, the cultivators of the demon-eating city had just stood there and let the Alliance attack them. They didn't even try to dodge. If they couldn't even kill him, what was the point of fighting this war? After a few more attacks, the cultivators of the Demon Eater City were safe and sound, but the cultivators of the Alliance were angry and anxious. They could tell that this kind of attack couldn't cause any harm to the cultivators of the Demon Eater City. But other than that, there was no other good way. Perhaps only by sending experts of the Alliance to fight with the cultivators of the demon-eating city would they have a chance to kill them. However, the previous battle had already proven the strength of the cultivators of the demon-eating city. Ordinary experts of the Alliance were no match for them. Only by sending the true elites would they have a chance of victory. Send the core disciples of the Alliance immediately. We must kill these cultivators of the Demon Eater City. We can't fail. The manager of the Cultivator Alliance finally made up his mind to send out his real trump card. The core disciples of the Alliance were the key cultivation targets of the Cultivator Alliance. They even had the possibility of becoming gods in the future. If it wasn't necessary, they wouldn't get involved in anything. They would just focus on their cultivation. The current situation had already put the Cultivator Alliance in a difficult position. If they didn't resolve it as soon as possible, the situation would only get worse. For the time being, there were no problems within the Alliance. However, the Star Islands that had accepted the mission had clearly become restless. If the Alliance's prestige was affected, when the war started, they would definitely not be able to achieve the desired results. It had become a must to send core disciples to hunt down the cultivators of Demon Eater City. Chapter 3182. The battle between top-tier cultivators. 1. The Cultivator Alliance has lost all its face this time. On a certain Star Island, the master of the Star Island looked up at the sky with a worried expression. In his heart, he was thinking about when he would be able to gather enough battle credits to experience what it was like to become a god again. As for the other cultivators of the Star Island, they didn't have such complicated thoughts. They were simply watching the show. The cultivators of the Star Island looked up at the sky. It was like a mirage, and they could see the battle scenes on the frozen planet. Not every cultivator had a strong spiritual sense or the ability to see thousands of miles. The cultivators could not see it, but the Star Island could. Under such circumstances, they could only make use of the special function of the Star Island to broadcast the scene on the frozen planet. And NBSP, the cultivators saw everything that happened before and naturally knew how awkward the Alliance was. If the cultivators of the demon-eating city were not dealt with, what right did the Alliance have to rule the Star Islands in the Star Cloud Sea? While the cultivators of the Star Island were discussing animatedly, the Cultivator Alliance had already taken action and informed the successive disciples to immediately exit seclusion. This battle was related to the reputation of the Alliance. They couldn't afford to lose. They had to let the cultivators of the Star Cloud Ocean know how strong the Alliance was. It didn't take long for the rune chains to descend on the frozen planet. Compared to the runic chains used on the Star Islands, these runic chains were much thicker, and the runes carved on their surfaces were much more concentrated. It was as if a long river of fire had poured down from the 9 heavens and landed on the frozen planet. The core disciples of the Alliance followed the river of heavenly fire and landed on the frozen planet. Not to mention their strength, at least in terms of aura, they far exceeded the Alliance experts. These Dao Wu are all core disciples. Some of the Alliance experts recognized the core disciples and exclaimed. They naturally knew what core disciples represented, and this also confirmed the determination of the Cultivator Alliance. It was obvious that he wanted to kill the cultivators of the Demon Eater City at all costs to regain his face. All the spectators wanted to see if the Cultivator Alliance could really get what they wanted this time. Boom! With a muffled bang, slender figures appeared around the ice cave, standing opposite the cultivators of Demon Eater City. They wore long robes embroidered with stars, and when the cold wind blew, it seemed as if there was nothing inside. There were only countless rules entangled together, deducing countless possible outcomes. This was a secret technique of the Cultivator Alliance. After cultivating it to the extreme, one could determine life and death with a single thought. The enemy only needed to take a glance to feel their soul tremble and hurriedly cut off their perception. After a long time, they would be trapped in it with no possibility of escaping. The cultivators of the Star Island who were watching the battle were all shocked and didn't dare to continue investigating. He was afraid that if he was not careful, his divine soul would completely collapse. This was the power of a core disciple. Even if they didn't attack, they could still make people feel the extreme danger. The Cultivation Alliance's foundation is indeed unfathomable. The cultivators of the Star Island who were watching the battle sighed with emotion, feeling that there was hope for victory this time. However, when they looked at the cultivators of the demon-eating city, they were still full of mockery, as if they didn't care about these true inheritance embellishments. You guys represent the highest combat power of the Cultivator Alliance. The leader of the cultivators from Demon Food City looked at the core disciples of the Alliance arrogantly. From the looks of it, the conning techniques of the core disciples were useless against the cultivators of the Demon Eater City. This alone was enough to prove the strength of the cultivators of the Demon Eating City. The Alliance cultivators didn't respond and were like silent statues. Boring. Another bunch of fools who only know how to cultivate. The cultivator from the Demon Eater City said helplessly. From the looks of it, you're trying to regain your dignity. I'll give you a chance. Whether it's a one-on-one fight or a group fight, just bring it on. I guarantee that you'll be convinced. The cultivator from the Demon Eater City still looked like a ruffian, not like a super expert who had cultivated. His name was Wang Wu, and he was indeed a super expert. No one would have thought that this little hooligan who was despised by others was actually a super genius. They were clearly cultivating together, but Wang Wu had left all his companions far behind. Talent was important, but the main reason was that the divine kingdom of the mind was too suitable for cultivation. When a cultivator entered the divine kingdom in his mind, even if he were to lie down and sleep all day, his strength would continue to increase. Ordinary cultivators might not understand why there were no obstacles in the divine kingdom in their minds when it was difficult to advance. This was because the rules of the divine kingdom in his mind were all set by Tang Zhen. Since he did not set up a cultivation barrier, he would naturally advance like a rocket. In order to intimidate the Cultivator Alliance, Tang Zhen had chosen a group of cultivators from Demon Eater City, and each of them was a true elite cultivator. Due to Wang Wu's astonishing cultivation base, he was chosen by Tang Zhen. Furthermore, he was also in charge of leading the team. Wang Wu definitely did not dare to reject Tang Zhen's arrangement. He could only brace himself and accept the mission. Before he took action, he had specially asked Lu Qing what he should do. Lu Qing told him that as long as he kept mocking them, he would kill as many as they came. After receiving Lu Qing's guidance, Wang Wu did as he was told, and his first words were full of sarcasm. The core disciples of the Alliance didn't want to waste any more time. After all, their goal was clear. They could either kill the cultivators of the demon-eating city or die on the frozen planet. There was no other way. The moment Wang Wu finished speaking, a core disciple of the Alliance rushed out and tried to kill him. I'll fight you. Wang Wu didn't need to make a move. A cultivator of the demon-eating city went up and fought with the core disciples. From the Cultivator Alliance's camp, a few more figures flew out and were also intercepted by the cultivators of Demon Eater City. The two sides fought and it was difficult to tell. This was the Cultivator Alliance's strategy. They believed that in a one-on-one battle, core disciples would definitely be able to crush the enemy. In a short period of time, every cultivator on the scene had successfully found their opponent. However, over 200 cultivators were able to unleash an earth-shattering aura because they were all truly powerful. On one side, there were the core disciples of the Cultivator Alliance who focused on cultivating and exploring the Tao, and they had the potential to become gods. Every core disciple was extremely powerful, but they never made a move easily. Today could definitely be considered their first battle. Be it the Alliance members or the Star Island cultivators, they all had high hopes for the core disciples. They were counting on them to kill the cultivators of the demon-eating city. The cultivators on the other side were experts from the demon-eating city. They were mysterious and powerful. In an instant, he killed experts from the Alliance and took the attacks from the Star Islands head-on. His strength made his enemies feel despair. Some people suspected that the cultivators of the demon-eating city were resisting the attacks of the Star Island because of the protection of the gods. There was no problem with this. After all, it was the Cultivator Alliance who was shameless to use the Star Islands to launch a sneak attack. The two sides had already started fighting, and it would soon be known who was stronger. The members of the Cultivator Alliance watched intently, afraid that their companions would be defeated. However, it didn't take long for their expressions to turn gloomier. In the howling cold wind, there would be figures falling from the sky from time to time. Most of them were actually core disciples of the Alliance. Although they were strong, the cultivators of Stone Demon City were even stronger. They were actually able to kill the core disciples of the Alliance. Chapter 3183, The Source of the Curse. The Cultivator Alliance had always believed that the cultivators of the demon-eating city were related to the frozen planet, and they might even be frozen cultivators. By chance, the cultivators of the demon-eating city had woken up and gained powerful strength. This included the sect leaders. In the all-encompassing world of cultivation, it was normal to have cultivators of different races. For example, in the Nebula Sea, there were many different races. The cultivators were used to them. However, they didn't know that there were no other races on the frozen planet. Not only did they misjudge the background of the cultivators of the demon-eating city, but they also didn't know their true strength. They thought that they would win by sending the true disciples. After the two sides fought, they realized that they were wrong. Although core disciples were powerful, they were only powerful to the cultivators in the Nebula Sea. Compared to the elites of the demon-eating city, they were on a whole different level. Core disciples were the seeds of godhood nurtured by the Alliance, but they didn't necessarily have the qualifications to become a god. They had to go through great waves of selection, and every step forward was extremely difficult. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that only 1 in 10,000 would survive. In fact, all of the core disciples didn't even have the chance to become a god. All the cultivators from the demon-eating city were qualified to become gods, but they would need a long time. They were Tang Zhen's servants. As the saying goes, when a person attains the Tao, his chickens and dogs would rise to the heavens. After Tang Zhen became a god king, the divine kingdom in his mind would definitely give birth to a lower god. All the cultivators of Demon Eater City who participated in the war had such an opportunity, and the number of opportunities depended on Tang Zhen's will. In fact, there were also powerful cultivators among the core disciples of the Alliance who had killed the cultivators of the demon-eating city in exchange for their lives. However, such a victory was meaningless. The cultivators in the divine kingdom of one's mind were completely undying existences. They could be resurrected infinitely because of Tang Zhen. 1 second they were killed, the next they would be resurrected, and they might even become more powerful. Unless one had the ability to kill Tang Zhen, it would be impossible to resolve this situation. Not many cultivators noticed this change. They only saw the corpses of the core disciples falling to the ground. The Alliance's morale took a huge hit. Seeing more and more core disciples die, many cultivators couldn't hold it in anymore. Hurry up and give the order to retreat. We can't afford such a sacrifice. The internal affairs of the Cultivator Alliance were already in conflict. No one wanted to see this situation continue. After all, every core disciple of the Alliance was a true heaven's favorite and had spent countless resources to cultivate them. To lose them in vain like this was simply self-mutilating, and it was meaningless. After all, anyone could see that the core disciples of the Alliance were no match for the cultivators of the Demon Eater City. Let them retreat quickly. Perhaps the god behind the enemy has already made his move. Core disciples are no match for him. One of the managers of the Alliance suggested. He really couldn't bear to continue suffering such losses. Absolutely not. In this situation, retreating will completely embarrass the Alliance. Therefore, don't mention retreating again. Otherwise, it will be regarded as disrupting the morale of the army and will be severely punished. As for those core disciples, even if they all die in battle, they have to fight for me. At the very least, the entire Cultivation Alliance will be united because of this. The number of people who agreed to retreat was extremely small. Most of the Alliance managers felt that they should fight to the death and not retreat. Since he was already on the battlefield, he should take the big picture into consideration. He absolutely could not disrupt the plan because he was worried about sacrifices. If the Alliance cultivators retreated now, they would only be defeated. However, if they all died, it would mean endless hatred. In fact, the managers were very clear on how to choose. After a short discussion, they came to a conclusion. What followed was a chilling silence. And NBSP, even though the Alliance cultivators kept asking for the headquarters to end the battle, there was no response. This fierce battle did not last for too long. When the last core disciple died and his body fell to the ground, all the spectators fell into silence. At the same time, they were certain that something was wrong with the fight. No matter how strong the cultivators of Demon Eater City were, it was impossible for them to not suffer any casualties. And NBSP, grief and anger rose up in the Alliance cultivators, hearts like they could explode at any moment. The two sides were in a stalemate. The cultivators of the demon-eating city were still provoking them arrogantly, but no one dared to take up the challenge. Between the Alliance and the various Star Islands, there were rumors that the defeat of the 100 core disciples was a glorious one. The cultivators of the demon-eating city had won the battle because of their schemes, which was absolutely shameful. This rumor resonated strongly with the crowd. The spectating cultivators of the Star Cloud Sea all felt that the core disciples of the Alliance couldn't be so weak. If there was a chance, he would definitely seek justice and let the enemy know the power of the cultivators from the Star Cloud Ocean. A crisis that might have erupted was silently resolved. It even caused the cultivators of the Nebula Sea to be united against a common enemy. Countless cultivators roared and wanted to attack the frozen planet immediately to destroy all the damn frozen cultivators. However, the Cultivator Alliance didn't react at all. They didn't take advantage of this opportunity to attack the frozen planet. This also made the observers confirm once again that even now, the Cultivator Alliance was not sure of its victory. The Alliance was clearly still waiting for an opportunity, but it was obvious that the war was not far away. Tang Zhen was also waiting. Up until now, there was still no movement from the spiritual treasure of the origin, and no one knew where it had run to. This caused Tang Zhen to be a little worried. Could it be that the origin spiritual treasure had sensed the threat and was hiding and not showing itself? If that was the case, he had to take action. He couldn't just wait like an idiot. The problem was, what should he do to make the original source spiritual treasure take the bait? Just as Tang Zhen was thinking, he discovered that someone was approaching him. It turned out to be the Ice Man servant. The other party was a bait that Tang Zhen had set up. It had indeed attracted the attention of the origin soul treasure. However, there was no movement from it after that. Although there was a possibility of him being eliminated, Tang Zhen did not care. He would definitely not make a conclusion easily until the last moment. There was something wrong with the servant's state. His face was filled with a complicated and heavy expression, as if he was hiding something that was difficult to say. Tang Zhen's heart trembled slightly. He felt that the appearance of the Ice Man servant should represent some kind of opportunity. "Greetings, Your Excellency." Compared to the previous dizziness, the Ice Man slave was much more normal now, but occasionally he would still fall into a sluggish state. "What do you want?" Tang Zhen looked at the Ice Man slave, signaling him to speak directly. "I vaguely remember what happened back then, but I don't know if it's true or not. I feel that I should tell you." When the servant of the Ice Man said this, his face was filled with fear and a trace of hesitation. "Just say it." Tang Zhen had a smile on his face as he softly encouraged her. "I was originally the sect master of a small sect, but I became enemies with a large sect, and my sect was eventually destroyed by them. In order to take revenge, I tried everything I could and obtained an ancient secret skill. It was said that when this secret technique was used, it could form a vicious curse that would implicate anyone who was related to it. At that time, I was in a hurry to take revenge and didn't think much about it. Instead, I felt that this curse was the most suitable. Thus, I thought of a way to complete this sacrifice and cast a curse on the enemy sect. Soon, I discovered that the cultivators of the opposing sect had died mysteriously, and I couldn't find out the cause. Their numbers were getting more and more out of control, causing the enemy sects to collapse rapidly. I'm very happy because I finally have a chance to take revenge for the deep hatred I have for my sect. What I didn't expect was that this terrifying curse would quickly leave the territory of the enemy sects and spread to other places. When the infected reached a certain number, the spread of the curse would become extremely fast. Anyone related to the infected would also be infected by the curse. Even I, the one who cast the curse, was affected by it and was infected by the terrifying curse. Chapter 3184. So that's how it is. 1. The Ice Man servant's explanation allowed Tang Zhen to confirm the source of the curse. It was no wonder that the cultivators on the frozen planet were all infected with a strange curse. The source of the curse was the Ice Slave. When he met the other party earlier, Tang Zhen had a unique feeling that the other party's condition was clearly not right. A cultivator with memory loss and no cultivation base could actually persist in asking for help. It was obvious that he was unable to let go of this obsession in his heart, which was why he had done such a thing. It was just that at that time, there was no clue at all. Tang Zhen was simply unable to make an accurate judgment. Looking back now, it was clear that the clues had been in front of him since that time. When a god was ready to do something, all living things would be affected by the rules of mind and automatically gather around the god. Then, the journey would be smooth and he would achieve his final goal. Of course, the premise of this was that it was not affected by other forces, otherwise there would definitely be a deviation. Tang Zhen had obtained the Ice Man as a slave from the very beginning. As time passed, he finally knew the truth behind the curse of the frozen planet. If Tang Zhen had not saved her back then, the future would have changed. He might never have known the origin of the curse. After all, this matter was not directly related to obtaining the origin spiritual treasure. It was not something that Tang Zhen was in a hurry to do. However, Tang Zhen felt that the matter wasn't that simple. It was because the curse was so powerful that it infected all the cultivators and living beings on the frozen planet. Such a terrifying curse was definitely not something that an ordinary sect could possess. It felt more like the work of a god. Furthermore, this mysterious curse was related to the cultivators of the Star Cloud Sea. The previous situation had already proven that as long as the cultivators of the Nebulous Sea were killed, the power of the mysterious curse would gradually disappear. There was no doubt that this was not a coincidence. It must have been a powerful cultivator who used the cultivators of the Nebulous Sea as the source to curse the cultivators of the frozen planet. The cultivators in the Nebulous Sea couldn't sense the curse at all. However, as long as the race at the origin was not exterminated, the mysterious curse would always exist. Of course, it would also cause harm to one's body. There was no reason in the world that one's fist would not hurt when hitting someone. The gods of the Cultivator Alliance were naturally the biggest suspects. Only the gods of the Alliance had enough power to do this quietly. According to Tang Zhen's speculations, the Cultivator Alliance definitely had more than one deity. However, there was only one deity guarding the place. Where did all the other gods go? Tang Zhen had already gradually deduced the cause and effect after combining the changes on the frozen planet and the disappearance of the guardian god. A long time ago, the gods of the Cultivator Alliance discovered the frozen planet. For some reason, the Alliance's cultivators secretly attacked the frozen planet. Using the cultivators of the Nebula Ocean as the source, he created a special curse that could cause serious damage to the frozen planet. They had chosen their target, the Ice Slave, and released this terrifying curse through him. The plan was a great success. All the cultivators on the frozen planet were successfully infected by the curse. However, Tang Zhen had new doubts when he speculated up to this point. Was the Alliance god doing this to snatch the frozen planet or for other purposes? Or perhaps, he wanted to kill two birds with one stone. Tang Zhen felt that it should be the latter. The Alliance gods clearly had other plans, but they also didn't want to give up the resources of the frozen planet. Therefore, the frozen planet was discovered by the Alliance and dragged directly to the Nebula Sea. Then, there were excavation and treasure exploration operations. The question was, where did these gods go? Tang Zhen had a new guess when he thought of this. The curse released by the gods of the Alliance was not to conquer the frozen planet, but to achieve the prerequisite of something. They had succeeded and achieved their expected goal, but they had also caused the entire planet to be frozen. Combined with the sect master's description of the special situation they had sensed before being frozen, Tang Zhen came to a new conclusion. The Cultivator Alliance's goal was to use the creatures on the frozen planet as sacrifices to open a passage to another world. After the passage was opened, the Alliance gods and the guardians of the frozen planet all entered the world. The moment the passage was opened, the world instantly fell into a frozen state, and no living creature below the level of God could escape. It should be like this, Yingluo. Tang Zhen revealed a smile when he thought of this. Once he understood the cause and effect, he could formulate a corresponding plan to solve the current dilemma. The purpose of doing so was only to delay time and wait for the original source spiritual treasure to take the bait. Tang Zhen didn't have much of a reaction to the Cultivator Alliance's shocking scheme. After all, he had seen too many similar things. To ordinary cultivators, it was very exaggerated to destroy a world. However, to the cultivators of Lu Cheng, it was an ordinary thing. It was precisely because he had seen too much that Tang Zhen had an indifferent expression when faced with such a shocking conspiracy. Tang Zhen had been observing the Cultivator Alliance and knew that the other party had not made a move. They were definitely waiting for reinforcements. The Cultivator Alliance didn't lack cultivators. The only person they were afraid of was Tang Zhen. The guardian deity had confirmed that he was no match for Tang Zhen. Only by surrounding them and not attacking them would they be able to stall for time. Only with the help of reinforcements would they have the confidence to win. Gods weren't cabbages and couldn't be found so easily. The most likely reinforcements were the Alliance gods. Are you preparing to return soon? This matter might have something to do with him. It should be that the pressure of guarding the god was too great, so he contacted reinforcements. Since he knew the other party's plan, Tang Zhen would definitely not allow the other party's plot to succeed. It was not in his character to be beaten but not retaliate. Tell me, how do you use this secret curse? Tang Zhen looked at the Iceman servant and asked in an indifferent tone, my memory is a little fuzzy. Please allow me to think about Yingluo. As the servant spoke up to this point, he fell into a state of trying hard to recall, saying whatever he thought of. Tang Zhen silently listened. At the same time, he analyzed the situation and understood the theory behind the curse secret art. The cultivators of Lu Cheng had plundered over 10,000 worlds and stored countless secret skills. Curse-type secret skills were one of them. Tang Zhen was experienced and knowledgeable. The curse secret technique that the Iceman servant had told him was nothing much to him. Tang Zhen had already figured out the specific principles of the process from the Iceman slave's explanation and had even improved it. Since he wanted to use it to counter the enemy, he had to be more skilled to make the other party helpless. The gods of the Alliance would never have imagined that Tang Zhen would use such a method to fight back against the Cultivator Alliance. He definitely did not dare to believe that Tang Zhen had easily completed the upgrade of the curse secret art that he had spent so much effort researching. People were divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades, and cultivators were the same. They were both god-level cultivators, but in terms of experience and knowledge, Tang Zhen could definitely crush the Alliance's gods. When the Iceman cultivator's face was dejected and indicated that he could no longer recall, Tang Zhen merely smiled and shook his head. Do you regret spreading the curse on the frozen planet? The Iceman servant was stunned when it heard this. It looked at Tang Zhen in a daze before nodding its head gently. That's right. It's too late for regrets. After all, this matter involves too many innocent xianxia. If you were given a chance to take revenge on the mastermind, would you be willing to do it? This matter could be done by anyone. There was no need for it to be the servant of the Iceman. The purpose of Tang Zhen doing this was to give the other party a chance to be at ease and atone for his sins. The servant widened its eyes and nodded without hesitation. I'm willing, even if it costs me 10,000 lives. Chapter 3185. The spread of the curse won under the 10,000-meter ice sheet. The space became larger and larger. A huge altar appeared where the runic magic circle was originally built, with all kinds of offerings placed on it. Although everything on the frozen planet was frozen, as long as he had Tang Zhen's support, he could obtain anything. Moreover, the deity that the sacrifice communicated with was Tang Zhen himself. As long as he wasn't picky, it wouldn't be a problem even if he didn't place the sacrifice. It was simply unnecessary to provide the sacrifice himself and then use it to sacrifice himself. The sect master of the everlasting sect and the others were gathered on the side with millions of frozen cultivators behind them. The atmosphere was very heavy. They knew the truth and figured out the source of the curse. Everyone was extremely dissatisfied and angry with the servant, but they could do nothing about it. Everyone knew that even if there were no servants, there would still be other cultivators who would use similar methods. Since the mastermind had set his eyes on a pinnacle planet, he would definitely not give up easily. He must also use despicable means. The servant was a fool and a pitiful worm. Even if he was cut into 1,000 pieces, he still couldn't save the disaster that had happened. What made people feel gratified was that the Iceman servants were holding another sacrificial ceremony to take revenge on the mastermind. As it required the cooperation of the ice-sealing cultivators, the various grandmasters brought their elite cultivators and gathered around the altar. None of the cultivators refused this. Seeing the miserable state of the frozen planet, the ice-sealing cultivator was filled with hatred and pain. He could not wait to take revenge on the enemy. The ice slave stood in the middle of the altar and looked at the familiar objects, but its heart was filled with emotions. He didn't expect that many years later, he would have to hold another sacrifice. The only difference was that this time, the target was the Nebula Ocean Cultivator, the true source of the curse. Although they weren't the schemers, they provided the greatest help and could be considered the enemy's accomplices. If they were innocent, what had the countless creatures on the frozen planet done wrong? At the thought of this, the Iceman servant looked at Hort, who was beside him, indicating that the ceremony had officially begun. There had to be a medium for the iceborn slave to cast a curse, and Hort was the best candidate. He was powerful enough and was also a cultivator from the star cloud sea. Naturally, he was the best source of infection. Hort was not particularly resistant to this matter. He also did not have a sense of belonging to the Nebula Sea. His true identity was that of a resident of the divine kingdom of his mind. All the past grudges and disputes had nothing to do with him. In order to serve his master, Hort would not turn back. Arriving at the center of the altar, Hort looked at the Iceman servant, indicating that he was ready. The servant mumbled something and made a bunch of strange movements as if he was praying to the gods. At the same time, Tang Zhen felt the prayers of the Iceman slave. At the same time, he released a trace of origin energy. The millions of frozen cultivators around the altar emitted black and green mist, revealing an extremely evil aura. The evil aura gathered in one place, and under the guidance of the Iceman slave, all of it poured into Hort's body. Hort had been successfully cursed and became the first source of infection. It didn't take long for Hort to open his eyes. His body was already slowly rotting. Wisps of thin black threads flew out of Hort's body and scattered into the surrounding air. These were all the powers of the curse. They had searched for cultivators related to Hort and then infected them. This special curse would make the infected person fall into a weak state and completely lose their combat ability. If the curse could not be lifted, the infected would secrete mucus, form a cocoon, and fall into a deep sleep. The deep sleep would not last forever. After the cultivator's life force was exhausted, the cursed cultivator would die completely. If they disturbed the sleeping infected, they would be attacked and even become their food. Hort's companions were all here, and they had immunity, so he was not worried about accidentally injuring his teammates. The other enemies who had come into contact with Hort were destined to be in deep trouble, because they would become the first batch of infected. No matter how close their relationship was, as long as they saw it in a crowd, it would become a channel of infection. Such a terrifying infectious curse could only be created by a god. It didn't take long for Hort's companions to feel the attack of the curse and start to become violent and weak. Fortunately, his immunity worked wonders, and the effects of the curse disappeared without a trace, allowing Hort's companions to heave a sigh of relief. In this short period of time, they had experienced the horror of the curse, and their faces were full of horror. It was confirmed that if he was infected by the curse, the situation would become extremely terrible if there was no way to resolve it. The frozen cultivators who were watching from the side were all extremely excited and their eyes were full of anticipation. They couldn't wait to see the cultivators of the Nebula Sea being infected by the curse and losing their composure. At the same time, they had to protect themselves and not die easily. After all, they were the true source of this curse. If they died early, it would slow down the spread of the curse, and at the same time, the strength of the curse would weaken. He had to live well. The longer he lived, the more enemies he would have to kill. The servant was silent for a long time before sighing and slowly kneeling on the ground. He didn't talk to anyone and just knelt there like a statue made of mud. Perhaps he wanted to use this method to apologize to those innocent living beings and hope to obtain their forgiveness. The death of the core disciple of the Alliance caused a huge commotion among the cultivators of the Nebula Sea. The strength of the cultivators of the demon-eating city had aroused the concern of the major star islands, who were afraid that they were no match for the ice-sealed cultivators. However, at this critical moment, the Cultivator Alliance didn't make any moves. This made the cultivators on the Star Island more and more uneasy. No one had expected that a strange disease would suddenly break out. Without any warning, some cultivators of the Star Island suddenly collapsed and became extremely weak. In the beginning, not many people paid attention to it. After all, they were all low-level cultivators of the Star Island. This was clearly related to Hort. His status was low in the past, and he could only come into contact with ordinary cultivators. But not long after, many high-level cultivators were infected and even the Alliance experts were affected. The matter finally attracted attention and the Alliance immediately started to investigate. They wanted to find out what had happened. Very quickly, people discovered that this was a terrifying curse that was spreading through unknown means. After confirming the cause of the change, the Cultivator Alliance quickly researched a way to break the curse and prevent it from spreading. In the end, he discovered that no matter what methods he used, he could not remove the curse. The terrified cultivators thought of the curse on the frozen planet and believed that the curse had spread from the frozen planet. More and more cultivators were infected, and their panic had reached an uncontrollable level. No matter how hard the cultivators tried, they couldn't stop the curse from spreading. It would be strange if there was a way to deal with it. After all, this kind of curse involved the power of rules, and even gods had to find a way to deal with it. There were also cultivators who accidentally discovered that there was a faint connection between all the infected. It was for this reason that the infection occurred. Some alliance cultivators suggested that they should use lightning-like methods to kill all the cultivators involved. Some cultivators were tempted, while others opposed it. They felt that this method would not work at all. It would take time and manpower to figure out the social relations that infected cultivators. He was afraid that before the investigation was done, new infected people would appear, and there was no possibility of controlling them. This fact was proven. This terrifying curse that involved the power of rules could not be stopped at all. When the number of infected reached a certain level, the curse would completely go out of control and begin to spread wildly among the major star islands. In less than 2 days, news came that the families of the star islands, controllers had all been infected by this terrifying curse. Chapter 3186-3186 Utter Chaos 1 On a certain star island outside the ice-sealed planet, it was a chaotic scene. Get lost immediately. If you dare to touch me, I'll kill you. My grandfather is an elder of the star island, and he has the power to decide my life and death. If I am harmed, you will definitely not have a good end. One of the star island cultivators let out a roar. His face was filled with a ferocious expression, but his voice was weak. He was lying on the street like a pile of mud. The few cultivators of the star island hesitated for a moment. In the end, they still rushed forward and waited for him to capture them with his tools. He ignored the other party's curses and threats as if he didn't hear them. They rushed to the front of a runic magic circle at an extremely fast speed and threw the other party in. Activate. Some cultivators let out a low growl. With a flash of light, this junior of the Star Island elder was thrown into the sky. This scene happened one after another, and teams of cultivators were busy. If one looked up at the sky, one could clearly see many black dots dancing in the starry sky. It turned out that the tens of thousands of cultivators floating in the cold starry sky had all fallen unconscious. In a state of weakness, and being forcefully thrown into the starry sky, fainting was a very normal thing. There were also many Star Island cultivators whose bodies were actually covered by white mycelium and turned into hard shells with the passage of time. They were like giant cocoons that had fallen into a dormant state, quietly floating in the starry sky. These floating cultivators were all infected by the curse and were thrown out of the Star Island without any hesitation. Such an order was issued by the Star Island's master, and it was said that he had received guidance from an expert. As long as they acted in time and threw all the infected people out of the Star Island, they could stop the spread of the curse. In a short period of time, tens of thousands of cursed cultivators were thrown out of the Star Island without any hesitation. Regardless of identity, everyone was treated the same. Although this method was ruthless, it seemed to be very effective, because the number of infected people on the Star Island was rapidly decreasing. After confirming this, the Star Island Lord was extremely excited and immediately informed the other Star Islands. At a time like this, he couldn't be too selfish. He had to learn how to get through this difficult time. If it was effective, he would be heavily rewarded by the Alliance. That was truly a step to heaven. The cultivators of the Star Island heaved a sigh of relief. They all felt that the master of the Star Island had made a wise decision, using a small number of sacrifices in exchange for the stability of the Star Island. Who would have thought that not long after, a series of exclamations would be heard, accompanied by news that made the cultivators dumbfounded. The master of the Star Island had been infected by the curse and had lost his ability to move. The elders were currently studying how to deal with it. The master of the Star Island had a revered status. If he was also thrown into the starry sky, it would be no different from a rebellion. However, if he did not do so, he was afraid that the curse would spread and the consequences would be unimaginable. In a short period of time, the elders had made up their minds to throw the Star Island Lord into the sky. Their relatives were not spared. Now that they had the opportunity, they naturally wanted to take revenge. It didn't take long for the master of this Star Island to be thrown into the starry sky because of his own decision. The disaster had completely erupted. Even if the cultivators of the Star Island tried their best, they would still be affected by the curse. As the curse had spread too quickly and too many cultivators were cursed, the abandonment of the infected had stopped. The cultivators were too busy to take care of themselves and let the cursed fall to the ground, letting out mournful wails. Seeing that the situation was getting more and more dangerous, the cultivators of the Star Island scattered and fled in all directions, thinking that they could avoid the attack of the curse. However, he didn't know that the spread of the curse didn't matter how far it was, and it didn't make any sense. Even if he ran to the ends of the earth, he would not be able to escape. In just a few days, the Star Island that was once densely populated had already become a ghost land. From time to time, he could see the cultivators of the Star Island lying on the ground unconscious. Some of them had already turned into human cocoons. The Star Island, which had lost its master, began to become dangerous. If it was completely out of control, everything on the Star Island would be devoured. On another Star Island, the sounds of killing were shaking the heavens. A white-robed cultivator shrouded in a blood dance was massacring wantonly, and blood flowed like a river wherever he passed. As long as I kill all of you, the curse will not affect me. So, all of you can die. As the white-robed cultivator roared, thousands of cold beams of light danced in the air, killing all the cultivators of the Star Island they encountered along the way. His cultivation was so strong that he was not inferior to the core disciples of the Alliance. When the Star Island cultivators in the distance saw this, they fled with all their might, afraid that they would be killed by the sword. Damn bastard, are you crazy? A group of elders from the Star Island had rushed over after hearing the news and just happened to see the scene of the white-robed cultivators' wanton killing. Are you crazy? I'm not crazy. I've only discovered the way the curse spreads. Now, I have to personally take action and cut off the way the curse spreads. The white-robed cultivator said in a confident tone after hearing this. The tens of thousands of cold lights continued to pursue the other cultivators of the Star Island. Nonsense, don't tell me your method of stopping them is to wantonly kill fellow disciples. An elder of the Star Island roared. He could no longer suppress his anger, but he did not dare to make a move. The white-robed cultivator's strength was unrivaled on the entire Star Island, and no one was his match. Now, he was slaughtering the cultivators of the Star Island and was similarly unrivaled. Those who tried to resist him had all turned into corpses. The only way was to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The Star Island Master, who was in seclusion, to control the Star Island and kill him. They could only try their best to delay the time. The spread of this curse is far beyond your imagination. It's definitely the work of a god. What one saw, heard, and thought were all ways to spread the curse. In order to ensure their own safety and not be infected by the curse, they had to cut off everything related to them. The more connections you have with the infected, the higher the chances of you being cursed, so you have to cut off all connections. The white-robed cultivator growled again and countless cold lights shot out. Another group of cultivators was killed by him on the spot. The white-robed cultivator's judgment could be said to be quite accurate. He was indeed worthy of being called a heaven's favorite. After hearing the white-robed cultivator's explanation, the elders of the Star Island were dumbfounded. If this was the truth, then this curse was truly terrifying. Nonsense. If we follow your words, the island master and all of us will have to be killed. The Star Island elder who asked the question harbored evil intentions and wanted to take the opportunity to hit him while he was down. The white-robed cultivator looked at the elder in admiration and nodded. That's how it should be. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold glint flashed and headed straight for the Star Island elders. Damn it, you really dare to. Why wouldn't I dare? It's better for you to die than for me to die. If I'm soft-hearted, no one on this entire Star Island will be spared. It's better for me to send you all on your way, so that I'll be the only one left alive. As soon as the white-robed cultivator finished speaking, the elders were already beheaded. You can die in peace. If there is a chance, I will avenge you. After saying that, the white-robed cultivator headed straight for the residence of the Star Island's master. It didn't take long for the sounds of killing to shake the heavens. A day later, the white-robed cultivator was covered in blood. He left Qingdao and headed straight for the frozen planet. As for the Star Island, blood had already flowed like a river, and there was no longer any life left. The Alliance headquarters was in chaos. There were Star Islands constantly requesting for help, hoping to help resolve the curse. All sorts of bad news left people in a terrible state. However, the Cultivator Alliance couldn't even take care of itself. The Alliance headquarters couldn't escape from the crisis that the other Star Islands were facing. In just a short period of time, tens of thousands of Alliance headquarters cultivators were infected by the curse and lost their ability to fight. The powerhouses in the headquarters racked their brains but could not find a solution to the problem. In the end, they could only ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The Guardian God for help. The Alliance cultivators who were filled with hope received disappointing news. The Guardian God released an oracle that explained how the curse was spread. It could provide protection and help the Alliance cultivators suppress the curse. However, due to special reasons, he couldn't break the curse and couldn't even stop the cultivators of the Alliance from being infected. Fortunately, the method to break the curse was to kill the frozen cultivators, as they were the source of the curse. No one knew better than the Guardian God where the original source of this curse came from, and what means had it been released. They didn't expect that after so many twists and turns, this curse created by them would actually be used on the cultivators of the Nebula Sea. This upgraded version of the curse was something that even the Guardian Gods were helpless against. They could only tell the cultivators of the Alliance how to break it. As for whether or not they could break it, it would depend on their luck. The ice-sealed cultivators who released the curse definitely wouldn't wait for the Alliance to kill them. Perhaps a game of hide-and-seek was about to begin on the frozen planet, and all the cultivators in the Star Cloud Sea would be involved. Chapter 3187 The extremely anxious cultivators of the Star Island won. Even without the Oracle, the Cultivator Alliance was ready to push the blame to the frozen cultivator and let him take full responsibility. Now, it was even easier to do so. He directly sent out a notice to state that the curse was the doing of the frozen cultivator. If there was resentment in their hearts, they could go find the frozen cultivators. If they could kill them, the spread of this terrible curse would be automatically lifted. After the news spread, it immediately caused an uproar. The Star Island cultivators had long suspected that this matter was related to the frozen cultivator. After all, there was a curse in their consciousness sea. It was just that he had not expected that this curse could be contagious, and even the cultivators of the Star Island were affected. The Star Island's cultivators were filled with anger and felt that they were the victims. Looking at the symptoms of the curse, it had obviously undergone a mutation. Otherwise, it could not be so terrifying. The current situation was extremely urgent and had to be resolved immediately. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. There was only one way to solve this problem, and that was to kill the ice-sealing cultivator and remove this terrifying curse from the root. The Star Island cultivators who had been forced into a corner were originally full of fear for the frozen planet. After all, it was a place that even the Cultivator Alliance could do nothing about. However, the situation forced them to send uninfected cultivators into the frozen planet. He had to find a way to find the ice-sealing cultivators and kill them. This was the only choice for the cultivators of the Star Island. They could save others and save themselves. Otherwise, they could only wait for death silently. When it came to life and death, there was no need to call for a meeting. The cultivators of the Star Island would take action spontaneously. Countless runic chains were cast down, and cultivators from different star islands continuously landed on the frozen planet. Their faces were gloomy, and their bodies were full of killing intent as they headed straight for the location of the last battle. During the battle outside the sky, the frozen area where the everlasting sect was located was regarded as an absolute forbidden zone by the cultivators of the Star Island. On this icy plain, who knew how many experts had died? Corpses could still be seen everywhere. Many cultivators of the Star Island secretly warned themselves that they must not enter this area no matter what. Who would have thought that they would personally descend in such a short time? In the past, he was afraid of losing his life and didn't dare to come. Now, he was afraid of losing his life and had no choice but to come. His mood before and after was completely different. Fortunately, not only did the Star Island's cultivators participate in this search and capture operation, but the Alliance had also sent many experts. The total number of cultivators was almost uncountable. With such a terrifying lineup, even if they encountered an enemy expert, they would not need to worry too much. However, on second thought, the goal of this trip was to find the frozen cultivators and then kill them all. It was a good thing to meet the other party, but not meeting him would be a real headache. When the entire sky was covered and the ice field was filled with human figures, the cultivators of the Star Island finally had enough confidence. There was only one thing that made the cultivators' hearts feel gloomy. From time to time, some people would fall from the sky or suddenly collapse to the ground, unable to stand up again. The surrounding cultivators quickly dodged, afraid that they would become one of them if they were a little slower. The curse was still spreading, and it was even becoming more serious. He could not hesitate any longer. Kill our way in. With a roar, the cultivators of the Star Island swarmed into the dark ice cave like a swarm of locusts. It was as if a flood was pouring in, filling up the huge ice cave and extending all the way down. The cultivators at the forefront were all elites of the major star islands. At this time, they took the initiative to be the vanguards of the battlefield. They rushed all the way to the bottom of the ice cave, unsheathing their swords and magical weapons, ready to fight a bloody battle with the frozen cultivator. However, he had forgotten that such an action was actually very reckless and could easily be schemed against. Unfortunately, time was of the essence and the cultivators of the Star Island were no longer in the mood to investigate. They only wanted to rely on their advantage to fight the enemy. Even if some sacrifices were to be made, it was completely acceptable as long as this terrible curse could end. However, when he rushed to the bottom of the ice cave, he did not see the frozen cultivator at all. There was only an empty field. The frozen cultivator who had been occupying the area had long disappeared. Before the cultivators could begin their search, the hidden runic magic circle was triggered, and a terrifying explosion suddenly occurred. The ice-sealing cultivators used heavenly and earthly treasures as raw materials and instantly transformed them into heaven and earth energy, which then triggered a terrifying explosion. Because they were willing to invest, the power of the explosion was also quite considerable, and it could be said to be destructive. In the violent and continuous explosions, the corpses of the Star Island cultivators flew all over the sky and were torn into countless pieces. The cultivators of the Star Island scattered in all directions in a panic, fearing that they would be blown to pieces if they were even a little slower. This series of explosions had also alarmed the cultivators of the Star Island who were watching from behind, causing them to stop their further actions. His expression was one of shock and uncertainty as he eagerly waited for specific news. Soon, a large number of cultivators flew out of the ice cave, but their expressions were gloomy. When they had entered the ice cave, they had been aggressive, but when they returned, they were in a sorry state. It was unknown how many cultivators on the Star Island had fallen in the explosion just now, and how many were seriously injured. The operation had just begun, and they had already suffered such heavy losses. This made the cultivators of the Star Island extremely depressed. It was completely foreseeable that in the following operation, there would be many such situations. Although they were prepared to sacrifice themselves, watching their comrades fall must have made them feel terrible. Everyone, be on high alert. The enemy is too cunning and sinister. They have deliberately set up traps to ambush us. The fact that they don't dare to fight us head-on is enough to prove one thing: they're afraid of the strength of our Star Islands. As long as we work together and listen to the command, we'll definitely be able to kill all the frozen cultivators and completely destroy the source of the curse. The Alliance's Sector Lord warriors were using this chance to spread the news and increase their hatred towards the ice-sealed cultivator. A tsunami-like roar came from the sky and the ice field, vowing to destroy all the frozen cultivators. The Alliance experts used this chance to gain command and then made a series of arrangements. In a state of disunity, one would never be able to display their true combat power. If this situation was allowed to continue, it was likely to end in failure. It didn't take long for the cultivators of the Star Island to be divided into different teams, and they began to dig 3 feet deep into the ice-sealed planet to investigate. The area of the frozen planet was extremely large, and it was almost impossible to complete a comprehensive exploration. However, things were different now. The various star islands had completely surrounded the frozen planet, leaving no room for escape. The number of cultivators from the Star Island who had participated in the cleanup was so large that it was impossible to count. Even if they were divided into many teams, they were still overwhelming. It was entirely possible to search the entire frozen planet and check all suspicious locations. The cultivators of the Star Island, who were eager to break free from the curse, aggressively charged in all directions in search of the ice-sealed cultivators who were hiding. In the process of searching, from time to time, a Star Island cultivator would suddenly fall behind and then be unable to get up again. It wouldn't take long for them to be wrapped in a layer of outer shell and fall into a long sleep on the frozen planet. The infected in this state could not be touched easily, because they would suddenly tear open the shell and launch an extremely crazy attack. Every time they encountered such a situation, the cultivators of the Star Island would turn a blind eye to it because they could not help at all. The more such situations occurred, the more anxious they felt. They began to search for the ice-sealing cultivator with more effort. What puzzled them was that no matter how hard they searched, the frozen cultivator was nowhere to be found, as if the broken ice had evaporated. They also didn't know that all the star islands of the Cultivator Alliance had already gathered at the Alliance headquarters. They were connected to each other and forcibly gathered together. With the help of the guardian deity, the Alliance cultivators suppressed the outbreak of the curse and were temporarily safe. They were like giant beasts that were hunting for prey. They quietly hid in a dark corner and watched the cultivators of the Star Island search madly. Chapter 3188 Seeking an explanation from the Alliance. 1. Where the hell did these damn ice-sealing cultivators go? The cultivators of the Star Island looked around and searched all the known ice caves, but they still couldn't find the frozen cultivator. It was as if he had evaporated from the world, leaving no trace behind. Not even his shadow could be found. Until now, the cultivators of the Alliance and the Star Island still did not know the exact number of frozen cultivators. However, his initial guess was that it was at least 100,000. Furthermore, the cultivators from Stone Demon City were also included among the 100,000 cultivators. They were also regarded as members of the frozen cultivators. It was not a good thing to have a small number of them. On the contrary, it was more of a headache. The frozen planet was so huge that it would take a long time to find a hidden place to hide. The facts had proven that the ice-sealing cultivator was indeed not easy to find. Otherwise, there would not have been no traces of him until now. The cultivators of the Star Island were extremely anxious because the curse was getting more and more serious. In the process of searching, there were cultivators falling down at every moment. Regardless of strength, status, or target, the curse spread without consideration. At first glance, it didn't seem like a lot, but if you counted it, you would get a jaw-dropping number. It turned out that the number of cultivators on the various Star Islands was decreasing at an extremely terrifying speed. If this situation continued, it wouldn't be long before the entire army was annihilated. The situation was extremely critical, and it had already reached a point where it could not be delayed. There was no need for a war at all. Just this terrifying curse alone was enough to wipe out all the cultivators on the major Star Islands. The real catastrophe had arrived. If they couldn't survive it, the Star Cloud Sea would become a dead zone. Even the Cultivator Alliance couldn't stay out of it. They would suffer heavy losses. Those with discerning eyes knew that the Cultivator Alliance was too conceited and didn't put the Star Islands in their eyes at all. The cultivators of the Alliance had always believed that they could easily suppress the Star Cloud Sea with their own strength. The Cultivator Alliance was indeed powerful, but it was because of the support from the major Star Islands. This was a well-known fact. Without the support of the major Star Islands, the Cultivator Alliance would lose the foundation for its growth and would rapidly decline. The Cultivator Alliance's strength was mainly due to the presence of deities. The number of high-level cultivators below the deity realm was indeed slightly more than the major Star Islands. If there were no gods participating in the war, the cooperation of all the Star Islands would definitely be able to beat the Cultivator Alliance until it couldn't lift its head. How could the Cultivator Alliance not be aware of the hidden danger? They would definitely not allow such a situation to happen. It was also impossible for the major Star Islands to unite. Now, the situation had forced the various Star Islands to join forces, but they had not achieved the desired effect. The hundreds of millions of cultivators on the Star Island were like ants on a hot pan. As time passed, they became more and more anxious. The situation of the frozen planet was not good, and the situation of the Star Islands scattered in the sky was even worse. Before the group had started their operation, there had already been rumors that the cultivators of some Star Islands had been completely infected by the curse. Because there were no cultivators who were spared, those Star Islands had already become a ghostly domain, and even the access rights had been directly closed. The purpose of this was to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the situation and seizing control of the Star Island. The number of such Star Islands was increasing. The cultivators of the Star Islands were anxious, but they had no solution to this problem. As time passed, the search on the frozen planet was almost complete, but there was still no trace of the frozen cultivator. The feelings of anxiety and restlessness spread rapidly, and many cultivators of the Star Island fell into a state of collapse. They were carrying too much on their shoulders, and could no longer bear the burden. These Star Island cultivators had lost their confidence and began to attack randomly to vent the manic emotions in their hearts. There were also many Star Island cultivators who questioned the Alliance and felt that there was a huge problem with them. For example, In this search operation, they were just perfunctory and deliberately did not put in any effort. Because of such a large-scale operation, the Alliance didn't send many cultivators. Compared to the huge number of cultivators the Alliance had, it was not worth mentioning. Many cultivators of the Star Island had already discovered this matter. They were very dissatisfied, but they didn't dare to question the Cultivator Alliance. Now that the situation was getting more and more dangerous, he could be infected with the curse at any time, and the end result was simply worse than death. Since being alive had already become an extravagant hope, he naturally didn't care about the bullshit Cultivator Alliance. If he didn't quickly resolve the curse, he was afraid that all the cultivators on the Star Island would die. Under such circumstances, the cultivators of the Star Island wouldn't care even if they offended the Cultivator Alliance. When the doubters stood out, they immediately received the support of their companions, and the number of supporters grew. They made a request to the Cultivator Alliance that they had to show enough sincerity this time and remove the curse as soon as possible. If the Cultivator Alliance refused, then from now on, the various Star Islands would refuse to obey the Alliance's leadership. In the beginning, the Alliance experts didn't care at all. They even killed some Star Island cultivators in public because of the dispute. However, they didn't expect that such arrogant behavior would completely infuriate the Star Island cultivators. They surrounded and attacked the Alliance cultivators, forcing them to respond. Some Star Island cultivators also asked about the losses suffered by the Cultivator Alliance in this incident, but they didn't get a satisfactory answer. The Cultivator Alliance was being secretive and didn't give a direct answer. It was obvious that they were hiding something. The cultivators of the Star Island were extremely dissatisfied. It didn't take long for a rumor to appear. The Cultivator Alliance was very despicable. They had already found a way to resist the curse, but they deliberately didn't tell the cultivators of the Star Island. The goal was very sinister, which was to make the two sides fight to the death, thus weakening their own strength. When both sides suffered heavy losses, the Cultivator Alliance would take the opportunity to strike and reap the benefits. Not only could he weaken the strength of the major Star Islands, but he could also use others to kill powerful enemies. It was definitely a good thing that could kill two birds with one stone. After such a statement was spread, it once again aroused the strong indignation of the cultivators in a short time. They actually suspected that the Alliance was behind this, otherwise, the situation wouldn't be so abnormal. The Alliance was the first to make an announcement, stating that the curse originated from the frozen planet, and the frozen cultivators were the source of the curse. As long as he could kill the ice-sealed cultivator, the curse would be lifted. Due to the urgency of the situation and the trust they had in the Cultivator Alliance, the various Star Islands participated in the cleanup operation without hesitation. However, as time passed, the cultivators of the Star Island felt that this matter was very unreliable. Because no one could be sure whether this statement was correct or not. On the contrary, they felt that the Cultivator Alliance was using someone else to kill them. Of course, the main reason was that up until now, there was no way to prove that this method worked. If he couldn't find the ice-sealed cultivator, he naturally couldn't kill him and couldn't verify if he could dispel the curse. Even if this method was really effective, the cultivators had already lost their patience and there was no time to test it. The cultivators whose lives were in serious danger had become restless and were unwilling to believe the explanation of the suspect. However, the Cultivator Alliance had been too arrogant in the past years and didn't give people the impression that they were trustworthy. The appearance of this problem had completely ignited the hidden danger, causing the relationship between the two sides to completely break. The cultivators of the Star Island quickly changed their target to the Cultivator Alliance, demanding that they solve the curse crisis. Otherwise, he would attack the Cultivator Alliance and see what the truth was. The furious cultivators of the Star Island did not know that they had been used once again. Last time, it was the Cultivator Alliance, but this time, it was the cultivators of Demon Eater City. Among the cultivators of the Star Island, there would definitely be some who would realize that something was wrong, but they would also choose to go with the flow. This was because the cultivators of the Star Island were indeed helpless and their lives were in danger. If he could force the Cultivator Alliance to come up with a solution to the problem through this method, it would naturally be the best thing. Moreover, they also believed that the Cultivator Alliance, which had a god in charge, must have other ways to solve the problem. Chapter 3189 Impending Disaster 1 Originally, the headquarters of the Cultivator Alliance was suspended high in the sky, watching the cultivators of the Star Island struggle like an outsider. As the curse was suppressed and their lives weren't in danger, the Alliance cultivators had been very calm. They believed that with the presence of a god, the threat of the curse would be resolved sooner or later. If the Star Island cultivators succeeded in killing all the ice ceiling cultivators, they could also sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. No one had expected that things would suddenly change. Countless cultivators of the Star Island gathered at the headquarters of the Cultivator Alliance, shouting for an explanation. Luckily, the restrictions were lifted. Otherwise, the cultivators would have been sent to the Alliance headquarters. These damned bastards. We've already told them the way to get rid of the curse, but they're biting us in the back. More and more cultivators were gathering on the Star Island. If this situation continued to develop, the prestige of the Alliance would be completely lost. Therefore, I suggest that we immediately launch an attack on the cultivators of the Star Island and let these fools know the consequences of threatening the Alliance. In the Cultivator Alliance's assembly hall, many experts were gathered, but the atmosphere was a little depressing. In order to suppress the outbreak of the curse, all the major star islands of the Alliance had gathered together to form a strange planet. The headquarters was located in the center and was surrounded by many Alliance star islands. It was like a large onion. The cultivators of the Star Island were unable to enter, so they could only hover in the starry sky on their ships, continuously issuing threats of protest. They kept asking to enter, but there was no response, causing the atmosphere to become more and more tense. The Alliance cultivators all knew that they couldn't allow this. This was because, once the cultivators of the Star Island entered, they would be able to sense the power of the guardian deity and understand that this was an effective method to deal with the curse. Even if it couldn't cure the disease, it could at least alleviate it. If the cultivators of the Star Island knew that the Cultivator Alliance had deliberately stood by and watched him being threatened by the fatal curse, the consequences would be unimaginable. The cultivators of the Star Island who had lost their minds would certainly launch an attack regardless of everything to vent the anger in their hearts. Not allowing the cultivators of the Star Island to enter would also not work. If he did that, it would only mean that he had a guilty conscience, and it would also lead to chaos in the long run. The cultivators of the Star Island were burning with anxiety, as if a knife was placed on their necks, and they could be infected at any time. They didn't have the patience to wait and urgently needed an answer. Otherwise, they would explode. You must not attack them. That would only enrage the cultivators of the Star Island. The consequences would be unimaginable. An Alliance expert spoke up and strongly opposed to attacking. The current situation was different from the past. If he tried to deal with the cultivators of the Star Island the same way he did in the past, it was likely that he would overreach himself. This group of people, whose lives were in danger, were not afraid of threats at all. In fact, they were even eager to fight. The current cultivators of the Star Island were like a huge barrel of gunpowder that could be detonated with just a little spark. I can't hit him, I can't hide, what should I do? The Alliance experts were a little depressed. They had never thought that they would encounter such a complicated situation. His hatred for the ice-sealed cultivator grew. The best solution is to find the frozen cultivator and kill him to prove the effectiveness of the curse. After seeing the truth, the cultivators of the Star Island would naturally take the initiative to leave. The problem was that the ice-sealing cultivators had disappeared without a trace. It was very likely that the god behind them had taken action and hidden them all. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to find any trace of the ice-sealed cultivator even if they searched the entire frozen planet. Therefore, the only way is to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The guardian deity to help locate and find the traces of the frozen cultivator. Another Alliance expert suggested a solution. The guardian god is suppressing the curse and can't divert his attention to do anything else, let alone help locate the enemy's location. We'll have to rely on ourselves if we want to resolve this matter. The one who spoke was the Oracle of the Alliance. He had a special position and had the right to communicate with the guardian gods. The other Alliance experts, no matter how strong they were, didn't communicate with gods. To them, the gods were unattainable existences that not everyone could come into contact with. If that's the case, then we can only stall for time and try to control the situation as much as possible. No matter how difficult it is, we must persevere. It won't be long before all the dangers will be resolved. The Oracle spoke again and revealed a piece of information. The depressed cultivators of the Alliance perked up, knowing that the guardian god had found a way to solve the problem. If it was just defense, it would be easy for the Alliance cultivators. In a short time, the discussion came to a conclusion. The Alliance cultivators on the frozen planet had received a secret notice from the Alliance, asking them to think of a way to retreat secretly. This kind of news meant that they were likely to be in life-threatening danger in the coming days. The Star Island cultivators who felt that they had been fooled would definitely vent their anger on the Alliance experts and would definitely not show any mercy. The Alliance experts who received the news were depressed, but they couldn't do anything. It was obvious that these flags were in a half-abandoned state. It would be better to return to the Alliance alive. If they encountered danger, no one would come to their rescue. Whether he lived or died, it was up to fate. It didn't take long for the Alliance's powerhouses who were detained on the frozen planet to choose to escape. The Star Island cultivator in charge of keeping watch was furious. Their original plan was to use the cultivators of the Cultivator Alliance as a bargaining chip to threaten the Cultivator Alliance. No one expected such a situation to occur. The Alliance cultivators actually fled. The truth was enough to prove that their guesses were true. The Alliance did have a way to solve the problem. However, the Alliance didn't want to make it public, which was why they informed the Alliance cultivators and told him to find a way to escape. Without the restraints of the hostages, the Alliance had no more concerns and could do whatever they wanted. After the news spread, it immediately caused a huge uproar. The anger of the cultivators on the Star Island was completely ignited at this moment, and it erupted like a volcano. They simply couldn't believe that the Alliance would actually fool the cultivators of the Star Island like this. They were simply devoid of conscience. It was unknown how many cultivators of the Star Island had fallen into a state of madness. They rushed toward the Cultivator Alliance without regard for anything else and were prepared to burn Jade and Stone together. Since he couldn't survive, the Cultivator Alliance wouldn't have an easy time either. This time, it was either him or the Cultivator Alliance. In a short period of time, the frozen planet that was once full of cultivators on the Star Island became quiet again. On the vast icy plain, there were only countless cultivators who had been cursed, lying silently in the cold wind. No matter who won or lost in the war, what happened in the future had nothing to do with them. No one noticed that the cursed cultivator of the Star Island was exuding a strange aura. A single cultivator's body didn't emit much, but when many cultivators gathered together, it was enough to cause an unknown change. Some of the Star Islands that had been destroyed by the curse had not shown any signs of movement. There were only human chrysalis as far as the eye could see. They were all the same, exuding a strange aura, but no one had seen it. When the strange aura accumulated to a certain degree, some small cracks slowly appeared on these Star Islands. An indescribable cold air slowly spread out, freezing everything it touched. As time passed, the crack grew larger and larger, and gradually showed signs of fusion. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before an even more terrifying crack appeared in the Sea of Nebula. Chapter 3190. Can't even protect myself. The outer area of the Alliance Star Island was filled with ships of all sizes, and they would launch fierce attacks from time to time. Looking at this attitude, it was clear that the war had already begun. In the past, no cultivator would dare to do such a thing and attack the Cultivator Alliance. However, at this point in time, no one cared about this. Everyone just wanted to kill their way into the Alliance and get a chance of survival. If they couldn't achieve their goal, they wouldn't have any chance of survival. Under such circumstances, the cultivators of the Star Island would naturally do their best. There was no one who would hide or play tricks. To be perfunctory at this time was to play with one's life. However, the Cultivator Alliance's defense was absolutely impregnable. Even after suffering a storm of attacks, it showed no signs of collapse. The longer the attack lasted, the more flustered the cultivators of the Star Island became. This was because the curse was still spreading. The victims of the curse would appear at any moment, never to get up again after falling to the ground. The cultivators of the Star Island felt even more hopeless in this hopeless war. On the other hand, the Alliance cultivators were relaxed and even laughed at them. In the eyes of the Alliance cultivators, the actions of the Star Island cultivators were simply stupid. It was simply a fool's dream to think that he could defeat the Cultivator Alliance. Didn't he think about how big the gap was between the two sides? Although there were many cultivators, they were just a pile of loose sand. They were vulnerable in the face of the Cultivator Alliance, which had gods. There were also many Alliance cultivators who looked at the Qingdao cultivators coldly as if they wanted to remember them all. The actions of the Star Island cultivators made the Alliance cultivators feel extremely uncomfortable. They felt as if their dignity had been challenged. If they were given the chance, they would definitely take revenge. Otherwise, it would be hard for them to vent their anger. He had to let these damn idiots know that they couldn't bear the consequences of going against the Cultivator Alliance. The battle continued. It seemed to be very intense, but in reality, nothing had changed. According to the Cultivator Alliance's calculations, the current war situation could last for a long time. It could even last until the cultivators of the Star Island were wiped out. And NBSP, at that time, the Alliance wouldn't even need to do anything. Those people who started the rebellion would be punished. However, the situation on the battlefield was constantly changing, and no matter how perfect the plan was, it could not withstand the sudden changes. In the middle of the war, a sudden piece of news came, causing the cultivators of the Star Island to become more and more frightened. Strange ice actually appeared on some of the Star Islands that had joined the sealing formation. They looked like giant icebergs. Everything inside the Star Island was frozen, and the scene was no different from an ice-sealed planet. After the news spread, cultivators of the Star Island went to confirm it one after another. When they returned, they were all frightened. The rumors were indeed true. There were indeed Star Islands that had been frozen, and similar situations were still spreading. A few of the Star Islands that had not been frozen had also inexplicably begun to emit an extremely cold aura. The longer the time passed, the more serious the situation became. What's going on here? Could it be that the curse is contagious and the cold of the frozen planet is also contagious to the Star Island? Such a thought emerged in the minds of the cultivators of the Star Island. They felt very frightened. Such an idea was somewhat outrageous. However, the situation on those Star Islands made people have no choice but to make such a guess. Thinking that not only would they be infected by the curse, even the Star Island would not be spared, the cultivators of the Star Island fell into a state of complete collapse. There was even a Star Island master who controlled his own Star Island and withdrew from the great formation that trapped the frozen planet. Then, he controlled the snow-covered Star Island and headed straight for the Cultivator Alliance, launching a crazy suicidal collision. Compared to the attacks from the various battleships, the damage caused by the attacks from the Star Islands was even more terrifying. Moreover, the significance of the attacks was completely different. These damn lunatics. What did they want? In NBSP, the Alliance cultivators were shocked when they realized that Star Islands were involved in the attack. This kind of suicidal attack could really break through the Alliance's defense. In the face of such a dangerous target, they must immediately launch a counterattack and destroy the Star Island that dared to take the lead. On every Alliance Star Island, there were heavy defensive weapons. The frenzied attacks on the Star Islands immediately met with concentrated fire. With just one wave of attacks, the Star Island was riddled with holes, and it had completely lost its ability to move. Hehe, let's see if you still dare to be so arrogant. Looking at the ruined Star Island floating in the Star Cloud Ocean, the Alliance cultivators were proud. However, it didn't take long for their smug smiles to disappear, and they were replaced by shock and confusion. As it turned out, news of the Star Islands attacks had been constantly coming from other regions. There was definitely more than one crazy Star Island lord. The cultivators of the Alliance then realized that the Star Islands that were attacking were covered in frost. Such a situation was too abnormal and it immediately raised the vigilance of the Alliance cultivators. They suspected that something new had happened. They quickly gathered information, and it didn't take long for them to obtain shocking news. Many Star Islands had turned into blocks of ice, and there was no sign of life on them. They were no different from frozen planets. After confirming the accuracy of the information, the cultivators of the Alliance who had been calm before immediately became flustered. Under the suppression of the Guardian God, even if they were infected with the curse, as long as they did not leave the Alliance Star Island, they did not have to worry about it acting up. However, this curse was actually accompanied by a strange cold that had even frozen the entire Star Island. Would the Star Islands owned by the Alliance also encounter a similar situation? If that was the case, the entire Alliance Star Island would be completely frozen once the extremely cold chi descended. They were on the Star Island and were destined to be unable to escape this calamity. At that time, the Star Island cultivators would not even need to attack. The Alliance would automatically collapse and fail. The Alliance cultivators who felt that the situation was serious immediately reported the news without any hesitation. It didn't take long for the managers of the Cultivator Alliance to gather again. Looking at the ice-covered Star Island, which was launching a crazy attack on the Cultivator Alliance, the administrators had very grave expressions. They also had similar concerns. Could the same thing that happened to these star islands happen to the star islands of the Cultivator Alliance? The manager, who was originally full of confidence, began to become uneasy, and the more he looked, the more worried he became. Now that things have come to this, we can only communicate with the God guarding the place and ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. If there will be any danger. The Alliance experts discussed for a while and felt that asking the gods was a good idea. The Alliance cultivators knew that the guardian god hated to be disturbed. However, when they encountered such a situation, they had to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks for instructions from the god. This was a matter of life and death, and he could not afford to be careless. After the discussion, the Oracle of the Alliance immediately contacted the god guarding the place and told him everything that had happened. The reason for such a great deal of effort was that the god guarding the Divine Kingdom stayed in the Divine Kingdom and rarely paid attention to the outside world. After the request was sent, the Alliance cultivators started to wait silently. Even if they were anxious, they didn't dare to show it. After waiting for about an hour, the guardian god finally gave a reply. The invasion of the cold air is accompanied by a curse. It will appear when a certain number of people are cursed. In a situation where the curse was suppressed, whether the cold air would erupt or not, even the guardian god could not be sure. Once a similar situation occurs, the best solution is to escape as soon as possible. The oracle's words stunned the cultivators of the Alliance. He didn't expect the guardian deity to give such an answer. This was enough to show that the situation had become very serious. Curses spread regardless of one's cultivation level, and this cold cheese eruption was probably the same. The guardian deity could suppress the curse, but it could not stop the outbreak of the cold air. Otherwise, it would not have suggested to escape when it discovered danger. The managers of the Alliance were helpless and could only bet on their luck. They hoped that the extreme cold wouldn't erupt when the curse was suppressed. They didn't know if it was an illusion, but the Alliance managers all had a weird feeling. It was as if the surrounding temperature was slowly dropping, and the terrifying chill seeped into the bone marrow. Chapter 3191, The Outbreak of Crisis. One panic spread among the cultivators of the Alliance and it was uncontrollable. The appearance of the frozen star island meant that from now on, the Alliance would no longer be able to rest easy. The extreme cold chi triggered by the curse was something that even the guardian deities could not defend against. How terrifying was this thing? How could the cultivators of the Alliance remain calm in such a dangerous situation? The only thing they could do now was to bet on their luck and see if they could avoid the same crisis. When he looked at the cultivators of the Star Island again, he no longer gloated over their misfortune. He could even feel the pain of having a saber on his neck. They were born from the same root, so why were they in a hurry to torture each other? At this moment, the cultivators of the Alliance finally realized that they were both from the Star Cloud Sea and were facing a common enemy. It was a pity that from the very beginning, the Alliance had never treated the Star Island cultivators as their own people. Instead, they had continuously schemed against them. A disaster broke out and the Alliance revealed their ugly side, making the Star Island cultivators become the sacrifices. In the end, the plan failed, and he shot himself in the foot. Without a sense of trust, they had lost all their prestige. The two sides had completely turned into enemies. Both sides had suffered heavy losses during this period of war, in addition to the curse. Even if the war were to stop immediately, the losses suffered by both sides would take a long time to recover. We've fallen into the enemy's trap. In NBSP, the Alliance cultivators finally realized that all of this was the enemy's scheme to make them kill each other. He would wait for the right time to reap the benefits. However, before this, the Alliance cultivators had always thought that they were the ones who benefited from it. Only now did they realize that everything was just a guess. From the beginning to the end, they had been under the enemy's calculations. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to repent now. The Alliance and the Star Island were like fire and water. It was impossible to resolve this because both sides had reasons not to retreat. Even if they could reach an understanding, how would stopping the war resolve the curse? The only way was to suppress and slow down the outbreak of the curse with the help of the guardian deity. Even though the guardian deity was powerful, he could only protect the Alliance. It was impossible for him to help so many cultivators on the Star Island. If he couldn't solve this problem, then there was no need to talk about it. Furthermore, the cultivators of the Alliance could not even protect themselves. They were all gambling on their luck and praying that the extreme cold would not erupt within the Alliance. Otherwise, they could only abandon the Star Island and become a stray dog. If they escaped from the Alliance Star Island, they would lose the suppression of the guardian deity and would have already been infected by the cursed cultivators. They would probably be crippled in an instant. Naturally, the Star Island cultivators didn't know about the suffering of the Alliance cultivators. At this moment, they even saw them as mortal enemies. As the curse had been severely damaged, the Star Island masters, who had released an eruption of extreme cold energy, were now using the same method. He controlled the frozen Star Island and charged straight at the Alliance before launching a frenzied attack. That kind of crazy attitude was shocking. The master of the Star Island was very clear that even if they did not do this, their own Star Island would be completely destroyed sooner or later. Under such circumstances, it was better to give it a try. Perhaps there was still a chance of survival. However, such an attack still had no effect. The remains of many Star Islands appeared in the outer region of the Alliance, all of which were firmly wrapped in thick ice. All the items on the Star Island were covered in a thick ice shell, which was no different from the scene of a frozen planet. However, there was a difference. On these frozen Star Islands, there were blue ice pillars that extended. The icicles used the Star Island as a base and continued to extend into the starry sky as if they would never stop. They were like transparent monsters waving their long tentacles, trying to capture wandering prey. The icy tentacles were terrifying as they constantly released a terrifying chill to the surroundings. Anyone who passed by would be frozen. The cold air would quickly spread over and wrap around the frozen target, directly freezing them into a lump of ice. The location of Frozen Star Island had become a forbidden zone. No one dared to approach it. The shapeless and invisible curse and the fearsome cold chi caused the cultivators of the Star Island to be even more frightened. In addition to these frozen Star Islands, there were also countless cultivators from Star Islands floating in the vast starry sky. These were the cultivators of the Star Island who were affected by the curse. Because no one paid any attention to them, they simply floated in the starry sky. Many of them didn't lose their consciousness, but they could only wait for death. Similar scenes could be seen everywhere in the starry sky, and cultivators had long become numb to them. They only had one thought at the moment, which was to break the Cultivator Alliance's defense and find a way to break the curse. If they couldn't find it, they would die together. In the process of the battle, more than a dozen Star Islands appeared again and launched attacks on the Alliance Star Islands. They were no longer fighting on their own, but gathered together to form a heavy punch. Such an attack was indeed very effective. The Cultivator Alliance's defense system was destroyed, and more than a dozen Star Islands took the opportunity to enter the Alliance. Unfortunately, the moment he entered, the Star Island was attacked once again, and it was riddled with holes. The Star Island masters were all killed in an instant. The Alliance's destroyed defense system was instantly repaired, not giving the new cultivator teachers any chance to attack. However, the real danger had just begun to erupt. The Star Islands that were destroyed exploded into countless debris, and a terrifying cold air also burst out. Witnessing this scene, the cultivators of the Alliance felt as if their hearts had been hit by a heavy hammer, and indescribable fear rose in their hearts. It was as if something terrifying had been released all of a sudden, and the calamity that belonged to them had arrived. Hurry up! Hurry up and get these Star Islands out. The faster the better. And NBSP, the terrified Alliance cultivators immediately shouted and tried to get rid of these abandoned Star Islands. Soon, they were shocked to find that their spell attacks were completely useless against these Star Islands. This situation was no different from the frozen planet. Any spell or physical attack would be absorbed by the ice. Under such circumstances, it was definitely not an easy task to expel Frozen Star Island. He also had to be careful when approaching it. It turned out that the destroyed Star Island was like a leaking leather ball, frantically releasing an extremely cold chi. The area that the cold air spread to continued to expand, causing the Alliance cultivators to worry. They were afraid that it would cause an even greater disaster. It didn't take long for the cultivators of the Alliance to notice that there were cracks. The cracks seemed to appear randomly. Some appeared in the starry sky, while others appeared on the Star Island. From these tiny cracks, extremely cold chi was constantly being emitted, rapidly spreading throughout the interior of the Alliance Star Island. The thing that worried the Alliance cultivators the most had finally happened. They couldn't avoid the terrifying calamity. Feeling the terrifying aura of death, the cultivators of the Alliance were worried and tried to find ways to block it. Unfortunately, no matter what he did, he couldn't stop the spread of the extreme cold chi. It even endangered his body. And NBSP, at this moment, the Alliance cultivators finally understood why the god had told them to run. This was because this extremely cold chi was not something they could deal with at all. Even the guardian gods were helpless. The only good thing was that the eruption of the extreme cold wasn't very fast, which gave the Alliance cultivators enough time to retreat. With no other choice, the cultivators of the Alliance left the Star Island and looked for a safe place to stay. However, the current cultivator alliance was like a powder keg that was about to explode. Where was the safe place? Chapter 3192, The Final Struggle. 1. The sudden change of events was beyond the expectations of all the cultivators. The alliance was currently in a state of chaos. Cultivators were everywhere trying to avoid the extremely cold chi, and the atmosphere of panic was spreading wantonly. The Alliance Star Island had become unsafe, and so had the starry sky. From time to time, cracks would appear. The cultivators who had gathered together were like a group of frightened beasts, and they were driven away. The absurd and shameful feeling almost made the cultivators go crazy. They felt that they had lost all their faith. Even so, no Alliance cultivators left in anger because the outside world was even more dangerous. As long as they left the territory of the Alliance, they would be attacked by the cultivators of the Star Island. There was no way they could survive. Now that both sides were irreconcilable enemies, the cultivators of the Star Island would definitely not show any mercy when they attacked. There was no need to talk about feelings because there was no such thing. How could the arrogant Alliance cultivators make friends with the Star Island cultivators? If others knew about this, they would laugh their heads off. He had not accumulated much kindness, but his hatred was already full, and all of it exploded out because of this opportunity. The new and old grudges gathered together. If he didn't tear the Alliance cultivators into pieces, it wouldn't be enough to vent the hatred in his heart. The cultivators of the Star Island were a threat, and so was the mysterious curse. So far, there were no exact numbers. How many cultivators of the Alliance had been infected by the curse? Due to the god's suppression, the infected were currently fine and everything seemed normal. And NBSP, even if the Alliance cultivators were infected, they wouldn't tell others in case they were treated differently in the future. Compared to the uninfected cursed ones, the unlucky Alliance cultivators were even more afraid to leave the Alliance Star Island. Leaving would mean death, so who would dare to leave? They could only hide within the Alliance and avoid the extreme cold chi, constantly looking for a safe space. As time passed, more and more cracks appeared, and the frigid chi continued to fight for the limited space. The cultivators were worried. If this situation continued, they would have no way to escape. Facing the double pressure from both inside and outside, the once arrogant cultivators of the Alliance were now deeply worried. They had embarked on the path of cultivation in order to control their fates and no longer accept any restraints. However, this disaster made them realize that they were far from strong enough. The cultivators of the Star Island who were attacking from the outside immediately became excited when they discovered the change in the internal affairs of the Cultivator Alliance. Many of the cultivators on the Star Island had already given up hope and believed that this curse could not be broken. Since he couldn't break it, he would just accept his fate. The cultivators of the Star Island only wanted to kill their way into the Alliance and risk their lives to kill off a few of its cultivators. Only then would they die without any regrets. If he didn't do anything and just fell to the ground unconscious, it would be worse than being killed. In the eyes of the cultivators of the Star Island, the eruption of the extremely cold chi within the Alliance was the retribution that the other party deserved. It should be more violent and freeze all the damn Alliance cultivators into ice. As if they had heard the curses of the Star Island cultivators, the extreme cold within the Alliance suddenly erupted even more violently. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was because of those tiny cracks that were constantly gathering together. After they fused, it became an even larger crack, releasing an even more terrifying extreme cold. There were even some living things that came out of some of the cracks and wandered around the Alliance. Everything that he touched turned into ice. The cold chi has transformed into a monster. And NBSP, naturally, the Alliance cultivators could recognize the origin of these weird creatures and even knew how to kill them. However, the key to the problem was that these terrifying monsters only existed on the frozen planet. Now that it had emerged from the crack, what did it mean? Either the extreme, cold energy came from an ice-sealed planet, or there was an extremely terrifying ice-sealed world behind the crack. The cultivators of the Alliance were more inclined to the latter. They believed that the planet was frozen because of the extreme cold. The catastrophe that this planet had once suffered was about to happen in the star cloud sea. This was simply an undeserved disaster. After realizing this, the cultivators of the Alliance cursed. If they hadn't brought it back to the frozen planet, they wouldn't have encountered this series of changes. Such a terrifying thing was simply a role model of seeking death by leaving it in their own lair. However, since it had already happened, there was no point in cursing or complaining. The Alliance cultivators were forced into a corner and could only continue to kill the transformed monsters while watching the limited space being compressed. More and more of the Alliance star islands began to be covered in ice, and everything was white as far as the eye could see. "We can't go on like this, or we'll all die." The managers of the Alliance were in a complete panic. Facing the increasingly difficult situation, many cultivators were on the verge of collapse. The managers of the Alliance were under even greater pressure. "Hurry up and contact the guardian deity. Only he can help us get through this crisis." The guardian deity had become the only hope for the Alliance cultivators. Under the watchful eyes of the Alliance's manager, the Oracle contacted the guardian deity again, but this time, it took even longer. The managers of the Alliance were burning with anxiety. Just as they were about to go crazy, the Oracle who was communicating with the god finally spoke. It was just that his tone sounded incomparably cold. "Today's tribulation is only the retribution of the past. Someone has to bear it." The Oracle was very brief, but it revealed enough information. The catastrophe of the past reminded people of the frozen planet, which was also frozen by the extremely cold air. There was also the mysterious curse. The two were very similar. Combined with the Oracle, it made people speculate that the disaster on the frozen planet was actually related to the Cultivator Alliance. The guardian god did not say what exactly happened, and there was no need to explain. He had only informed them through the messenger of God. Now, he was only suffering from retribution, so he had to suffer the corresponding disaster. If that was the case, all the speculations about the frozen planet in the past were now clear answers. What happened to the frozen planet was all secretly done by the Alliance, which eventually led to the current tragic situation. It was no wonder that the frozen planet would drift to the Sea of Stars and coincidentally discover the frozen planet that was wandering in the vast Sea of Stars. It turned out that everything had been planned and hidden from everyone, including the cultivators of the Alliance. For some unknown reason, that terrifying calamity was now descending upon the Star Cloud Sea in the same way. No matter if it was the cultivators of the Star Island or the Alliance, none of them were spared. The cultivators of the Alliance felt aggrieved because of the last sentence of the Oracle. What did he mean by, "Someone has to bear it"? The real instigator of the conspiracy was either the guardian deity or the real higher-ups of the Cultivator Alliance. However, the secret was hidden and normal Alliance cultivators didn't have the right to know. They had not done anything, and because of the Alliance's ban, they did not even dare to participate in the exploration of the frozen planet. Under such circumstances, he still had to suffer the so-called retribution. How unfair was this? And NBSP, the Alliance cultivators were furious and felt like they were fools who had been used. They had originally thought that the cultivators of the Star Island were a bunch of fools who were controlled by the Alliance. Only now did he realize that he was also a fool, or perhaps even more foolish and laughable. The Oracle actually said that it was right to take responsibility for someone else, which made the Alliance cultivators extremely disappointed. And NBSP, the cultivators had always thought that they were the masters of the Alliance and they were proud of it. However, he now knew that he was just a tool that could be abandoned at any time. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only sigh. At this point, neither the Alliance nor the guardian deities could be counted on. The only thing he could do was to work hard and persevere, and do everything he could to survive. Only by persevering to the end would they have a chance to wait for hope to descend. If anyone dared to block his way and snatch his chance of survival, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Chapter 3193, The Coming to an End. 1. The invasion of the extreme cold chi reduced the living space, making it more and more precious. However, the number of Alliance cultivators didn't decrease. And NBSP, facing such a life and death situation, if the Alliance cultivators wanted to survive, then they would have to fight. In the beginning, the competition wasn't very intense and the cultivators of the Alliance were able to control themselves. This was because there was still enough living space at this time. The cultivators of the Alliance from different star islands kept a safe distance from each other. However, the speed at which the extreme cold spread was far beyond the imagination of the Alliance cultivators. The number of cracks also increased. The cultivators of the alliance knew that one day, there would be internal strife. They had to fight at this time. They were fighting for territory, resources, and a chance to live. Even if there was only a slim chance of survival, they had to fight for it. There was no need to sacrifice themselves for the sake of others. And NBSP, when that time came, the Alliance headquarters would definitely become hell. The cultivators had a tacit understanding and just waited silently. The people in charge of the Alliance had all gone silent, as if they had evaporated. No one dared to show their faces. Otherwise, the crazy Alliance cultivators would tear them into pieces. In fact, they knew better than anyone that the Cultivator Alliance had entered the countdown to its death. The enormous being that once ruled the Star Cloud Sea was facing this sudden calamity. Yet, it seemed so fragile. He was like a beast that had fallen into a trap. He had suffered a serious injury and no longer had any strength to resist. It just so happened that at this time, there was a heavy rain. The beasts trapped in the trap could only let the rain pour in until they slowly drowned. This feeling of being on the verge of death and being helpless made the managers of the Alliance almost collapse. The only thing they could do was to rack their brains and think of a way to avoid this catastrophe. If they couldn't avoid it, then they would pray to the guardian god, hoping to get a chance of survival. Compared to normal Alliance cultivators, they had more choices. And NBSP, the Alliance cultivators were all waiting and hoping that there would be a turn of events to resolve this endless calamity. Time passed slowly, but the turn of events that they had hoped for did not appear. Instead, the crisis that they had been worried about suddenly erupted. A group of Alliance cultivators fought without any warning for a territory and killed another group of Alliance cultivators until blood flowed. Like a river, the cultivators of the Alliance would also form cliques and help their allies in battle. This sudden war involved more and more Alliance star islands, and they were all in a mess. The cultivators of the Alliance knew that this war wasn't a coincidence and had been planned. Since the war was going to happen sooner or later, he had to be ruthless. As the saying goes, strike first and gain the upper hand. The cultivators who attacked first would definitely take advantage of the situation. After chasing away the cultivators from the other alliances, they could occupy more land. And NBSP, the defeated Alliance cultivators had to find new territory, but the Alliance headquarters was filled with people. And NBSP, at this moment, the Alliance headquarters was like a net cage filled with fish and shrimp, making one feel really suffocated. From the start of the war, it was destined that there was no possibility of peace. The space that was constantly shrinking forced the cultivators of the Alliance to fight for it. When the cultivators of the Star Island saw this scene, they felt extremely happy. Naturally, they hoped that the internal battle of the Alliance would be as brutal as possible. In the midst of the chaos, the Cultivator Alliance's defense system suddenly collapsed. It turned out that the cultivators of the Alliance were involved in the war and felt that they had no hope of surviving the disaster, so they wanted to take revenge. As the internal fighting of the Alliance continued, these cultivators shut down the defense system and allowed the Star Island cultivators to enter. It was already chaotic, and now it was even worse. The cultivators from both sides who hated each other finally clashed, and an even more intense war broke out. It was unknown how many cultivators had fallen in this terrifying chaotic battle. All the participants had fallen into a state of madness. At the same time, the secret of the Alliance was completely exposed. The cultivators of the Star Island were shocked to discover that there was a mysterious power within the Alliance that could suppress the curse that had been infected. The previous rumors were indeed true. The Alliance had a way to deal with the curse, but they did not share it with the cultivators of the Star Island. After the anger, it was a pleasant surprise. If they could occupy this area, didn't that mean that they wouldn't have to fear even if they were cursed? After finding a way to resist the curse, the cultivators of the Star Island were extremely excited and became even more active in snatching territories. The cultivators of the Alliance naturally wouldn't back down. One had to know that most of them were already infected by the curse. The moment they left the Alliance's territory, they would definitely die. In the process of the battle, both sides had to avoid the invasion of the extreme cold chi, so it could be said that the battle was extremely difficult. It was a pity that the territories they fought for were not permanently safe. It was possible that the extremely cold chi would occupy them at any time. "You're all crazy, you idiots." As the cultivators of both sides fought, they kept cursing at each other, and neither of them was willing to take half a step back. However, his heart was trembling and dripping blood. This was because the catastrophe in the Star Cloud Sea had already caused the deaths of countless cultivators. Before the catastrophe, many cultivators thought that they were lucky enough. It was only after the catastrophe that he suddenly realized that he was just a speck of dust. No one could escape this calamity. Perhaps the only difference was the timing. And NBSP, after fighting for a period of time, the area where the Alliance headquarters was covered in corpses. In this ice-cold sea of stars, the wreckage of star islands and the debris of ships of various sizes could be seen everywhere. There were also cracks everywhere, and icy tentacles spread out with countless cultivators, corpses attached to them. Many of the Alliance star islands were now covered in ice, looking like huge glaciers. On these star islands, there were no cultivators left. That was no different from courting death. The two sides each occupied an area and confronted each other. They were not as fierce as before. After the bloody battle, the number of cultivators on both sides had been greatly reduced, and they were now evenly matched. Although the cold air was still spreading, it gave the cultivators time to catch their breath and rest. Of course, it wouldn't take long for the battle to continue, until the last person fell. If they didn't want to continue fighting, they could leave on their own and no one would stop them. Many Star Island cultivators and experts from the Alliance who were not infected left the starry sky. In the eyes of these cultivators, the brutal slaughter was meaningless. In the end, he still couldn't escape death. It was better to stay away from the conflict and find a quiet place to wait for the arrival of the last moment. These cultivators from the Nebula Sea had already seen through life and death. They could face everything calmly. Compared to the Alliance headquarters, which was busy fighting, the frozen planet was dead silent, as if it had become a no-man's land. All the ice-sealed cultivators had been absorbed into the divine kingdom in Tang Zhen's mind to further enhance his strength. Tang Zhen sat on the fishing platform and quietly waited for the origin spiritual treasure to take the bait. And NBSP, after seeing the situation at the Alliance headquarters, Tang Zhen knew that it was time for the final battle. Go, all of you. End the enmity from back then, and then we'll have nothing to do with each other anymore. And NBSP, with Tang Zhen's order, the million ice-sealed cultivators in his mind divine kingdom charged towards the Alliance headquarters. Chapter 3194, The Return of the Gods. 1. The millions of cultivators on the frozen planet left their homes for the first time after they woke up from the cold. When the cultivators saw that the ground under their feet was covered in endless ice, they were filled with emotion. When they looked at the starry sky above them, it had become very unfamiliar. It was already the world they were familiar with. For 10,000 years, no one had come. Who could understand the pain of the frozen cultivators? Although his hometown was right under his feet, it had long since ceased to exist. Everything only existed in his memories. The star islands floating in the sky had surrounded the frozen planet, but now they had become silent. The cultivators of the star island above were either struggling on whilst at death's door or had been completely crippled. In the eyes of the ice-sealed cultivator, he definitely deserved it. They entered the ice-sealed planet and wantonly excavated and destroyed it. At the same time, they plundered countless resources. The ice-sealed cultivators that were discovered were sold as slaves like goods. In the process of mining, countless living beings were destroyed by treasure hunters because they had no value. For example, ordinary people were trash in the eyes of the treasure hunters, and they were all treated as trash. Whether it was in the past or now, the Star Cloud Sea owed the frozen planet too much. Now, they had to pay it back in double. Let's go. And NBSP, millions of ice-sealed cultivators charged toward the Alliance headquarters like a single entity. As the team advanced, they could see the corpses of the cultivators from the Nebula Sea and the remains of many star islands. The cruelty of war far exceeded one's imagination. The ice-sealed cultivator was calm and thought that everything was normal. The cultivators of the Nebula Sea were related to the disaster of the frozen planet, so they should have the same fate. And NBSP, they traveled quickly and it didn't take long for them to reach the Alliance headquarters. This dark starry sky looked even more terrible. All kinds of items had already filled the starry sky. And NBSP, the current Alliance headquarters didn't have the glory of the past at all. It was just a giant garbage dump. Those huge ice blocks extended countless tentacles, looking extremely ferocious. It was these things that had devoured the lives of countless cultivators from the Nebula Sea. One could see countless corpses from far away. Ice, broken corpses, and all sorts of other things formed a maze-like area. In the darkness, there were tiny cracks that emitted a terrifying and deadly chill. This was the most fatal trap. If one accidentally touched it, they might lose their life. In this region, there were still many surviving Nebula Sea cultivators. The number was simply uncountable. Although they had gone through a brutal battle, there were still many survivors. One must know that the Nebula Sea itself was a huge object. Even though it had experienced a catastrophe that had caused countless cultivators to die, it was still not to be underestimated. However, in the eyes of the ice-sealed cultivator, this place was a hunting ground. A killing feast was about to begin. Kill him. Out of the millions of frozen cultivators, 90% of them were cursed. They could only break the curse by killing the cultivators of the Nebula Sea. The cultivators of the Star Cloud Ocean had never thought that the ice-sealing cultivator they had been searching for would come to them on his own accord. However, this time, the ice-sealing cultivator had come for his life. It didn't take long for the two sides to encounter each other, and they immediately started fighting. One side had been fighting hard in the desperate situation for a long time, and even if they were lucky enough to survive until now, their condition was extremely poor. The other party, on the other hand, was improving his strength in his mental divine kingdom. He was currently in his best state, and all he could think about was revenge. The result of the battle between the two sides was without suspense. Under the siege of the ice-sealed cultivators, groups of Nebula Sea cultivators were killed and their corpses were abandoned in space. Such a brutal battle had long attracted the attention of the cultivators. When they discovered that the enemies were the frozen cultivators, the cultivators of the Nebula Sea felt as if they had been granted amnesty. He didn't expect that when he was at the end of his rope, an opportunity would quietly come. The only thing he could hope to do now was to break the curse. The remaining cultivators of the Nebula Sea charged forward in an attempt to find a way to survive. This was destined to be a brutal battle. The cultivators from both sides who participated in the battle represented the remaining defeated troops of the two camps. Before the catastrophe, the two camps were very powerful and had countless cultivators. In the entire cultivation world, he was definitely an overlord. However, these two forces were completely destroyed because of the curse created by the Alliance's gods and the extremely cold chi of unknown origin. What was even more outrageous was that the two sides of the disaster were actually fighting to the death. The victims hurt each other, but the mastermind stood by and did nothing. It was simply ridiculous. And NBSP, the killing, started from the outside of the Alliance headquarters and spread all the way in, leaving behind numerous corpses. However, these corpses were basically cultivators from the Nebula Sea. The corpses of the frozen cultivators would be collected by their companions and brought into their god country after the battle. The moment they returned would be the moment they were reborn. The moment they entered the divine kingdom in their minds, these frozen cultivators, who had died once, no longer needed to fear death. Even if they died without a complete corpse, they could still reconstruct their bodies in the divine kingdom in their minds, no different from the original. And NBSP, the ice-sealed cultivator who wasn't afraid of death, charged right into the Alliance headquarters. The cultivators of the Nebula Sea retreated as they fought. They were forced to gather in the central area of the headquarters and prepare for the final battle. There were still millions of cultivators in the Nebula Ocean, which was several times more than the number of the frozen cultivators. However, be it morale or state, they were far inferior to the frozen cultivators. They were a complete motley crew. There were Qingdao cultivators, Alliance cultivators, rogue cultivators, and bandits. It was strange that the interstellar bandits suffered the least losses in this terrifying curse. This was because these people didn't have any friends or relatives, and the victims of the robbery had all been killed. The random curse did not deal much damage to the bandits in the early stages. More and more people were infected by the curse, and the space pirates who thought they had avoided the catastrophe were also being crippled one after another. And NBSP, without any choice, the bandits could only head to the Alliance headquarters to find a way to solve the problem. When the Star Island cultivators besieged the Alliance headquarters, the bandits joined in and then participated in this decisive battle. After hearing that the curse could be lifted by killing the frozen cultivator, the galactic pirates were immediately filled with fighting spirit. They roared and their eyes were filled with greed. They swore to kill these frozen cultivators. When the Alliance cultivators saw this, they couldn't help but feel emotional. He didn't expect that in the final battle, the comrades he fought side by side with would actually be his former mortal enemy. Such a situation was indeed ironic. The battle for benefits back then seemed even more ridiculous now. It was completely meaningless. There was no need for words. The moment the two sides came into contact, the brutal war began. This chaotic starry sky had completely turned into a real slaughterhouse. Every flash of light would cause the death of countless cultivators. The cultivators on both sides were clear that only one side would be able to leave this place alive. Just as the battle between the two sides became more and more intense, a huge crack slowly appeared in the sky above the frozen planet. A frighteningly cold aura exploded in an instant, enveloping all the star islands in the starry sky. When the crack appeared, some special existences immediately remembered the horror of the past. The world origin of the frozen planet would seal itself completely in an attempt to resist the invasion of the cold air. The runic magic formation that Tang Zhen had set up was suddenly activated. The high-grade origin soul treasure that he had been bitterly waiting for was like a frightened fish that had crashed into it. Tang Zhen's speed was as fast as lightning. He captured the terrified origin spiritual treasure and successfully completed the mission for this trip. At the same time, the crack in the sky continued to expand, and more. Terrifying cold air gushed out. Under the watchful eyes of the cultivators, terrifying figures with powerful auras stepped out of the crack. And NBSP, at the same time, in the core area of the Alliance headquarters, the god that was guarding it appeared. Chapter 3195, The Seven Gods, Formation. An incomparably huge figure appeared from the sea of stars, and the terrifying pressure made people tremble. The guardian deity has appeared. The cultivators of the nebula ocean had a variety of expressions. It was impossible to describe their feelings at this moment. In this terrifying catastrophe, the seemingly omnipotent god had disappointed the cultivators. The cultivators of the star cloud ocean prayed sincerely, hoping that the gods would respond and help them survive this catastrophe. However, there was no response at all. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The hearts of the cultivators were filled with resentment, and they felt that the gods were a joke. When he needed it the most, a god had never appeared to help him. There was no point in worshipping such a god. However, he had forgotten one thing. When had the gods ever made any promises? All the begging and wishes were just wishful thinking and had nothing to do with the gods at all. As the Cultivator Alliance's backer, the guardian deity didn't just stand by and watch. They relied on the godly aura they released to suppress the outbreak of the curse and prevent the Alliance cultivators from being injured. However, other than that, the guardian deity did not do anything else. He only looked on coldly at the catastrophe. The cultivators knew very well that the guardian deity who had his hand cut off was actually afraid of the backer behind the ice-sealing cultivator. It was precisely because of his existence that the guardian deity did not dare to show himself easily, for fear of being severely injured again. No one had expected that the guardian deity would suddenly appear after the start of the final battle. Its huge and terrifying body could intimidate the enemy and bring confidence to the cultivators in the same camp. The cultivators of the Nebula Ocean cheered excitedly, thinking that the appearance of the guardian god was to save them from danger. The ice-sealing cultivators immediately retreated. The sudden change was extremely disadvantageous to them, and NBSP, the Alliance cultivators didn't chase after them as the V thought that the god spirit would help them destroy the ice-sealing cultivators. However, he soon discovered that this was not the case. After the guardian deity appeared, he did not help to kill the enemy. Instead, he flew straight to the frozen planet. "Look, what's that?" And NBSP, an Alliance expert, pointed at the frozen planet and his face was filled with shock like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. In fact, all the cultivators had already seen what had happened and were collectively in a state of shock. It turned out that a huge crack had appeared above the frozen planet. It was so big that it was unbelievable. Countless streams of extreme cold air poured down like a waterfall, enveloping the frozen planet again. It was as if a crack had been torn open in the starry sky, hiding a world that was also sealed in ice, and the terrifying extreme cold chi was flowing out from there. 6 huge and terrifying figures flew out of the crack and appeared in the sky above the frozen planet. The 6 figures looked very similar to the guardian gods, but the only difference was that they had different colors. The terrifying auras they released were stronger than the previous one, reverberating in the sea of stars. Just by looking at their forms, it was clear that these 6 gods came from the same source and belonged to the same camp. After entering the nebula sea, the 6 terrifying figures seemed to be stretching their muscles and bones as they let out terrifying roars. The ice that was hanging on his body kept falling down, revealing the densely packed eyes. Each of its eyes was filled with endless ferocity, as if it was about to devour someone. "Everyone, welcome back." The guardian god of the Alliance let out an excited roar and appeared in the sky above the frozen planet. Pointing at the frozen planet, God Cloud shouted, "There's a foreign god here who has destroyed our plan and challenged our dignity. During the battle, he used shameless methods to cut off my palm. May I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Everyone, should this thief be killed?" The guardian deity was filled with rage, as if he had suffered a great grievance during this period of time. That was the truth. How could he not hear the prayers and curses of the Alliance cultivators? However, due to his lack of strength, he could only pretend to not see it. The 6 gods who had returned from the unknown opened their eyes wide at the same time, releasing endless anger. "You must be killed." The 6 figures quickly spread out and surrounded the frozen planet. In addition to the guardian deity, a total of 7 deity-level overlords had completed the blockade of the frozen planet. "Let's work together to set up a supreme divine formation and completely seal this planet." Once the divine formation was activated, it could refine this foreign god and use it as a great supplement. If the other party dares to resist, let them taste all kinds of pain and know the consequences of offending our divine branch. A red figure said as if he was making a judgment. "That's how it should be." The other 6 deities all agreed. During their conversation, they had already judged Tang Zhen and expressed that they would kill him and refine him. It was because he believed in his own strength that he was so overbearing. After the judgment was completed, the 7 gods generated rule force and determined that Tang Zhen was dead without a doubt. After the special rule was formed, everything in the world was affected and became the driving force that drove Tang Zhen to death. In short, if the heavens wanted Tang Zhen to die, he had to die. In this way, they would form a big trend. No matter where Tang Zhen was, he would definitely face a situation of certain death. In a war between the gods, the advantage of numbers often determined the final outcome. There was power in numbers, and it was the same with the number of gods. They could use their own rules to create rules that were extremely advantageous to them and forcefully suppress their enemies. The 7 gods were very familiar with such a method. They used such a method to complete the suppression of the guardian of the frozen planet and directly refine and kill it. Tang Zhen, who had suddenly appeared, was treated as a fish that had slipped through the net and was not placed in their hearts. Tang Zhen only had 1 person, but there were 7 of them. They were most suitable to use their power to suppress others. The 7 gods attacked at the same time, and the ice on the frozen planet rolled like waves. An indescribable cold chi filled the world, enough to freeze any living creature to death. This was done by activating the extremely cold air to completely clean up the frozen planet, eliminating all hidden creatures. Such a planet shouldn't have any living beings, or it would be blasphemy against the 7 gods. The other goal was to force Tang Zhen to appear and accept the punishment of the 7 gods. If he refused to show up, that was fine. The array formed by the 7 gods covered the entire planet. It was enough to refine the hidden Tang Zhen. When the divine formation was activated, its aura was earth-shattering. The cultivators who were watching from afar could clearly see countless mysterious runes dancing in the sky. Each mysterious rune had the power to destroy the world, enough to destroy everything in the world. Countless runes gathered together and formed a terrifying array that no one had ever seen before. It continuously refined the frozen planet. The ice-sealed planet, which had suffered a lot, met with a new catastrophe. The frozen cultivators who were watching from afar felt their hearts bleeding, but they couldn't stop the array controlled by the 7 gods. In the face of a terrifying god, ordinary cultivators were just lowly ants. They had no right to resist or choose. The only thing he could do was to obediently submit to fate. The cultivators in the nebulous sea felt an indescribable excitement. They even cheered. The source of this disaster would definitely disappear with the siege of the 7 gods, and the final winner would be the Cultivator Alliance. Chapter 3196-3196 1 verses 7. The current frozen planet was a super furnace that could melt everything in the world. However, there was no heat in the furnace at all. Instead, it was extremely cold. Even cultivators couldn't resist the rolling extremely cold chi and avoided it like the plague. The mysterious runes were like agile fish, swimming and jumping in the ocean of cold air. It didn't take long for the entire ice sheet of the frozen planet to turn into rolling cold air. The extremely cold chi turned into liquid and gathered into an ocean, with terrifying waves continuously rolling. If anyone fell into it, they would definitely die. Everything that had once been sealed in ice was now faintly visible with the surging of the cold air. It was a terrifying sight. Unfreezing didn't mean rebirth, but the arrival of true death. The fragile living things were completely torn into pieces by the cold current, leaving no trace behind. Everything on the frozen planet had become history. It had truly turned into ashes. The 7 gods in the starry sky controlled the supreme divine array and felt that they were almost certain of success. It's still not coming out. Then I'll continue refining. HMPH. The guardian deity snorted coldly, as if he was unwilling to accept this. He had already made up his mind. Today, he would definitely take revenge for his broken palm and completely refine and kill Tang Zhen. Now that the 7 gods had gathered to form a formation, their strength was incomparably powerful. Tang Zhen was definitely not their match. The god hiding here is likely to be a fish that slipped through the net in the original plan, and the god kingdom that was established may also be inside. If the other party is hiding in the divine kingdom and refuses to come out, what should we do? The guardian deity spoke again. He was afraid that something similar would happen, so he quickly reminded his companions. The power of the divine formation is unquestionable. Even if the other party is hiding in a divine kingdom, it will still be refined into dregs. Another deity replied, his tone full of confidence as if he had already thought of this possibility. As expected, it's naturally the best. The guardian deity finally felt relieved and revealed a sinister smile. Since that's the case, I'd like to see if that bastard still dares to be arrogant. The divine sense of the guardian deity was spreading wantonly on the frozen planet. It was obvious that he was deliberately provoking Tang Zhen. He didn't want to refine Tang Zhen just like that. He wanted to personally take action and kill the enemy he hated on the spot. Coward, do you dare to come out and fight me? I'll tear you into pieces. The guardian deity kept on clamoring, his attitude extremely arrogant. At this moment, a calm and cold voice suddenly rang out. You idiot, you really don't know what's good for you. Tang Zhen's figure appeared the moment the voice sounded. He instantly transformed into 100,000 feet tall giant. The cold air quickly gathered and formed a suit of armor that covered his body. Then, it condensed into a huge spear. He activated his divine source and attached it to the spear, instantly turning it into a weapon that could kill gods. Go to hell, die, Tang Zhen roared in a low voice. The long spear that was formed from cold chi shot out and went straight for the divine spirit. This attack was unbelievably fast. The guardian god had no time to dodge at all, and the ice spear pierced through his body. Ah, Yingluo, you bastard. The divine power contained in this attack pierced a big hole in the body of the guardian god, which was definitely a fatal injury. What's going on with Yingluo? The guardian deity was on the verge of collapse. He didn't expect that he would still be seriously injured by Tang Zhen even when the 7 gods formed an array. Not only would it be embarrassing, but they might even lose their lives. The other 6 gods were shocked. They had never thought that such a thing would happen. They had clearly formed a divine array and tried to kill Tang Zhen, but in the end, their companion was severely injured. Such a thing was absolutely intolerable. Impudent, die, a godly spirit roared in rage. At the same time, he summoned a surge of cold air that transformed into giant dragons. The enormous dragon that had taken form swept toward Tang Zhen along with a series of long howls, attempting to tear him into pieces. There were also gods who took the opportunity to attack, releasing a turbid flow that was formed by the gathering of chaotic laws. It was like an interference bomb. If one was entangled by this thing, even the spells of the gods would be completely ineffective. In a life-and-death battle, even a momentary mistake was enough to cause a fatal threat. The means of the indigenous gods were very insidious, but as long as they were effective, they could use them to their heart's content. He could do anything to his enemies. The other 4 aboriginal deities also attacked at this moment in an attempt to kill Tang Zhen. At the same time, they were also protecting the deity that was guarding the place. Tang Zhen seemed to be unable to resolve the attacks that came from all directions. His huge body instantly crumbled. What's going on? How can he be so weak? Similar thoughts kept rising in the minds of the gods, but their expressions changed in the blink of an eye. It turned out that Tang Zhen's body had once again condensed. This time, he had appeared behind the divine spirit. A huge golden sword instantly glided across the starry sky and slashed at the guardian deity. I've told you before, I'll cut off your hand the first time I attack, and I'll cut off your head the second time. Now, die. Before he could finish his sentence, the head of the guardian deity had already fallen to the ground. All the eyes on his body flickered with disbelief. He couldn't believe that he would be beheaded. At this moment, the guardian deity's mind was in a state of complete chaos. All he could think of was to escape as soon as possible to save his life. Although his head had been separated from his body, it did not mean that he had really died. He could still be resurrected by the means of gods. However, his opponent was Tang Zhen, who came from the world of towers and was a true expert who had killed many gods. Even though he was facing the formation of the 7 gods, he still took the initiative to attack because he was confident that he could kill the enemy directly. Even if there were many enemies, he was still fearless. Just as the guardian deity was trying to escape and the other 6 deities were covering for him, Tang Zhen had already attacked again. In just an instant, the head of the guardian deity was absorbed into the divine kingdom in Tang Zhen's mind. Ah, Yingluo, the guardian deity who was still conscious let out a desperate scream and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The huge headless corpse lay on its back in the starry sky, and its ferocious eyes were completely closed. However, in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the guardian deity who hated Tang Zhen the most was killed by him. The other 6 gods were extremely shocked and furious. The purpose of their return was to support their companions and then kill the enemy, Tang Zhen. However, they did not expect Tang Zhen's strength to far exceed their imagination. It was not something that the guardian gods could compare to. Even though he was fighting 1 against 6, he was not at a disadvantage. Not long after the 2 sides fought, another aboriginal deity let out a blood-curdling screech as he was directly split into 2 by Tang Zhen. Among these 7 aboriginal deities, the strongest was only a 6-star divine general. He was far inferior to Tang Zhen. However, the other party had the advantage in numbers. Moreover, they had formed a runic magic circle that could increase their combat strength. Even Tang Zhen had to be careful when dealing with them. After killing the guardian deity, the original threat was immediately resolved. Tang Zhen instantly felt as though he had entered a no-man's land. After all, the current Tang Zhen was only a step away from becoming a 9-star divine general. Upon sensing Tang Zhen's true strength, the 6 aboriginal deities, who were both shocked and furious, suddenly felt an indescribable panic. The confidence he had was now gone. Tang Zhen, on the other hand, became unusually bold and fierce. He continued to use the techniques of a top-notch deity cultivator. It was like a well-trained elite soldier fighting against 6 bandits in the mountains. Although it seemed dangerous, in reality, victory was within his grasp. Not long after, another aboriginal deity let out a blood-curdling screech as he was directly split into 2 by Tang Zhen. Not good, retreat quickly. The 7 gods had joined forces to deal with Tang Zhen, but they were still cut down by him. This made the native gods feel extremely terrified. If they continued to fight, they would definitely not win but be killed. This was the war of the gods. There was no fatigue, no flaws, only a direct collision of level and strength. The rule was that the strong would prosper while the weak would die. There was no luck involved. The truth had already proven that the 7 gods were not Tang Zhen's match even if they joined forces. Chapter 3197, The God King. In just a short time, the guardian deity was killed and the 2 aboriginal deities were severely injured. If he was not treated in time, he would still be unable to escape death. The other 4 aboriginal deities continued to attack Tang Zhen in order to cover their companions' retreat. The 2 gods who had been split in half dragged their broken bodies and ran toward the crack. It was as if that place could make them feel safe. Perhaps it was due to Tang Zhen's strength, but the injured god was filled with fear and was unable to use words to describe it. Where did such a powerful god come from, and how could they resolve this crisis? It was a great irony that he was originally thinking about how to kill someone, but in the blink of an eye, he was thinking about how to escape. It's not that easy to escape. When he saw that a heavily injured aboriginal deity was about to enter the huge crack, Tang Zhen casually threw out a golden light. There was no need to deliberately create it. The divine source was the sharpest weapon, able to kill demons and gods. The aboriginal deity was shocked and tried to dodge the attack, but he was still hit. The 2 halves turned into 4 pieces, and then into a pile. In the blink of an eye, the golden light had cut the aboriginal deity into pieces. But even so, the indigenous god did not die. The pieces of flesh that could not be pieced together rushed into the crack again. As long as they were not kept into the divine kingdom in Tang Zhen's mind and completely suppressed and refined, the aboriginal deities would have a chance of survival. For a god, rebirth from blood was a piece of cake. It was definitely possible to be born with a thought. However, the remaining divine source was enough to severely injure a god, and it was unknown how long it would take for them to recover. Unless one's cultivation was higher than Tang Zhen's or a cultivator of a higher level came to his rescue, there was basically no possibility of recovery. Perhaps in a few hundred years, or even tens of thousands of years, the gods would die from their serious injuries. Unless they could find a way to heal themselves, the aboriginal gods who escaped into the crack would die sooner or later. The other aboriginal deity was not in a hurry to enter the crack. Instead, he was waiting for the best time to escape. He was afraid that he would be chased by Tang Zhen when he fled and end up like his companions. The fall of the guardian deity was the source of their fear. They did not expect Tang Zhen to have such a terrifying method. He could only try his best to avoid Tang Zhen, afraid that he would be captured by Tang Zhen and sent into the divine kingdom in his mind. This guy was indeed alert and realized how terrifying the divine kingdom in his mind was. As long as it fell into the divine kingdom in his mind, Tang Zhen only needed a single thought to kill him. The beheaded guardian god was the best example. He did not even have a chance to resist. Seeing this, the four immortals were on high alert and kept looking for an opportunity to escape. From the beginning of the battle, they had made the wrong judgment and treated Tang Zhen as their target. He thought he could win easily, but his prey was so powerful that he started a counter-hunt. Now that one of them had been killed, if they didn't escape quickly, it was very likely that they would all be wiped out. Don't linger in battle, retreat immediately. The four aboriginal deities made up their minds and immediately moved toward the crack. It was obvious that they didn't want to continue fighting. How could Tang Zhen not see that the other party had realized that something was amiss and was preparing to leave the battlefield? To Tang Zhen, this war was dispensable. It was not necessary to fight. The record of 1 dead and 2 injured was enough to make the enemy tremble in fear. Tang Zhen was only a passerby in the star cloud sea and would leave soon. He wasn't worried about the other party's revenge. If they really dared to chase after him, Tang Zhen would not be afraid. If 2 came, he would kill a pair. If a group came, he would kill a group. A portion of Tang Zhen's attention was placed on the huge crack. He was guessing what kind of place it was. The frighteningly cold air proved that this world was extraordinary. Tang Zhen was sure that the Alliance gods created the curse because of a special ceremony. After cultivators were infected with the curse, they would emit a special aura, which would become the key to opening this special world. There must be a scheme behind all this effort. Although this world was filled with temptations, Tang Zhen did not intend to enter it to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. He had his own plan, and it was currently in the process of being executed. There was no way he would suddenly change it. Originally, Tang Zhen thought that this battle would end just like that and the other party would back off. Unexpectedly, these native gods were extremely unwilling and resentful of Tang Zhen. They still wanted to defeat Tang Sanzang, resurrect the guardian god, or kill him to snatch the spoils of war. Although the exchange earlier had already proven Tang Zhen's strength, they still had a trump card in their hands. When they were close to the huge crack, the 4 aboriginal deities suddenly stopped and looked at Tang Zhen fiercely. You disturbed the nebula sea and killed my divine spirit brothers. This enmity cannot be resolved. We swear an oath that no matter how difficult it is, no matter how much time it takes, we will kill you for revenge. There was no need to leave such harsh words when running away from a powerful enemy. It would only bring unnecessary trouble to himself. Would he not take revenge in the future if he didn't threaten her? No matter how stupid the aboriginal deities were, it was impossible for them not to know this, so this was definitely done on purpose. He had been beaten to the point of fleeing, and now he dared to provoke them, which meant that the other party was fearless. Perhaps something terrifying was hidden behind the crack. To be regarded as a trump card by the gods, it must be a terrifying and powerful existence. Tang Zhen originally didn't want to bother with the other party and let the plan of the native deity fall through. After all, such a method was too stupid. However, after thinking about it, Tang Zhen took the initiative to get closer. He just wanted to know what kind of place the world behind the crack was. What was the trump card of this group of people? In an instant, Tang Zhen had already rushed to the front of the crack and launched another attack. When the 4 aboriginal deities saw this, their hearts were filled with joy as they attacked Tang Zhen's attack at the same time. Gathering the power of 4 gods, they barely managed to fight to a draw with Tang Zhen. This made the killing intent in their hearts even stronger. Such a terrifying enemy had to be killed, or there would be endless trouble. Do it. Just as the 2 sides were fighting, the wounded aboriginal gods in the world behind the rift received a signal. He took out a piece of ice with a rune inside, which looked ordinary. However, the aboriginal deity's expression was very cautious, as if he was very reluctant. He held the ice block in his hand and mumbled something before it suddenly fell to the ground. The runes in the ice block disappeared in an instant. It seemed to be calm and nothing happened, but the indigenous gods were happy. Tang Zhen, who was engaged in battle with the enemy, suddenly widened his eyes. He was filled with astonishment as he looked at the crack in front of him. "I see." Without any hesitation, Tang Zhen turned around and ran. At the same time, an extremely huge palm suddenly slapped out from the crack. It locked onto Tang Zhen and followed him like a shadow, as though it wanted to crush him into dust. Tang Zhen was able to sense that a powerful aura that far surpassed a divine general had already locked onto him from the dark. It was as if he would never stop until he killed him. God King Dao Wu. A thought flashed within Tang Zhen's heart as he came to a sudden realization. It was no wonder the other party was so fearless. It was because he could use a special method to summon a God King level attack. If it were an ordinary god, they would definitely be severely injured or killed by an attack at the level of a God King. However, the gods in the world of Lusheng were unrivaled in all realms and were not afraid of such an attack. In just a moment, Tang Zhen entered the divine kingdom in his mind and no longer showed any traces. The huge palm paused slightly. Clearly, it had lost its target. It wondered where Tang Zhen had gone. Chapter 3198. The catastrophe will finally end. 1. What happened? Where did that guy go? The aboriginal deities were all dumbfounded. At the same time, they were filled with unwillingness and disbelief. This attack of a god king possessed unparalleled power. It was definitely a fatal move. The native gods kept it a secret, only to use it at a critical moment to turn the tide and kill the enemy directly. This kind of God King level attack, when used unexpectedly, could definitely kill a god in seconds. In the eyes of the aboriginal deities, as long as Tang Zhen fell into the trap, he would definitely die. No one had expected that Tang Zhen would actually disappear without a trace at this critical moment. What kind of method was this? Where did Tang Zhen go? At this moment, the aboriginal deity was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. At the same time, he was filled with unwillingness. He was like a gambler who had placed a huge bet and was waiting to turn the tables but ended up with nothing. The cost of this attack was so great that even the aboriginal deities couldn't bear it. It was like a group of bandits using precision missiles to kill the enemy. One could imagine how high the cost was. Only when one encountered a fatal danger and encountered a powerful enemy like Tang Zhen would one be worthy of using such a trump card weapon. But unexpectedly, such a thing happened. At this moment, the god's giant palm was getting dimmer and dimmer, and it could collapse at any time. It was impossible for such a terrifying attack of the God King level to last for too long. At most, it would last for a breath or two. Don't think that it was a short time. This was an attack at the God King level. It should be known that even if a God King level expert wanted to destroy the heavens and earth, they would be able to accomplish it in an instant. The time of a few breaths was considered very long, and it was enough to kill any target. However, without a target, even a God King would be helpless. Under the gazes of the spectators, the giant palm finally dissipated, as if everything that had happened was an illusion. Quickly retreat. At this moment, the aboriginal deities did not hesitate at all. They used all their might to teleport towards the crack. Tang Zhen's strength and strangeness had already exceeded their imagination. He was actually able to dodge the divine talisman attack of the divine king. Although this divine talisman attack was not the true attack of a god king, it was transformed by a special talisman. But even so, its power couldn't be underestimated, and it was not something that ordinary gods could resist. If it was a native god, he would have died in the face of such a terrible attack. Tang Zhen did not face it head-on, yet he was able to successfully dodge it. This was sufficient to prove his strength. Now that Tang Zhen had survived a calamity, he would definitely take revenge on the aboriginal deities in the future. The enmity in the cultivation world would not end until one of them died. If there was a chance, they would definitely take revenge. The aboriginal deities had first joined forces to attack and then used the techniques of the deity kings to ambush. It was impossible to resolve the hatred between the two sides. He had no other choice but to run for his life. In the blink of an eye, the aboriginal deity disappeared. Without a trace. After another few dozen breaths, the starry sky trembled and the terrifying god king's giant palm actually condensed once again. However, this time, there was no killing intent. It was like an illusionary image. However, the terrifying pressure was more than 10 times stronger. Are they cultivators of Lusheng? No wonder they are so cowardly. A low voice seemed to echo in the starry sky. In an extremely short amount of time, the God King's giant palm rapidly crumbled, and its terrifying aura also disappeared without a trace. This time, a long time passed, but there was nothing unusual. Clearly, the God King's consciousness had completely dissipated. For such a situation to occur, it was obvious that Tang Zhen's unusual behavior had piqued this God King's curiosity. Sensing that his methods had failed, the God King sent his consciousness over, wanting to figure out what was going on. The other party knew about cultivators from Lucheng and recognized Tang Zhen's true background based on the situation at the scene. However, this Divine King expert did not pester him. This was because he did not have any enmity with Tang Zhen. These indigenous gods had only bought the divine runes made by him, so they had this contact. The God King was only selling the divine talismans, but he could not guarantee that he would kill the target. To have such an after-sale service, one had to pay an unimaginable price. After waiting for a few dozen breaths, Tang Zhen's figure slowly appeared. Tang Zhen appeared to be deep in thought as he looked at the huge crack in the sea of stars. His expression was slightly grave. A God King's will is transformed into a talisman. Tang Zhen had heard of such a combat technique before, but he had never used it before. God King level divine talismans were even rarer. How did the aboriginal godly spirits get their hands on them? But without a doubt, he had paid a great price. The enemy wanted to kill him on the spot through the divine talisman of will, but he did not expect that he could hide in the divine kingdom of his mind. This special method was the true life-saving trump card. Even if a God King personally descended, he would not be able to find Tang Zhen's traces. This was the power of the cultivators in Lu City. Tang Zhen was not very interested in the mysterious world behind the crack. He only wanted to leave the Sea of Nebula after the battle. However, the continuous encounters made Tang Zhen change his mind. He was prepared to head to the mysterious world behind the crack to take a look. A mysterious world that the native gods could plot and try to enter must have great benefits. The divine talisman made by a God King was very attractive to Tang Zhen. If he were to use it in battle, it would definitely have an unexpected effect. It was definitely more than enough to be used as a trump card weapon. In the world of Lusheng, there was still a group of people who wanted his life. There was definitely more than one deity that had been killed by Tang Zhen, and their friends and family knew him very well. Tang Zhen was clear about his situation. He had never let down his guard in almost every minute and second. Since he had made up his mind, he naturally did not hesitate anymore. At his call, the frozen cultivators returned together and were kept back into the divine kingdom in his mind. These frozen cultivators had completed their revenge and completely removed the curse in their sea of consciousness. This terrifying catastrophe had finally come to an end. Whether it was the frozen planet or the Sea of Nebula, they had all been turned into ruins. After the brutal slaughter, there were very few cultivators in the Nebula Sea. It was very difficult for them to grow. The hatred from the frozen planet could be considered to have been completely avenged. This was a war with no winner. The two powerful cultivation civilizations had ended up in such a miserable state. Countless innocent lives were swept away by this catastrophe, but the mastermind behind it had escaped without a trace. Tang Zhen had long been accustomed to this scene. He was just a passerby who was inadvertently involved in this catastrophe and was taking revenge for the frozen cultivator. Now that he had avenged the ice-sealed cultivator and achieved his goal, it was naturally time for him to leave. Tang Zhen did not hesitate any longer when he saw the crack that was continuously shrinking. He directly teleported over. Those aboriginal deities would not be able to escape easily. Tang Zhen would definitely not give up. After a while, the huge rift in the starry space completely disappeared. The star cloud sea, which used to be extremely lively, was now extremely quiet. The starry sky was filled with ruins and remains. The traces of the war were shocking. The cultivators who were lucky enough to survive did not need to worry about the curse anymore. After the departure of the frozen cultivator, the root of the terrifying curse had been cut off. However, the cultivators who had been infected by the curse and turned into monsters had completely lost the chance to recover. They were the sacrifices of the catastrophe. Even though the catastrophe had ended, it had nothing to do with them. Many years later, the star cloud ocean gradually regained its vitality. The cultivator alliance became history, and the frozen planet became a part of the star cloud ocean. There were many legends circulating among the cultivators of the Nebula Sea, and all of them were related to that catastrophe. The most interesting part was, of course, the story of a powerful foreign deity who fought against 7 native deities alone. However, many of the cultivators from the star cloud ocean didn't believe the story. They felt that it was all made up. Only the high-level cultivators who had experienced the catastrophe and survived by luck knew that the truth was far more terrifying than the descriptions in the stories. Chapter 3199, Hunting the Primitive Gods. Compared to the ice-sealed planet, the coldness of this world was not as extreme. The coldness of the frozen planet was the kind of true death, without a single trace of life. However, he could feel the vitality from the cold in the world in front of him. It was so dense that it was a little excessive. There were also some places where the extreme cold gave rise to warmth, and incomparably strange plants grew. It looked like an ice crystal, but it was a real living creature, unafraid of the extreme cold. As Tang Zhen advanced, he encountered a transformed monster that was several thousand meters long. On the frozen planet, Tang Zhen had encountered monsters that could take on human form. However, they were not too big. Compared to the monster in front of him, the morphed monsters on the frozen planet were like ants. Regardless of strength or size, they were not on the same level at all. When it noticed Tang Zhen observing it, the transformed monster appeared to have been frightened as it directly burrowed into the ice sheet on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the transformed monster disappeared without a trace. Tang Zhen was able to tell that the transformed monster had broken down its body and fused it with the ice that was present everywhere. If there was a need, the transformed monster could be reformed, and the size was up to him. This was the talent of transformed monsters. On this icy plane, they were the true overlords. However, when it encountered an expert like Tang Zhen, even an overlord-level transformed monster would not hesitate to choose to escape. Tang Zhen wasn't interested in killing the transformed monsters. He only observed and verified seriously to find out what was the difference between this place and the outside world. Soon, he discovered that the laws of this world were much simpler, and the heaven and earth energy was much richer. If not for such a reason, it would not have been possible to breed such a huge monster. The simpler the rules of a world, the easier it was to breed super creatures, and the more likely it was for all kinds of primitive gods to appear. They might be slow-witted and not as complicated as the gods in the outside world, but their strength was definitely not to be underestimated. In such a world, cultivators were no longer the masters, and could even be reduced to food. With the existence of danger, there were naturally unimaginable benefits. The simple laws and the rich energy of heaven and earth made it easier for all kinds of treasures to form. If they were lucky, they could easily find energy crystals the size of mountains in this world. To ordinary cultivators, this was a huge amount of wealth that was enough to support a sect. However, to a god, such an energy crystal would not be as attractive. The items that could really attract them were naturally items that matched their status, such as precious law crystals. Tang Zhen's heart was filled with joy after he comprehended the essence of this world. It seemed like he was still as lucky as before. Such a special world was definitely something that could only be encountered by luck. Tang Zhen had a trace of hesitation before he entered this world. However, he only felt a strong sense of rejoicing now. If he missed it, he would definitely lose a lot, and it would be too late to regret it in the future. Tang Zhen involuntarily laughed out loud when he thought of this. Soon, he made up his mind to hunt down a few aboriginal deities and see if he could find any clues from them. These aboriginal deities from the Nebula Sea had stayed in this world for a long time, so they must know more about this world. Floating in the ice field, Tang Zhen stood still for a moment before he chose a direction. This trip was over 100,000 miles long. During this time, they kept encountering monsters that could take form, and the number was increasing. These monsters either formed groups or occupied their own territories. They fought with each other non-stop. There were also a few powerful transformed monsters that had actually targeted a god like Tang Zhen. They had overestimated themselves and wanted to devour him. When he encountered such a fellow, Tang Zhen would directly kill him and seize the crystal core within the body of the transformed monster. These crystal cores contained the power of the origin laws, which was also the reason why the transformed monsters could be born. The stronger the monster, the more rule force it contained. To ordinary cultivators, this was definitely a treasure that they could only dream of. It could make their cultivation progress even more powerful and allow them to comprehend the power of laws in advance. The cultivators who were trained in this way were extremely powerful and could easily crush those of the same level. The speed of his cultivation was also as fast as lightning, and it was not something that ordinary cultivators could compare to. Tang Zhen had no use for these things, but he could reward them to his subordinates and save a trace of divine source. The icy plain was a cultivation paradise. Once he was done with his matters, he could release all the cultivators in his mind divine kingdom. They were allowed to hunt freely to replenish the resources needed for cultivation and to improve their combat strength. After traveling another 10,000 miles, Tang Zhen encountered a group of cultivators. There were more than 100 cultivators in this group, and they were all fully armed and exuded a shocking aura. They formed an array and surrounded a primitive godly spirit the size of a mountain. It was obvious that they were going to kill it. The original gods were very powerful, and so were the cultivators. All of them had reached the realm of semi-divinity. Pseudo-gods were special cultivators whose strength was close to that of gods, but they could not set rules and could not continue to advance. To be able to reach this step was already very difficult. It could be said that it was 1 in a billion. But to become a true god, it was even harder than ascending to the heavens. However, in this special world, it was much easier, because in a world with simple rules, there would definitely be a variety of primitive gods. As long as one could kill a primitive god and obtain a divine persona or shard of divinity, it would be possible to condense a divine persona of one's own. After completing this step, his promotion to god spirit was certain. The primordial godly spirit that was trapped by the cultivators had the lowest godhood, which was also a low level among the indigenous godly spirits. He was equivalent to a 1-star divine general. He wasn't too strong, but he wasn't weak either. As long as the original god spirit was killed, one of the 100 cultivators would definitely become a god spirit. There would not be a lot of them, no more than 2. It had nothing to do with the number of divine persona fragments, as it was a restriction of the rules. It was simply wishful thinking to expect a bunch of low-level gods to be born from a low-level divinity. To put it bluntly, this was a kind of exchange, 1 for 1. If it was a high-level divine persona, it could create many low-level gods or even a high-level god. The rule of equal exchange was in effect at all times. A deity at Tang Zhen's level was definitely a huge treasure vault for the native cultivators. If he could kill Tang Zhen, he would definitely be able to obtain a rich harvest and cultivate a bunch of low-level deities. However, with the other party's strength, if they dared to take the initiative to provoke Tang Zhen, it would be equivalent to seeking death. Even if they were given a few more guts, they would definitely not dare to take the initiative to provoke him. And NBSP, while Tang Zhen was observing, the battle between the false gods and the true gods had already become more and more intense. The combat power of the primitive gods was extremely strong. They could easily control the extremely cold air and drive the transformed monsters to fight. Due to his status, he was the overlord of this area with absolute authority. No one dared to provoke him, let alone start a fight. These 100 cultivators dared to act so arrogantly in his territory. They were simply courting death. The primitive godly spirit was furious. It set off a cold storm and turned the area within 100 miles into hell. This was a truly desperate situation. Even a wisp of cold wind and snow could easily take a person's life. The original god wanted to let these cultivators know the consequences of provoking an existence like himself. However, as the battle progressed, the primitive god suddenly realized that the enemy was far more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. These cultivators cooperated well and advanced and retreated as one. They could always find flaws at the critical moment. Each attack was enough to cause a fatal injury, which made the original god stop underestimating him. Even though he had used his innate divine ability to kill a few cultivators, it still didn't alleviate his predicament. In a short period of time, the primitive god was continuously injured, and his body was covered in huge damage. If this situation continued, it would not take long for the original god to be killed. In the face of a fatal crisis, the primitive god used his trump card and roared to the sky. A cold current fell from the sky, and everything within 100 miles was instantly frozen. Even steel was completely frozen. Chapter 3200 Ice Phoenix Divine Court 1. The battle between the two sides became extremely intense, and the environment of the icy plain became more and more dangerous. The primitive god was in a difficult situation because the pseudo-god cultivators were extremely fierce and would not stop until they killed him. Apart from these semi-divinity realm cultivators, there were other hidden dangers that made the original deity worried. It was easy to dodge an open spear, but hard to defend against a hidden arrow. It turned out that not far from the battlefield, there was a god hiding and watching the war. The original gods had no allies, so the hidden gods were naturally enemies and not friends. They should be on the same side as the semi-divinity cultivators. Their ultimate goal was to kill him. You're going too far. The original god realized this and was furious. He kept roaring. Becoming the target of the hunt was a form of humiliation in and of itself. It meant that the enemy thought that they were weak and could be bullied. If it was a truly powerful primitive god spirit, these cultivators would avoid it like the plague and would not dare to provoke it. The killing intent in the primitive god's heart had reached its limit, and he was determined to kill these semi-divinity realm cultivators. Even the leading god had to be killed. However, this anger and hatred were quickly dispelled. The original gods were no match for the semi-divinity realm cultivators. Roar, all of you go to hell. After being hit again, the primitive god went crazy, and his mountain-like body collapsed. However, this was not death, but a change in attack form. Be careful, a semi-divinity cultivator warned loudly. In the blink of an eye, countless icicles emerged from the ground within a radius of several miles. These icicles were extremely sharp and quickly flew off the ground, dancing in the cold wind. The semi-divinity realm cultivators defended themselves while maintaining the stability of their formation. The transformed primitive gods became more and more difficult to deal with, and the pseudo-gods became more and more vigilant. However, it was obvious that they were prepared for this, so they didn't panic at all. Those who could cultivate to the semi-divinity realm were all geniuses, so they had naturally cultivated their mental fortitude well. The semi-divinity realm cultivator was also prepared for such an attack. Countless runes danced in the air, sticking to the icicles, and then exploded into powder. The attack that shattered the original god spirit was also a counterattack, causing him to suffer heavy injuries. The dazzling attacks didn't last long. A furious roar was heard, and a huge face suddenly appeared on the ground. The huge face opened its mouth and sucked in a few semi-divinity realm cultivators. Its huge body was about to climb out of the ice field. Seeing that his previous methods were not working, the primitive god reformed his body and prepared to attack again. However, at this moment, the peeping god suddenly appeared and waved his hand in the void. A huge flaming spear appeared in the god's hand and he threw it down. Go to hell. The primitive god saw this and let out a roar. A huge and heavy ice shield formed in front of him. Let's attack together. The semi-divinity realm cultivators attacked at the same time. They kept launching fierce spell techniques that landed on the ice shield. The flaming spear arrived in an instant, freezing the huge ice shield and piercing through the forehead of the primitive god. Roar. The primitive god let out a roar, and its translucent head seemed to be on fire. In the blink of an eye, it shattered. Continue to attack. The deity who had thrown the flaming spear gave an order to the semi-divinity realm cultivators and waved his hand again. In the sky behind him, a huge ring appeared, and magical runes were arranged in it. Under the control of his will, all kinds of runes began to spin rapidly, and balls of flames quickly gathered. The divine origins flames continued to rain down on the semi-divinity realm cultivator. The huge body of the primitive god was full of holes and looked extremely miserable. The attacks of the semi-divinity realm cultivators were getting more and more powerful. It could be said that the attacks were overwhelming, and the original gods couldn't resist them at all. In just a short time, the primitive god was severely injured, and his body was torn into pieces. Such a terrifying blow had already made the original deity realize that he was no match for it. Giving up his territory and escaping this area was obviously the best choice. If he continued to hesitate, he might die here. The primitive god made up his mind. His huge body suddenly disintegrated, turning into countless cold air and returning to the ground. You want to run? Dream on. The deity snorted and immediately launched a counterattack. Walls of fire rose continuously within a few dozen miles of the battlefield, enveloping the icy plain. God-binding chains. The semi-divinity realm cultivator was as fast as lightning, and he kept throwing out chains that shot into the deepest part of the ice field. Rise. As the semi-divinity realm cultivator roared, the chains immediately tightened as if they were going to flip the earth. Cracks appeared on the ice field, and the scattered and disintegrated primitive gods actually gathered together again. However, they looked extremely miserable, as if they had been torn apart by a car and then pieced back together. There were chains piercing through every piece of his body, and there was no place for him to escape. "Let me go," the original god roared, but it was weak. After being continuously injured, the primitive god had a premonition that he was really going to die. This roar was filled with despair and unwillingness. "Obediently die." The godly spirit that was supervising the battle knew that the time had come. He aimed at the body of the primitive godly spirit and smashed it. Boom! There was another loud noise, and cold air filled the sky. Before he could see it clearly, the primitive god was reduced to pieces, and his body turned into cold air and dissipated. Primitive gods were created by rules and integrated with the world. They were more like guardian gods. Every time they died, their corpses would immediately disintegrate and return to nature, and the enemy would not be able to get anything at all. By the time the cold air dissipated, the primitive god had completely disappeared, leaving no trace in the world. There was only one divine persona left, which was successfully captured by the god and held firmly in his hand. Search the lair of the primitive gods, find the law crystals, and then leave this place immediately. The god gave the order and looked at the divine persona in his hand with a smug smile. Although there were some losses in this battle, they had successfully killed the original god and obtained an extremely precious godhead. As long as he did it well, a new god would appear in the court of God he belonged to. If this situation continued, it would only take a few thousand years for the church to grow stronger and stronger. However, how to distribute this divine spark was a headache. After all, the opportunity to become a deity was something that everyone wanted. For example, these 100 or so semi-divinity realm cultivators. They had risked their lives to participate in the war to capture the gods in order to obtain a chance to become a god. The semi-divinity realm cultivators who died in battle were at a disadvantage. Although they could be resurrected with a secret technique, they were destined to not be able to miss this distribution. Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly had a realization, as if someone was watching him. How is that possible? This was no small matter, and the god hurriedly put away his divine persona while getting into a fighting stance. A huge ring of runes once again appeared behind him, and the fireballs condensed from divine source flew up and down. With just a thought, it could launch an attack and cause heavy damage to the enemy. At this moment, he saw a purple armored figure floating in the air. A human cultivator. The god's expression was bewildered. He stared at Tang Zhen and tried to guess what he was trying to do. To be able to hide from his perception, his strength must be stronger than his. If he really wanted to snatch it, he might not be his opponent. If they were coveting this godhead, they would definitely not be so brazen. Moreover, they had more than one chance to snatch it. These thoughts flashed through the deity's mind, and he immediately became much calmer. He decided to first figure out Tang Zhen's origin and purpose. "I'm the protector of the Ice Phoenix Divine Court. What can I do for you?" Tang Zhen smiled and cupped his hands toward the other party. "I am Tang Zhen, a cultivator of Lu City. I am here to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For directions, Chapter 3201, Yulin Divine World L, asking for information. This is somewhat strange. Hearing Tang Zhen ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For directions, this god from the Ice Phoenix God Court couldn't help but feel surprised. This was not a bustling place, but a dangerous forbidden zone. Someone was actually asking for information. Even if they were going in the wrong direction, they would avoid such a dangerous place and not go deep into it until they got lost, right? Although he was full of doubts, he suppressed them in his heart. After all, it was not a good time to cause more trouble. In a situation where one had a precious treasure, one would feel that anyone had evil intentions and would try to snatch one's own benefits. Being able to send Tang Zhen away and not have a fight with him was the best result. As for the world of Lusheng, the deity had never heard of it before. He guessed that it was probably a divine court organization. It was just that it wasn't famous and the scale wasn't big, so he had never heard of it. Of course, there was also a possibility that Tang Zhen came from another world and had mistakenly entered this icy plane. He had heard of such a situation many times. Could it be that the human cultivator in front of him was the same? As for Tang Zhen's background, the cultivators of the Ice Phoenix Divine Court weren't really interested. "Sir Tang Zhen, may I know what you are trying to find out by asking for directions?" Tang Zhen's question could not be considered to be too difficult. However, if one wanted to speak in detail, it contained too much information. The cultivators of the Ice Dragon Divine Court didn't know where to start, so they asked this question to give a targeted answer. Then may I ask, what is this place? After hearing Tang Zhen's question, the other party was certain that he was an outsider. The cultivators of the Ice Phoenix Divine Court secretly sized him up. A foreign expert like Tang Zhen should be the best person to rope in. If he could join a powerful organization in an unfamiliar environment, he would definitely gain more benefits. It was just that most of these outsiders were proud and arrogant, so it would not be easy to get them to join. The gods of the Ice Phoenix God Court didn't force him. Who knew what Tang Zhen's background was and whether he would bring unnecessary trouble? Even though there were bound to be grudges between god-level powerhouses, it was best not to implicate the Divine Court. Otherwise, he would not be strengthening himself, but asking for trouble. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. However, the most important thing was to answer Tang Zhen's question. This is the northern extreme cold region of the Guilin Divine World. It's also the gathering place of ancient gods, so it can be said to be a rather dangerous place. If you want to leave this place, it's actually very easy. You just need to follow that undying star and keep moving forward. The other party clearly explained the location and the method to leave, indicating that Tang Zhen could leave directly. Tang Zhen gently nodded before he asked again. If I want to find some clues or make a deal, I wonder where I should go. The god from the Ice Phoenix Divine Court smiled and said, there are many places like this, and every divine court can do this in their territory. If you don't feel at ease, you can go to the central region, where gods from all realms are gathered. You can find anything there. However, there are many experts in the central region. If we offend an enemy we can't afford to offend, the consequences will be unimaginable. Hearing the other party's description, he knew that there should be a large number of deities in the Gu Lan deity world. It wasn't unusual for such a situation to occur. After all, the rules of this world were very special, making it very easy to become a god. Similar to the beginning of chaos, opportunities were everywhere, and everything in the world could become gods. Every law crystal had the chance to give birth to a primitive god. Normally, such a state wouldn't last long, and the laws would continue to become stricter and more refined. Everything that became a god in a muddled state would fall for various reasons, thus making the rules more complete. However, in this world, the simple rules had already been fixed and would not change. Such a special environment was naturally suitable for the existence of primitive gods, and they could even be created continuously. They also had a high tolerance for the gods in the outside world, and it could even be said that they would not be suppressed by the rules at all. It was only natural for foreign gods to gather here. Most of the gods would never be limited to one world, which would seriously affect development. However, the guardians were different. Due to the restrictions of the rules, they could not leave the world they were in. As long as one was not a guardian, in order to improve one's strength, one could not avoid adventuring in the Great Thousand World. At the same time, he was also looking for his own opportunities. Tang Zhen secretly guessed that the aboriginal deities of the Star Cloud Sea had most likely come for this purpose. In a place like the Nebula Sea, there was a natural upper limit. When one's cultivation reached a certain level, they would have to go out and look for opportunities. After all, this small waterhole could not keep a giant beast. If they stayed, they would only starve to death. According to Tang Zhen's calculations, as long as he carefully inquired along the way, he would definitely be able to find clues about the enemy. Tang Zhen did not continue asking when he thought of this. Thank you for the information, sir. Tang Zhen cupped his hands towards the other party before turning around and leaving. When the cultivators of the Ice Dragon Divine Court saw this, they felt slightly relieved. They felt that they had finally survived this calamity. Who would have thought that he would not leave after looking at Tang Zhen? Could it be that xianxia? When this deity saw this, he could not help but be secretly on guard. He was afraid that Tang Zhen had evil intentions. However, he wasn't particularly afraid of a battle. After all, he was also a divine spirit cultivator, and he had hundreds of pseudo-divine cultivators with him. He still had a few divine talismans on him that could turn the tide at a critical moment. How could anyone who dared to enter the northernmost area and hunt down primitive gods not be fully prepared? Tang Zhen swept his eyes over the other party and spoke in an indifferent tone. Thanks to your guidance, this Tang has nothing to repay you with, so I can only give you a reminder. Just tens of thousands of miles away, a powerful aura was heading straight for this place. From what I can see, your group shouldn't be a match for them, so it's best to escape as soon as possible. Tang Zhen extended his hand and gently tapped when he said this. After which, a clear image appeared. It was a figure that was about 10,000 feet tall. He was rushing over with big strides, and each step covered an extremely long distance. Behind this figure, there were countless monsters that had taken form. They were extremely ferocious. Many of the painted monsters had abilities that were close to that of a pseudo-god, and they could be said to be extremely powerful. This Dao Wu, the gods of the Ice Phoenix Court, were shocked and nervous at the sight. This was because he recognized this figure. It was one of the overlords of the northern ice fields, a powerful primitive god spirit. Although they dared to come here to hunt, they only picked on the weak persimmons. When faced with such an overlord-level primitive deity, they would definitely avoid it like the plague. The god from the Ice Phoenix God Court was in no mood to think about anything else. All he could think about was to escape. Falling into the hands of such an overlord, there was no way they would survive. Retreat immediately. Run, he shouted at the semi-divinity realm cultivators and ordered them to gather quickly. Then, the deity looked at Tang Zhen. Thank you for your reminder, sir. I'll definitely reward you heavily in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw out an item that looked like a shuttle. The group of semi-divinity realm cultivators entered the shuttle. The shuttle burst into light and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, roars of anger could be heard from the distance. They seemed to be extremely unwilling. Tang Zhen did not hesitate even a little as he looked at the direction the flying shuttle had disappeared in. He also left in a flash. Chapter 3202, Icefield Hunting Order 1. A fist that blotted out the sun suddenly descended from the sky the instant Tang Zhen disappeared. The terrifying divine might filled the icy plain, and no one could resist it. Boom! Everything within 100 miles trembled violently, and the ground turned into dust. A huge pit appeared. You bastards, don't even think about escaping today. The figure of the overlord of the ice plains appeared near the huge pit. Its body, which was over 30,000 meters tall, was extremely mighty. He was a primitive deity at the level of a divine king. On this icy plain, he was the highest level of existence. Sensing the remaining aura, the overlord of the ice field roared and began to call for his subordinates. In the blink of an eye, many powerful figures appeared and gathered around the overlord of the ice field. All living things in the icy plains move out to intercept them. With a roar from the overlord of the ice plains, the transformed monsters that had gathered around him began to pursue him frantically. They wanted to find the enemy who had escaped, take back the divinity that had been stolen, and take revenge for the original gods who had been killed. Of course, revenge was secondary. His main goal was to take back the precious divine spark. To cultivators, the divinity of a primitive god was priceless, and it was the same for monsters that had taken form. After they obtained a divine persona, they could also transcend mortality and advance to become true gods. The competition between the transformed monsters was actually more brutal and bloody, far more so than that of ordinary cultivators. The transformed monsters were determined to get their hands on this divinity. Whoever managed to take back the divinity would be rewarded by the overlord of the icy plains and be promoted to a new god in the northern icy plains. In a short period of time, the kill order had spread throughout the icefield, and all the transformed monsters knew about it. Countless transformed monsters were mobilized. They searched for traces and chased in the direction the cultivators of the Ice Phoenix Divine Court had fled. A flying godly item controlled by a deity would naturally be extremely fast. However, in this ice field, the overlord could change the rules for a short period of time to deal with his enemies and prey. Although it was only a temporary change and would change sooner or later, it was enough to pose a fatal threat to cultivators. After flying for a few seconds, the flying divine weapon hidden in the void was thrown out. Boom! The flying shuttle fell to the ground, dragging out a huge and deep trench, which was probably more than 10 miles long. A large group of semi-divinity realm cultivators flew out like headless flies. They were obviously flustered and didn't know what was going on. All cultivators, listen up. Run as fast as you can and leave this icy plain. If you're too slow and get caught by the transformed monsters on the ice field, then you can only blame your own bad luck. The black-robed deity that was conversing with Tang Zhen earlier spoke in an extremely grave tone. He was filled with worry as he looked at the icy plains behind him. The god in black could feel the terrifying aura of the overlord of the ice plains approaching. Your Excellency, what is going on? A semi-divinity cultivator from the Ice Phoenix Divine Court asked the black-robed god in confusion. The other semi-divinity realm cultivators also had similar expressions. They were clearly suspicious. The overlord of this ice field has changed the rules of the world, causing our aircraft to be unable to teleport. The purpose of doing this is to hunt us down and then snatch the divine spark back. Therefore, for the time being, everyone can only rely on their own means to retreat. Whether they live or die will depend on their strength and luck. Hearing the God in Black's explanation, the semi-divinity realm cultivators were dumbfounded. They didn't expect such a situation to occur. They were shocked by the power of the overlord of the icy plains, but at the same time, they were deeply worried that they would die in this icy plain. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and run, run. The God in Black urged again and fled without hesitation. Now that a great disaster was imminent, it would be better if as many as they could escape. If all of them were to die on the icy plains, even the Ice Phoenix Divine Court would not be able to afford such a loss. While running away, the God in Black was still wondering why such a change had happened. Killing a primitive deity had angered the overlord of the icy plains. Wasn't this reaction a little too extreme? The God in Black secretly guessed that there was something else that he had done, and he was just taking the blame for someone else. The black-robed deity first suspected Tang Zhen and guessed that he had done something to provoke the overlord of the ice plains. However, after thinking about it carefully, the possibility was very low. If it was really Tang Zhen's doing, he would definitely not show himself and ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks for directions. Moreover, he would take the initiative to warn him of the incoming danger. There must be another reason for this. As the God in Black escaped, there were many transformed monsters in front of him that tried to stop him. These transformed monsters had a special means of communication between themselves. Even if they were thousands of miles away, they could still receive messages from their superiors. It could be said that every flower-shaped monster on the icy plain knew what was happening. At the same time, he was also clear about the benefits he would get from killing the cultivators of the Ice Phoenix Divine Court. All of the transformed monsters went into a state of frenzy, wanting to snatch this opportunity that belonged to them. Every monster on the ice field was qualified to participate in this pursuit, but most of the monsters were just a foil. Cultivators of the Divine Court, hand over the divine spark. An ice dragon that was 10,000 meters long suddenly flew out of the ground and bit at the God in Black. This was a primitive god spirit, and its strength was no weaker than that of the god spirit in black. The transformed monsters were not stupid. They knew that their target was a god, so they would naturally send primitive gods of the same level to intercept. If it was a low-level transformed monster, it would only be throwing away its life for nothing. There would be no effect at all. Damn it, the God in Black cursed in his heart. He didn't expect an original god to stop him. His situation was getting more and more dangerous, and he had to escape as soon as possible, or he would likely die here. Get lost. The God in Black let out a roar, and a huge flame spear condensed and flew toward the ice dragon. This was his killing move, which had severely injured the original god. The ice dragon seemed to be very afraid of such an attack and quickly dodged it. The more similar the level of strength, the more one had to be careful of the opponent's attack, because it could really cause fatal damage. As the ice dragon dodged, the God in Black took the opportunity to escape with extreme speed. The seemingly terrifying attack was actually just a feint. The real purpose was to cover his escape. Bastard! Realizing that it had been fooled, the ice dragon let out a roar and chased after him like a madman. Although it was a primitive god, it would gain enough benefits after devouring other divinities. After all, something like a divine persona was the condensation of rules. Which god would not wish to be more powerful? The black-clothed cultivator was rejoicing in his success when two more powerful auras suddenly appeared. Feeling the aura that was not weaker than his own, the God in Black's face was ashen, and his heart was filled with despair. Three primitive godly spirit realm experts were chasing him from the front and back. This was a hopeless situation that he had never expected. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape this time, hee. The God in Black sighed in his heart and attacked without hesitation, using all his trump cards. If he didn't use his full strength, he would die today. In the blink of an eye, the three primitive gods had surrounded Dr. Hay and started attacking her. They were extremely excited. They knew that if they killed the God in Black, they might get two godheads. The God in Black had used all his trump cards, but he still failed to escape. He felt more and more regretful. The longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous the situation would be. The overlord of the ice plains might arrive soon. At that time, he would definitely die. In a daze, the black-clothed god was severely injured and was about to die. My life is over, Suan Ni. Just as this thought came to his mind, he saw a figure descend from the sky and split the ice dragon into pieces with a single slash. The black-robed god was dumbfounded. Before he could recover from his shock, he heard Tang Zhen's voice. Hurry up and run, I'll cover you. Chapter 3203. I'll protect you and help you escape the ice field. The sudden turn of events surprised both sides, and they became more and more vigilant. The original godly spirit's side, in particular, was already confident that they could kill the godly spirit in black. However, Tang Zhen's appearance had completely changed the situation on the battlefield. In fact, it had even turned the tables. The 3-on-1 formation suddenly became 2-on-2, and the advantage of the original gods was completely gone. Seeing this, the god in black was surprised and happy. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing when he was on the verge of death. It simply made him overjoyed. His heart was full of doubts and emotions, but he also knew that he could not hesitate at this moment, so he quickly escaped through the gap. While he was fleeing, the god in black was still pondering. In just an instant, the ice dragon was killed by Tang Zhen. It did not even have the chance to dodge. Such a powerful strength caused the black-robed god to be incomparably shocked. He was certain that Tang Zhen's cultivation far surpassed his own. The fact that such a powerful being would come to his rescue at a time of crisis really touched the god in black. This was because such things were extremely rare, and even if they saw it, they would ignore it. The pursuit of the overlord of the ice plains was something that they would avoid like the plague, so how could they possibly get involved? Tang Zhen must have a scheme if he dared to do this, but the black-clothed god was more than happy to do so. It was just a fair exchange to prove that he had such value. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered with him at all. One had to know that he was in a very dangerous situation just now. One could even say that he was in imminent danger. Tang Zhen's help was equivalent to bearing a fatal threat for him. It could even be said that he had exchanged his life for his. Such a favor could be said to be boundlessly great. How many people could do it? It was for this reason that the god in black sighed with emotion. The rescue this time was incredible. However, this was not the time to think about these questions. It was best to escape the northern ice fields as soon as possible. After being chased by the overlord of the ice plains, he had thought that he would definitely die and had even prepared for the worst. Now that there was a chance of survival, he naturally had to firmly grasp it. It didn't take long for the god in black to hear roars of anger. It was obviously the voice of the overlord of the ice field. Then, he saw a huge palm that covered the sky and the sun come down on him. The surrounding space was sealed. Even if he used all his strength, he could not move at all. Is it really impossible to escape this calamity? Feeling the terrifying pressure, the god in black smiled bitterly in his heart. In the end, he still couldn't escape the pursuit. I'm not willing to accept this, Yingluo. Feeling that he was about to die, the god in black roared in his heart. Don't be afraid, I'll help you. The familiar voice rang in his ears again. Tang Zhen's figure appeared once again, and the spatial seal was broken soon after, allowing the black-robed god to escape once again. Run, I'll cover you. Tang Zhen shouted loudly once again. He raised his hand and pushed toward the sky. A huge palm was also condensed soon after. The two palms collided, and the earth shook. A terrifying shockwave spread in all directions. The ice field was affected, and hundreds of miles around it collapsed at the same time, turning into a terrifying pit. Thank you for your help, sir. The black-clothed god sincerely thanked him. If it wasn't for Tang Zhen's help, he would have died without a doubt. He had suffered 2 fatal crises in a row, and in the end, Tang Zhen had helped him resolve them. Such kindness was as heavy as a mountain. Even if Tang Zhen had ulterior motives, the black-clothed god had to repay him for saving his life twice. Even if he had to pay a price, he would not hesitate. The gods were not immortal. Compared to their precious lives, other things were not worth mentioning. Even though he had escaped far away, the god in black was still thinking about how to repay the favor. Tang Zhen had attacked twice under impossible circumstances. However, it was sufficient to prove his strength. With such strength, he was definitely at the level of a decision-maker even in the Ice Phoenix God Court. It was definitely a good thing to make friends with such a cultivator, and it was also beneficial for the god in black. Of course, the prerequisite for doing this was that he had to be able to escape from this place. Tang Zhen was also the same. As long as one of them died, there was no need to mention this matter anymore. After running for an unknown amount of time, the deity in black finally heaved a sigh of relief when the ice field in front of him turned fiery red. The appearance of this spiritual herb called the icy red sakura meant that they had left the icy plains of the extreme north and were no longer under the control of the overlord of the icy plains. There was more than one overlord of the ice field, and each of them had their own territory. They would never provoke each other. After leaving their territory, the overlord of the ice field would also stop chasing, so as not to suffer losses by entering other people's territory. It was indeed not a wise move to engage in a life-and-death battle on someone else's home ground. In their own territory, the overlords had the ability to change the rules. They could be said to be the true rulers. Even if it wasn't omnipotent, it still had an absolute advantage and could easily crush any outsider. Therefore, escaping to this place meant that he was no longer in danger and did not need to worry about being hunted down by the overlord of the icy plains. The god in black heaved a sigh of relief, but he didn't dare to be careless and continue to escape. Only when he looked around and saw that there was nothing but icy red sakura grass did he truly relax. Turning around to look at the ice plains of the extreme north, the black-robed deity had a complicated expression on his face. He didn't expect such a thing to happen when he accepted the mission to lead the semi-divinity realm cultivators to hunt down the primitive gods. Up until now, he had not seen a single semi-divinity realm cultivator. They had probably all died in the pursuit of the monsters. The semi-divinity realm cultivators who had participated in this mission were the fruits of the Ice Phoenix Divine Court's many years of cultivation. It was time to reap the rewards. As long as they kept hunting down primitive gods, the semi-divinity cultivators would have a chance to become gods if they obtained divine persona fragments. If one were to train one with each mission, it would take thousands of years to train a group of lower-level deities. At that time, the Ice Phoenix God Court would possess even more power. They had the right to fight for a larger territory. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes. Who would have thought that an ordinary hunting mission would actually provoke the overlord of the ice field? Such an abnormal situation had never happened before, and the god in black was also confused. After suffering such a loss, the god in black would definitely be punished. Fortunately, he managed to keep his godhead. This way, this trip would not have been in vain. After obtaining a divinity, there should be a reward, and it had nothing to do with whether there was a problem with the mission. Even if someone tried to hold him accountable, his merits would still outweigh his faults. When the black-clothed god thought up to this point, he involuntarily rejoiced that he was able to meet Tang Zhen this time around. If it wasn't for Tang Zhen's intervention, he would have been killed long ago. How could he possibly escape from the northern ice fields? If there was a chance, he could try to get Tang Zhen to join the Ice Phoenix God Court. He might even receive a greater reward. There would be generous rewards for recommending experts to join the organization. However, such things rarely happened. The godly spirits of the Gulen divine world basically all belong to someone. It was almost impossible for an ordinary rogue cultivator to become a godly spirit. Unless Tang Zhen came from the outside world and had yet to join any organization, only then would there be a trace of possibility. Just as he was pondering, he heard a furious roar from the icy plain ahead. The god in black could tell that it was from the overlord of the ice field, and it seemed to be filled with unwillingness and pain. Could it be that xianxia? When the god in black heard the roar, an idea came to his mind, but he found it unbelievable. A human figure flashed before his eyes. Tang Zhen's figure suddenly appeared. He still appeared to be carefree and indifferent. When the black-clothed god saw this, he cupped his hands together and bowed to Tang Zhen. His tone was extremely serious. Ice Phoenix God Court's lower divine general Tuo Yuheng thanks you for your 3 times of help. If you have any orders, and I can provide assistance, Tuo Yuheng will do his best. Tang Zhen smiled when he heard this. He thought to himself that he had been busy for half a day just to wait for this promise. Chapter 3204, Tuo Yuheng's Surprise. Tuo Yuheng's heart was filled with gratitude towards Tang Zhen. If it wasn't for Tang Zhen's help, he would have definitely lost his life in the northern ice plains today. It would be impossible for him to escape. Such a life-saving grace must be repaid, otherwise, he would not be at ease. However, Tuo Yuheng couldn't help sighing as he thought back to this operation. Although he had managed to save his life, the loss of those semi-divinity realm cultivators still made him feel extremely pained. Although there was indeed a reason for this, it was inevitable that they would have to talk about it when they returned to the Ice Phoenix Divine Court. Since they belonged to an organization, there would inevitably be disputes of interests, and the same was true for the divine cultivators. If one thought that gods had no desires and did not care about anything, that was definitely the answer in the imagination of mortals. They weren't rocks or mud, they had desires and needs. A true god was just an evolver with super strength that had transcended the level of ordinary life. Cultivation had always been a cruel competition. The higher the level, the crueler it was. Under such an environment, how could a deity have no desires? If that was the case, why would Tang Zhen need to rush around? Perhaps such a situation would occur in an exclusive divine kingdom. After all, everything belonged to him. However, in the real world, it was impossible. For example, in the Gulen deity world, there were many deities, and the fighting and killing had never stopped. This was all caused by desire, because becoming a god was not the end, and the road ahead was still endless. Unless they were willing to hide in their god's kingdom like a turtle and not show themselves, they might be able to live longer. However, such a god could only become the weakest existence. Furthermore, becoming a god did not mean immortality. The gods of different planes and races had different lifespans. After becoming an immortal, some immortals could live for hundreds of thousands of years, while others could only live for 10,000 years. Gods always had all kinds of means to extend their lifespans, which were beyond the imagination of mortals. However, if they stayed in their god nations and refused to go out, there would always be a time when they were at their wits' end. The maintenance of the divine kingdom required divine source, and the survival of the gods was the same. Under such a huge consumption, it was absolutely impossible to achieve a state of balance of income and expenditure. As long as they were hidden in the divine kingdom, the expenditure of divine source would be in deficit. Only with enough origin spiritual treasures could they alleviate this crisis. However, it was still not of much help in improving his strength. This was because the more powerful one was, the more divine source they would need. It was simply a bottomless pit. If a god wanted to live, they had to leave their divine kingdom and try to improve their strength. Tuo Yuheng was a lower-level divine general. His strength was only 1 star, and he was currently working hard to advance to 2 stars. If it weren't for this reason, he wouldn't have accepted the mission to head to the Arctic plains to hunt down primitive deities. However, the loss of the semi-divinity realm cultivators had made the possible rewards vanish into thin air, so he couldn't help but feel depressed. As if he had seen through Tuo Yuheng's thoughts, Tang Zhen did not make a sound and only waved his hand. A few dozen figures appeared out of thin air. They were the semi-divinity realm cultivators who had been separated from him. Originally, there were more than 100 people, but after the battle, there were only less than half left. But even so, Tuo Yuheng was still overjoyed. He was extremely excited. He had thought that he would have to work for nothing and even be punished, but now it seemed that it was not the case. No one should think about snatching the credit that belonged to them. As Tuo Yuheng thought of this, he looked at Tang Zhen again, his eyes filled with gratitude. I met them on the way, so I brought them back without much effort. It's a pity that many cultivators couldn't save them in time and there's no way to bring them back in one piece. Tang Zhen revealed a regretful expression when he said this. You've already done your best and helped me a great deal, so why are you blaming yourself? Furthermore, these semi-divinity realm cultivators all have a secret technique to resurrect themselves. Even though their cultivation bases will be damaged, there's nothing we can do about it, Tuo Yuheng hurriedly explained, feeling apologetic. Tang Zhen nodded. He naturally knew about this kind of secret technique. However, he did not hold it in high esteem. The higher one's strength was, the more one would understand that there were many drawbacks to this method, and the one resurrected was not the true body. Although there was no difference, the one who came back from the dead could never be the original one. Of course, this situation referred to the destruction of the soul. If the soul was still alive, there was no need to worry about such a problem. Apart from Tang Zhen, no one knew that the pseudo-divinity cultivators' losses were actually very small. They had basically been saved by Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen had followed them the entire time they were running away and had rescued them without any effort. Tang Zhen had also detained some of them in his divine kingdom in his mind, but he had only released half of them. The purpose of keeping them alive was naturally to find out more information, and they were the best source of information. Due to the shielding of the divine kingdom in their minds, these pseudo-divine cultivators would be judged to have fallen, and they would then be resurrected through special means. Because both sides were identical, the rules could only allow one to exist. When both sides existed, one of them would be directly killed by the rules. It could also be used to determine whether a cultivator had died or not. If they hadn't died, they couldn't be resurrected. These semi-divinity cultivators from the Gulen divine world were only one step away from becoming gods, and they could be considered as true experts. However, this step was harder than ordinary people ascending to the heavens. It was far more difficult than the promotion of ordinary cultivators. And NBSP, since Tang Zhen had detained the semi-divinity realm cultivator, it was impossible for him to leave. At least, he wouldn't be discovered by other cultivators. Tang Zhen could be considered to have picked up an advantage. If he wanted to nurture these pseudo-divinity cultivators, he would definitely need to consume a huge amount of resources. Now, as long as Tang Zhen was willing, he could make a pseudo-god level cultivator become a god level cultivator and become a member of his own divine branch. However, doing so would increase the consumption of divine source and affect Tang Zhen's advancement. Among the cultivators in the Stone Demon City, there were also existences that were close to the semi-divinity realm, but Tang Zhen remained indifferent. There was no need to rush. After he advanced to the God King stage, he would definitely not have to worry about having no one to use. If one could not advance to the King of Gods, even if they were to establish their own god system and train their own lower-level gods, it would not be of much significance. Thank you, Tang Zhen. As the two sides were conversing, the group of semi-divinity realm cultivators came back to their senses and thanked Tang Zhen. The semi-divinity realm cultivators were helpless against the pursuit of the transformed monsters and even the pursuit of the original gods. The situation was extremely dangerous, and there was almost no chance of survival. There was the possibility of death at any time. Just as the semi-divinity realm cultivators were in despair, Tang Zhen descended from the sky. He first helped them defeat the enemy and then successfully left the battlefield. When the semi-divinity realm cultivator thought up to this point, he looked at Tang Zhen with eyes filled with respect. To accomplish the impossible was the embodiment of one's own strength. Dozens of cultivators who were in danger were actually saved by Tang Zhen. How many people could do that? Some of the semi-divinity realm cultivators had witnessed the battle between Tang Zhen and the primitive god, and they were still in shock. The incomparably powerful primitive deity could not even withstand a few moves in Tang Zhen's hands before it was either sent fleeing or killed. The most shocking scene was that Tang Zhen was fighting against the overlord of the icy plains. The semi-divinity realm cultivators couldn't believe that someone had actually withstood the attack of the overlord of the ice field and successfully brought away a group of semi-divinity realm cultivators who were doomed to die. The more they recalled the scene, the more excited they became. As long as they were strong enough, they would even dare to challenge the overlord of the icy plains. Since we're out of danger, let's return to the Ice Phoenix Court and hand in the mission. Tuo Yuheng ordered and extended an invitation to Tang Zhen. If there's nothing else, please leave with me for the time being and head to the Ice Phoenix God Court. When this matter is settled, I will definitely thank you properly, sir. Please do not delay it. Tang Zhen softly laughed when he heard this. At the same time, he nodded slightly. That's good. Chapter 3205. The continent in the chaos. 1. If they wanted to leave the ice plains of the extreme north, they would need to travel for a long time. As the group was on their way, they once again used the flying shuttle-type divine weapon and rapidly advanced on the snowy plains that were overgrown with icy red sakura grass. After leaving the snowfield, they entered a chaotic region with a passage in the middle. One had to be extremely careful when advancing in such an environment to avoid entering the dangerous chaotic regions. It was only at this moment that Tang Zhen finally understood why the Gulen divine world was so strong. It was because of these unique chaotic regions. The Gulen divine world was unbelievably huge. It didn't exist as a planet, but as a place that was born and existed in the chaos. In this special world, there were many island-like continents that were surrounded by endless chaos. Chaos could give birth to worlds and hide countless supreme treasures, but it was also full of dangers. Most of the time, cultivators would avoid such chaotic regions. No one could be sure what would happen if they entered the region of chaos. Without sufficient strength, entering would be courting death. Only the truly powerful ones dared to form teams and enter to search for the treasures hidden in the chaos. If the conditions allowed, a new world could be created in the chaos through special means. In such a world, the land was very important, because it was a safe area for cultivators. Most of the cultivators lived in the safety zone, which was occupied by the divine courts. Such a special environment was very similar to the world of Lusheng. The strength of the divine court varied, but no matter how weak they were not too weak. Suppressing an entire region was not a problem. During the journey, they would pass through the areas controlled by the various god courts, but they would rarely encounter any obstacles. In every divine court, there would be a special passage for cultivators from the outside world to pass through. If he didn't take the passage, he could only enter the chaos, which would be very dangerous. If one wanted to leave the passage and enter the area controlled by the various divine courts, they would have to undergo the corresponding inspection. If they weren't enemies, this kind of inspection was just a formality, and the cultivators wouldn't deliberately make things difficult for them. Things like teleportation arrays didn't exist in the Gu Land Divine world unless one was tired of living. Even teleportation had to be done very carefully to avoid accidentally entering the region of chaos. As he was in a hurry to turn in his mission, Tuo Yuheng did not stop along the way. Instead, he headed straight for the Ice Phoenix Divine Court. After traveling for an unknown distance, they finally arrived at their destination. The headquarters of the Ice Phoenix God Court was also located on the Primal Chaos Great Land, but it wasn't the only supreme power. In this chaotic space, there were 7 continents and more than a dozen passages that connected to different places. Each continent belonged to a divine court, and they kept each other in check. Perhaps because they had too many concerns, the divine courts did not start a war. The Ice Phoenix Divine Court that Tuo Yuheng was from was located on one of the continents. Its area was probably hundreds of millions of kilometers. To mortals, this piece of land was extremely large, enough to accommodate countless living beings. However, to the gods, the size of the land did not mean much. However, in the Gu Land Divine World, land and space were extremely important. After entering the continent, they could see many powerful cultivators, which proved that the Ice Phoenix God Court was not weak. The most unique thing about this continent was that there was not a single empty piece of land. All kinds of strange buildings were scattered all over the boundless land, and many of them were huge. The pillars of light connected to the chaos above them as if they were absorbing something. Tang Zhen was able to tell that these were not ordinary buildings. Instead, they were special runic magic circles. For example, the building that Tuo Yuheng was heading for was 20,000 meters tall, and its surface was covered with runes of various sizes. Rays of dazzling halos absorbed and transformed the air of chaos, finally turning it into expensive law crystals. In the Gulan Divine World, these law crystals were actually the common currency. It wasn't just this tall tower, but other buildings of various sizes also had such a transformation function. The Divine Court allowed these cultivators to exist because their true purpose was to make them work as laborers and continuously condense rule crystals. To put it bluntly, this was a kind of work. The more you did, the more you earned. While serving the gods, you could also earn your own cultivation resources. This win-win situation was the reason why the Gu Land Divine World was so powerful. The use of law crystals was very great. They were similar to divine source and were mainly used for the construction and maintenance of a god's kingdom. Just this point alone was already priceless. It could also be used to refine all kinds of divine artifacts and absorb them to transform them into divine source. Unfortunately, the efficiency of the transformation was very low. This act of condensing rule crystals was to steal the power to condense the world from chaos and then provide it to the god who needed it. After understanding the rules of the Gulan Divine World, Tang Zhen's interest was piqued as he thought of the residents of the Divine Kingdom in his mind. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to increase the strength of the residents of his Divine Kingdom in his mind. It would be best if all of them could reach the level of pseudo-gods. Even if he couldn't become a god, he could still be considered an overlord in the Tower World. The increase in strength of the cracked territory would be extremely obvious, and it would crush most of the territories in the 4th battle area. Through this method, he could save a large amount of divine source and also speed up the increase of Tang Zhen's cultivation. It was extremely beneficial to both Tang Zhen and the cultivators of the mental divine kingdom. Although such a plan was good, they couldn't act rashly. After all, this was the territory of the Ice Phoenix God Court. Who knew if it would arouse suspicion and covetous eyes? In short, it was better to keep a low profile since he was new here. Apart from this, Tang Zhen also hoped to use the power of the Ice Phoenix God Court to find the native gods of the Nebula Sea. The other party had stayed in the Gu Land Divine World for a long time, so he must have accumulated a certain amount of resources and territory. Tang Zhen was prepared to snatch it from him. The two sides were already mortal enemies, so he would definitely feel at ease if he snatched the enemy's things. Furthermore, Tang Zhen suspected that the abnormal rage of the overlord of the ice plains was very likely related to the native deities of the star cloud sea. These guys must have done something to anger the overlord of the icy plains, and made Tuo Yuheng and his men the scapegoats. If that was the case, he wouldn't even need to do anything, as the Ice Phoenix God Court would never let these guys off. On his way back, he had already told Tuo Yuheng about his speculations and had him investigate. Tang Zhen briefly explained his origin and what happened in the Star Cloud Sea. He wasn't afraid that Tuo Yuheng would find out about his origins. He didn't need to hide it at all. He believed that Tuo Yuheng would be able to guess it. Tuo Yuheng had long suspected that something was amiss, but he had no evidence. After hearing the clues provided by Tang Zhen, he was even more certain that there was definitely someone behind this matter. Thinking of the shock and losses he had suffered, Tuo Yuheng was extremely angry and expressed that he would not let this go. In fact, his real purpose was to take the opportunity to extort and see if he could get any extra gains. According to Tuo Yuheng's analysis, the aboriginal deities of the Star Cloud Sea were itinerant cultivators. They shouldn't have any organization behind them. Itinerant cultivators like these would never dare to provoke the various divine courts, and they would be very careful in their actions. Once such a thing happened and they tried to solve it, they would have to pay a huge price. Compared to Tang Zhen, Tuo Yuheng hoped that this matter was related to the native gods of the Nebula Sea. If that was the case, as long as he extorted a huge sum of money, it would be enough for his cultivation needs for a period of time in the future. Chapter 3206, Temporary Stay 1. Tang Zhen didn't have to wait long before Tuo Yuheng returned from the headquarters. From his appearance, it was clear that he was in a good mood. He had obviously received the expected reward. The semi-divinity cultivators had successfully brought back the divinity, and they hadn't suffered much damage, so it was only natural that they would be rewarded. In addition, they had been chased by the overlord of the ice field during this operation, so it was not easy to return successfully. The Ice Phoenix God Court had investigated the situation and had given him additional rewards. The matter was handled cleanly and without any delay, which was very praiseworthy. While he was waiting, Tang Zhen gained a deeper understanding of the northern ice field through the pseudo-divinity cultivators. It was a world occupied by primitive gods, and there were many overlords there. It was a forbidden zone for cultivators of the divine court. The relationship between morphed monsters and cultivators was like fire and water. Once they encountered each other, they would fight to the death. The two sides killed each other, treating each other as prey. The church had once sent troops to attack, but they were repelled by the morphed monsters led by the overlords of the ice fields, and they had suffered heavy losses. As time passed, no cultivators were involved in the invasion of the northern ice fields. This was because the cultivators suddenly realized that this icy plain was only suitable for primitive gods and was extremely unfriendly to cultivators. The unique environment of the icy plains of the extreme north was not suitable for the refinement of law crystals. This was the main reason why the various divine courts had given up. Under the same mode and speed, the work efficiency of the Arctic tundra was only 1% of that of the other areas. Such a low efficiency was simply unbearable to look at, and the various divine courts would definitely not be able to tolerate it. As time passed, the ice plains of the extreme north were filled with transformed monsters and primitive gods. Although it was not suitable for refining law crystals, this vast icy plain was the best place to snatch godheads. As the icy plain was a land without an owner, the various divine courts would compete fairly and would not easily play any tricks. This was because once the rules were broken, no one would be able to live a good life. The various divine courts had made an agreement to hunt down cultivators who broke the rules. Since Tuo Yuheng's team had met with an accident, and it was very likely that he was being schemed against, the Ice Phoenix Divine Court naturally wouldn't let the matter rest. Due to the information provided by Tang Zhen, the group of aboriginal deities in the Star Cloud Sea had become the primary suspects. The Divine Court would use its own methods to find out the truth and determine if it was related to the other party. If they could find enough evidence, the Ice Phoenix Court would issue a mission to solve this matter once and for all. After explaining this matter, Tuo Yuheng officially extended an invitation to Tang Zhen. Due to Tuo Yuheng's recommendation, the Ice Phoenix God Court decided to recruit Tang Zhen and even gave him a piece of land. More than half of the land owned by the church would be distributed to the gods, leaving only a small portion for reserve. The purpose of doing so was to avoid not having enough land to be allocated to the new gods when they took in them. The main reason why gods joined the divine court was to obtain fiefdoms and use them to refine rule crystals. Whether it was for personal use or for trade, law crystals were indispensable. In the Gu Lan deity world, there was no way any deity would join a deity court that didn't allocate any fiefs. However, people were divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. The same was true for the divine court, which had a strict hierarchy. If Tang Zhen were to agree to join the Ice Phoenix God Court, he would only be given the lowest grade of fief, which was 100,000 kilometers of land. If he wanted to obtain more land, he could only think of ways to make military achievements. Tuo Yuheng also said that because of his strong recommendation, Tang Zhen's participation would be a lot less complicated. If you don't have a place to go, I suggest you join the Ice Phoenix Court. Not only will you be protected, but you'll also be able to cultivate faster. If we miss this chance, it won't be easy for us to re-enter the divine court. Tuo Yuheng sincerely hoped that Tang Zhen would join because he knew of Tang Zhen's strength and knew that he was a true expert. Even in the Ice Phoenix God Court, he could be considered an expert. If he had a good relationship with Tang Zhen, he would definitely be able to obtain more benefits. It would be extremely beneficial for his future development. Tuo Yuheng invited him, but Tang Zhen's interest was elsewhere. The reason I came to the Gu Lan divine world was to track down my enemy. I will leave after I settle this matter. If I were to do something that would harm my friends for the sake of immediate benefits, I would never do it. So this Tang appreciates your kind intentions, but I will definitely not join the Ice Phoenix divine court. Hearing Tang Zhen's rejection, Tuo Yuheng was very disappointed. He did not continue to dissuade Tang Zhen. Since Tang Zhen had already made up his mind, how could he change his mind with a few words of persuasion? If Tang Zhen felt embarrassed and disgusted because of this matter, it would affect the friendship between the two sides. Since you've made up your mind, I won't force you. However, if you change your mind, you can contact me at any time. If you have any other requests, you can also tell me directly. I'll do my best to help. Tuo Yuheng would definitely repay Tang Zhen for saving his life. Moreover, he would do his best. Since the divine court has already investigated this matter, I'll wait patiently for a while and see if I can find any clues. I'm very interested in refining law crystals. If possible, can you help me rent a piece of land? On the continent of the Gulan divine world, every piece of land belonged to the divine court, and they were all being used. It was not an easy task to obtain a piece of land and build a runic magic circle to refine chaos crystals. However, to Tuo Yuheng, this was a piece of cake. After hearing Tang Zhen's request, Tuo Yuheng immediately agreed. There was no need to trouble others. He only needed to pick a piece of land from his fief and hand it over to Tang Zhen to solve this problem. Under normal circumstances, such land would be rented to cultivators for a very high rent. The cultivators built the runic magic circle at their own expense, and more than half of the harvest was given to the owner of the land, leaving only a little less than half to themselves. But even so, the cultivators still gained a lot and ensured that their cultivation was not affected. This was the advantage of being in the Gu Lan divine world. Ordinary cultivators rarely fought with each other and only needed to work hard. Without wasting any time, Tuo Yuheng brought Tang Zhen and immediately headed to his fief. Using a specially made flying shuttle to travel, they passed through a vast continent and finally arrived at the region where the Tuo Yuheng fief was located. After a long time, one would realize that the entire continent was actually not much different, only the various kinds of buildings were pleasing to the eye. Cultivators would build all kinds of runic magic circles according to their own preferences. It could be said that every step of the continent of the Gulan divine world was a beautiful sight. The land that Tuo Yuheng had prepared for Tang Zhen had a runic magic circle that had been completed. It was currently in operation. The cultivators in charge of guarding the runic magic circle were Tuo Yuheng's divine servants. Each of them was in charge of managing and making the runic magic circle. For the next 100 years, the right to use this 1,000 li of land belongs to you. Also, please use these runic magic circles as you wish. You don't need to pay rent. All the gains in the next 100 years will also belong to you. If you need more manpower, you can send my divine servants to provide service at any time. Since he wanted to return the favor, he must settle it in one step and let Tang Zhen truly feel his sincerity. Tang Zhen chuckled softly as he looked at the huge runic magic circle. He then shook his head to express his refusal. Your runic magic circles are a huge investment. I can't use them for nothing. Why don't you remove the runic magic circle and place it somewhere else? This way, it won't affect your income. It could be said that I know nothing about refining law crystals, so this is the best opportunity to practice. I'll build some runic magic circles and try to modify their operation. I'll take them with me when I leave. Hearing Tang Zhen's reply, Tuo Yuheng sighed but did not say anything. Since Tang Zhen had made up his mind, Tuo Yuheng would not force him. However, he expressed that he would not collect any rent. If Tang Zhen insisted on giving it to him, it would mean that he was looking down on him. There would be no need for the two of them to interact. Chapter 3207. The Refining Array. 1. Tuo Yuheng bade farewell to Tang Zhen and led dozens of divine servants to the other fiefs. Before he left, he repeatedly said that if something happened to Tang Zhen, he must inform him in time. He was not worried that Tang Zhen would be humiliated. Instead, he was afraid that a fool would provoke him. Once such a thing happened, it would definitely be a disaster. However, on second thought, he felt that there was no need to worry. This place was his fief. With Tang Zhen's cultivation, it was impossible for anyone to dare to provoke him. Under the control of the divine servants, the operating refining array was folded together. Its originally huge size had also become extremely small. This was obviously a method of refining magic treasures. It was applied to the runic magic circle so that the size could be freely controlled. The purpose of this was naturally to make it easier to carry and transfer. Most of the refining arrays were private property. When the cultivators stopped renting, they would naturally take away what belonged to them. Tang Zhen had some understanding of the refinement array and knew that it was the most unique thing in the Jiyu Land divine world. In order to create a refining array, one must have the corresponding matrix diagram and sufficient materials. If any one of them was missing, he would not be able to complete the refinement. In the Gulan divine world, there were many array masters who specialized in researching and refining the framework of arrays. As long as the cultivators spent money to buy the finished product and then filled in the materials, they would be able to obtain the refining array they wanted. For the convenience of the customers, there were many types of refining arrays, and they could be chosen according to their own needs. It was not only the difference in appearance and size, but also the difference in refining efficiency, stability, and many other data. Runic magic circles created by master teachers were naturally more valuable, and it was difficult to buy them in the ordinary market. Other than trading and buying, he could also try to make it himself. It was just that such an attempt required a lot of risk, and the slightest bit of carelessness would result in a loss. Most cultivators would choose to buy the framework of the array, which was undoubtedly more secure. With the framework of the array, he could purchase all kinds of materials to complete the steps of filling and changing. Once the formation was successfully refined, it could officially operate and establish a passage to the chaos. Through non-stop absorption day and night, he would gradually obtain law crystals, which he would then use to trade and sell. This was a very long process, just like the cultivation of cultivators, and it could not be rushed. Fortunately, refining nomological crystals did not conflict with cultivation, and could be carried out at the same time. There were many small clans in the Gulan divine world that used such methods to slowly develop. After many years, they had grown and flourished. After Tuo Yuheng took his men away, all that was left for Tang Zhen was an empty plot of land that looked extremely spacious. There were actually villages and many cultivators in this open land. They did not have enough savings to build their own refining array, so they could only make a living through other means. Providing various services to the owner of the refining array was also one of the ways for these cultivators to earn money. After realizing that the refining array had been withdrawn, the cultivators were very worried and some of them simply moved away. If there was no work here, he could go to other areas to look for it. The Jiyu Land divine world had never lacked job opportunities for cultivators. On the other hand, there were many ordinary residents who stayed in their original homes, feeling that this matter had nothing to do with them. Even though they were in the Jiyu Land God world, they were only at the lowest level and did not have the qualifications to possess the most ideal cultivation method. However, compared to the cultivators of other worlds, they were still much stronger. After all, the world energy in the Jiyu Land divine world was rather dense. Soon, the residents found out that the land they were living on had a new owner. In the Jiyu Land divine world, this was a common occurrence. When the original refining array was removed, a new one would appear. No matter what, the land would never be idle. However, this time was an exception because the land had been empty for a long time. This situation was very abnormal. After waiting for a while, the new owner of this land finally made a move. Tang Zhen came to the trading area and bought a few sets of the refining array's framework. He was prepared to return and study it. When they arrived at the market, they found that this place was indeed very lively. It could be said that it was a gathering of thousands of races. Powerful cultivators could see them at any time. They gathered in the market and did all kinds of transactions, and there was peace between them. In the Gulen divine world, there were very few battles between ordinary cultivators, especially in the area controlled by the divine court. However, there were some special areas where there was constant fighting, but these places were all located in the Chaos Rift. The market area was very large and Tang Zhen had been looking around for a long time. The materials needed for the refining array could be bought in the market. Of course, the quality and price were slightly different. It wasn't an easy task to get what he wanted at the lowest price. After purchasing all the required items, Tang Zhen returned to his own land. The first thing he had to do was to study the refining array and figure out the specific operating principles. Refining chaos and condensing law crystals was something that Tang Zhen had never come into contact with before. He had to study it carefully. The same item, when viewed by different people, would result in different answers. It was the same for analyzing the framework of the formation. In order to prevent the secret from being leaked, array masters would conceal and disguise their products when they sold them. The purpose of this was to prevent others from discovering the secret. If someone tried to break it by force, the refining formation would be destroyed and the secret would not be revealed. However, in Tang Zhen's eyes, this kind of concealment was useless. He did not even need to use any means to directly distinguish the effective information from the refining array. It didn't take long for Tang Zhen to figure out the operating principle. He sighed with emotion at the extraordinariness of this refining method. No matter which cultivation world it was, no matter how strong or weak it was, there would always be something of essence. Some spells of the low-level cultivation world could be regarded as the top existence even in the high-level cultivation world. Runic magic circles that refined law crystals were very unique and were definitely created by geniuses. The most basic version only needed a framework to ensure the operation of the transformation array. If a cultivator had the ability, they could improve or perfect it to achieve a higher refining efficiency. Every formation master had obtained their own runic magic circle by improving the framework. The basic structure of such a formation should be a secret of the formation master, and it should be easy for outsiders to know. After having the basic framework, how to fill in and improve it was entirely up to the formation master's own strength. Tang Zhen compared the few frames he bought. The high and low were clear at a glance. Of course, the difference was not particularly big. If it was a custom-made version by a great teacher, it would have a higher refining efficiency, and it was not something that ordinary versions could compare to. The efficiency of the most powerful refining array had always been a top secret. Without the corresponding status and strength, one simply had no right to know. In the Gu Land divine world, a true top array master was even more precious than a god. Their information was not known to the public and was closely protected at all times. No problems were allowed to occur. These advanced versions of the refining arrays could only be used within the divine court. They were not allowed to be spread to outsiders. It was almost impossible for Tang Zhen to obtain this version of the refining array. Even Tuo Yuheng could not help. Tang Zhen had already understood the principle behind the refining array after studying it. He also knew how to increase the efficiency of the refining. The next thing he had to do was to design and create the framework of the refining array according to his own ideas. Although he had yet to take action, Tang Zhen already had a well-thought-out plan. He was very clear about his own strength. The refining array that he had personally designed would definitely not be much worse than an advanced array master. Of course, even Tang Zhen was unable to determine how big the difference was before the operation officially began. Chapter 3208-3208 The Improved Refining Array. 1. Tang Zhen didn't need to look for array disks by himself. He could use the refining array's framework that he had purchased to complete the transformation. If it were any other cultivator, they would not be able to do this at all. If they were not careful, they would cause a violent explosion. However, if it was Tang Zhen who was operating it, there would be no such worries and hidden dangers. He easily completed the cracking. According to his own understanding and analysis, Tang Zhen began to operate in depth, constantly changing the framework. This was a complicated and meticulous process. There must be no mistakes, or the consequences would be unimaginable. The number of array masters who died due to operational mistakes was uncountable. It was definitely a really high-risk profession. Refining chaos chi and condensing laws was a heaven-defying act in itself. It would be strange if it wasn't dangerous. The higher the strength of the array master, the easier it was for him to control the array, and he could easily avoid some low-level mistakes. At the same time, based on his own experience and comprehension, he could improve and create new things to obtain a higher level of refining effect. A cultivation technique like formations required a high level of talent. It was not something that could be obtained after one's cultivation had reached a certain level. Even at the god level, there were still people who knew nothing about formations. Of course, when one's cultivation reached the level of a god, he didn't need to worry about the formation. After breaking it, he could just destroy it with brute force. However, it would be impossible for them to set up a formation or perform fine operations. Tang Zhen just so happened to be extremely proficient in the Tao of arrays. There wasn't any difficulty in breaking and modifying them. After about 3 days, Tang Zhen finally finished the modification. This was his first product. Compared to its original size, the refining array that was modified by Tang Zhen was at least 10 times larger. In the Gu Lan divine world, there was a common knowledge that the larger the area of the refining array, the higher its efficiency and grade. This was not an absolute situation. There were many cultivators who deliberately increased the size of the refining array. He was probably the only one who knew what he was up to. Tang Zhen's modification was not fake at all. The refining array needed such a size in order to complete the most perfect transformation. To Tang Zhen, this scale wasn't the end. There were still many possibilities of modification in the future. After the modification was completed, Tang Zhen was ready to start the experiment. Tang Zhen was different from other cultivators. He didn't need to buy all kinds of materials. His divine source could directly complete the transformation. First, it would save a lot of money, and second, it would save a lot of time. When immortals did these things, they were naturally stronger than ordinary cultivators, and they were not just a little bit stronger. This was the so-called, the stronger, principle. Without any effort, Tang Zhen had already completed the filling of the materials and directly activated the refining array's framework. The people who lived on this land soon saw a large number of strange buildings appearing in front of them at an extremely fast speed. The style of the building was very strange. It looked like a strange, super large mushroom, shining with dazzling brilliance. The mushrooms formed a forest that spread out for dozens of kilometers, and there was one at a certain distance. In the Gu Lan divine world, there were all kinds of buildings that were beyond imagination. People had long been accustomed to it. The mushroom forest did not attract much attention. At the same time, some people discovered that the area of the mushroom forest was outrageously large, and they could not help but secretly guess the level of the refining array. Some people guessed that this was a combination magic circle, which was the combination of the same type of runic magic circles, so it looked extremely large. At the same time, some people felt that this should be the work of a famous artist, which was why it had such a huge area. Ordinary people couldn't get their hands on the works of famous artists, but the new owner of this land could definitely do it. How could an ordinary person make a god general give up his fief? It was because of this that the residents believed that Tang Zhen was also an extraordinary figure. No matter what the truth was, at least from now on, good days were coming again. This was because absorbing the aura of chaos and refining law crystals was also a process of converting heaven and earth energy. An endless stream of heaven and earth energy would slowly evaporate during the refining process, providing for the needs of all living things in the world. Someone once said that without the refinement array, the Gu Lan divine world would be a barren land. This statement was slightly exaggerated, but in terms of the density of world energy, it was definitely far from what it was now. Soon, people saw pillars of light rise from the mushrooms and rush directly into the chaotic region above them. These dim light pillars were the passages between the formation and the chaos. Regardless of the height of the refining array, there could only be one passage and it could not be blocked. It was for this reason that land was so precious. Soon, the residents could feel the thick earth and heaven energy spreading out, which made them feel very comfortable. Such a special environment was not only suitable for cultivators to cultivate but also the breeding ground of all kinds of natural treasures. The villagers who lived here specialized in cultivating all kinds of precious spirit herbs or the various materials needed for the refining array. There was no need to worry about the sales of this kind of item. It could even be said that the supply was in short supply. This was because the refining array had to be maintained at all times and all kinds of damaged materials had to be added. It didn't take long for the residents to discover something. The concentration of heaven and earth energy seemed to have exceeded the limit. This situation could only mean one thing, and that was that these refining arrays were extremely efficient. With a large amount of refining, there was naturally a large amount of discharge. Originally, the residents had suspected that the new refining array was a high-grade product. Now, it seemed that it was true. However, this made him even more suspicious. After all, the original owner of this land was a divine general of the Ice Phoenix Divine Court, a truly powerful god. Even the refining arrays that belonged to him could not achieve such an effect. How could the new array achieve this? Could it be that Tang Zhen's strength was stronger than the god of this fief? Was that why he was able to obtain the right to use this land? Was it because of this reason that the refining array he used had a higher transformation efficiency? The residents were full of doubts, but no one kept harping on this issue. After all, this wasn't a rare thing. They were not array masters either, so they did not realize how terrifying the conversion efficiency of these newly appeared refining arrays was. He only felt fortunate in his heart. With a more efficient refining array, he would be able to obtain more benefits. In the following days, a new type of refining array would be created every few days. The designs were all different, and one had to surmise that these were the works of different masters. If not, it was impossible for the style to be completely different, and the refining efficiency to be so high. Such a situation made the residents more and more curious about the identity of the new owner of the land. 10,000 li away, Tuo Yuheng also received the news. He did not find it strange at all when he heard that Tang Zhen had built a large number of high-grade refining arrays even though he had not gone on a long journey. He had thought of this when Tang Zhen was searching for land. After all, Tang Zhen came from the outside world and was extremely curious about the refinement array. It was only natural for him to give it a try. With Tang Zhen's status as a god, he would definitely not be interested in low-level refining arrays. Only high-level refining arrays would be attractive to him. Although the price of a high-level refining array was extremely high, a god was rich and could definitely afford it. However, there was one thing that Tuo Yuheng couldn't figure out. Where did Tang Zhen find such a channel to actually buy so many high-level array frames? This wasn't an easy task. Even if Tuo Yuheng came personally, he would still have to wait for a while. What kind of methods did Tang Zhen use to achieve this? Tuo Yuheng had always believed that Tang Zhen's refining arrays were purchased from the array masters of the Gulan Divine World. However, how would he know that these high-grade refining arrays of different styles were actually all Tang Zhen's experimental products? Even so, the efficiency of the formation's refinement far exceeded the top-secret version of the Ice Phoenix Court. If he knew this, Tang Zhen's value would rise again. The Ice Phoenix God Court would also change their attitude. When they faced Tuo Yuheng's recruitment request, they wouldn't be as perfunctory as they were in the beginning. Chapter 3209 Tang Zhen's Industry 1. The refining array was constantly in operation, releasing an endless stream of heaven and earth energy that spread in all directions. Being nourished by the world energy, the plants nearby were exuberant, especially the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The existence of the refinement array allowed the unique Gu Land Divine World to have no lack of precious spiritual herbs. In some places of the Gu Land Divine World, spirit herbs that were incomparably precious in other worlds could be found everywhere. Such a situation was due to the abundance of world energy, which allowed all kinds of spirit herbs to absorb as much as they wanted. It should be known that some spiritual herbs were bottomless pits that could devour the world's energy. The terrifying devouring speed would bring great benefits, allowing the spirit herbs to have unbelievable magical effects. Sometimes, the heaven and earth energy of an entire mountain was only enough for a single spirit herb to use, and it might not even mature after hundreds or thousands of years. However, there was no such worry in the Gulan Divine World. Heaven and earth energy was endless, and he could open his stomach to absorb it. Even if a piece of land was filled with spirit herbs that could absorb the energy of heaven and earth, it would not be malnourished. It was because of the spirit herbs that the cultivators of the Gu Land divine world never fought over resources. As long as one had law crystals, anything could be bought. Near a refining array, the villagers were gathered together and looking at the super mushroom with envy. To them, these strange buildings were money-printing machines that were constantly running. The law crystals refined in a day required the villagers to work for a long time before they could earn it. Even though they were envious, they knew that it was not easy to manage a refining formation. They rented land, purchased the framework of the formation, and ran the daily operations and maintenance. No matter which one it was, they all required a huge amount of money to maintain. Without enough investment, it was simply a fool's dream to obtain rich returns. Fortunately, the villagers were open-minded and had a carefree life, which was enough to satisfy them. It was the same for cultivation. Everything would go with the flow. These villagers were not very talented, and they knew that if they did not have enough talent, it would be useless no matter how hard they worked. Just as they were chatting, they saw a figure walk out of the refining array. The villagers were stunned at first, then their faces were filled with surprise. "Your Excellency, please wait a moment." Tang Zhen turned his head and took a glance when he heard someone calling him. He did not continue to advance. The villagers hurriedly came forward and bowed to Tang Zhen with an extremely respectful attitude. "Please forgive us, sir. We just want to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. If the owner of this land is willing to rent out the land around the refining array." There were gaps of different sizes between each refining array, and they did not cover the entire ground. The distance between them varied. Some of the refining arrays were even hundreds of miles apart. Of course, this was only a small number. Under normal circumstances, the distance between the arrays was basically within 10 miles. The area 1 li around the refining array was a forbidden area for the villagers. It had the most abundant heaven and earth energy. Spiritual herbs would have the best growth effect in such a place. The owner of the refining array was usually not short of this bit of income. Therefore, even if the land was idle, it would never be rented to the villagers. The villagers saw that the energy in the refining formation was abundant, and there was no one to cultivate the land, so they all had ideas. He wanted to spend money to rent it, but he couldn't find the person in charge. Now that he saw Tang Zhen, he treated him as a divine servant and wanted to take the opportunity to inquire about him. If someone were to tell the villagers that Tang Zhen was the new owner of this land, the villagers would not believe it at all. In the villagers' imagination, the owner of the land was a true expert, a high and mighty existence. It was impossible for such an important person to personally maintain the refining array. Instead, he would hand it over to his divine servant. However, how would he know that Tang Zhen was indeed the owner of this land? Moreover, the purpose of his inspection was to see the effect of the transformation. These villagers were destined to be disappointed. It was impossible for Tang Zhen to reveal his secret to others just because of this little rent. He bought the products of different array masters and modified them on this basis. In truth, he wanted to create a misunderstanding and make people think that Tang Zhen bought the finished products. The purpose of this was to avoid trouble. If outsiders were to find out that Tang Zhen possessed such a powerful ability, it would definitely cause quite a bit of trouble. For example, Tuo Yuheng knew Tang Zhen's strength and had been egging him on to join the Ice Dragon God Court. If he knew that Tang Zhen was able to create a high-grade refining array, he would definitely keep a close eye on it and not let go. It would be extremely difficult to leave the Ice Phoenix God Court and they would be continuously persuaded to stay. It was even possible that they would use some special methods to prevent Tang Zhen from seeking refuge with other God Courts. Tuo Yuheng definitely couldn't do it, but the ruler of the Ice Phoenix God Court definitely had the ability. There was no need to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Around all the cultivators on this continent knew that the ruler of the Ice Phoenix Divine Court was a God King level supreme existence. He had 5 immortal generals under his command, all of whom were high-level powerhouses. Additionally, he had dozens of immortal generals, big or small. If they were placed in the 4th battle zone of the Lusheng world, the Ice Phoenix Court's strength would be enough to enter the top 10 of the territory rankings. Tang Zhen naturally did not dare to let his guard down when facing such a colossus. After hearing Tang Zhen's rejection, the villagers felt disappointed. They knew that they had no fate with this benefit. However, before he left, he still repeatedly asked Tang Zhen to help him inform him if there was a chance. After the villagers left, Tang Zhen entered another refining array. This refining array looked like a palace from the outside, giving off a majestic feeling. It covered a total area of dozens of square kilometers. The exterior was just a cover. The key was the interior space, which was the core of the transformation array. There were no gorgeous decorations in the space inside the formation, only countless flying runes. The chaos chi passed through the passage and entered the refining array, slowly breaking down into different components. The chaos chi that could create worlds was the condensation of countless substances. It was harmful before it was disintegrated, but it was priceless after it was decomposed. The most important thing after decomposition was the law crystal. This was an item that even gods would never complain about having too many. Due to the existence of the gods, the treasures that ordinary cultivators couldn't use had become the currency in the Gu Land divine world. On the platform surrounded by runes, colorless crystals were piled up, looking like crushed ice. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that within these crystals, there was a faint rule force hidden within. These were rule crystals, the currency of the Gulan divine world. As long as ordinary cultivators had enough of them, they could even trade with the gods. Tang Zhen picked up the soybean-sized law crystal and took a closer look. He was not particularly satisfied. The larger the size of the law crystal, the more golden its color was, and the higher its value. Large pieces of law crystals were the best items to refine divine weapons and divine talismans. Each piece was worth a city. Although everyone knew that the bigger and purer the better, it was not easy to do it. It required a high-level refining array and good luck. The vast majority of law crystals were like sand, which was the most common form. The law crystal refined by Tang Zhen was the size of a soybean. This was already a rare grade existence. It was only circulated within the divine court, and could not be seen from the outside world. If Tang Zhen was just an ordinary cultivator, he would definitely be extremely excited to obtain a law crystal of this level. The quality was one grade higher, but the price was several times higher. Such a precious law crystal could definitely be exchanged for a huge amount of wealth. They didn't need to worry about being harmed because cultivators who could refine high-quality crystals would be heavily protected by the divine court. This was because more than half of the harvest would belong to the landlord, and the landlord could also exchange the remaining law crystals for his own hands. Don't think about taking it for yourself because the refining spell formation was the most mysterious. Even the slightest influence could cause the harvest to be completely different. Chapter 3210 Tang Zhen's Big Plan 1. Tang Zhen was not very satisfied with the law crystals he obtained from refining. Tang Zhen was clear of his own strength. It could be said that it was a piece of cake for him to modify the refining array. However, one had to admit that Tang Zhen still had a huge gap compared to the top array masters of the Gu Land divine world. The formation masters of the Gulan divine world had studied it for countless years, and countless geniuses had constantly improved and updated it. It was precisely because of his unending efforts that he had achieved his current results, causing Tang Zhen to sigh in admiration. No matter how strong Tang Zhen's talent was, it was impossible for him to compete with the top array master of the Gu Land divine world in such a short time. Tang Zhen would not undervalue himself. The effects of the refining array he designed were quite good and was not much worse than those famous experts. Just this point alone was enough for Tang Zhen to be proud of. If he wanted to improve further, he would need to come into contact with more works of famous artists and accumulate more relevant knowledge. All rivers run into the sea, and he learned from everyone's strong points. If he continued to develop in this manner, it wouldn't take long for Tang Zhen to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the top array masters of the Gu Land divine world. The refining array that was designed and produced would have higher efficiency, and the quality of law crystals would be higher. If he could achieve this, it would definitely benefit Tang Zhen endlessly. Originally, he was just curious, but now, it had become the most important thing. If it was possible, Tang Zhen also planned to occupy a piece of land that belonged to him in the inner part of the Gu Land divine world. After that, he would think of a way to build a cross-plane teleportation formation to connect with the world of Lusheng. If this step was completed, Tang Zhen's cracked territory would definitely rise. As for the Holy Dragon Battle Zone, it was an existence that shared both glory and humiliation with the cracked territory. If the big brother gets benefits, the little brother definitely won't lose out. Tang Zhen could not help but become ambitious when he thought of this. The path to becoming a god king was uncertain. Tang Zhen was unable to guarantee that he would be able to step into that realm. If he were to occupy a territory in the Gulen divine world and obtain enough law crystals, would his path to becoming a king be easier? To put it bluntly, law crystals were the building materials of a god's kingdom, which could add bricks and tiles to the construction of a god's kingdom. With the law crystals, he could save on the consumption of divine source and use it to improve his own strength. There were no ranks in god countries. It was only a necessary item to become a god king. At the same time, it was also the trump card for the cultivators of Lu Cheng to dominate the world. The better the divine kingdom was built, the stronger it would be, and the strength of the cultivators in Lusheng would also increase. Most of the cultivators in Lusheng would prioritize improving their cultivation before expanding their divine kingdom. Tang Zhen, on the other hand, was developing together. Moreover, his speed was not slow. With a cultivation base close to the peak divine general in a sufficiently vast mind divine kingdom, Tang Zhen could be considered one of the few experts in the fourth battle area. It was a pity that he was too outstanding. He opened up the cracked territory by himself, but the strength of the cultivators under him was far from the basic requirements of the fourth battle area. Once Tang Zhen was crippled, the cracked territory with a shallow foundation would definitely disappear. Tang Zhen, who had yet to reach the God King stage, had to be on high alert at all times when he was facing the enemy's open spear and hidden arrow. It could be said that the slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. It was precisely because of this reason that Tang Zhen desperately increased his strength. Only when he became stronger would he be able to protect everything he had. When Tang Zhen became a god king, those enemies who had plotted against him in the past would definitely have to pay a painful price. Obtaining land in the Gulen divine world and refining law crystals had already become an opportunity for Tang Zhen. However, it was not easy to obtain this opportunity. Tang Zhen wasn't the only one who needed the law crystal. The gods of the Gulen divine world also needed this special substance. Their cultivation method was similar to Lu Cheng's, which was to cultivate a special divine kingdom. Such a god's kingdom did not give birth to anything. It was only used to avoid disasters, and at the same time, it was used as a weapon in battle. The gods of the Gulen divine world all had a special halo behind their heads, just like the decoration that painters added to the back of their heads. This special halo was connected to a special space. The divine runes refined from rule crystals and all sorts of sacred arts were all hidden in this special space. The stronger the divine power space was, the more techniques the godly spirit could use. It could even crush the enemy directly. The other function was to act as a portable warehouse, storing law crystals. The attacks of gods were all transformed by divine source. The power of a simple punch would be different if the amount of divine source consumed was different. In order to display their powerful sacred art, the deities of the Gulen divine world would usually accumulate as many law crystals as possible. These law crystals were fuel and ammunition. When the war began, they could be burned and released to their heart's content. The deities of the Gulen deity world would never mind having too many law crystals. Instead, they would get as many as they could. However, from today onwards, these gods would have one more competitor. Not only would they have to fight for rule crystals, but they would also have to fight for precious territory. Tang Zhen had set a long-term plan, but he also knew that he couldn't be too hasty. He still needed to slowly plot for development. The land under his feet was the foundation of his starting point, and he needed to manage it well. With a thought, the cultivators from the divine kingdom in Tang Zhen's mind suddenly appeared on the empty ground in front of him. There were the sect masters of the ice-sealed planet and the elites of the demon-eating city, totaling more than 2,000 people. The strength of these cultivators was still far from that of a false god, but they were the top of the group in the divine kingdom of his mind. The purpose of letting them out was to make use of the Gu Land divine world's excellent environment to cultivate and strive to advance to a higher realm as soon as possible. The heaven and earth energy here was abundant. He could absorb and refine it as much as he wanted while also helping Tang Zhen save his divine source. Tang Zhen didn't set a goal for the divine servants. After all, one couldn't rush for quick results when it came to cultivation. The new members of the mental divine kingdom and the pseudo-divinity cultivators of the Gulong divine world had also gone through a long period of bitter cultivation. As for the other cultivators of the god nation, they couldn't be released for the time being due to the limited land. Being in the divine kingdom of his mind did not delay his cultivation, and at most, he would use up some divine source. After arranging the tasks and letting the divine servants guard the refining array, Tang Zhen left the area. His goal for this trip was to collect the works of famous artists and see if he could obtain any refining materials from the divine court. The purpose of this was to learn from others and improve his own design and refining level. Tang Zhen's scheme was very big. Making him a top array master was a necessary step in his plan. If he could become a top-notch array master and design a top-notch refining array, Tang Zhen would be able to obtain many advantages. Not only could it strengthen one's body, but it could also form an attractive force that the cultivators of the thousands of races in the Gulen divine world would admire and follow. The plan was not bad, but it was a little difficult to execute. Tang Zhen had just arrived. He was not particularly clear about the ways of an array master. The cultivators in the Mind Divine Kingdom usually cultivated in seclusion, and their daily cultivation resources were provided by the God Court. He didn't know much about array masters either. Therefore, Tang Zhen still had to figure out the exact situation by himself. After all, the profession of an array master was indeed a little deep. Even if Tang Zhen was a god, he was still unable to figure out the way until now. When he arrived at the market again, he realized that it was still packed with people. All kinds of transactions were very popular. Tang Zhen found those large-scale shops and expressed that he wanted to buy the refining arrays of famous people. Moreover, he definitely did not lack money. In the end, he was told that he had to wait in line. As for how long it would take, they had to wait for further notice. However, the shop owner also reminded Tang Zhen that the ranking within 100 years was full, so it was best not to have any fantasies. When he asked the other shops, it was the same. They were completely difficult to find. Such a situation had slightly exceeded Tang Zhen's expectations. He did not expect that it would be so difficult to obtain the work of a famous artist. The refining arrays in the church were of a higher grade and were rarer. It was impossible to obtain them in such a market. Since Tang Zhen had already set his goal, he would definitely not give up easily. He quickly thought of a solution. The customers who came and went in the market discovered that a new shop had opened, and it specialized in the business of refining arrays. There were many such shops and they could be seen everywhere in the market. However, this shop was a little special. It specifically buys the refining arrays of famous people at a high price and comes with a set of famous people's refining arrays. After the news spread, it immediately attracted the attention of the cultivators. After all, such a situation was very rare, using a master-level refining array for an exchange, and at the same time getting a high compensation. This kind of deal was very cost-effective. The cultivators were only worried about one thing. Could the refining array used in the shop for exchange be guaranteed to be genuine? In order to demonstrate the effects of the refining array, the female owner of the shop rented a piece of land near the market where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. When they saw the state of operation of the refining array and the bean-sized law crystal, the observing cultivators no longer had any doubts. It didn't take long before a cultivator came to trade and then left happily. Chapter 3211-3211 Fame Outside 1. The newly built refining array outside the market had become a famous sight and attracted countless cultivators to visit. They lined up to enter the interior to take a look. They clicked their tongues in wonder, but their hearts were filled with envy. For ordinary cultivators, it was rare to encounter a refining array designed and made by a famous master. Even if they encountered it, they might not be qualified to see it. The owner of this shop was extremely generous. He was actually willing to publicly display his own refining array. Such a demeanor from a great master was truly admirable. When the nearby array masters heard the news, they couldn't wait to come over and take advantage of this opportunity to learn from it. Among these array masters, many of them were just beginners. The refining array they made was only 100 square meters in area. They stood in front of the shop and begged, hoping to see this mysterious array master. It was just that the lady boss was too tough, always waving a stick and beating the guys who tried to be apprenticed to her until they fled. The array masters were extremely angry, but there was nothing they could do. In the beginning, some cultivators didn't understand why the shop owner did this. After listening to the explanation and analysis, the cultivators came to a sudden realization and sighed in their hearts. It turned out that the owner of this shop was also a master of formations, and was using this method to learn from others. Although it seemed like he was at a disadvantage, knowledge was priceless. Learning the skills and specialties of other famous people and integrating them was definitely a good thing that array masters dreamed of. Everything else aside, at least when he was selling the refining arrays, the price would definitely be several times higher. After figuring this out, the cultivators were no longer puzzled. Instead, their hearts were filled with envy. If he also had a master refiner's array, he would definitely exchange with it. This kind of deal was definitely a sure win. As its reputation spread, more and more cultivators in the vicinity knew about this special shop. The cultivators who had a master refiner's array but were not particularly satisfied with the efficiency all wanted to trade. After all, the female owner of the shop had said that even if it was a refining array that had been used for many years, as long as it was confirmed that there were no major problems, it could still be exchanged. Lu Qing sat at the door of the shop, coldly sizing up the peeping cultivators with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Ever since she became the shop owner, Lu Qing had come into contact with too many people with bad intentions, all of whom tried to take advantage of her. Bastard, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Lu Qing would never be polite to such a guy. Every time he met him, he would make the other party suffer. If it wasn't for the rules, this market would have been filled with corpses. Lu Qing was truly fearless. Whether it was in terms of wealth or strength, she was not afraid of anyone who dared to provoke her. If they really couldn't beat him, they could ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Master for help. How many people could be his match? However, he had to keep a low profile and try not to cause trouble for his master. While Lu Qing was pondering, he saw a cultivator walk to the door, looking very nervous. Greetings, Your Excellency. The cultivator's attitude was very respectful. Before speaking, he first saluted and showed a flattering smile. Lu Qing's cultivation base and background were far superior to this cultivator's, not to mention that he had a favor to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Of him, Lu Qing nodded slightly and put away the coldness in his eyes. She had to complete her master's instructions seriously and diligently. She could not slack off at all. I heard that in your shop, you can use a famous person's array to exchange with each other and give a certain amount of compensation. I wonder if it's true. The little cultivator trembled with fear, his tone carrying a hint of anticipation. There is indeed such a thing. Could it be that you have a formation of famous people in your hands and are prepared to use it for an exchange? Lu Qing's heart was filled with joy, but his expression did not change. He asked in a light tone. She had once lived in the secular world and had seen the treachery of the human heart. She also understood how to do business. When it came to a deal that involved all of his assets, he had to appear more stable. This way, he could give the trader enough confidence. If he was impatient, he would scare the customers and ruin a good business deal. Lani little cultivator was very nappy and quickly replied, I do nave Suchin an idea, but I don't know the specific rules, so I came to ask. Lu Qing nodded and said softly, then, have you seen the refining array that we publicly displayed before? Single quote. The little cultivator nodded repeatedly, indicating that he had indeed seen her before. That was why he had come to ask. After seeing the refining array, the little cultivator was tempted and thought about using his own refining array to exchange for it. His family's refining array was passed down from his ancestors and had a history of 700 to 800 years. The refining array was indeed made by a famous master, but in terms of refining efficiency, it was far inferior to the one displayed in the shop. If they could be exchanged, they would definitely make a fortune and the family would benefit in the long run. He immediately returned to his clan to report this matter. After the negotiations were done, he returned again. Lu Qing asked around and confirmed that there was no problem. He had completely fulfilled the conditions of the exchange. Before the exchange, we need to send someone to do an on-site inspection. If there are no problems, we can carry out the transaction on the spot. As Lu Qing said this, he beckoned to the room and a young cultivator came out. Follow him to take a look. If there's no problem, we'll proceed with the transaction. The young cultivator nodded and motioned for the young cultivator to lead the way. Realizing that he couldn't see through the young cultivator's strength, the little cultivator didn't dare to neglect and quickly walked in front to lead the way. Before he left, he did not forget to thank Lu Qing. There was nothing wrong with his etiquette. Lu Qing nodded, but his attention was focused on Tang Zhen. He didn't understand what his master was going to do. It was clearly a small matter that could be easily accomplished by any divine servant, so why did he have to do it personally? She also wanted to follow Tang Zhen and go out for a stroll, but the shop still needed someone to take care of it. Tang Zhen did not lack manpower. However, there were some things that needed suitable people to do. From Lu Qing's point of view, this was Tang Zhen's recognition of his ability. He was very serious when he did things. However, the task of looking after the shop was really boring. Lu Qing sighed gloomily and sighed. Tang Zhen and the little cultivator left the market and headed straight for the area where his family was located. Tang Zhen brought the little cultivator and used a very short amount of time to arrive at their destination. The young cultivator was both surprised and delighted. This was the first time he had experienced such high-speed flying. After confirming that Tang Zhen was a powerful cultivator, the little cultivator's attitude became even more respectful. The little cultivator's clansmen appeared very quickly and welcomed Tang Zhen's arrival. Their faces were filled with anticipation. Although the deal was for each side to get what they needed, they were the ones who really benefited, so they couldn't help but feel nervous and expectant. Obtaining a new type of refining array would bring great benefits to the family, and the future generations would also benefit. Even if there was no compensation, it was definitely worth the deal with just a famous person's refining array. Under the guidance of the clan's cultivator, Tang Zhen entered the refining array and did a simple check. The family members of the small cultivators were uneasy. They were afraid that Tang Zhen would look down on their family's items, causing this transaction to fail. Tang Zhen took 2 glances and nodded to indicate that he could. All the cultivators were excited when they heard this. After the discussion, Tang Zhen signed a contract with these cultivators and paid the corresponding compensation. The original refining array was kept and a new one was activated. The cultivators immediately felt the surging energy of heaven and earth. Without a doubt, this was a highly efficient refining array, far more efficient than the previous one. After the transaction was completed, Tang Zhen brought the old refining array back to the market. It didn't take long for the news to spread, and this small family also attracted the envy of the cultivators. In this transaction, the small family had taken all the advantages, but the store seemed to have suffered some losses. However, those with discerning eyes could see clearly that the shop that seemed to be suffering losses had made a name for itself through this method. In the future, such transactions would definitely appear from time to time. The shop's original purpose had been easily accomplished. This kind of transaction was a bit costly. If he didn't have enough money, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to support the long-term consumption. However, to Tang Zhen, as long as he could achieve his goal, he would not care even if he had to invest 100 times more. Chapter 3212 Improvement and Conjecture. Tang Zhen's shop had become popular at an extremely fast speed. It would be unreasonable if he wasn't angry. After all, he was giving money to his customers, and it was the kind that could knock them out. Who would want to miss out on such a good opportunity and ensure that there were no problems? A successful trade brought confidence to the other cultivators who were watching, and they began to trade with the shop eagerly. Their refining arrays had many years of history, or they might have problems with low refining efficiency. Although it was a masterpiece, it was only superior to ordinary arrays, but it was not that it was without flaws. Looking at the refining array displayed in the shop and comparing it with the one in one's own house, it could be said that one could immediately determine the superiority. Under such circumstances, trading the old for the new to obtain a more advanced version was only natural. Regardless of whether Tang Zhen had suffered a loss or not, at the very least, they had picked up an advantage. Moreover, there was no need to worry about any fraud in this type of transaction. After all, both parties had to sign a contract. As long as they signed the contract, they could ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The Church for Justice if someone broke the contract. The news of the trade continued to spread. Even cultivators who were thousands of miles away heard about the store's activities. There were also many cultivators who were afraid of wasting time and simply brought the refining array over. After inspecting it on the spot and confirming that there were no problems, they immediately carried out the transaction. Every cultivator who was sincere in their trade would obtain the benefits they wanted. The shop also purchased a large number of refining arrays. Even though they were all forged by master teachers and bore the symbol of the divine court, it was impossible to guarantee that every single one of them was of high quality. These arrays either had low conversion efficiency, or the law crystals were not pure enough, and some of the arrays were pitifully small. Although it was stronger than an ordinary refining array, it was still far inferior to the refining array provided by the shop. The cultivators were well aware of this, so after getting the opportunity, they all fought to be the first to trade. The cultivators were naturally more than happy to have the opportunity to replace the old with the new, and it was even a higher grade array. However, they did not know that the refining array they were using was the work of a top master before he became famous. Although the standard of design at That time had not yet reached the peak, it had already formed its own style. Tang Zhen was able to find some clues by cracking these arrays and make some deductions. The vast majority of the refinement arrays were the works of ordinary great teachers. Even though these array masters were not top tier, their works were still worth studying. Since one was able to become a master teacher, one had to have something that one was good at. There were countless formation masters in the Gu Lan divine world, so how could one become a master teacher without some capabilities? When these refining methods were in Tang Zhen's hands, he had to crack them all and then filter the essence within. Tang Zhen didn't simply destroy it. Instead, he was deducing and upgrading it according to his own thoughts during the process of cracking it. This was a slow and complicated task. He couldn't rush for results, or he wouldn't be able to achieve the expected results. Every improved refining array would be sent to Tang Zhen's rented land to test and verify the effects of the improvement. Tang Zhen could clearly feel that the efficiency and level of the refining array that he had designed was continuously increasing. After these refining arrays that were despised by their original owners fell into Tang Zhen's hands, they once again erupted with vitality. In addition, these improvements and upgrades were all carried out on the basis of other people's designs and were not Tang Zhen's true strength. Before he had his own territory, Tang Zhen would definitely not take out his own work to avoid being discovered by the secret monitors. Tang Zhen was a god after all. How could he not be monitored when he was in the area under the control of the Ice Phoenix God Court? It was just that Tang Zhen's actions didn't have anything out of the ordinary. It didn't matter even if he was being monitored. The things that others could see were things that Tang Zhen wanted others to see. It was never a secret. It was almost impossible to pry into Tang Zhen's secret. As time passed, Tang Zhen's rented land was already filled with refining arrays. Tang Zhen released another batch of divine servants to maintain the operation of the refining array. At the same time, it was also to prevent the waste of heaven and earth energy. If he wasn't afraid of trouble, he would have released the millions of divine servants in his divine kingdom. With such abundant world energy, it was definitely enough to meet the consumption of these divine servants, simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, if he really did that, it would definitely alert the Ice Phoenix Divine Court and they would find out what Tang Zhen was up to. Controlling millions of cultivators in the heart of the Ice Dragon Divine Court would trigger a red alert. The Gu Lan deity world seemed to be loose on the outside, but in reality, it was tight on the inside. The surveillance of cultivators was extremely strict. In addition to the fight for territory, the fight for cultivators had never stopped. However, this kind of competition between cultivators was not made public, and only the gods of the various divine courts knew about it. Tang Zhen knew that it was impossible for him to join the Ice Phoenix God Court. Therefore, he would have to leave sooner or later to avoid the other party's suspicion. Using the convenience of opening a shop, Tang Zhen continued to gather information and find a way to obtain land. All the known primal chaos great lands were occupied by the various god courts, and they were protected by them. The only way to obtain land was to join the divine court and obtain their own fief. This method was simple, but once you joined it, you would be completely bound. If they chose to leave, they would have to pay a huge price, and there would be no such thing as freedom. Wanting to start a war to snatch it was practically a fool's dream. If they wanted to seize a continent, they had to first ensure that they could fight against the god kings. Otherwise, it was best to put an end to this plan as soon as possible. That would not be gaining benefits, but purely self-destruction. Each divine court was extremely powerful and had connections with each other. Some of them were even united against external forces to maintain stability. If any of the divine courts broke the agreement and suddenly started a war, it was very likely that they would be targeted by all the divine courts. Especially the experts at the God King level, they would not easily allow such a thing to happen. Their eyes were all set on the boundless chaos, and they did not wish for any changes to happen to their territory. Of course, nothing was absolute. In the history of the Gulan divine world, there had been several wars. Each war caused a lot of casualties, and some divine courts even collapsed. There was another way to obtain land, but it was very dangerous and required luck. It turned out that in the boundless chaos, there were lands that were born by chance, but they were of different sizes. Some of the land was only about a square inch in size, and it looked like a rock. There were also continents that were as big as islands. Once they were discovered by cultivators, they would be occupied immediately. These places were all controlled by itinerant cultivators. They never fought with the divine court and only made a fortune in silence. There were very few chaotic islands like this, and the path to enter and exit the chaos was also very dangerous. It was equivalent to the barren mountains and turbulent rivers of the mortal world. If there were any unforeseen events, such a small piece of land could be devoured by chaos at any time. If they encountered a larger piece of land, it would attract more cultivators to fight for it. The various divine courts might also get involved. The ownerless land in the primal chaos was the only place in the Gulen divine world where one could fight freely. The cultivators relied on their own abilities to seize and occupy the land of no king. Such a place rarely appeared, and even if it was discovered, the news would be hidden. This was because once people found out about it, it would inevitably lead to a brutal robbery. Tang Zhen wanted a place like this. As long as a god king did not attack, he would definitely be able to defend it with his peak divine general strength. Other than snatching the land of no king, Tang Zhen also wanted to do an experiment. The land in the chaos was formed naturally and had the ability to condense and expand. As time passed, the area would become larger and larger. Cultivators used spells to create land, but it would melt when it entered the chaos, so it couldn't exist for long. It was like a ball of snow thrown into hot water. How could it not melt? The gods of the Gulen divine world must have tried to use the divine source to create a continent, but they must have failed. In the divine kingdom in Tang Zhen's mind, there was a strange object that he had obtained from the star cloud sea. It was the foundation of the star island that could devour everything to grow. If he drove this thing to devour the chaos chi, what kind of effect would it have? Chapter 3213, Heading to the chaos C1 without realizing it, several years had passed. During this period of rest, Tang Zhen had been quietly gathering information, but there was no news related to the gods of the Nebula Sea. No one knew where the other party had gone. Even when he issued a mission and asked organizations to search for people, there was still no news. Such a situation was within his expectations. It was actually very normal for gods to come and go without a trace and not be known by outsiders. According to Tang Zhen's guess, the other party was likely to be hiding in the depths of the Chaos Sea and had a secret territory. He was currently hiding in a secret base and would not come out at all. After all, in the last war, the enemy had suffered great losses and would need at least a few hundred years to recover. If the other party already knew that the Ice Phoenix Divine Court was investigating and hunting them down, the possibility of them appearing would be next to nothing. If he wanted to find these guys, he had to rely on luck. He couldn't be in a hurry. Tang Zhen was indeed not in a hurry. Normally, he would only study the refining array. After a continuous collection, Tang Zhen had already obtained many famous arrays and had continuously improved and upgraded them. He even managed to obtain an incomplete top-notch magical formation by chance and paid a high price for it. Although the cost was huge, Tang Zhen did not hesitate at all when discussing the deal. No matter if it was business or cultivation, it was the same principle. If you didn't pay, you shouldn't expect to gain. In just a few years, Tang Zhen has invested a large number of law crystals. The benefits he has obtained will definitely shock you. Other than Tang Zhen, no one knew the standard of the refining array's design. When he felt that it was about time, Tang Zhen stopped his research and design and began to execute the next step of the plan. The shop still had to continue operating and would not close easily. After all, it had already gained a big enough reputation. Not only would they have to operate normally, but they would also have to expand their business to other continents controlled by the church. At that time, it would also be easy for him to do other things with the help of the shop's framework. For example, he could collect information, recruit cultivators, or sell refining arrays. Tang Zhen unreservedly taught the skills he had mastered to the divine servants, and a group of array masters was born. As the saying goes, great teachers produce great disciples. Some of the divine servants had the talent of an array master. In addition to Tang Zhen's unreserved teaching, they quickly possessed exquisite skills. There was still a long way to go before he could become a top-tier array master, but it was easy to become a famous one. Such a large number of formation masters naturally couldn't be wasted. He had to make money for himself. Tang Zhen's shop had expanded its business scope. Now, not only did they exchange for famous people's arrays, but they also began to sell and accept custom-made arrays. However, the arrays in Tang Zhen's shop weren't officially certified, so they were at a disadvantage in terms of price. The certification of a famous array master required the god to personally review it, and all the information had to be recorded. However, there were some array masters who were not willing to be subjected to such restrictions, and similarly refused to accept the examination and certification. Their works were of the master level, but there was no master certification mark, so it was impossible to judge the level based on appearance alone. It had to be personally seen by people who knew the industry before they could confirm it. Although it wasn't certified, the quality of the work was there. People who knew the industry would know at a glance. And compared to the certified masters, the works of these unregistered array masters were obviously much cheaper. Such a refining array would be snatched away as soon as it was sold, because it was cheap and affordable. Because he specialized in selling this type of array, Tang Zhen's shop became famous and was regarded by countless cultivators as a kind merchant. Every time the shop had goods, cultivators would come to compete for the auction, and the scene was very lively. Although Tang Zhen's shop received a lot of attention because of this reason, no one dared to have any crooked thoughts. The Ice Phoenix God Court had already investigated clearly. Tang Zhen was the boss behind this shop and was likely to be in secret contact with a large number of array masters. Because of Tang Zhen's identity as a god, coupled with Tuo Yuheng's favor, no one would touch Tang Zhen. He was also very supportive of Tang Zhen's actions and hoped that he could sell more refining arrays so that the Ice Phoenix God Court would receive more taxes. Of course, there were also some people who suspected that Tang Zhen knew how to create a refining array. However, so what? One should know that Tang Zhen had yet to display his true strength up until now. There was simply no one who knew what his standard was. Even if they knew that Tang Zhen was a peak-grade array master, it wouldn't be a problem. How could the Ice Phoenix Divine Court lack peak-grade array masters? The Divine Court might be able to use some methods to forcefully imprison some top-tier array masters, but it would not work on Tang Zhen. The Ice Phoenix God Court's attitude was clear. It was best for Tang Zhen to join the God Court, but it was fine if he didn't want to. As long as he was honest and didn't cause any trouble, it would be fine. If Tang Zhen dared to cause trouble and pose a threat to the Ice Phoenix God Court, they would definitely not show any mercy. Tang Zhen truly didn't want to cause trouble. Even if he was confident in his strength, he didn't have the qualifications to challenge a divine court. When he felt that it was about time, Tang Zhen left quietly and headed towards the Chaos Ocean that he had been researching for a long time. Tang Zhen was not unfamiliar with such an environment. He had seen a planet that was in the process of being nurtured before. In the vast sea of chaos, the primeval world would slowly take shape, just like a baby being nurtured. Then, the rules gradually formed, life began to evolve, and all kinds of coincidences and inevitable things happened. In fact, the divine kingdom in Tang Zhen's mind had simulated the evolution of the Chaos Ocean and the process of the creation of the world. However, it was Tang Zhen's first time coming across a special place like the Gulan Divine World. He had never seen such a vast sea of chaos before. It was only natural that such a special environment would give birth to worlds of different sizes. Tang Zhen's attempt to head to the Chaos Sea was actually a very dangerous matter. All kinds of unimaginable and unimaginable dangers could appear in the Sea of Chaos, and almost all of them could take lives. Squalls, thunders, terrifying beasts, and strange laws were all common in the Chaos Sea. One had to be strong enough to go on an adventure in the chaos, and be prepared to lose their life at any time. It was common knowledge in the Gu Lan deity world that without the strength of a deity, it was impossible to guarantee a safe return from an exploration in the chaos. Although there was such a saying, it was impossible for the cultivation of the explorers to reach the level of gods. As long as one reached the king tier, they would be qualified to enter the Sea of Chaos. However, cultivators of this level could not withstand any tribulations. Entering the chaos was entirely based on luck. Once they encountered great danger, they would basically die without the help of experts. Such explorers would choose to follow the strong and form teams to explore the chaos. If one didn't want to face these dangers, then they would have to rent a piece of land and quietly transform into law crystals. However, the problem was that in order to obtain such a stable income, he had to have enough capital investment. In order to get the capital to start quickly, many cultivators could only bite the bullet and enter the chaos to find opportunities. If they were lucky enough to encounter a large law crystal, they would no longer have to worry about starting capital. But if they were unlucky, they would need to go on many adventures to gather enough, and they might even lose their lives. Tang Zhen concealed his identity, disguised himself as an ordinary cultivator, and joined an exploration team. Chapter 3214. Exploration Team 1. There was no need for Tang Zhen to act alone when he entered the Chaos Sea. That would attract the attention of others. By following a normal team and not revealing his identity, he could avoid a lot of trouble. There were many exploration teams like this in the Gulen Divine World, and the participants were all desperados who were desperate to earn money. Many experienced cultivators would charge a fee to take people on adventures, and they would even take a commission after they succeeded. On the surface, it seemed that the low-level cultivators had taken advantage of the situation and it was only right for them to pay the price. However, if there were no low-level cultivators, these self-proclaimed experienced adventurers might not dare to enter the Sea of Chaos. The cultivators who attempted to enter the Chaos Sea would wait near the entrance. They would immediately take action once the team was full. After Tang Zhen arrived, he paid a fee and easily joined a group. As for Tang Zhen's specific identity, no one cared and asked. These cultivators didn't even bother to communicate with each other unless they had gone through several adventures together. Cultivators who had worked together several times without dying would acknowledge each other's luck and experience and would help each other at the critical moment. It didn't take long for the leader to appear, followed by a group of strange-looking cultivators. There were many races in the Gulen Divine World. Among them, there were some that were especially good at guiding the way in the Chaos Sea. In every exploration team, there would be a few similar cultivators to prevent getting lost in the Chaos Sea. Let's go. With the leader's call, the cultivators perked up and quickly flew toward the entrance to the primal chaos. The Chaos Sea looked like a sandstorm, but it was colorful. They were more like balls of sticky five-colored paint, mixed together with all kinds of things. Chaos nurtures all things, so don't be surprised to see anything in it. The moment they were about to enter, the leader threw out something that looked like a flesh and blood nerve. This was a special magical artifact that made it convenient for cultivators to communicate in the chaos and merge with each other. This was because in the chaos, one's divine sense would be melted and blocked, and it was easy to get lost. This is a shared life spirit tendon. It can tie teammates together and send messages in time. If they were forced to split up from the team, this kind of shared life spirit tendon would continue to extend and would not break easily. The length of the shared spirit tendons was limited to 30,000 feet. If this limit was exceeded, the spirit tendons would automatically break. Once this happens, if you can save them, then save them. If you can't, then you can only pray for yourself. The leader said coldly, his tone unusually emotionless. Such an operation had to have rules and restrictions on the participants. The more dangerous an operation was, the stricter the rules were. If an accident happened, one could only bear the responsibility themselves. No cultivator would bear the responsibility for a stranger's mistake. As the leader spoke, the root of the shared life spirit tendon was already connected to his body. Like a pile of roots, it firmly attached itself to his body, even burrowing into his skin and flesh. At the next moment, the shared life spirit tendons extended towards the cultivators as if they were alive. No one would avoid it, as that would be equivalent to giving up on this expedition. Tang Zhen remained silent as he allowed the shared life spirit tendon to coil around his body. He quickly sensed the existence of the network. In this network of consciousness, communication could be completed with just a thought. It seemed that this special living spirit tendon was indeed an effective tool for exploring the Chaos Sea, and it was an essential one. It didn't take long for all the shared spirit tendons to be bound, and the team network was officially formed. There were more than 1,000 cultivators in total, which was not a small team. However, if they were thrown into the Sea of Chaos, they would not even be able to make a splash. When everything was ready, a strange object made of cultivators slowly flew into the Sea of Chaos. The moment he entered the chaos, he could feel a strange power that seemed to melt him. This was not an illusion, but chaos really had such an ability. If he did not resist and allowed this to happen, he would really be melted into nothingness. Chaos could create all things in the world, but if an external object entered it, it would be automatically cleared and digested. Cultivators were also foreign objects. They had to protect themselves well. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have the qualifications to enter the Chaos Sea. The cultivators of the Gu Lan deity world had researched for many years and had long solved this situation. Not only did they create defensive arts, but they also created specialized defensive artifacts. The cultivators shuttled back and forth in the colorful syrup, sometimes as bright as day, and sometimes as dark as ink. Even if they were close, the cultivators couldn't see each other, nor could they sense each other with their spiritual awareness. The cultivators who had entered the Chaos Ocean before were already used to such a scene. They didn't have the mood to appreciate it. They kept waving their limbs, dancing around like fish, touching and searching for useful items in the chaos. Soon, a cultivator's excited shout was heard from the shared network. It turned out that he had caught a law crystal the size of a marble. When the cultivators heard this, they were instantly filled with envy. Although he could easily obtain law crystals through the refining array, they were all tiny particles. The only use of these law crystals was for the construction of a god's kingdom or to transform them into divine source. The larger the size and the purer the law crystal, the more valuable it was. This rule crystal the size of a marble could definitely be sold for a high price, and even gods might be interested in it. This was because a law crystal of this size could completely contain special runes and make powerful divine runes. If used properly on the battlefield, it could easily kill false gods. What dog shit luck? This bastard. Why not me? Damn it, why doesn't this bastard just die? All sorts of thoughts kept appearing in the consciousness network, some of which were simply unsightly. Hearing this thought, the cultivators were both shocked and angry. Only then did they realize the true use of the shared life vitality tendon. It turned out that the thoughts he had could not be concealed at all, and they would all go through this strange network. Shared broadcast. The cultivators cursed their bad luck, but there was nothing they could do. Under the effect of the shared spirit tendons, he couldn't hide his thoughts, and no matter what he was thinking, it would be known to others. There was no chance for him to play any tricks, and any items he obtained would be instantly exposed. The team leader would remember every cultivator's reaction clearly, including their gains. Under such circumstances, if someone had ulterior motives, the leader could completely eliminate the other party without a sound. He cut off the connection between the shared life tendons and threw the other party into the sea of chaos, then left it to its own fate. At that time, he could simply find a reason to brush off the accident, and there was no need to worry about anyone pursuing the matter. Those who dared to enter the chaos had to bear the corresponding risks. If they lost their lives, they could only blame it on their own bad luck. If an accident really happened and the cultivators who were left behind could escape the Chaos Ocean, they also had a way to make them shut up. Did they really think that these leaders had no backing? After discovering the secret of the shared spiritual tendons, the cultivators became more and more careful, but they still couldn't hide their thoughts. If he wanted to not have any thoughts, he would have to kill himself or turn into a puppet. After this incident, the cultivators who originally had their own thoughts suddenly became honest. The leader was proud of himself. Every time such a situation happened, it would give the newcomers a scare. Even the veterans were helpless, because they couldn't block their own thoughts. The leader thought to himself as he began to record the numbers. He would not miss a single cultivator. But in the blink of an eye, he was slightly stunned. It turned out that there was a cultivator in this group who had not made any reaction from the beginning. The leader felt uneasy. This situation was obviously not right. They had encountered an abnormal situation at the beginning. Would there be any accidents on this expedition? Chapter 3215. Monster of Chaos 1. It was absolutely impossible for something like the shared spiritual tendons to detect Tang Zhen's thoughts and share them with him. As long as Tang Zhen wanted to, the shared life spirit tendon would definitely die. The captain of the exploration group had realized this. He originally had some small thoughts in his heart, trying to scheme against those rookies, but now he completely restrained himself. He was afraid that if he did not do it well, he would anger this unknown powerhouse and cause unnecessary trouble. If he did his work honestly and completed this expedition smoothly, he would make a lot of money. Tang Zhen was too lazy to bother with the exploration team leader. Such a small character really could not stir up much of a storm. He thought that he controlled the thoughts of all the members and their lives, but he didn't know that it was just as dangerous. If Tang Zhen was willing, he only needed a single thought to kill the regiment commander and his minions. His mind was currently focused on studying the chaos and comprehending this unique space that was completely different from the outside world. There were indeed all sorts of things within the sticky and silky substance, but most of them were ordinary things like sand and stones. Of course, there were also many strange things that could not be accurately classified. This was because most of them had not yet taken shape, and it was impossible to determine what they would become. It was possible that an unremarkable grain of sand would become a continent after hundreds of millions of years. It could be said that there were infinite possibilities in chaos, and anything could happen. The explorers didn't care about this. Even if they knew that a grain of sand could really become a continent, they definitely didn't have that much time to wait. He only cared about the immediate benefits and took whatever was good. At this moment, the cultivators in the team were constantly flying around in the chaos to capture items. They were like sieves that continuously caught all kinds of items. After that, he would use an extremely short amount of time to make an analysis and judgment to determine if the item was valuable. If it was a useful item, it would be kept in its body and then continue to harvest. This storage method was to change the structure of the body and use the body as a storage bag. He didn't put it in the storage space, because it was impossible to open it in the state of chaos. Even if they were to open it by force, the final result would be the collapse of the space, and it might even endanger their lives. Every cultivator who entered the Chaos Ocean had to learn and master this storage technique. Otherwise, they would not be able to bring back their gains. Tang Zhen learned from the ordinary cultivators. Under the pull of the shared life spirit tendons, he continuously flew around the group in search of something. However, this kind of search that relied on luck might not always be a good thing. It could also encounter dangerous items. Very quickly, a cultivator let out a blood-curdling screech and then went completely silent. At that moment, he had a thought. It's very cold and hard. It seems to be a living Suan Ni. As soon as they shared this thought, they heard painful wails mixed with extreme pain and fear. The shared life tendons network was also damaged at this moment. The exploration team leader's expression changed greatly. He informed all the team leaders and team members that they suspected that they had encountered chaos monsters. Don't panic. Everyone, gather together and form a long snake. Once you sense the monster's presence, everyone must cooperate and do your best to kill it. At the same time as he gave the order, the exploration team leader controlled his team members to fly in the opposite direction of the monster they had encountered. The monsters in the chaos were the same as cultivators. They couldn't sense things through divine sense or other abilities. They could only rely on touch. However, this kind of monster ate almost everything, so it was not easy to worry about being hungry. If one encountered such a monster during an expedition, they had to be extra careful, or they would likely be devoured by it. Of course, if they had enough strength, they could also kill the monsters, which would be a great harvest. There was nothing that the monsters of chaos did not eat. However, after they devoured the law crystals, they could not digest them at all. All of them were stored in the body. The older the chaos monster was, the more rule crystals there were in its body. There were many rumors of people becoming rich overnight by killing chaos monsters. However, under normal circumstances, exploration teams would try their best to avoid chaos monsters and would never provoke them. However, he was unable to use his spell techniques in the chaos. There were also many techniques that he could not use. In most of the battles between cultivators and monsters, the monsters of chaos won. At this moment, the cultivators of the exploration team quickly gathered together under the guidance of the shared life spirit tendons. Like a giant snake, it slithered through the chaos, trying to escape from the safe zone. Whether it was the exploration team or the monsters, it was as if they were playing hide and seek with their eyes covered. No one could accurately determine the location of the other party. Once the two sides came into contact, a battle was bound to break out. Unexpectedly, the chaos monster had already set its eyes on the team and followed them based on the subtle fluctuations. Soon, some cultivators felt the bodies of the chaos monsters brush past them. Without any hesitation, he immediately launched an all-out attack. At the same time, the party leader controlled the party and quickly avoided the pursuit of the chaos monsters. If it wasn't necessary, he would never fight to the death with the monster, because it was not worth it. There were countless monsters in the chaos, and it was impossible to kill them all. However, cultivators only had one life. If he was killed, wouldn't it be a great loss to his grandmother's family? As the captain dodged, he also issued a notice in the consciousness network, telling the cultivators to get ready for battle. If the monster pursued them relentlessly and made contact with them again, they would have to kill the monster at all costs. If they were to be entangled by the monsters, not only would they be unable to continue their exploration, but the entire team would also be crippled. None of the treasure-hunting cultivators objected. They had already inquired about this information and knew that the exploration team leader was not exaggerating. If they were targeted by chaos monsters and were prepared to be food, the monsters would launch sneak attacks from time to time. Under the pursuit of the chaos monsters, the team's losses would become greater and greater, until the entire team was annihilated. Such a situation had happened many times. If you listened to the survivors describe the whole process, you would know what despair was. However, if they could kill the monsters, all the dangers would be solved. It was a pity that in the chaos, everything was up to no one. Even gods had to rely on luck. It didn't take long before the two sides clashed again. The dozens of cultivators who touched the monster in front of them launched an all-out attack, trying to kill the chaos monster. The monsters of chaos were also extremely fierce. They seized the opportunity to madly bite and tear, as if they did not care about their lives. This kind of monster in the chaos did not have high intelligence. It moved completely based on instinct and did not fear death. The two sides had only fought for a few breaths, and more than a dozen cultivators of the exploration team had completely lost contact. They would either be devoured by the chaos monsters or thrown into the sea of chaos. No matter which situation it was extremely dangerous. The cultivators became more and more frightened. They felt a sense of powerlessness as they felt the ferocity of the chaos monster. The threat of death became more and more intense. As soon as this thought came to his mind, the chaos monster launched another attack, and more than a dozen cultivators lost contact instantly. Seeing this, the captain of the exploration team knew that there was no possibility of escape, so he commanded the cultivators to launch a desperate counterattack. With an order, the snake-like team turned into an octopus with its tentacles spread out. It was like a huge net that wrapped around the chaos monster. The cultivators were determined. If they did not kill the chaos monster, no one would be able to escape alive today. In the blink of an eye, the monsters were surrounded, and the cultivators also launched a full-force attack. The chaos monster roared, and its huge body became riddled with holes before it was torn in half. The monster is dead. Sensing the state of the chaos monster, the cultivators were extremely excited. They did not expect to kill the monster in one joint attack. It seemed that this monster of chaos was nothing more than this. If he had known this earlier, why would he have fled just now? He could have just launched an attack. The senior adventurer was very puzzled. This chaos monster was obviously very strong, but how could it be killed so easily? Only the exploration team leader knew what was going on, but he did not dare to say it out loud. Chapter 3216. This is Mind 1. The monsters of chaos are actually nothing more than this. To ordinary cultivators, the monsters of chaos were indeed terrifying. They could easily cause fatal threats. Every time they encountered an accident, their lives might be in danger. However, if they encountered a god, the unlucky ones would be the monsters of chaos. Once they fought, they would not be able to escape death. Although the monsters of chaos were powerful, few of them could reach the level of gods. There were many monsters of chaos at the level of pseudo-gods. On some of the formed continents and islands, there were god-level chaos monsters that used those places as their nests. It was not an easy task for cultivators to occupy it, and they had to pay a huge price. Tang Zhen had originally thought that the exploration team would be able to deal with the monsters. Therefore, he had been observing the situation. However, they did not expect the exploration team to be so incompetent in the face of the chaos monsters. It was simply disappointing. If that situation continued, the exploration team that was formed from bits and pieces would be in danger of being completely annihilated. Of course, there was also a possibility that the ordinary members would be sacrificed to delay and attract the monsters of chaos. The core members of the exploration team would take the opportunity to escape and avoid the pursuit of the chaos monsters. Tang Zhen originally wanted to learn a bit and take the special route of the exploration team to avoid getting lost the next time he entered. If they were killed by the monsters, it would be a moderate problem. It was under such circumstances that Tang Zhen attacked and killed the chaos monster. Without the chaos monsters, the team continued to move forward. Although they had killed the chaos monster, the team had also paid a heavy price, which made the cultivators more careful. They were afraid that they would be attacked by chaos monsters again in the process. If these cultivators knew that there was a super expert hidden in the team, they would not be so worried. In the process of advancing, the cultivators continued to fish and screen, and from time to time, there would be surprises. Of course, most of the cultivators only had average gains. Although there were many treasures in the chaos ocean, sometimes it depended on luck. If one was extremely unlucky, it was not impossible to lose money. Such situations were extremely rare. If one was unlucky enough to encounter such a situation, it was best not to enter the sea of chaos again. Otherwise, if their bad luck continued, not only would they lose everything, they would also lose their lives. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the area in front of him suddenly opened up, and a large piece of land appeared in front of him. The land was square in shape and was about 1,000,000 square kilometers in size. There were many refining arrays operating on it. The 7 divine courts had once fought over this place. Now, it was under the joint jurisdiction of the 7 divine courts. It was a transit point for cultivators seeking treasures in the Chaos Ocean. At this moment, the cultivators felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders, and faint smiles appeared on their faces. The team wasn't big, but it was very eye-catching. This was because the chaos monster that was killed was entangled by the symbiotic spirit tendons and was now at the back of the team. The cultivators of the expedition team finally saw the appearance of the monster, and their eyes were full of shock. Just by looking at the monster's form, he knew that it must be a terrifying existence. How could it be killed in one hit? When they saw the terrifying wound, the cultivators of the team were stunned at first, and their expressions gradually became strange. They finally realized that this chaos monster was not killed by them and their classmates. Previously, he was still smug and thought that the monsters of chaos would not be able to withstand a single blow. Now that he thought about it, he was simply stupid to death. The more they thought about it, the more embarrassed and uneasy they became. They all fell into a state of silence. The gaze of the leader of the exploration group quietly turned around and landed on Tang Zhen. In the blink of an eye, they swiftly passed by. They did not dare to stop at all, afraid that they would cause Tang Zhen to be dissatisfied. Before this operation, he didn't even bother to look, but now he didn't dare to. The treasure-hunting cultivators who were resting on the land were attracted by the chaos monsters one after another, and their faces were full of envy. Every chaos monster represented a treasure. It was not very common to hunt chaos monsters, not to mention that the team did not suffer much damage. With just one chaos monster, this team had made a lot of money, so this trip was definitely worth it. It didn't take long for the exploration team to land on the ground. The curious treasure-hunting cultivators gathered around and sized up the chaos monster. There were many treasure-hunting cultivators here who had never seen the true appearance of the chaos monster. At this moment, their eyes were full of surprise. Especially when they saw that the chaos monster had been killed in one move, the shock in their hearts became even more intense. The cultivators had a rough estimate of the strength of the chaos monster. To be able to kill the chaos monster in one move, the strength was definitely extremely powerful. It was obvious that this exploration team had a true expert hidden within, and they definitely couldn't be easily provoked. Faced with the envious gazes of the surrounding cultivators, the group of cultivators remained silent because they were also confused. The leaders and cultivators of the other exploration groups had already gathered around and whispered to each other. They were all very curious about this matter and inquired about it in a roundabout way. However, before they arrived, the exploration team leader had already warned his men not to talk too much about the matter. If someone asked, he could only say that he knew nothing. This was not nonsense. After all, even they had not figured out what was going on. The only person who knew the truth was the captain of the exploration team, but he kept his mouth shut. As time passed, more and more treasure-hunting cultivators heard the news and came over, wanting to see the beauty of this chaos monster. The captain of the exploration team did not stop them. To them, this was a chance to show off their strength. As long as they didn't take the initiative to explain, outsiders wouldn't know who had killed the chaos monster and would mistakenly think that it was their team. Under such circumstances, who would dare to provoke their team without sufficient strength? With such a thought in mind, the exploration team leader secretly looked at Tang Zhen but discovered that his face was still indifferent. It was as if this lively scene had nothing to do with him. Seeing this, the captain of the exploration team secretly heaved a sigh of relief and quickly called for everyone to deal with the monster. The corpse of a chaos monster was an excellent material for refining magic treasures and spirit herbs. It was rare to see it. Some cultivators of special races even used the flesh and blood of chaos monsters as food to enhance the toughness of their bodies. Of course, its main use was to refine pills and improve one's cultivation. The skin of a chaos monster was also a special material for a celestial device, which could double the speed of a cultivator in the chaos. However, compared to the treasures in the chaos monsters' bodies, the body materials of these monsters were not worth mentioning at all. The surrounding cultivators were all looking forward to seeing how many chaos crystals were hidden in the body of this chaos monster. Under the expectant gaze of the audience, the captain of the exploration team took action personally and pulled out an organ the size of a basin. The seemingly unremarkable thing had a universe inside. It was the stomach of the chaos monster. It had spatial properties, and although it didn't look big on the surface, the space inside was shockingly large. "Open it," the captain of the exploration team growled and swung his sword. Then, a muffled sound was heard. A small mountain that was dozens of meters tall suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It was the various items that the chaos monster had devoured. Among these items, there were specks of light that flashed continuously. They were the precious law crystals. One of the law crystals was actually the size of a fist, causing all the cultivators present to widen their eyes. Greed flashed in their eyes as they all wanted to take it for themselves. "This is mine," a voice rang out. The tone was as calm as water, but it stunned all the cultivators. He looked over and saw a human cultivator slowly walking over. "What kind of Yingluo are you?" One of the cultivators of the exploration team was about to reprimand him, but he suddenly shut his mouth. His expression was filled with fear and deep regret. The captain of the exploration team trembled and quickly suppressed the greed in his heart. He then took the law crystal in his hand. He quickly turned around and walked in front of Tang Zhen with a respectful and flattering expression. "Your Excellency, please keep it." Chapter 3217, Temporary Rest 1. The surroundings were silent. The cultivators were all staring at the law crystals, all sorts of thoughts flashing through their minds. Not everyone had the opportunity to see such a top-tier treasure with their own eyes, let alone become its owner. At this moment, Tang Zhen had become the object of everyone's envy and jealousy. They could not wait to snatch the law crystal. However, it was just a thought. No one dared to sit on it, because fighting was not allowed on this land. Even if they dared to snatch it and succeeded, they had to be able to escape. The problem was that it was chaos all around, and anyone who dared to enter it rashly would basically end up dead. Most importantly, the captain of the exploration team was too humble. If the situation was abnormal, it meant that there was a problem. The onlookers had already realized that Tang Zhen might be the mysterious expert who had killed the chaos monster in one blow. It was for this reason that the captain of the exploration team was so respectful that he even gave away such a precious treasure. When he realized this point, his eyes that were looking at Tang Zhen had a lot more vigilance and inquiry. The members of the exploration team knew what was going on. Seeing the leader of the exploration team's actions, the team members could only sigh in their hearts, but no one raised any objections. Such a distribution was reasonable. Even if all the spoils of war were given to Tang Zhen, it was definitely not considered excessive. If Tang Zhen had not intervened, it would be unknown if they would still be alive. How could he repay the favor of saving his life? Moreover, this chaos monster had been killed by Tang Zhen and was his spoils of war. The cultivators knew very well how much strength they had put in. They might be able to cause damage to the monster, but they would never be able to kill it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Zhen took the law crystal from the captain of the exploration team and gently nodded. The captain of the exploration team was surprised and happy. He was actually very happy that Tang Zhen was able to receive this treasure. Her heart that was hanging in the air was finally at ease. He called for a group of cultivators and began to rummage through the garbage, filtering out the useful things. After the screening was completed, they would be redistributed according to the number of people. The surrounding cultivators had their horizons broadened. They didn't expect that there would be so many things in the stomach of a chaos monster. In addition to the law crystals, there were all kinds of items, each of which was worth a lot. Looking at the treasures that had been sorted out, the cultivators were extremely envious, but they didn't dare to have too many crooked thoughts. At the very least, no one dared to do anything on this continent to avoid provoking Tang Zhen's anger. In the process of rummaging through it, another surprise quickly appeared. The cultivators who had been devoured by the chaos monsters were dug out from the garbage dump and did not die. The cultivators were surprised and happy. They didn't expect that they would still have a chance to live after being devoured by the monsters of chaos. However, such an incident could only be considered a special case. Who could guarantee that after a cultivator was devoured by a monster, they would be able to kill the monster in time? Most of the time, the cultivators would either try their best to dodge or get killed by the chaos monsters. At the thought of this, the surrounding cultivators felt a trace of envy in their hearts. They also hoped that there was a similar expert in their team. Of course, the premise was that the other party did not have any malicious intentions. Otherwise, If such a strong person were to make a move, it would be far more terrifying than encountering a monster of chaos. With everyone's cooperation, the treasures in the chaos monster's body were all filtered out and then piled together. The chaos monster itself was also cut and disintegrated. After all, it was also a part of the spoils of war. Unfortunately, there were no large law crystals among these items. They were at most the size of a marble. It was obvious that a treasure of this level was not something that could be obtained easily. It was already very lucky to be able to encounter one. But even so, such a large pile of treasures was enough to make people's hearts beat faster. The exploration group looked at Tang Zhen. After hesitating for a moment, they carefully opened their mouths. "Your Excellency, please," he wanted Tang Zhen to be in charge of distributing them or to hand them all over to Tang Zhen. In short, he could accept either result. Although the other members were unwilling, they had no choice. One had to know that this pile of treasures really had nothing to do with them. In fact, they even owed Tang Zhen a lot and did not know how to repay him. Therefore, at this moment, they could only remain silent. Besides, they had no right to interrupt. "You can distribute them yourself." "I'm not interested." Tang Zhen shook his head and spoke in an indifferent tone. The largest law crystal was indeed a rare item. Tang Zhen didn't even look at the other things. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's reply, the eyes of the cultivators brightened and a burst of wild joy rose in their hearts. If these items were split equally, then the cultivators' harvest would be almost equivalent to the total harvest of an expedition. As long as he took this share, he could directly return and leave without having to continue taking risks. At this moment, the cultivators were filled with gratitude towards Tang Zhen as they all bowed to him in thanks. Especially those cultivators who had been rescued. They had already figured out the specific situation and their faces were full of relief. His gratitude toward Tang Zhen far exceeded that of other cultivators. The surrounding cultivators saw this and sighed in their hearts. They didn't expect to witness such a thing. This group of treasure-hunting cultivators had picked up a big bargain. It didn't take long for the treasures to be distributed, but the onlookers didn't leave. They had their eyes on some of the items, but unfortunately, they were not qualified to split them. However, they could think of ways to trade for them. In the following days, the team would rest for a day before continuing to the next stop. There were a total of 7 stops along the way, and the area varied from big to small. Once they reached the final stop, the team would return the way they came. There were definitely more islands in the Sea of Chaos, but the exploration team could only pass through these 7 stations. As they did not get permission to go to the other stations, they could not go at all. As long as they dared to approach, they would be attacked. Only by obtaining the right to enter and having a guide would the exploration team be able to accurately find their destination. After the incident, the injured cultivators in the team were no longer able to follow the team. Although they were lucky enough to survive, they were severely injured and needed to rest for a while. The spoils of war that they had just obtained had helped the injured cultivator greatly. Otherwise, their situation would have become very difficult. These injured cultivators were more and more grateful to Tang Zhen. If they didn't have Tang Zhen on this trip, not only would they have lost their lives, but they would also lack the necessary resources to heal their injuries. If this dragged on, the situation would become more and more difficult, and his injuries might even become more serious. On the second day, the team continued to move forward. The original team members had been reduced by a third, and they had chosen to quit for various reasons. Such a situation was not common, but it was not unprecedented, especially when they had just obtained a large sum of spoils. Many cultivators chose to withdraw. They didn't want to take the risk and decided to return to the continent. There were also some cultivators who had just joined the team. These were all halfway to the team. Because of Tang Zhen's existence, the newly joined cultivators all had a trace of anticipation. They hoped to be able to kill the chaos monsters again. When everyone was ready, the captain of the exploration team gave the order, and the team entered the Sea of Chaos again. However, the cultivators felt that this operation was very practical, and they even had some expectations. Would they encounter another chaos monster during the journey? Chapter 3218. It's hard to get rich if you're afraid. One with the previous experience, the cultivators became much calmer, and the sharing of consciousness became much quieter. In a short time, the cultivators had learned to control their emotions and avoid embarrassing situations. Even in the chaos, he remained calm and learned to make accurate judgments through shared consciousness. When law crystals were found in a certain location, many cultivators would quickly gather and filter them together. Law crystals had the ability to absorb energy and liked to gather together, but they also maintained a certain distance. In the Sea of Chaos, if one found a law crystal, there might be more crystals nearby. Taking advantage of this characteristic, cultivators often cooperated with each other to obtain more law crystals. Don't think about monopolizing the benefits. That way, you won't get much at all. On the contrary, you'll miss out on more good opportunities because of your selfishness and not knowing how to share. Unfortunately, only the experienced ones knew that new cultivators were too selfish. Only after experiencing it a few times would they suddenly understand and learn to share and cooperate with their partners. Some cultivators were still thinking about killing chaos monsters, but they didn't know that they were wandering around and couldn't he encountered isn't because they wanted to. Things like killing chaos monsters could be thought of randomly, but when it came to it, one would be dumbfounded. No one could guarantee that they would be lucky enough to survive when they encountered monsters of chaos. Although there were powerhouses in the team, who could guarantee that they would not be unlucky enough to be killed by monsters? Never place your fate in the hands of others. This was a principle that every cultivator must know. During the group's journey, Tang Zhen was in a silent state for the majority of the time. Occasionally, he would suddenly open his mouth and inform the cultivators in the team about where the law crystals were. Hearing the leader of the group speak, the cultivators didn't hesitate and swarmed forward without hesitation. From the shared consciousness, there was a continuous stream of excited shouts. It was obvious that the cultivators had obtained a pleasant surprise. "Thank you, Your Excellency. Ha ha ha, I'm rich, happy, I can't believe there's such a good thing." In the shared consciousness, there were voices that continuously sounded out. Many of them were flattering Tang Zhen. These cultivators were very clear that the reason they could have such a rich harvest was entirely because of Tang Zhen. After receiving benefits, it was only natural for him to thank her. If he could make Tang Zhen happy and let him give him a few more pointers, wouldn't he be able to earn even more? With this thought in mind, the cultivators were naturally not stingy with their praise. Fortunately, the cultivators knew that going too far was as bad as not enough. If they attracted Tang Zhen's disgust, they would really want to cry but have no tears. It did not take long before Tang Zhen's location was transmitted to their shared consciousness. The cultivators who had been waiting for a long time were as fast as lightning, like a pack of wolves fighting for food. Who would have thought that at this time, the shared life spirit tendons would cause inconvenience and severely limit the movements of the cultivators? As the main controller, the captain of the exploration team immediately received many complaints, some of which were very sharp. Hearing these comments, the captain of the exploration team looked gloomy. If it was any other day, he would definitely make the other party pay the price if they dared to speak like that. In such a special environment, the exploration team leader had to ensure absolute authority and not allow anyone to question or offend him. This wasn't out of dominance, but out of safety considerations. In such a dangerous situation, if one did not obey orders, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the matter before him was related to Tang Zhen, so the captain of the exploration team did not dare to get angry. He even had to do his best to follow the feedback of the cultivators and constantly track them in the chaos. It was just that they couldn't handle the feedback from the cultivators properly, which led to the complaints never stopping. The cultivators really didn't hold back, because every second of hesitation would make them miss out on wealth. "I'll temporarily take control of it. I'll return it to you later." As soon as Tang Zhen's voice fell, the exploration team's captain felt his body become light, and the endless stream of information instantly disappeared. At this moment, he became the final user of the shared life vitality tendon and lost all control. How is this Dao Wu possible? The captain of the exploration team was shocked. He could not believe that his control was so easily taken away. Before he met Tang Zhen, the captain of the exploration team would never believe that such a thing could happen. However, he had no choice but to believe it, because it had really happened to him, and it had happened in a flash. Although he was shocked and panicked and did not understand how Tang Zhen had done it, he could only silently endure it at this moment. In his heart, he was secretly praying that Tang Zhen would not forget to return the control to him. At the same time, he was also thinking that he would find the provider of the shared life tendons to see if he could solve this problem. How could such an important right of control be taken away just like that? This was simply intolerable. While he was pondering, he heard the excited cheers of the cultivators in the shared consciousness. It turned out that under Tang Zhen's lead, a group of law crystals wandering in the chaos had already been easily captured and locked by Tang Zhen. At this moment, the cultivators didn't need to carefully distinguish anything. As long as something touched their bodies, they would put it away without any hesitation. This was because most of the items he touched were law crystals, and very few other items existed. This was the hidden characteristic of law crystals. When they formed a group, they would not allow other items to mix in. My God, there are actually so many of them. The captain of the exploration team was shocked. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. In the past, he had only heard about it from others. Feeling the continuous collisions, the captain of the exploration team no longer hesitated. He waved his hands and feet to collect the materials in the chaos. Under the pull of the shared life spirit tendon, it was like a big fish, constantly swimming and screaming. One chaos crystal after another gradually excited the captain of the exploration team. He felt particularly satisfied. Just as he was happily grabbing, he heard the guide's notification from the shared consciousness. The team's current position had already deviated from the planned route, so it was very likely that they would encounter unknown risks. The captain of the exploration team was shocked. The exploration team's route had all been explored and patrolled by experts, thus ensuring that there would be no danger. The team could only follow a fixed route and go through the selection over and over again. There were very few opportunities to go outside the route. Fortunately, chaos was in a moving state, like a flowing river, and it was changing almost every moment. Even if it had been taken, it would be constantly renewed, so there was no need to worry about not having any harvest. However, the places far away from the route hid terrifying dangers, which were forbidden areas for the major exploration teams. No matter what the situation is, you are forbidden to approach it. Only those unafraid of death or extremely powerful cultivators would take the initiative to enter such a place. However, under Tang Zhen's lead, their exploration team continued to head deeper into the danger zone. How could this be? The captain of the exploration team immediately contacted Tang Zhen and explained the situation clearly. He hoped that he could return to the predetermined route immediately. Don't worry, I know what to do. Tang Zhen replied and led the group of cultivators to continue their pursuit in the chaos. The cultivators in the team heard the conversation clearly and were both surprised and happy. He was shocked that he had deviated from the planned route and was likely to face unknown dangers, but he was happy that he had obtained more and more law crystals along the way. They were worried about encountering danger, but they couldn't give up this rich harvest, so they were naturally conflicted. Such complicated emotions kept appearing in the shared network, allowing people to sense them clearly. Since you're afraid and don't want to take the risk, let's go back to our original route. Tang Zhen's voice rang out as he led the group back the way they came. Feeling the law crystals leave, the cultivators suddenly fell into silence, a feeling of loss rising in their hearts. Chapter 3219. The Terminal Station's Unforeseen Event. 1. Tang Zhen returned the command and fell into silence. He did not make any more sounds. The exploration team got back on track, and nothing unexpected happened in the following journey. Although the journey was peaceful, the cultivators were not happy. After experiencing the previous crazy harvest, the cultivators had already become infatuated with this feeling and still reminisced about it. Unfortunately, on the way back, Tang Zhen handed over the control of the team and the team's route was also average. This was safe, but the gains would be greatly reduced. The cultivators couldn't stand such a difference in income. They wanted to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen for guidance again, but they were too embarrassed to open their mouths. What kind of person was Tang Zhen? How could he allow them to order him around? Everyone was clearly aware that it was precisely because of the worry that they had caused Tang Zhen to return to the original route. His gains had been greatly reduced, so he could not blame anyone at all. The captain of the exploration team was extremely depressed. He was only doing this for safety reasons, but he had attracted a lot of complaints from the cultivators. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have wasted his breath. Tang Zhen was extremely powerful. He could even kill a chaos monster with a single strike. What did he have to worry about? If they really encountered chaos monsters or other dangers, Tang Zhen would definitely not stand by and watch. Moreover, Tang Zhen was only chasing after the law crystal and had temporarily deviated from the designated route. He did not say that he would not return. His reaction at that time was a little too flustered. He was really as timid as a mouse. The more he thought about it, the more depressed he felt. Since it had already happened, there was no need for him to continue struggling. However, if a similar situation were to happen again, how should he deal with it? The captain of the exploration team thought to himself, but he did not know that this was actually an opportunity. Tang Zhen encountered a group of law crystals and helped the cultivators in passing, allowing the team members to gain more. It was definitely impossible for Tang Zhen to do this kind of thing. Often, if he did, it would only benefit his own people. As long as Tang Zhen was willing, he could lead his divine servants to search the Chaos Ocean at any time. If this matter was handled properly, he would definitely be able to obtain a large number of rule crystals, which would contribute to the construction of the divine kingdom in his mind. Whether it was staying on the continent, obtaining law crystals through the refining array, or risking fishing in the Chaos Sea, they were actually quite good sources of income. The former required capital, while the latter required risk. If Tang Zhen possessed the primal Chaos continent, he would definitely work on two things at the same time. This way, he would be able to obtain even more law crystals. Therefore, in the end, he still had to obtain his own territory in the Chaos Sea. If he could not complete this step, then all his plans would be impossible to achieve. Tang Zhen was not in a hurry. He merely followed the group in silence and obtained more information from there. Tang Zhen had indeed collected a lot of information about this Chaos Sea, but the most important thing was still on-site investigation. As long as it involved a dangerous area, one must not just believe in the rumors. It was best to investigate it personally and get an accurate answer. The more dangerous the area was, the more it had to be like this. There was absolutely no room for any carelessness. Otherwise, a small mistake could cause huge losses and even endanger his life. Before he knew it, he had already arrived at the second stop. This was a huge island, like a tall tower, with countless holes on it. The interior was crisscrossed, and the surface was covered with refining arrays. Pillars of light shot into the chaos. Compared to the first stop, the second stop was obviously on a larger scale and had more cultivators. Compared to the primal chaos continent, these islands in the primal chaos were more attractive for cultivators. Those bold and skilled cultivators were not willing to stay on the primal chaos continent for long periods of time. Instead, they liked to search for opportunities in the primal chaos ocean. The rest time for the second stop was still 1 day. This time, they did not kill any chaos monsters. Therefore, when the team entered and landed, not many cultivators paid attention to them. At the same time, no one knew what they had done. The cultivators either counted their gains or went to the market to look for items to trade. There was a market like this at every station for the convenience of cultivators who came and went. It was a strange item that originated from chaos. If the cultivators did not need it, they could directly take it out to trade. Such a market was extremely popular, and all sorts of things could be seen. There were even some items that couldn't be seen on the primal chaos continent. There were even some cultivators who would specially search for treasures at various stations and sell them at high prices on the primal chaos continent. For the same item, some people treated it as a treasure, while others treated it as trash. This was the so-called seller. Good things must be sent to the hands of the people who knew the goods to obtain the corresponding highest value. In addition to the treasure seekers, there were also some cultivators who lived here for a long time and ran various businesses in the market. They had to pay a fee to stay here, and the cost of renting land was much higher than the primal chaos continent. If the exploration team stayed here, they would also have to pay rule crystals. It was just that this fee had already been collected when they joined the group, so there was no need to pay extra. Tang Zhen was like the other new cultivators, wandering around the second stop as if he was full of curiosity about everything. A new day had arrived, and the team continued to set off. This time, the number of team members did not decrease. Instead, it increased again. It was only because there was a group of cultivators selling wondrous items that were preparing to head to the next stop to trade that they were able to hitch a ride. In such a situation, the exploration team would not refuse. On the contrary, they hoped that more cultivators would join them. Not only would they earn more, but more cultivators would also help them in times of danger. Just like before, the party entered the chaos and followed the predetermined route. At this moment, all the cultivators were secretly looking forward to it. They hoped that Tang Zhen would be able to point them in the right direction. However, after walking for a long distance, Tang Zhen still didn't make a sound. This made the cultivators more and more anxious. They became increasingly worried. They were afraid that Tang Zhen would no longer bother with them because of the previous incident. All powerful cultivators were very concerned about their face. The last time, the cultivators did not know what was good for them. How could Tang Zhen take the initiative to attack? The more the cultivators thought about it, the more anxious they became. They complained to each other, and from time to time, the exploration team leader would be dragged in. The captain of the exploration team felt aggrieved. He had only reminded them out of duty last time and had not done anything wrong. It's you bastards who want to take advantage of him but are afraid of encountering danger, so you let Tang Zhen return the command. The members of the exploration team were constantly blaming each other in their shared consciousness. To put it bluntly, they were also trying to attract Tang Zhen's attention. The newly joined cultivators didn't understand what was going on, so they just watched silently. After deliberately starting a topic, the cultivators took the opportunity to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen for help in finding the law crystals. However, no matter what he said, Tang Zhen did not have the slightest reaction. It was as if he did not hear anything. The cultivators were extremely depressed, but there was nothing they could do. For the rest of the journey, the exploration team followed the fixed route and arrived at one stop after another. Tang Zhen continued to remain silent during the process as though he did not exist. The cultivators were extremely disappointed, but there was nothing they could do. Soon, they would arrive at the last stop. After entering, the team would embark on their return journey. However, when the cultivators crossed the Sea of Chaos and were about to enter the terminal station to rest, they were completely shocked by the scene in front of them. Chapter 3220 A shocking change at the terminal station. 1. The last stop had a large area and was ranked first among the 7 stops. There were many cultivators from the Primal Chaos continent who stayed at this station permanently. Many of them had stayed here for hundreds of years. This was because this place was not much different from the Primal Chaos Great Land. The only and biggest disadvantage was that there were no passages connected to each other, making it extremely difficult to enter and exit this place. The discovery of this land was a pure coincidence. Back then, a team of cultivators got lost in the Chaos Sea and accidentally entered this continent. However, they discovered that there were no other cultivators on this continent. This group of cultivators stopped here and never returned to the Divine Court continent. They had occupied this small world for almost 100 years, yet no one had discovered them. Another group of cultivators accidentally entered the continent and were equally ecstatic. Just like the previous group of cultivators, they wanted to take this place for themselves and develop by monopolizing the resources. One day, when his cultivation reached a certain level, he would be able to form a divine court and completely occupy this small world in the Chaos Sea. It didn't take long for the 2 groups of cultivators to encounter each other, and they were all shocked. The cultivators from both sides originally believed that they were the only master of this Primal Chaos land. They never expected that there would be other competitors. The cultivators were angry and anxious. They all wanted to kill each other and then enjoy this rich world for themselves. However, after secretly comparing, they found that they were evenly matched, and no one could guarantee the final victory. In the end, the 2 sides made peace and did not interfere with each other. It didn't take long for a group of cultivators to obtain an opportunity and seize the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The other group of cultivators were caught off guard and were almost completely wiped out. A few cultivators were lucky enough to survive and were forced to enter the chaos in an attempt to find a way out. Perhaps they weren't fated to die, as they had actually managed to escape and reveal the secret of the continent to the public. After the secret was exposed, the 7 great divine courts deployed their troops together and easily occupied the continent. Because there was no passage, the continent became very weak and eventually became the foothold of the exploration team. After many years of development, the station had become better and better, and it was very famous among the explorers of the various divine courts. Because it was the terminal station, many cultivators would choose to stay here for a long time. If there wasn't an urgent matter, he would rarely return to the Primal Chaos Great Land. The exploration team would remain there for almost a month before returning to the Divine Court continent. It might sound like a long time, but to cultivators, it was nothing. However, it was such a place that was now filled with smoke and fighting figures. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that it was a powerful creature of unknown origin that was attacking the cultivators. The enemy's appearance was like an asura yaksha, either like a ferocious evil ghost or as handsome as a fairy. It was about 2 meters tall, wearing a bumpy meteorite armor, and waving a long-handled weapon that looked like a meteorite but seemed to be seriously rusted. They flapped their huge wings, leaving behind afterimages as they fought with the cultivators. The number of monsters was extremely high. They were everywhere in the sky and on the ground, and they were flying out from the vortexes. Perhaps it was because there were too many enemies, or perhaps it was because they were too powerful, but the cultivators were suppressed to the point where they couldn't even raise their heads. The cultivators were dumbfounded at the sight. There were at least 10 million cultivators in this terminal station. It was a force that could not be underestimated. But even so, he was still not the monster's match. This was simply unbelievable. Such a situation could only mean that the number of monsters was superior, and at the same time, there were god-level powerhouses. This was because every station was guarded by a god to prevent any accidents from happening. The situation on the battlefield was so critical, but there was still no trace of the guardian god. This matter was clearly illogical. The situation is not right. Let's evacuate quickly. The captain of the exploration team made a prompt decision and led the team to change direction in an attempt to return to the Sea of Chaos. However, at this moment, a special barrier that affected the small world cut off the team's retreat path. Strange runes filled the sky. They were as eye-catching as blood, and just looking at them would make one's heart turn cold. The deity realm. Seeing the blood-red runes and the powerful force of the isolation barrier, the cultivators were filled with despair. In the Gu Land divine world, the cultivators were very knowledgeable and could only think of information related to the gods. The deity realm was one of them. It was similar to a divine kingdom, but it was projected into the real world. The greatest feature of this divine technique was not to refine the common people, but to use it as a means to trap the enemy. It formed a special prison that only allowed entry and not exit. If one had to leave, they would have to kill the deity who had cast the spell. Without this, even a god-level enemy would not be able to escape easily. To put it bluntly, this was a kind of rule. One could leave after killing the spellcaster. If one could not kill the spellcaster, they could only be imprisoned. It was impossible for the cultivators to escape. After realizing their situation, the cultivators became anxious and angry, and quickly looked for a way to break out of the situation. Tang Zhen, who was in the hidden team, had become the hope of many cultivators. Before the cultivators could ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. What they should do, they saw black shadows approaching at a rapid speed. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the team. It was those fierce enemies that had surrounded the team and completely cut off their escape route. Seeing these aggressive monsters, the cultivators fell into chaos and quickly got ready for battle. However, in the face of such a crisis, the cultivators didn't have much confidence. All they could think of was how to escape. Who would have thought that at this moment, the captain of the exploration team would suddenly show a happy expression and then laugh out loud? The cultivators were bewildered. They knew that there must be a reason for the other party's abnormal behavior. Ha ha ha, did you guys know? My control rights have been taken away again. It was clearly a very disgraceful thing, but the exploration team leader was extremely happy, as if he had come back from a desperate situation. The cultivators of the exploration team instantly understood the meaning of this sentence, and their panicked mood instantly calmed down. In his heart, he was hoping that someone would be able to turn the tide. At the same time, the monsters surrounded them, and the battle began. Number 90 to 200 on the left wing, block the monsters, attacks and buy time for your teammates. The cultivators at the rear and right flank surrounded the monsters on the left flank, killed them, and retreated with the team. The other team members acted according to the situation. 10 cultivators formed a group and attacked the monsters. Everyone, go all out. With me here, I guarantee that no one will be injured. Tang Zhen's voice resounded, causing the cultivators to become abnormally excited. At the same time, they let out low roars. The situation was already quite bad, and it could be said that he would die without a doubt. However, in such a predicament, Tang Zhen had given a promise to ensure that they would not have to worry about their lives. At this moment, the cultivator no longer had any scruples and took a gamble as Tang Zhen had said. His originally dispirited and flustered aura erupted like a volcano, and a raging battle intent soared into the sky. As soon as the two sides exchanged blows, a group of aggressive enemy cultivators was immediately surrounded by the exploration team. The whole party was like a giant snake, rapidly rolling in the air, at the same time throwing out the broken bodies of the enemy. In the blink of an eye, dozens of enemies were killed, and none of the exploration team members were injured or killed. Such an easy kill shocked the enemy. Charge forward and kill them. The two sides had just exchanged blows, and the enemy had already paid a heavy price, but they had not given up on attacking. On the contrary, they became more and more brutal, like a group of crazy poisonous bees, attacking a tiger. The cultivators of the exploration team advanced and retreated as one under Tang Zhen's command. With the advantage of numbers, the team continued to kill their enemies while retreating to the mainland. Since he couldn't leave this small world, he could only look for allies and find an opportunity to kill the enemy god.